Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Gallis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. The Pittsburgh Pirates, they won yesterday 9-6 over the Arizona Diamondbacks in the second game of 3 in that series. Mike Burrows pitched. He gave up 4 earned runs over 3 1/3 innings pitched, but the Pirates had a breakout 8th inning. They scored 7 runs in the 8th inning to take a lead, which they held on to, which yielded that 9-6 final score. Third and final game of the series, it'll be a rubber match against the Diamondbacks today. It'll be this afternoon at 3:40. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. My name is Nicholas Aricalis, Fan Early Morning Show, coming up next with me, right here on Sports Radio, 937 The Fan.
Hi, I'm Mandy. I'm one of the at-home coaches with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. A lot of times people just come to me and they're like, I've tried everything. I just can't lose weight. And I'm like, you haven't tried everything. You haven't tried Awaken 180. And we're completely different. The biggest difference I hear from people is the relationship with the health coach, because we get to know you. We're there for you. We're unlimited support for you. It's not just somebody who's sending you a cookie cutter program. You're getting that personal health coach. You and your health coach will work together at Awaken 180 to figure out how to make it your new lifestyle so that you don't have to think about it. You just live your life. That's the main difference. Come talk to us and see how Awaken 180 can help you.
Thanks, Mandy. This is Chris Muller. Unlimited coaching, unlimited support. Awaken 180 is there for you while losing weight fast and after reaching your goal. Free support for life at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. So much of what makes us a family takes place in our homes. Chasing the kids around, playing with the dog. You want to treat your home with respect, with the love it deserves. Trust me, don't hire some other company. Go with Zero Res. Don't risk it with the other guys. Don't do it yourself with your carpet cleaning. Just check out the 10,700 raving customer reviews online, a 4.9 Google rating, and see what all the Zero Res hype is about. This month, get 3 rooms Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's #1 carpet and air duct cleaner, starting at just $129, and take $50 off your air duct cleaning. You owe it to yourself and your family to breathe healthy, happy, and clean. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
This is Ryan Schlabel with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, and I want to make your next home sale the easiest one yet. We've been saving people time, money, and stress for over a decade. You don't have to list with an agent, make any repairs, or have a long closing process. Just call 412-500-9057 for a good fit. Come to the house, make you a cash offer on the spot. My team will handle the rest. Dealing with a complicated situation? No problem. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com for a cash offer today.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Pour down in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our hosts like to talk a lot. Like, a lot. So, Thursday, June 5th through Friday, June 6th, they're doing nothing but that. It's our Fan 5-Alarm Marathon. Tune in as our hosts talk live on the air for 26.2 hours straight. Live from the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department as we raise funds for volunteer fire departments around the area. The Fans 5-Alarm Marathon, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by Firehouse Subs, Charles Leach Insurance, Hampton Beer Outlet, 1-800-BOARD-UP, and G.S. Jones Restoration, People's Natural Gas, Louis Anthony Jewelers, Rome Monument, and Keystone Custom Apparel. The Fans 5-Alarm Marathon, June 5th through the 6th on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Good morning.
Good morning. It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's Nicholas Eric Callis. It's the Fan Early Morning Show. It's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Pittsburgh sports. Not great right now. It's not the best time it's ever been for a Pittsburgh sports era, but at least we have each other. So give me a call, 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. Talk to me on X as well. Tag me in posts if you have thoughts, opinions, want to start a conversation. You can type it out on X at Callis_33 is my handle. That's CALLAS_33, which is also my number for the Washington Whiskey Runners playing in that game against Ireland's team coming up on June 7th. That is a little over 1 week away now. As is our 5-Alarm Marathon. We're going to have the 5-Alarm Marathon next week, Thursday into Friday. So I believe that's the 5th into the 6th. And then that Saturday, that following Saturday, June 7th, the Washington Whiskey Runners celebrity baseball team going to be playing a team from Ireland at EQT Park, the newly named home of the Washington Wild Things. Very exciting stuff. So at least there's some bright spots here for the fan and for me personally. I'm very excited. It's a real baseball game, by the way. It's not like we're playing softball. It's not like it's going to be slow action. It's going to be legitimate baseball. So get some tickets while you still can. Follow the Washington Wild Things on socials. Get more information on how you can get tickets. And the 5-Alarm Marathon this year at Upper St. Clair's Volunteer Fire Department. So again, we'll be there Thursday the 5th into Friday the 6th. 26.2 hours of nonstop radio. And the sports teams right now are kind of but, enjoy some fun events with us involving us here at 93.7 The Fan. And right now you can talk to me. We're kind of warming up to the day. That's what we do on this show. Listen on the Odyssey app. Watch on YouTube. Just search 93.7 The Fan. On YouTube, you can find our live stream. We got video. Many ways to consume sports talk radio in Pittsburgh. We love bringing it to you. Pirates had an exciting one yesterday, I guess you could call it. Mike Burrows pitched. Wasn't great. 4 earned runs. Not great. But the Pirates offense broke out in the 7th inning. Ended up winning 9-6 after scoring 7 in that 8th inning. What do you think? Tell me. 412-928-9370. If you have any opinions on the Pirates. Talk about anything, really. Pittsburgh sports related. Start taking calls now. We got some callers on the line, so let's get to them. We start with this caller. Good morning. What's your name?
This is Jake in the truck. How you doing, Callis?
I'm all right. What's up?
Couple things. Number one, I don't think the Pirates should be trying to trade Isaiah Kiner-Falefa at the deadline, even though he seems to be the obvious one to trade. I think, given what we've seen from the farm system, I'd rather extend him because, we can't afford Skeens, we can't afford Cruz. I think we can afford IKF, and I'd rather see him back next year. Curious what you thought about that. And the other thing is, I hope Joey Bart's okay. Not sure what happened last night, but, it's nice to see Henry Davis batting number 208. Really want to see him in the lineup more.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Jake. I appreciate it. Henry Davis has been playing well in the games that he's gotten into recently. Do you ever think you'd say that? I want to see more Henry Davis. Sure. I mean, when the team is performing this poorly, any shining performances, you're going to want to see more of that. You're going to want to put your faith in players that maybe you wouldn't previously have. Diamondbacks are now under 500, by the way. They're 27-28. Pirates got their 20th win of the season, so they're now 20-36 this season now. And about IKF and the trade deadline, this is really difficult. The Pirates are in a difficult spot. I mean, let me just put it like this. It is really difficult to figure out who you should trade and what returns you can possibly get back for certain guys. Trades are not absolutes. Trades do not yield guaranteed results. You trade for probability. On the buying end, you're trading with the hope that that player is going to continue to, hold a reputation. Like if the Dodgers traded for Paul Skeens, for example, they would want him. They would expect him to continue to pitch like he has for the Pirates and complement their already well-constructed team. And then the Pirates on the return, so the Pirates would be the sellers. The Pirates sell Skeens in their return. That's not guaranteed. The Pirates would expect that whoever they got back would have a likelihood of developing into solid players. You'd assume that you're going to get a lot of prospects for Skeens and maybe, a veteran guy or two, but you'd have that expectation that those players would eventually pan out. But the reality is there are no guarantees with trades. Sometimes trades are guesses. Sometimes trades are saying, all right, well, we've seen this guy, we've studied this guy, we've got scouts on this guy, and we want to see what he can do based on what we know about him now at a younger point in his career. But nothing's a guarantee. And not that you can't try, but the Pirates are in a sticky spot right now. When I talk about, who should the Pirates trade, who should be on the block, who should the Pirates consider getting rid of? I mean, they said they're not going to get rid of Skeens. Skeens seems to be satisfied enough here in Pittsburgh right now and only is focusing on winning a World Series with the Pirates and what he can do to contribute to that, which is a great answer by him. A great thing to say. But how can the Pirates build around him? O'Neal Cruz has been hot this season. He's been playing very well. He's been hitting very well. His center field defense has been kind of but I'm coming around to it. He hasn't done anything that's made the anti-highlight reel as of recent. Who do you keep O'Neal Cruz and try to build around him? Like what players are there to build around at this point? The Pirates are supposed to be in a situation now where they are building around the guys that they have with more established talent and players with higher price tags. You got to pay a little bit more to get good guys to complement these other pieces and just see what happens. The Pirates have 3 pretty solid offensive options in what's seeming to be the primes of their careers. And they've got 3 to 5 pitchers that are starting to or are already established between the rotation and the bullpen. But everybody else surrounding them is not reliable. I was surprised yesterday morning when I was talking to Doran and Crowley in the studio. We were watching on TV. They were playing an Indianapolis Indians game, Pirates AAA affiliate, and Kyle Nicholas was in the bullpen. He was pitching out of the bullpen in that game. Like, I think of him as a guy, I'm like, oh my gosh, yeah, he's pitching in AAA right now. That's somebody that you expected to be a part of this team. He's not in the majors right now. So who do the Pirates build around is the question. So we've been talking about trading anybody. My blanket opinion across the board is I feel like anybody should be on the block at this point. But even if you do trade players, like who are you going to get back that you can build around? I have the expectation, and I believe that a lot of Pittsburgh fans have the expectation that this team is supposed to be on the brink or pushing forcefully into the playoffs this season. We're not getting that this season. There is little hope right now. Pirates are 20-36. So what do you do? Like, who do you keep in this situation? Who is there to build around right now for the Pirates? There's really nobody. They don't have enough players. They don't have enough talented players to build on any foundation. There's no foundation there. You can't build without a foundation. There's not really a foundation. They don't have those good complements. You got, the Tommy Phams of the world, the Rowdy Tellez's of the world from last season, like all of these players that are just not quite good enough. They do not have any of those pivotal players that you feel like you can rely on to win you games. And the offense has been mightily criticized this season because of their lack of production. Props to them on a 7-run 8th inning that got them a 3-run win. A 9-6 win yesterday. But if we're talking about the future of this team and who to trade and who should be on the trading block, my argument would be put anybody up there. I talked about this yesterday. There have been several opinions that O'Neal Cruz they should consider giving him an extension at this point. And that's great if you spend that money on him, but we're not going to see results from that extension until 2026 or 2027 at the, optimistically. Because even if you spend money on O'Neal Cruz, who else is there? Who else is going to be there to complement him? You'd have to give O'Neal Cruz an extension and then hope that the Pirates acquire some players in free agency this coming off season. And that's where it is. So, we talk about IKF, what they could get for him at the trade deadline. Should they decide to trade him, which would make sense. I've said it yesterday. Nobody's off the table for me. The Pirates have said openly that they are not going to trade Paul Skeens. There's a lot of players that I would put on the trading block. If it were up to me, I might put Skeens on the trading block. I don't know what you're going to get back for him, but how can you build around him at this point? There's nothing there. There's nothing there right now, and that's what makes this so frustrating. Could they theoretically turn it around and get some guys in the offseason, acquire some guys, and start to get better? For sure they could. But it's a long ways away for them to acquire those players, have them meld, and be able to put a winner out there. This was the season to do that. This was the offseason. This previous offseason, 2024 to 25. This was the time. And they missed that. And so when you want to talk about what to do this trade deadline, whenever it comes around, and we're talking about this, in mid-May. Now it's late May, but we've been talking about this since mid-May. Who can the Pirates trade? What can the Pirates do? Trade deadline's not till the end of July. We're talking about this now. It's just a shame. There's nothing here right now. And it's just disappointing. So when we talk about the trade deadline, me personally, nobody would be off the table. It's just difficult right now. They would have to do something drastic in the offseason. make big splashes all at once. I don't think they're likely to do that, especially not under Ben Cherington. Noah Hiles was on last week. He comes on every Friday on the Fan Morning Show with Crowley and Doran. He said it last week when he was on. He said that now he doesn't think Ben Cherington is going to return for 2026, that this will be his last year as Pirates GM. That'd be great. I don't know how much I trust decisions he's going to make for the remainder of this 2025 season, however. Then you're going to have a new GM who's going to have to start fresh, start over, new ideas, perhaps a new plan, a new 5-year plan. Then it's going to be 2030. We're going to have to wait to see then. It's just frustrating. And I get where Pirate fans come from. It's just perpetual frustration. O'Neal Cruz and Paul Skeens, they're wonderful. They're players you should want to build around. They're young players that you should want to build around. They're young players who are breaking out. Just talking about trades, there's no point in keeping these players if you're not going to be able to build around them before their contracts are up, before that initial team control expires. It's just the way I look at it. The caller Jake before mentioned IKF and what they could get for him. Sure, get anything you can, if you can. I don't know. Pirates are losing with the players that they have right now. It's not like any player is making a significant enough difference right now, too, to prevent the losing. It's all just one big chaotic mess. But a 96 win nonetheless. Not to be too pessimistic. I mean, they came out. They broke out on offense. They scored 7 in the 8th inning. They came back. They were down by 4. Ended up scoring 7 to go up by 3. And turned out to be an exciting win. Good for them. We can celebrate that a bit. But they're still 20-36, and that's the reality. If Don Kelly can turn this team around, if the players can get it together and do what Ben Cherington's been saying, and they can play better overall, I mean, true, who knows what could happen. Right now, it's not looking great. It's still not looking great. They've got to put that specific run production up more and more throughout the season to have a shot. They got to go on a pretty significant streak. So we'll see. I've been in a pessimistic mood recently. Is that what happens with age? You just get more pessimistic. You just look at the world and you keep getting beaten down, and eventually you just give in. I mean, I've tried to be optimistic about this team before, and they've let me down. It's tough. It's tough. But we can only hope for a bright future. And I'll try to stay as optimistic as I can. Tell me what you think. I mean, what should the Pirates do at the trade deadline? We're talking about that again at the end of May. We still got 2 months till the trade deadline. What do you think? I mean, what are you holding on to this season that's making you watch Pirates baseball or follow Pirates baseball? What's your motive? 412-928-9370. What do you think the Pirates should do at the trade deadline? There's still been plenty of talk about Paul Skeens getting traded, despite the fact that the Pirates, Ben Cherington himself, general manager, said not happening. I mean, what do you think about this entire situation? Let me know. 412-928-9370. Talk to me on X at Callis_33. That's CALLAS_33. I've got a break coming up here, but I'll be back. I'll be back to take more of your calls, react to more of your comments on social media, and just talk about the Pirates. So I'm talking about right now. If you have any opinions, though, on the Steelers or the Penguins, in any respect, you're welcome to express those opinions over the phone, over social media, whatever you choose. My name is Nicholas Henry Callis. This is the Fan of the Morning Show. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Taylor Bisciotti with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The Pittsburgh Steelers are among several teams across the league holding voluntary OTAs this week as they and the rest of the NFL await clarity on Aaron Rodgers' status. Quarterback Mason Rudolph, who's participating in workouts, said he's unfazed by the constant buzz surrounding Rodgers' future, adding, "I've been used to that for a long time. Right now, I'm just focused on being the best I can be to help our team get better this spring." Meanwhile, the Browns are also on the practice field, including rookie defensive tackle Mason Graham, who just agreed to terms on a 4-year, nearly $41 million fully guaranteed rookie contract. And the Buffalo Bills are back to work without running back James Cook, who's seeking a new deal. Head coach Sean McDermott confirmed newly acquired pass rusher Joey Bosa is expected to miss time until training camp after suffering a calf injury last week. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/joy. HIMS.com/JOY.
We've got trade wars, rising costs, global chaos, and a skyrocketing national debt. It's no wonder gold keeps hitting record highs. With everything going on in the world, thousands of hardworking Americans are looking to help diversify their savings with precious metals like gold and silver. And they're turning to the top-rated gold company, Goldco. Right now, Goldco is offering you a free 2025 gold and silver kit. Plus, you could get an unlimited instant match and bonus silver if you qualify. Find out how you can diversify your savings, tax and penalty-free today. Call 855-969-GOLD. That's 855-969-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
No major incidents or accidents as we begin the Wednesday morning rush. Traffic on all three parkways as well as Route 28 very wet due to the overnight rain showers. In addition, the HOV lanes are open alongside the Parkway North. You may find some slick spots this morning, so please be careful and be sure to keep those speeds under control. Ongoing road work has restricted a northbound lane of Route 885 on the southern end of the Glenwood Bridge near the exits from Mifflin Road and Glass Run Road. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6.
Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads. Race car bobbleheads. Little Chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
How did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you. All of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Malcolm is a listening learner. So he checks with Babbel's speech recognition to be...
Precio.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com.
Going up.
Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
As we grow older, we all need a little more help. That's why the elder law firm of Julian Gray Associates has a full-time social worker on staff to help you with challenges that lie ahead. To arrange a no-obligation consultation, please visit grayelderlaw.com and grow old with us.
A little inside baseball that you may or may not know. But I won't endorse a business unless I've used the product myself or I've thoroughly researched it. Hey everybody, it's Chris Muller here. When the folks at MHI Roofing approached me, I didn't need a new roof. So I went to work researching the company. I was absolutely amazed at the customer reviews and their core values. Hundreds of 5-star reviews, and not just vanilla run-of-the-mill 5-star reviews. MHI's customers are very outspoken about the great customer service and expert installation. Then I had a chance to speak with the team over there, and they shared with me the 2 simple guiding principles under which they operate the company. Treat every customer like family, and treat every roof like it's going on their home. The best part is MHI is so confident about the skill and craftsmanship of their installers, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. It all starts with a free 21-point roof inspection and estimate. 412-998-8864 or online at MHIRoof.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Bank of America is a nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my run in PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Nicholas Harry Callis. It's the Fan Early Morning Show. It's that time of the show now where I take some calls real quick before the end. Start with this caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, it's Larry in the Pile.
All right, what's up?
Yeah, the Pirates. All this talk about trade stuff, it's much too early to begin this trade. The past 2 years up to this point in time, we were, how good they were doing and everything's going to be a good year, and then they crashed. They're starting to play slightly better baseball, so there's at least a little bit of hope for optimism. Let's not talk trade until we get to about mid-June, late June, and then we can all panic and hit the throwaway button.
Sure. Thanks for the call. They've definitely got to go on a heavy streak. They are not doing well. Again, 20-36. But, I mean, to that point, sure, there's a lot of time left. I'll give you that. They got to go on some kind of streak, though. They got to get on some kind of streak, some kind of winning streak. They got to put out way more offense than they have been this season to be able to achieve that. But I'll give it to you. Sure, there is time. All right, one more caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Hello.
Hi, you're on the air. What's your name?
Hey, Darkside and Dormont.
All right, what's up?
Hey, Johnny Kelly, I think a great move by him as a manager. I think the team's a lot improved. If you watch the team the past 20 games, big difference. And number two, the guys that are starting to hit for the Pirates are hitting the bad balls. The ball's off the plate. They're going the other way. Be a bad ball hitter, and you're a better player. All right, that's it, bud. Thanks.
Appreciate the perspective. Thanks for the call. And with that, this show is over. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. Fan Morning Show pre-show with Crowley and Doran. That's coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. In honor of Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways they could show their appreciation, like rolling out the red carpet, giving you your own personal marching band, or throwing a bumping shindig. At Verizon, they're doing all that in the form of special military offers. That's why this month only, they're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card and a phone on them with a select trade-in and a new line on select unlimited plans. Think of it as their way of flying a squadron of jets overhead while launching fireworks. Now that's what I call a celebration, because Verizon is proud to serve you. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh to learn more. $200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase $799.99 or more with new line on eligible plan. Gift card sent within 8 weeks after receiving claim. Phone offer requires $799.99 purchase with new smartphone line on Unlimited Ultimate or Postpaid Unlimited Plus. Minimum plan $80 a month with auto pay plus taxes and fees for 36 months. Less $800 trade-in promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in must be from Apple, Google, or Samsung. Trade-in and additional terms apply.
Are you ready to take a walk on the wild side and have some family fun? Get to Living Treasures Animal Park in the Laurel Highlands. Living Treasures has animals from all over the world. With over 300 animals you and the family will love. Their concession stand is now open weekends, and they have hay rides on the weekends for family fun. Stay at the Log Cabin Suites with up to 6 bedrooms available. Plan your staycation today at funanddonegal.com. Living Treasures Animal Park of the Laurel Highlands, where animals are loved.
Moon Beer and Pop for less for all your summer needs. Coors Light and Icy Light 30-pack just $22.99. Corona and Modelo 18-packs $19.99. And a big selection of Surfside and High Noon vodka seltzers across from Robert Morris University in Moon Township.
Grab an ice-cold Coors Light draft at Redbeard's Sports Bar and Grill, 6th Street in the Cultural District. Open 7 days a week. Their kitchen is open till midnight, and the bar stays open till 2 a.m. at Redbeard's Sports Bar and Grill. Online at redbeardspgh.com.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich & Guys.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA.
It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews working on the Southern Beltway this morning. Watch for a westbound right lane restriction between the Westport Road interchange and the entrance to I-376. That's the Airport Expressway at the airport ramps. Also, watch for work on the outbound side of the Parkway East. Crews are setting up shop there between the tunnels and the Edgewood-Swissvale interchange. Inbound, just a little heavy into the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Parkway West is up to speed. HOV lanes open along the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's not too late for a deep spring cleaning on your home. Give my friends at Zero Res a call today. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean for only $129 and take $50 off your air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. It's Crowley, it's Dickerson, it's Nicholas Harry Callis behind the glass, and it's a short week. It's a hump day. Let's go. How we doing, Dickerson?
I'm doing great. Fantastic. Callis, how you doing? Good morning.
It's morning. Yay.
I was freezing when I woke up.
Really?
I don't know if the house was cold. I don't know what the deal was.
Wow.
Shivering, and then I put on like 12 layers to come in here, and now I'm hot.
Yeah, it's like those like weird days where you have the air on, then you don't, and you keep it on, you forget, and
That's
cold,
right.
you're hot. It's weird.
That's exactly probably what happened.
So weird. Weather's all jacked up.
Jacked up.
Messed up.
The pool we belong to doesn't open unless it's 70 degrees, which I didn't know. And I don't know what we're paying for. Let me make the decision if I want to freeze my child to death. Let me make the decision if I want my nipples to cut glass. I don't need you telling me we can't show up if it's friggin' 68 degrees and not 70 degrees.
Freezing.
I think the issue is with it's a public pool, right? I think the issue is with the attendance.
It's not a public pool, but it's also not a country club. It's a swim club.
Mount Lebanon Swim Club.
I'm not telling people where I belong.
I belong
if you see
to
me
a
out in the wild, you can see me out in the wild. I'm not going to invite you to my pool.
Mount Lebanon people.
I'll invite you guys to the pool.
We belong.
We have guest passes.
Belong to
They
a
have
pool.
churros. You like a churro?
Yeah.
I love a churro.
A little cinnamon twist thingy.
Oh.
Yeah, they're good.
Callis, you a churro guy?
Awaken 180 kind of keeps you off those.
Yeah, but just in general, like, have you ever?
Yeah, I like them.
Okay, very good.
They're good.
Answer the gosh darn question. Do you like a churro or not?
Like, I can't like them anymore.
I'm not interrogating
They're not
you.
good for you.
Oh, I don't care.
Congrats on belonging to a pool. I'm just saying. I've never heard that expression. I belong to a pool. Oh.
I do. I belong to. You have to pay to be part of the pool.
Yeah.
You belong.
Right.
I could go to the public pool, but no.
Yeah, you want to go to a nice place where
Yes.
you know, like, you know, your stuff is
Where
going to be.
everybody knows the name.
How about him? He passed away.
He did.
Norm.
R.I.P. Goat Show.
Yes.
One of the easiest watches of all time. Harry, were you a fan of Norm, or did you hate him because he was a larger man, and that's against Awaken 180?
What?
Is that going to
What
how
kind
you're
of
going to answer all your questions today?
He probably doesn't know who Norm is.
I do know who Norm is, actually. I've never seen Cheers, though.
Oh, man.
But Donnie Football and a couple other Waynesburg people compared me to Norm for my attitude, and said I look like him a little bit.
You're Norm-like. You're Norm-like, for sure.
For sure.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I can see it.
Because every time you walk in here, people are happy to see you. You're a very popular lad.
Hello.
Norm was a very popular man. He'd walk in, make some quip, he'd get a beer, and everyone was better for him being there.
Yeah. And he had something different to say every time he walked in. That's kind of like Callis. Like every day, something's different. It's like, oh, I didn't sleep last night. Oh, I'm having a great day. Oh, the election. Oh, my van. Oh, video games.
It's really just like 7 things that he rotates, but you're right.
Yeah.
Video games, van, election, things of that nature.
Musical things sprinkled in sometimes.
That's right.
Things. Yes.
Yeah.
Texter, why would you want to go to the pool when it's 70 anyways? Well, because the pool normally opens up Memorial Day weekend. It didn't open up last weekend. Too cold.
Is it heated?
It's heated. Of course it's heated. Well, I think I would belong to a pool that's not heated.
I never know.
Come on
Never know.
You know who you're talking to here?
Yeah.
I
forgot. My bad.
I need to be coddled.
My bad.
Coddle me. Let me swim in your warm waters whilst I eat a hot churro.
You seem a little on edge this morning, I'm sensing.
You always say that. That's because
no, but it's pronounced
I'm always
today.
on edge.
Yeah.
I'm excited about the show. We got a bunch to get into.
Yep.
With Steelers OTAs, Terry Bradshaw blasting Terry Bradshaw blasting Aaron Rodgers. You see what I did there?
Yep.
I called Rodgers Ben.
Yep.
That might be the theme of the first segment of the show. You got 14 minutes, and then Yin's going to find out. People are now congratulating me for my success on the text line. Make a sizable salary so I can belong to a non-country club pool.
What else they serve there?
I have no idea. We've never been. This was year 1. This is why we were so excited.
You said they have churros. I thought you had a churro
Well,
there.
I know they have churros.
Oh.
What?
Was that a selling point?
It's not a detriment.
Yeah.
You tell me you got churros, you have increased the likelihood of me showing up like tenfold.
Yeah.
I don't care what it is. It could have been one of Callis's council meetings. I'm like, I'm not interested in that. Can you come to support me? I don't know. They have churros. All right.
Okay.
All right, I'm in.
If I brought you churros, you'd come to a Green Tree Borough Council meeting?
There's a lot you could get me to do just for the price of a churro. I got to be honest. I'm on a big churro kick now.
Wow.
There's this place I've been telling you about, this Mexican joint on Beverly Road, Mount Lebanon. They got great churros. I'm obsessed with the churros now. Obsessed with the churros.
There's a meeting next week. I'm just going to send you a picture of a churro at 6:30.
I'll be there.
Hey, come here. You got
I'll
an
be
hour?
there. Free churro?
I'll buy you as many as you want.
I'm so happy.
Bring your family.
I'm so happy. Free churros. Doesn't matter what we're talking about.
What if it's a bad churro that Callis gets and ruins your experience?
No such thing. I think it's like pizza. There's good pizza and bad pizza, but bad pizza's still pizza.
Yeah.
What if I put it in my pocket and sat on it? Would you still eat it?
Jeez. If you didn't tell me and you just warmed it up with your grundle, I think I.
Oh God.
I don't
Oh,
think I
Lord.
could tell the difference, honestly.
Oh, man, I think you could.
I don't have a
I think
discerning
you could.
palate.
Yeah, well. Yep. I think you could.
Texter, Crowley probably drinks tea by the pool with his pinky in the air. No, it's BYOB.
Oh,
That's
nice.
another reason why.
That's good too.
Yeah. Well, BYOB.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. Some
Seems
surf
like-
sides.
Seems like a nice little establishment pool.
Yeah, it'd be great. If
Next week.
we could get in there.
Next week.
Texter, hot churro with vanilla bean ice cream. Yes, please.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Texter, Crowley, are you just going to the wave pool and calling it a country club? I said swim club. I loved the wave pool back in the day. You ever go to
Yeah.
the South Park wave pool?
I used to go to the Settlers Cabin wave pool that was by my house.
Oh, please.
Well,
All
it's
right.
right. It's closer to me. I'm not going to drive all the way from West Allegheny to South Park. There's a Settlers one. That's great. It had a high dive, too.
That's fair. High dive.
Yeah, it had big high dive diving board.
Did you do the dive high?
I did the lowest one. There's 3 of them. I did the lowest one where I was younger, and then I was like, all right, that's enough.
Yeah, there's a certain level where it's just not worth the return on investment there.
I honestly, I don't think that you could, it'd be very hard to get me to go off the top one at this point.
Oh, my
in life.
God.
Like, you'd have to really bribe me. Your thing is churros. Like, you'd have to really, really give me something that I really
How
want.
many churros to go off the high dive?
I mean,
We talking a half dozen? We talking baker's dozen? How many
wouldn't want
churros we talking here?
I wouldn't want churros. I'd want something else, something significant, because I can't even think about it because it freaks me out.
Yeah, I would get all vertigoed up there. Oh, no.
Just
no.
climbing the ladder, I'd freak out. I'd probably stiffen up.
That's a personal issue we don't
Yeah,
need to talk
well,
about on the air.
Well, stiffen up.
Texter, I proposed to my wife on Halloween in costume in front of the churro cart at a resort in Mexico.
Nice.
Robin Butler. Way to go, Rob.
Nice.
Man, he's incorporated all the things we like. He might just be pandering to his audience there.
Mm-hmm.
Halloween in costume.
Yes.
That's you.
Yep.
Churro, people have just discovered today, is my thing now.
Yep.
I'm you know
Mexico.
what? Mexico. Who doesn't love Mexico?
Yeah, nice.
I have decided I'm going to make churros my entire personality. Tony the Golf King is weighing in, Doran.
No.
You think it's about sex?
Yes.
Sure is.
At the faithful.
I recently joined a club, the Mile High Club. Tony the Golf King.
I asked my parents that one time. I was like, is that a real thing? Because they were flight attendants. And they said yes. They said, we've caught people. Back in the day. Mile High Club.
All right, that begs a question here. When you catch them, you wait till the end?
Well, I
you
think
let them finish up?
I think it's more like, I saw 2 people go in there and 2 people come out of there.
I wonder, and this is going to take a terrible dark turn, and for that I apologize. Do you feel like they've cut down on the Mile High Club since 9/11? Like security has just gotten so obviously it's a priority.
Yeah.
I feel like anything that you try on a plane, even if it's just the sex, you can't.
Yeah, you can't get away with.
You can't get away with anything.
Like, not to say like the security measurements back pre 9/11 were lackadaisical, but I can remember like going to the airport a lot before that, and it was like, oh hey, just go ahead, go through.
Seriously,
like it wasn't lackadaisical. Obviously they're doing their job, but
it was different.
It was way different.
You ever watch the Friends series finale?
No.
I mean, back then, no, that would have been post 9/11. They just let Ross run all the way to the gate, for God's sakes.
Was it post 9/11?
I think he bought a ticket. I'm thinking the whole thing through, and I realize, all right, I wish I hadn't brought it up. Texter, Crowley with his shirt off, barf noise. I would throw up a churro for the first time. Let me tell you something. Funny guy. Walk around a public pool in Pittsburgh. I'm the least of your worries. Believe me.
You're kind of pasty, and you have that non-mature body hair.
For sure.
It's just like, it is gross.
I think it's like a non-mature body with hair. He's like...
I think that's a better description.
Yeah, like he's like...
Your insult fell flat because Doran's is much more on the nose.
Teen Wolf.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a... Listen, I'm not cut from granite or anything like that. I ain't nothing special.
No, you're not.
I think you're special.
You think if Callis does a cannonball, there's any water left in the pool? This is what you brought upon yourself, insulting me. Let the texter insult me.
You know, it's actually impressive to do a giant cannonball, so I take that as a compliment.
I don't disagree with that. There was a time in our lives that if you were prioritizing things, I feel like around 6th grade, we started to like girls, and that became like a lot, and that became priority number 1. We always like girls. 6th grade, thereabouts, priority number 1. Number 2 might have been cannonball splashes.
Yep.
Like, how big can we get that splash?
You got caught on the surface of the water. No, you didn't, because you used to be fat when you were in school. That's right.
Sorry. I wasn't fat until college, man.
Oh, yeah.
Get your timeline straight. That's when I really started pounding those churros.
Yeah.
Texter, this is a good question. Crowley, how many churros would you need to cheer for Penn State if they were playing Pitt? I always cheer for Penn State against Pitt.
No, you don't.
No, I just don't watch the game.
You would cheer for Pitt, though.
I would not.
You would cheer for Pitt.
I would absolutely not, no.
Are you Austin Bechtold down, just choosing Penn State?
I just told you what I'd do. I'd turn the TV off.
If you had to pick one, is what we're saying.
If I had to pick one?
You have to pick one.
No. Can't make me. we can do?
Oh, I'm Crowley. Well,
Answer this hypothetical. I will not. I will not.
I belong to a pool. I don't have to answer your question.
I mean,
I ran for city council because I care about pools.
It's a borough.
Texter, can opener is greater than the cannonball.
I was just about to say that.
Wow.
Just about to say that.
Considerable danger to your nutsack, though, on a what is that, the can opener?
Yeah.
Or am I thinking of the jackknife?
Yeah, the can opener is like the leg up, right? Like you're holding your knee, I feel like.
Yeah, I do think that's dangerous for the taint.
I would think the cannonball is just as dangerous.
You ever land on your back with the cannonball? What's the proper technique? I think you want to hit...
Straight up, straight down.
You want to go straight up, straight down? I thought you wanted to hit that sucker at an angle, but maybe I'm wrong.
No,
yeah, you might be right.
If you go in feet first, you're playing to gravity. If you start turning yourself, you're going against gravity, so you won't hit the water as hard.
I think he's right. What's the one where you are just straight up, the pencil or something?
Yep.
Is that what that one's called?
Yeah, I used to do that one a lot. That was my go-to.
That was fun. Just like a hot knife through butter into that water.
All the way down.
I was not much for the actual diving.
I couldn't dive.
Me neither, man.
Still can't.
No. I look like such a moron when I try to dive because I got the hump in my back.
So I used to have chronic ear infections a lot.
Oh, that's tough around summertime for a kid.
Yeah, and I actually have one.
You just had a
dealing with right now.
I was just gonna say.
Yeah, I'm dealing with one right now. But the last time I tried to do a traditional dive into water, I popped my eardrum. Yeah.
That sounds miserable.
I didn't know adults could get ear infections. I thought it was just a kid thing.
What?
I haven't heard of an adult until I haven't heard of a person that is above the age of 21 getting an ear infection.
That's how I feel about pink eye.
Yeah.
Like if you're an adult and you got pink eye, I'm asking follow-up questions.
Yeah, for sure.
Something happened there.
Yeah, who farted on your pillow?
Mm-hmm.
Where was your eyes at?
That's right. Where was your nose last night, big guy?
Right.
Chronic swimmer's ear, though. That's the unofficial term.
I had swimmer's ear once. I wouldn't wish it upon my worst enemy. This is terrible.
I've had tubes in and out of my ears 3 times, I think, as a kid.
Wow.
I thought you always...
That was 9.
See, I thought you just got the tubes, and then they were there for a while.
No, you got to take them out because of...
I thought they left the tubes in there, not going to lie.
They do leave them in, but you have to get them removed, and then if it's bad enough, you put back in because water starts to build up in there over time. You don't want that water to
oh my God.
Then fill the tubes, so you got to take them out, yeah.
You ever do the belly flop?
Yeah.
Hurts.
Yeah.
Mostly an inadvertent thing.
Yes.
I love going down the water slides. I'll tell you what I don't like, though. And this is not me telling people not to go there. Because I love supporting the local Pittsburgh economy is Sandcastle.
I don't do like the skinny, like deep slide. Like that big one. Like I'll do a tube or I'll do like a short one, but I don't feel comfortable laying down and just
going thousands of miles an hour.
Yeah, I'm good.
No, I don't need that.
I'm good.
The reason I don't like Sandcastle, though, is you get cold water on the ground that then gets baked in the sun, and now I'm walking around in other people's lukewarm filth.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
Uh-huh. When's the last time you were at Sandcastle?
It had to have been a decade plus ago.
Right?
Yeah.
We used to go there a lot in college. That was our thing, like in the summer.
In college, you guys would go to Sandcastle?
Yeah, it's right by Oakland.
Yeah, that was actually the last time I went.
That's where all the babes were at.
2018, 2019.
They had that little like bar thing there.
They had a bar?
Oh, yeah.
That seems bad.
It was.
Kennywood sells beer now, too, and I just feel like that's not a good combination.
Yeah.
Texter, the tubes are supposed to fall out on their own within like 2 years or so. They're supposed to fall out? That can't be right.
That doesn't sound right. No.
They have to be surgically implanted. They can't fall out.
I'd have questions if they've fallen out.
Texter, check out the death diving competition. It's intentional belly flops from high dives.
Ouchie.
No way.
Texter, this has been a very informative opening to the show. I agree. I feel like we're back.
Yep.
I was slow out of the gate yesterday. I apologize. I've been in a little bit of a slump.
Why do you always drag the show down when you think you're doing a bad job? Then you just keep saying it over and over again. This is the 3rd day in a row you said it. You said it was a bad show last week, and it wasn't.
Twitter poll. @_Adam Crowley. Who drags the show down more, me or Callis? PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Trust, PJ.com. Shall we talk sports?
Yes.
Pirates won last night.
They sure did.
In miraculous fashion. But we don't lead with that. We lead with a 4-time Super Bowl champion quarterback telling a future Hall of Fame quarterback to kick rocks. 30 seconds, bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
That is, this to me is a joke. What are you going to do, bring him in for 1 year? Are you kidding me? I mean,
that's
that
not the Steelers' way, right?
No, man, that guy needs to stay in California, go somewhere and chew on bark and whisper to the gods out there.
100%. These guys on the show, Mr. Bradshaw, know I'm not a fan of his. We've been around each other personally, and he was not a kind person.
Now, he does not. I had to go over and introduce myself to him. He's not. I had to go, hey, Aaron, I'm Terry Bradshaw. I know he knows me, but I just felt like I better tell him who I am. Yeah. And not, you walk in there and you get in his presence and you feel like it's going to start snowing.
God forbid Terry Bradshaw has to introduce himself to somebody. I might take out Terry at some point in the first 15 minutes of the show, but before that, I want to take out the entire South. I don't care. You could be the smartest guy on planet Earth. If you are from southern Arkansas, and that's where this show was, and you've got that thick, rich southern drawl, I'm sorry, I think you sound like an idiot. That was me saying it. That wasn't you. Yeah. And I feel like the same thing, but the opposite with the British. We were talking about Benedict Cumberbatch before the show. Uh-huh. I don't know why, but we were. He's got a British accent. Uh-huh. You could be the biggest idiot, a sack of bricks, and you've got a British accent, and I think you sound dignified, and I think you sound smarter. And I think it's the opposite effect for people in the South, unless you're a Southern woman. And then it doesn't matter if you're not hot, you're all of a sudden hot. I digress. Terry Bradshaw says, oh man, that Aaron Rodgers should stay out in California and chew on some bark. Big Ben, meanwhile, said that the difference between Aaron Rodgers and Mason Rudolph for the Steelers this year is 4 wins. I'm going to play that, and there's a reason why I'm doing this.
I was at 7-10 without Aaron.
Without Aaron.
And I have us 11-6 with Aaron.
It's a big difference, bud.
That's called 3 letters.
Yeah.
HOF. So that'll get you.
That'll
get you a few more wins. And again, those are just
that's the difference. But that's the difference between postseason.
Yeah. Oh, no doubt. Well, that's also the difference in getting a
Hall of Fame
high draft pick.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Thank you, Spence. We appreciate the interjection. Ben Roethlisberger wants them to hold out for Aaron Rodgers. Wants Aaron Rodgers to be the Steelers quarterback because he thinks they'd win 11 games and he doesn't think they have a shot to make the postseason with Mason Rudolph. Meanwhile, Terry Bradshaw says, go chew on bark. And so I throw this out to the people. I love some infighting, Doran, and let's fight today. Whose quarterback evaluation do you trust more, the 4-time Super Bowl champion Terry Bradshaw or the 2-time Super Bowl champion Ben Roethlisberger? 412-928-9370. And ironically, during this whole thing, it kind of hits me, man. I'm laying in bed last night. I'm listening to the Pirates game. I'm thinking about the show today. And Bradshaw doesn't like Rodgers because he thinks Rodgers, clearly, by the way he talked about him, is an egomaniac. Mm-hmm. Bradshaw's an egomaniac. Yeah. Bradshaw loves himself some Bradshaw. People around here, for a spell, really disliked Terry, and time heals all wounds, because he didn't go to Dan's funeral, Dan Rooney's. He didn't go to Chuck Noll's funeral. People held that against him for a long time. People have called Ben at the very least passive-aggressive, but the way that he treated Mason Rudolph was junk. Ben and Bradshaw haven't exactly always seen eye to eye. I think Aaron Rodgers fits this franchise perfectly when you consider the two guys who have won Super Bowls at the quarterback position for this franchise. Aaron Rodgers fits in like a glove, Doran.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
Well, if we have to pick a side, I'm going to side with Ben like 100%. I think Ben is right. Like, he does give you 4 more wins. I don't think he should chew bark. I think that if the Steelers want to win football games this year significantly, that Aaron Rodgers helps them do that. I mean, you insert any Hall of Fame player right now, you insert LeBron on the worst NBA team, he's worth how many wins? Just by being LeBron.
Like 20.
You insert Sidney Crosby, Alexander Ovechkin on the worst NHL teams right now. How many wins do you get just having those guys on the team? Like, that is very valid.
You think that Aaron Rodgers is as good as LeBron James right now?
No, but they're still playing at 40-plus years old.
Oh, you went with the old guys.
Yeah,
I see what you're doing.
The older guys that are going to be Hall of Famers that could still play. Like, you insert them on, and not even that the Steelers are bad. Like, the Steelers are a good team. If you outside of Pittsburgh, they're a good football team, a good franchise. They're not the Browns,
right?
Like, so you insert Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, he's worth 4 wins. He still can throw the football.
That's what I said. I had the Steelers at 6-11. Without Aaron Rodgers, I had him at 10-7 with him. Of course he makes the difference. And he's not what he used to be, but I think he's better than Mason Rudolph. Mm-hmm. And that's no slight against Mason. He's a $4 million a year backup quarterback. He's a nice guy. He's popular with his teammates. He's messing with his facial hair. If he won this season, he'd be a cult hero. Yeah. He was a cult hero a couple of years ago. And I think Steelers fans celebrate a guy like Mason Rudolph because I think he reminds them of themselves.
Yeah.
A guy who may not have been given a fair shake, but when he was given an opportunity a couple of seasons ago, he persevered. He never bitched. He never moaned. He never complained. He just put his head down, and he worked. And I think Steelers fans respect that. Meanwhile, Aaron Rodgers, he's skipping OTAs. He's the guy who's not working right now. And I think that drives Steelers fans crazy. And I think for Bradshaw, it drives him nuts that this once proud franchise is bending over backwards for a player who ain't what he used to be. But here's the thing about Rudolph. A lot of people like him because he's persevered. But one of the things he persevered through was being mistreated by Ben Roethlisberger, which is what happened to Aaron Rodgers via Brett Favre.
Yeah.
And depending on who you believe, it's what happened to Jordan Love via Aaron Rodgers. I just think Aaron is more similar to Bradshaw and Ben than he's dissimilar. And that's what makes this whole thing fascinating to me.
And also, I mean, if you ask any high-level athlete that is a part of an organization, I mean, it could even be high school, it could be college, it could be pro. Like, you never want that next person that is you alike to come in and do better than you. I don't care how old you are. Like, whenever Ben Roethlisberger was going through his heyday, Terry Bradshaw was probably rubbed the wrong way. It's like, I don't want anybody to take the throne from me. I don't want anybody to take the crown. Now, if Aaron Rodgers does sign here and does well, Terry Bradshaw, and I think in the back of his mind is like, I'm really going to be forgotten. I'm really going to be pushed down the list. I don't want another Hall of Fame quarterback coming in here and doing well.
Yeah, that's how he felt about Ben.
Right.
I'm looking it up right now. Bradshaw rips Ben Roethlisberger. That's all I had to type in. You go back to 2010, and Bradshaw also said at one point about Ben, I'm learning not to like him. You're right. And I think that was the preset for Ben, too, when Kenny came in here, was initially, I don't think Ben wanted to like Kenny Pickett.
No.
And it was only when Kenny started pulling some of these games out of his ass in the fourth quarter that Ben, through gritted teeth, praised Kenny Pickett.
But he also knew that Kenny Pickett would never do enough to be Ben.
Right.
Be him. So he's like, I can give that guy praise.
You know what, Doran? I think that is exactly right.
Yeah.
He watched enough Kenny to think, okay, this guy might be pretty good. Look at what he's doing in fourth quarters. He ain't ever going to be me.
And I think that the reason why, and this is just my opinion, I think the reason why Ben is for Aaron Rodgers coming in to be like, okay, let's see how it works, Mike. Let's see you deal with Ben. How you dealt with me. Let's see how you deal with Ben. Let's see if you can get the most out of Aaron Rodgers. Let's see if that relationship can actually work. I'm going to sit back with my beer and Spence and on my podcast and watch this. This will be interesting. Because I know what he's thinking, like, I know what I had to deal with and what, was put on my plate every day. Let's see if Mike can handle Aaron Rodgers. This is going to be great.
I bet you that's part of it. Also, the fact that Ben still does not like Mason Rudolph. If you listen to recent media availabilities from Rudolph, he doesn't mention Ben, but he'll mention the difficult circumstances at times that he dealt with in Pittsburgh. And when you heard Ben there, he said with Rodgers or without Rodgers. He didn't say with Rodgers or with Rudolph.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't even mention Rudolph.
Mention him.
He omitted him, which he absolutely did purposefully.
And he did that, a couple of weeks ago, too. We played a clip.
Yes.
Didn't mention Rudolph. Uh-huh.
So this is the quarterback drama we love, baby.
Yep.
You got Bradshaw being an ass to Aaron Rodgers, and I'm sure a lot of people in the listening audience agree with him, and that's fine. You're entitled to your opinion at 412-928-9370. But you got Ben still being passive-aggressive against Rudolph. You've got Rudolph pretending that Ben didn't exist, and now they're all potentially, if Rodgers signs, going to coexist in some form or fashion in the Steelers ecosystem, the fraternity of Steelers quarterbacks, and I'm here for it. But here's the question. Ben thinks they'd win games with Rodgers. Bradshaw says, we don't need Rodgers. Which Hall of Fame quarterback are you siding with? Big Ben or Terry Bradshaw? Who do you think's the better evaluator of talent? 412-928-9370. I love this. And I also love Terry Bradshaw jumping on some radio station, some morning show in Arkansas. Doran, I got to tell you, buddy, I don't like to do this usually. I don't like to do radio-on-radio crime. I like to be classy, take the high road. I listened to the entire 15-minute interview. That is some terrible radio they're doing down there in Arkansas.
They don't get that much to pull from.
Oh, it was brutal. Who the Razorbacks got this year? That's pretty much it. They got Coach Cal now.
Oh, yeah, true.
They got Calipari. That's an underrated basketball.
We should try to
market.
get Terry.
That's what I was thinking, too.
I mean, if he's doing rounds of going on local radio stations, we should get his opinion. I bet you he would say no.
I bet you he'd say no as well. We would spend the entire time talking about Steelers things. That was just a throwaway in there because some guy from Southern Arkansas is a Steelers fan.
Mm-hmm.
Who also didn't know that the Steelers drafted Kenny Pickett in the first round. And then Bradshaw said, I think they drafted Kenny 28th overall. So Bradshaw might not be sharp as a tack like he used to be. I'm just going to throw that out there. Like Bradshaw is kind of giving off drunk uncle vibes. Mm-hmm. Like he's very close to Bob Huggins on the radio territory. I'm not suggesting he's going to say things that are disparaging of whatever. But he calls up and he just sounds like he's having the time of his life.
Yep.
And just spouting off and really kind of missing the mark. When's the last time the Steelers drafted a quarterback in the first round? It's been a while, hadn't it, Terry? Well, actually, they drafted Kenny Pickett 28th 2 years ago. All right, you're both wrong. Very good. So who do you trust more, Big Ben or Terry Bradshaw? 412-928-9370. I knew the phone lines would be popping, Doran, and they are. You can also text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates scored 7 runs in the 8th inning of yesterday's game to make a comeback and win by a 9-6 final score, which splits the 3-game series right now. Well, the first 2 games of it at a game apiece. Rubber matches today at 3:40. You can listen to the game over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart enabled. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler for the ride of life. Facetious fans might grumble that the Knicks' problems last night was that they never got down by 20 or more points. Realists will respond that 17 New York turnovers translated into 23 Pacers points. And wow, did Tyrese Halliburton have a game. He triple-doubled Indy to a 3-1 series lead, and boy, does it look grim for the Knicks. I'm Boomer Esiason.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Do you disregard people's personal space? Sitting next to people in public, even if there are tons of open seats? Do people ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should get a mattress from Mattress Firm. They can help anyone sleep. There's still time. Come to Mattress Firm's Memorial Day sale and get a queen mattress and adjustable base for just $499.99. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows, get 4 windows free, and a free entry door when you mention my name, Adam Crowley of 93.7 The Fan, and you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. That's a whole lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, sale ends soon, so don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90Nation or visit WindowNation.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. Playoffs in professional basketball have brought some crazy stories and headlines. None crazier than the matchup of the 2 best young guards facing off for a chance at a title. Minnesota and Oklahoma City each have their own MVP caliber guard who looks to carry their team to their first ever championship. Who will come out on top in this exciting series for the future of the league? Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably, because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9. Space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. PA estimated range for Ioniq 9 based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors. Introducing the all-electric Ioniq 9. Space for up to 7. Range for miles.
Rain today, high 62.
Weather brought to you by Tropical Smoothie. Wear your flip-flops in cafe and score a free 12-ounce Sunrise Sunset smoothie for National Flip-Flop Day, Wednesday, May 28th from 2 to 7 p.m. at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway East heavy inbound right around Edgewood, Swissvale to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Outbound, you do have a right lane restriction heading through the Squirrel Hill Tunnels out toward Edgewood, Swissvale. That's where crews are doing a retaining wall project. That right lane closure in effect until 2 o'clock this afternoon, resulting in jam traffic right around that Squirrel Hill interchange. Parkway West, you're in line near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Route 28 is up to speed. HOV lanes open along the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
Wouldn't this sound nice? Clearer skin, better posture, improved digestion, better sleep, increased libido, and more energy. Just a few of the endless benefits clients receive with Awaken 180. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Doran, this is sick, man. All this technology is listening to us. What was on this morning? Rocky 4?
Mm-hmm.
I'm scrolling through Twitter and I have a targeted ad. Step outside like it's your entrance music. The grill is your ring. The Rocky shorts are your uniform.
Yep. The American flag shorts?
Yes.
Yep.
How long have we watched Rocky for in here? Like 30 minutes?
Yep.
That's sickening to me.
Scary. It's scary.
I don't like where we are. I don't like it at all.
No, it's no good. No good. We're going to be taken over soon.
I saw that there are AI bots. I don't even know if I have the verbiage right, but there are people who are creating AI women and creating OnlyFans accounts and then lining their pockets, getting these fake women to do all kind of nasty things for a fee.
Yep.
I wish I was smarter. I would have thought of that.
Absolutely.
My God. That is genius.
It is.
Now let's get some of these OnlyFans targeted ads. Enough with the Rocky shorts. If we say OnlyFans enough, maybe we'll get some of the scantily clad women in our timelines. So Bradshaw says that Aaron Rodgers needs to go back to California and chew on bark. And I'll give him credit. That's a hell of a line. But the question to you out there at 412-928-9370 is, do you value Bradshaw's opinion on the quarterback position more than Ben's? Or do you value Ben's more than Bradshaw? Doran, you say you value Ben's more. I value Ben's more too. I did some homework last night. Bradshaw didn't think Patrick Mahomes was going to be very good. Bradshaw didn't think Lamar Jackson was going to be very good. He didn't think Josh Allen was going to be very good. I think Bradshaw says things a little bit different depending on which platform he's on.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, he disagreed with Rob Gronkowski about the NFL MVP. Gronk wanted to give it to Lamar. He wanted to give it to Derrick Henry. And then on another show a week later, he changed his mind.
Mm-hmm.
So Bradshaw, to me, I'm not going to sit here and say he's senile, but I think Bradshaw plays to his audience. I think Bradshaw likes to stir it up a little bit. And I'm not sure what to believe out of Bradshaw's mouth. And when Ben says Aaron Rodgers is worth 4 wins, I'm going to take that more as gospel than I am anything Bradshaw has to say. 412-928-9370. Someone text in, as big a boob as Bradshaw is, he was right about Tomlin in comparing him to Belichick and calling him a cheerleader coach. See, I always thought that criticism went too far. I thought that came off personal. Bradshaw is entitled to his opinion. He's paid to give his opinion.
Yeah.
I'm a big-time Tomlin detractor. I think that Bradshaw went too far with the cheerleader comments. Because despite the fact that Tomlin continues to come up short and his teams have a very low ceiling and a high floor, I still think Tomlin's a good coach, and I don't think he's a cheerleader. So just another reason why I would take Ben's opinion over Bradshaw's.
Yeah, I never really, put Bradshaw in the category as an evaluator of quarterbacks. Like, I feel like, and I could be very wrong, but whenever I think of Bradshaw and I look at old, tapes of Bradshaw, he's more of a football player than a quarterback.
totally different game.
This is a different game. So, like, anytime he says anything about the quarterback position, I'm never like, oh, man, Terry Bradshaw, he's breaking down quarterbacks. Like, I never really thought of him as a technical quarterback breaker downer.
When he would drop back and pass, a 7-step drop in those days, he would backpedal.
Right.
Like you're playing NFL Blitz.
Right.
You ever play NFL Blitz?
Oh, yeah.
You would drop back like 75 yards. You'd be backpedaling the entire time. And this is to take nothing away from Terry's accomplishments, but it was just a totally different game back then. I actually liken him more to Charles Barkley as an analyst.
Yes, absolutely.
Like, it's not
Good
like
call.
these guys don't know what they're talking about, but you don't have Bradshaw on the Fox set because he's going to get deep into the weeds, into the X's and O's. You want a character. That's the same thing with Charles Barkley.
Yes, absolutely.
412-928-9370. Shall we?
Yes.
We shall. Anthony in Oakland, good morning.
Thank you. Look, maybe it's my bias, but when I see 4-0 in Super Bowls, I acquiesce to Brad. I mean, just he and Montana separated themselves. When you're undefeated in Super Bowls, I find that very impressive.
Multiple Super Bowl MVPs, also a league MVP. I'm taking nothing away from his accomplishment. So do you think that Rodgers should go eat some bark in California?
Well, the Rodgers I saw the Rodgers I saw is last year in Green Bay. The one, we have to look past the season he was hurt, but he was god awful last year. And I don't think, to be quite honest with you, I think you're getting better from Mason than you would from Rodgers.
Man,
I mean, Rodgers was awful, man. I'm sorry.
Have you seen what Mason did last year in Tennessee?
Right.
Here's what. Well, that was a horrible team that he was playing on.
Worst in the NFL, no doubt.
What I see from maybe, like I said, here's my bias again. Those last 3 games in 2023 to put the Steelers into the playoffs, and then when they get to the playoffs, they lose Watt. They had no inside linebackers, and their offensive players decided to drop the ball along the way and didn't help him. I'm more impressed with what he did those 3 games. I guess he's been in the league 7 years. Give it to him. If the Steelers' mindset is quarterback next year, to give it to Mason and move on and pay Watt and move on. That's it.
Thank you, Anthony. Always well measured and thought out.
Yeah, we just never seen Mason do it for a full year. Like, it's easier to go in and do it in chunks, and that's what backup quarterbacks do. Aaron Rodgers,
exactly right.
That's what they do. Like, and he's a good backup quarterback. Aaron Rodgers, if you really look like in depth of last year, like his stats weren't that bad.
No, it was a lot like what Russell Wilson did the year before in Denver. And people who break down tape would say that the statistics looked a lot better than what he actually did on the field. But even that, I think, is better than what Mason Rudolph gives you.
Yes.
And I'm not comparing Aaron Rodgers to the elite quarterbacks of the game. I'm comparing him to Mason Rudolph. Is he an upgrade on Mason Rudolph? If he is, you wait it out until like June 10th. If he's not, well, then you're not putting yourself in this situation. And this is going to come off as an insult, and I don't mean it to be, to either person involved, but I mean, Mason Rudolph is Charlie Batch. That's okay. That's okay. We love Charlie around here. But if Charlie started 16 games for the 2005 Steelers, they don't win the Super Bowl. And that was a damn good team. If Charlie Batch starts every game for the 2008 Steelers, that had one of the best defenses we've ever laid eyes on, they're not winning the Super Bowl. Because he's a backup, a great backup. And a nice clipboard holder who helped Ben Roethlisberger. I think Mason Rudolph has cut out a nice niche role in this league as one of the better backup quarterbacks in the sport. But you're right, Doran. That's what backups do. Wow, for 3 games, this guy looks good. And you start playing him more, and they become overexposed.
I mean, honestly, if Mason was that good, he would have been the starter. They wouldn't have signed Mitch Trubisky. They wouldn't have drafted Kenny. I mean, Mason was on the roster. Now, I know that at the end, maybe Mason was better than those guys throughout the season, and Tomlin didn't pull the trigger in time, in the right timing. But if he was that good, the succession plan was already on the roster after Ben Roethlisberger.
Yeah, if people want to bitch about Mason not getting the opportunity to start, they shouldn't bitch about now. They should bitch about back then.
Right.
Give Mason the keys then. Yeah. He should have been the starter from day one. Don't even sign Mitch Trubisky. If Mason wins, Mason wins. Great. It's a nice problem to have. If he loses, then you go to Kenny. That's what they should have done. Now, Bradshaw destroyed the Steelers in this interview he did in Arkansas about the Kenny Pickett situation. He said they failed Kenny a lot more than Kenny failed the organization. And I do think there's some credence to that. I don't know how it would have worked out with Kenny if everything had been right, but they didn't give him an opportunity for everything to be right.
No, not at all.
Matt Canada, bad offensive line.
Not at all.
Skill position players weren't exactly great. So I will say that Bradshaw got some of it right in that interview yesterday.
I mean, would you be feeling better if Kenny Pickett was still here? Like, let's say he had a year last year that they did probably the same thing that they did last year, and he was the quarterback right now. How would you be feeling?
Whew. That might be actually the worst case scenario, right? If he was just pretty good to okay. Because now you'd be in a spot, do you pay Kenny?
Or do you draft?
You won 10 games. Or do you draft the guy next year? But if you fooled yourself into Kenny being the guy, that might be worst case scenario. And actually, there's an offshoot of that conversation I want to get into at 7. Because we spent a lot of time so far talking about Rodgers. Mason Rudolph spoke yesterday. He's got a mustache now. He got rid of the goatee. And we got to get into all of that.
Mm-hmm.
What's the best facial hair?
I think it depends on era.
I think it depends on the man, too.
Yeah.
I think there are certain guys who could pull off like a Fu Manchu. Like Thurman Munson could pull off a Fu Manchu. Me? Doran, if I ever have a Fu Manchu, I invite you to slap me across the face.
Mm-hmm. Thurman Munson.
Yeah, former Yankees catcher. Yeah.
Fu Manchu.
Mm-hmm.
Wanstead, mustache.
See, he could pull off a stash.
Right.
Some people look like absolute jackasses with a mustache.
Right.
Wannstedt was not, even though I hate his guts.
He's a mustache guy.
He probably had a mustache coming out of the womb.
Yes. Every camp, he'd make us shave our face, but we could keep our mustaches.
Because of him?
Yes. Like, he's like, I want clean shaven, but you can have a mustache. Like, what? You want us to all just look like you?
I hate to say this, but did you want the entire Pitt team to look like porn actors from the 1970s?
No, nobody kept the mustache.
Like, what are we doing here?
Not one person kept the mustache.
Whose quarterback opinion do you value more, Ben Roethlisberger's or Terry Bradshaw's? Dorn and I say Ben. What say you? 412-928-9370. And should there be a damn deadline on Rodgers? And should that be June 10th, the start of minicamp? We'll get into that as well. First, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates won 9-6 yesterday against the Diamondbacks, which splits the games right now 1 apiece. Third and final game of the series is today, 3:40 is the scheduled start time, 3:40 this afternoon. You can listen to the game over on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDK. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
All sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here. Just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. live and local, just like Mike's.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm LGKG. My dad taught me that a handshake is an oath. I've taken that oath seriously as an injury lawyer fighting for the people of this region. If you've been injured, I want to talk to you personally. Call me. I'll call you back. 724-658-8535.
Shopping for a Ram truck? Think south at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. This month, only a 2025 Ram 1500 tradesman. Payment starting at $369 for 36 months. Visit southhillsauto.com for more details.
Have you heard Heard of Piatta Italian street food? At Piatta, you can indulge in a bowl of creamy carbonara pasta or be healthy with a fresh tossed salad like their farmer's market with grilled salmon. Or roll up the delicious flavors of Italy in a Piatta, a wrap toasted to order and hand-rolled with fresh, authentic ingredients. With 4 Pittsburgh locations in Oakland, Northway, South Hills, and North Fayette, there's a Piatta near you. Piatta Italian street food. Better food fast.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Serving in the military requires great sacrifices, not just for one's country, but also for one's family. Not surprisingly, divorce for soldiers is especially difficult, and it raises a number of challenges that are peculiar to military divorce, things such as deployments, relocation, retirement benefits. These issues can be complicated. So if you're a soldier facing such challenges, go to CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
The Washington Wild Things return to EQT Park Friday, May 30th through Sunday, June 1st with a Fireworks Friday presented by PBR, a sock giveaway presented by WCTPA, and Mascotapalooza on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday. WashingtonWildThings.com for tickets.
Louis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met? Yes.
Hi, this is Jeej from Louis Anthony Jewelers, reminding you that Father's Day is just around the corner. And with graduation season in full swing, we have the perfect gift for the dad or grad in your life. Nothing marks an occasion better than a fine Swiss timepiece. I invite you to stop by and find out why for over 30 years everyone's been asking,
Have we met? Yet.
The Memorial Day Super Sale at Shorkey Toyota Pittsburgh offers up brand new 24 Toyota Tacomas with low 1.99% financing for 48 months. Hundreds of great deals, plus up to $500 more for your trade. Come celebrate the red, white, and new locations in the North Hills and now Greensburg. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Pittsburgh's #1 volume Toyota dealer, ShorkeyToyotaPittsburgh.com. Call 1-855-410-4036 for complete details on all offers and terms.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by A Quick Drain Service.
It's May 27th, and their first game is not till September 7th, when they play the New York Jets. So I would say they're willing to wait until September 7th. But the truth of the matter is the Steelers have a mandatory mini camp June 10th to the 12th. So if we're going to get an answer from Aaron Rodgers, and he certainly seemed to hint at that this past week at a public Q&A, I think we could hear something in the next couple of weeks about him coming back to Pittsburgh finally.
Thank you, Schefter, for going out on a limb. I'm guessing that this Rodgers thing, we figure it all out in the next couple of weeks. Well, duh. Mandatory minicamp June 10th. It was April when Art Rooney II said, we'll wait a little while longer for Aaron Rodgers. We're about to be in June. This is a never-ending saga, seemingly, Doran.
Nope.
And I've said for a while that you draw the line in the sand at the mandatory minicamp.
Well, they're just telling us how much that they like him and want him. How much they think that he can help this football team. I mean, you're waiting this long for a player. I mean, have we ever seen anything like this happen?
I guess
mean, in the
Ayuk,
NFL?
but not with them at quarterback. I mean, they did it with Ayuk last year. They waited. They thought they had it done. Pony thought they had it done. Everyone thought they had it done. They didn't have it done. And then, if you believe Jay Glazer, you had Kyle Shanahan sprinting inside to stop a phone call being made that was going to ship Ayuk to the Steelers. But for quarterback, no.
Mm-mm.
And it also tells you, too, and people don't like to hear this, how they feel about Mason Rudolph. They sign a guy, 2 years, $8 million, $4 million a season, and they're holding out for Aaron Rodgers. That tells you they don't want Mason starting 17 games.
Exactly.
And the next time Tomlin speaks, he's going to talk about how they all believe in Mason. And a lot of the guys yesterday, oh, yeah, we believe in Mason. You do, as a backup. You also know what you're supposed to say, except for Patrick Queen, who said he wants Aaron Rodgers to come up in here, which I loved. I feel like you do need to have some pride, though, as an organization. And I think the Kirk Cousins rumors through Jeremy Fowler, I mean, Jeremy used to work here. I think the Steelers wanted to get that out nationally, kind of light a fire under Rodgers' ass.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're trying to push him, and I think you got to give him a deadline of mandatory minicamp. Like, all right, come on in.
Yep.
You got to be here when everyone else is going to be here. Clearly, you don't want to be at OTAs. You have other stuff you'd rather be doing. It's voluntary. No judgment, Aaron. No judgment at all. Mandatory minicamp, though, let's get your ass.
That's whenever time is he needs to sign, if he's going to sign. Like, that would be the hard deadline for me. They also have to protect their ass, you know. Like, I mean, they can't just not show full faith in Mason, because if it does go sideways, does go a different direction, like, that's their guy. And say Aaron Rodgers does come in here and he gets hurt, like, they can't just, they have to be all in on Mason, because Mason might be the guy at some point, and they have to cover their butt. They do. They got to say Mason's the guy, and we have full faith in him.
We believe in Mason. Mason led us to the playoffs. Mason's got to come into the huddle. Mason. Yeah, you're right about that.
Yep. You got to
be savvy.
Mm-hmm.
DK Metcalf not there. I don't love crushing players for not being at the voluntary stuff. Like back in the day, back in the infancy of Adam Crowley on the radio. Why aren't these guys here? It's voluntary, but is it really voluntary? Yeah, it is. It is. I guess he's got a 2-month-old at home.
Mm-hmm.
And TJ Watt's dealing with his contract situation. He just had a baby. It doesn't burn me up that guys aren't at OTAs.
No.
But for the mandatory stuff, unless you get a written note from your mom, you should be there.
Yes.
412-928-9370. Rob in Chicago?
I mean, but how many reps is DK Metcalf really getting in these 6 practices? Not many. It's Roman Wilson they're paying attention to. It's the younger receivers that need to be there.
Kabali's falling victim to best shape of his life season right now.
Yep.
He tweeted this out. I've said this for a while now, but look out for Roman Wilson this year for the Steelers. Him jogging around in shorts yesterday must have made all the difference, Doran.
Yep.
I do think you can make an argument that it's better if DK's not there, because then you could find out more about Roman, and you could find out more about Calvin Austin. At least I'll try to spin it positively. And same thing for like a Jack Sawyer with TJ Watt not being there.
Yep.
Like, what's TJ going to do? TJ knows what's up. Now, DK, he'll be able to pick up the offense just fine if he's here.
Yeah, he's good.
Minicamp.
He's good.
Rob in Chicago?
Yep.
Waiting patiently on hold. Hi, Rob.
Good morning, guys. My take on Bradshaw and Ben, it's two different angles. Bradshaw represents the old guard, a lot like Rocky Bleier, Joe Green, Jack Ham, guys that have criticized, the Steelers' current versus the way that things used to be. And Bradshaw, for a while, had a beef with Roethlisberger, and rightfully so, because from 2004 to 2010, Ben was a colossal scumbag, and everybody in Pittsburgh knew it. He couldn't keep his hands off with the women. He couldn't, he was doing stupid stuff on his bike. He was not playing up to his potential. So, but then again, you can't compare the two eras. Bradshaw's era was a running game, and they didn't start throw the ball until Stallworth.
Hey, you could tackle receivers when they were in the middle of a route. It was a totally different game, and thank you for the call, Rob. Yeah, I think when Romo came onto the scene as a color commentator, he was locked in because he just walked out of the game.
Yeah.
Like, he knew what he was looking at. He was breaking down modern football. I think Troy Aikman does a nice job, and people take his opinion, and he's been doing this for a while, but Romo came in, and he was breaking stuff down on the fly because it's modern football.
Right. I mean, the game has changed so much from 1970s till, let's say Romo. It's changed so much, or Aikman. I mean, and it has changed, but it hasn't changed that much since Aikman last played. Like,
that's true too.
You're going to hand the ball to Emmett, but Aikman was throwing the football, like a lot, like enough to Michael Irvin. Like he understands. The game has just changed so much from the 70s to the 90s compared to the 90s to now. Is what I'm trying to say.
I think that's fair.
Yeah,
I think that's fair. I watched the early 2000s Patriots, and Brady wasn't in the shotgun a lot, but he was still throwing it 5 wide, throwing it sideways.
Right. I mean, it's just totally different football game.
Different football?
Different football game.
Texture, sounds like someone keeps clicking the top of a pen. Pretty annoying. You clicking a pen?
Nope.
Think I'm doing this. Callis, you back there clicking a pen?
My mic is off. Doesn't matter if I'm clicking a pen or not.
Texter, find out about Calvin Austin? ? Come on, Crowley. That Calvin Austin was pretty good last year, actually.
Yeah, he was, and he's going to be a vital piece to this receiving corps if they don't get another guy.
It was scary seeing the video that came out of OTAs yesterday without DK Metcalf, with no number 2 wide receiver, and it's Roman Wilson, Calvin Austin.
Robert Woods.
I don't even know if I saw Robert Woods. Did you see Robert Woods?
Uh-huh.
Good for Robert being there.
Yeah.
Way to show up to the voluntary workouts.
He looked crisp in running his route. He's wearing a visor.
He was wearing a visor?
Yeah. He's wearing number 16, I think.
People were texting in about best-looking facial hair, too. Soul patch, the all-time worst.
The all-time worst, yes.
I hate to do this, but I'm going to do this.
Who are you going to take out?
I'm not taking anybody out except for an entire class of people, but I feel like if you have a soul patch, you're living in a trailer park. And you're drinking Busch Lights till you fall asleep.
Busch Light's good.
You ever had the Busch Light Peach?
Yes.
Out of this world.
Yeah.
Busch Apple?
Pretty good.
Absolutely fabulous.
Uh-huh.
You're right. I'm not sorry for saying what I did about the soul patch people. I am sorry to Busch Light, though. You didn't deserve that. Mutton chop's also bad. But that's an era time. That's an era thing.
Right.
Like back in the 70s, dudes be rocking the mutton chops all the time.
All the time.
If I walked up in here with mutton chops, dude, cooler or not? Like, do I look cooler with them or the way I am now?
Oh, the way you are now. The way you are now, yeah.
Are you saying I look cool?
Cooler than you would with mutton chops.
You like the glasses or no?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Don't want to expand on that?
Nope.
Okay, very good. Callis, you like the glasses look for me?
No.
Okay, great. Coming up next, the Pirates made history last night. Okay, they didn't, but it felt like they did. We'll do a little Bucko breakdown before we get back to the Steelers at the top of the hour. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates were at 7 in the 8th inning of yesterday's game to win 9-6 over the Diamondbacks. That series is split now 1 game apiece going into the rubber match, which is scheduled for today at 3:40. You listen to that game over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pids. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, PJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway East, not the place to be right now, as you have delays on the outbound side stretching from the Greenfield Bridge overpass. That's due to a right lane restriction through the Squirrel Hill tunnels to Edgewood Twistvale. That's where crews are building that new retaining wall in connection with the new Commercial Street Bridge project. Inbound on the Parkway East, you start to put on the brakes near the Greensburg Pike overpass, then jam at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Parkway West, you're slow around the bend at Carnegie and then jam near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Northbound 51 delays solid from Edgebrook Avenue down to Bousman Street. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
2 Men and a Junk Truck are the big job specialists. We're happy to give you an estimate on that large cleanout and take care of it right away.
Wow!
2 us online at junktruck.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $369 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires June 2nd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA. When it comes to a weekend warrior home project, I have tackled more than my fair share. But looking at my all-brick home and seeing loose and worn mortar joints, I knew I'd be in over my head. The thought of finding the right company for such an important project to preserve my home for years to come was daunting. Then I heard an ad for Precision Pointing, a full-scale masonry restoration company that did not require a down payment and guaranteed the quality of their work. Who does that nowadays? Well, they do. Precision Pointing for the win. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Man, this has been a wild ride, these NBA playoffs, especially in the East, where we've seen huge upsets, and that trend has continued with the way the Pacers have handled the Knicks, the 4 seed, going to Madison Square Garden, winning the first 2 games of that series, and turning this thing into an incredible shot for a team to get back to the finals for the first time in 25 years. And a big part of it is that kid from Pittsburgh, TJ McConnell, and the work he's doing with them. Watch these games, bet these games on America's #1 sportsbook, and you'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to join today. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Doug.
Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu? Is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Best thing on the radio!
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
In 10 minutes, we hear from Mason Rudolph. After day 1 of OTAs, that's your QB one right now. 50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. The Buccos were down 6-0 last night. But you can't hold these Buccos down, baby. Hank Davis entered the game for an injured Joey Bart, who took a ball off the face mask. And then he was warming up the pitcher, and it looked like he was going to blow chunks. So probably a concussion there.
I would assume so, yes.
The injury report brought to you by Shenarovich and Fishman. They've got your back, not your wallet. You don't exactly need to be a doctor to figure that one out, I don't think.
Nah.
Henry Davis. Launch.
Here's Henry Davis batting for the first time. He swings and sends one out to deep left field. And on the first pitch he sees, he hits a long home run to left field. Henry Davis with a 2-run homer. His second of the year, and the Pirates finally on the board in this series.
Oh, but they weren't done. They were down 6-0. They come back and win 9-6. Brian Reynolds go-ahead homer.
Beeks delivers.
Beeks.
Swing, fly ball, deep left field. Reynolds has tagged this one. Pirates in the lead. Oh, there's trouble brewing in the desert.
Maybe decaf. I mean, it was after midnight.
Mm-hmm.
I thought the game was going to start at 8:40. It didn't start till 9:40.
9:40.
I watched 0 pitches.
Yep.
I
0.
feel bad, but I didn't watch that at all. That's why we're telling people what happened. Hell of a game by Reynolds.
Yeah.
4 for 4 with a homer and a double and a walk. Henry Davis comes in for Joey Bart, goes 2 for 3 with a homer and a double, and that's where the conversation begins and ends for me, Doran. I think he's clearly going to get an opportunity here. Joey Bart, if he's got a concussion, he's going to go on IL, so he's just going to be your starting catcher. Even if Joey Bart's healthy, how do you not keep playing Henry Davis? Last week, he played the best game of his major league career. Last night, he hits 2 balls really hard, including a home run. He looks to me like he's turning a corner, man.
Well, it's a case-by-case basis for me. Like, who's playing well right now? Like, I wouldn't, like, if Henry Davis is playing well, I'm playing him. Like, you know, if I'm Donnie Kelly, like, at this point, like, nobody has a spot. Every spot is open, in my opinion.
That's right.
Every spot is open. Like, if you're playing well, you're going to start. If you don't play well, you're not going to start.
If Bart and Davis are playing well, I'm sorry, McCutchen. Joey Bart's going to play in the DH role a little bit more, and Henry Davis is going to play a ton behind the plate.
For sure.
Because Andrew McCutchen ain't going to be here, you wouldn't think, next year. He's not part of the future. They're not contending for anything. Joey Bart may well be. Henry Davis, you got to find out about him finally. He got like 500 Major League at-bats. You need to learn. If he can get better behind the plate, which he has.
Yes, he has.
He was a terrible defensive catcher. He now looks, dare I say, like a good defensive catcher. If he can get better at that, why can't he get better at hitting the baseball? This is a guy who destroyed minor league pitching. He was drafted for his bat, and it looks like finally the bat's coming around. I want to keep pulling at that thread.
Just such a confidence player. Like, I mean, you know, a confidence player in any sport that I've seen in a long time where you could tell the difference if they have it or not. I think the confidence of him working with Skeens, and I think that Skeens has helped his development behind the plate.
I'm with you on that.
A lot. Now he has the confidence. He's like, look, probably goes in there and is like, I'm catching pitches from the best pitcher in baseball, and I'm doing well at it. Okay, I got that out the way. Now it's time to move to the plate. Like, I have confidence as a player. I'm going to step to the plate knowing that I can do this and then kind of take a deep breath a little bit.
Man, I think you nailed that.
Yeah, like I haven't seen an athlete in so long where you could tell if they have the confidence or not.
I'll tell you who else comes to mind in that, because I think you nailed it. Mitch Keller.
Yeah.
When Mitch Keller came up, he looked like a deer in the headlights, and then you just saw this change. And I generally hate to read into body language because I ain't no psychologist. With him, it was easy. With Henry, it's been easy. And when he came up to the big leagues, they stuck him in right field. He didn't know his ass from a hole in the ground. So it shouldn't be shocking the guy couldn't hit. He's terrified. He's got balls bouncing over his head and going under his mitt, and he's not getting there and hitting a cutoff man and all that stuff. He should be playing his natural position and then just hitting the cover off the baseball. I'm cautiously optimistic now about Henry Davis. It's early still.
It's very early.
In terms of, like, this renaissance hitting the baseball. But he looks like a different guy.
He does.
Fingers crossed, because I think we're all rooting for him because he busts his ass.
Yep.
And it would have been easy when he wasn't hitting the baseball to not get better behind the plate. And he is worlds better behind the plate because he busts his hump. So does Mason Rudolph. And that's why people love Mason Rudolph around these parts. What did Mason say after practice yesterday? And one of our fan hosts had a take that I don't necessarily disagree with, but I wonder what it would mean. We'll explain that when we come back. First, Fan Weather's brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. We'll let KDKA take care of that right now, Bang.
A soggy start to our Wednesday with rain showers continuing through the afternoon and highs only in the low 60s. Rain showers continue Wednesday night with lows into the mid-50s. Thursday highs in the mid-70s, mostly cloudy with a stray shower possible. And Thursday night mostly cloudy with lows in the upper 50s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom opening soon in Mount Lebanon. The 8,000 square foot showroom will feature an extensive selection of Anderson products, including the 100, 200, and 400 series windows and doors, as well as A-series and E-series product lines. The space is designed specifically for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. See you soon at 1675 Washington Road.
This is Kevin Moret from Mentality. Every day is a silent competition, and with testosterone dropping 1% annually, you're fighting an uphill battle. Your colleagues notice when you lose your edge, your partner senses when your confidence wavers, and without addressing low T, you're set up to fail. No willpower can overcome this hormonal deficit. Mentality's FDA-approved treatments have shown a 30% increase in testosterone levels. Don't let low T define you. Reclaim your power at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
The DQ Sauced and Tossed Chicken Strip Baskets have more flavor than your taste buds know what to do with. We start with all white meat, breaded, seasoned, and fried to crunchy perfection. Next, we double down and toss them in honey barbecue or new buffalo sauce. Serve them up with DQ fries, Texas toast, and house-made Hidden Valley Ranch, and you've got flavor on flavor on flavor. Get the Sauced and Tossed Chicken Strip Basket in honey barbecue or new buffalo right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush turning a little ugly. This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread Pittsburgh. We have reports of an accident now. Crews on the scene on the southbound side of I-79 right around the Cranberry interchange. Also an accident in the Oakland section of the city. Crews on the scene at the intersection of 5th Avenue and Dara Street. Also, that outbound Parkway East are delays at the Greenfield Bridge overpass due to the right lane restrictions through the Squirrel Hill tunnels and out to Edgewood. Swissvale, inbound you are jammed at Wilkinsburg. Parkway West delays almost at the bend at Carnegie to the Fort Pitt tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian Bread is the key to any great burger or dog. A proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian Bread will be a home run at your next party.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Word travels fast. More and more people are choosing Shorkey Mitsubishi for the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
They sure are, Canadian. During the Shorkey Mitsubishi Memorial Day Super Sale, it's time for some red, white, and new.
It all starts with the 7-passenger Outlander, ready for your summer road trip. Now, $6,000 off or finance at 3.99% for an incredible 72 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off, or 3.99% financing for 60 months, and a brand new Mirage as low as only 16 grand. Incredible.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, no matter what its condition.
Shorkey Mitsubishi will have you ready for summer. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Locations in North Huntington and North Hills, or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
How do you view your opportunity? The same way I always have. Control what I can control and throw the ball well, lead the guys, and play well when I get the chance to.
Do you feel like your mindset's different this time around coming in this year?
Not really, no.
Mason's used to this. Even going back to Tennessee, he was going to be battling with Will Levis. That mayo in his coffee drinking weirdo. Speaking of weirdos, Rudolph was asked about Aaron Rodgers.
What's it like for you hearing the noise about Aaron Rodgers, not knowing, what position you'll actually have on the depth chart?
Well, that's nothing new to me. There's been constant noise. That is the nature of the NFL. So I am been used to that for a long time now. I'm do nothing but be the best I can be and help our team get better this spring.
Have you been in touch with Aaron at all?
I have not, no.
I mean, who would place that call? If one were to call the other, it would be Rudolph calling him, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I would think so. Pick his brain. Hey, I don't know if you're coming. If you're not coming, you don't need to tell me. But if we do get a chance to work together, I'd like to reach out over the phone and shake your hand.
I think it'd only be Rudolph because Rodgers wouldn't want to show any signs he's actually signing.
Even the one that was looked at as the big sign the other day, you sniffed it out. Where Rodgers said, I'll be playing in Chicago this year. There's a game scheduled in Chicago this year. And everyone's like, the Steelers. And you're like, not so fast, guys. I do wonder if Rodgers is still holding out for J.J. McCarthy to either stink or get hurt.
Maybe.
I had abandoned that until you sniffed it out. I wasn't even thinking about Minnesota playing in Chicago. Of course they do because of the NFC North, but he could be waiting. I mean, Teddy Bridgewater's exploded, and I'm sure he's not wishing that on J.J. McCarthy. Maybe he is. That's football. But injuries happen, or J.J. McCarthy might flat out suck.
Right, they might just be like, hey, hold on. There could be a deal there, too. There could be a handshake deal, which I think that there is with the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers, but there could be a little deal with Minnesota. It's like, yeah, we'll see what it looks like after minicamp.
Oh, man.
Just hold on. Could be that.
I'd still rather play there.
No doubt.
Without question.
That, wouldn't even think twice about it.
Both divisions tough.
Better O-line.
Playing inside.
Yes.
We get to stick it to the Bears. You love sticking it to the Bears. We get to stick it to the Packers.
Yes.
Now you got to play the Lions, and they're good, and
but
Chicago
indoors,
should be better.
Indoor against the Lions both times.
Mm-hmm.
Good receivers. I wouldn't even think twice.
Great defense.
Yeah.
Really good defensive coordinator who the Steelers let get away. Yeah, if I were Rodgers and I thought there was even a chance, I think I'd be doing the same thing, honestly. But let's talk about Mason.
Mm-hmm.
So Mason says all the right things. Then I hear Pony yesterday on the afternoon show say he still thinks Mason Rudolph could have a Sam Darnold, Geno Smith-like turn in his career. And I'm not ruling that out. I don't think it's likely, but I didn't see Sam Darnold doing what he did last year. I didn't see Geno Smith turning his career around. I mean, Geno was left for dead, for God's sakes. Is it even a good thing if he turned into one of those guys? It is for him.
It is for him.
It'd be great for him.
I think for him, and I think it only for him. I think that would be his rehab assignment where it's okay, we finally did right by you and you did right by us, Mason. Let's wash our hands. We're still going to draft a quarterback in the top 15.
And then you go out, make your money.
Yeah, I don't think it changes at all. We're talking win a playoff game maybe?
Well, Sam Darnold hasn't even done that.
He didn't do
Neither
that.
has Geno Smith.
Right, so.
That's what I was going to say. Best case scenario is Mason Rudolph turns into one of those guys. And that's great for Mason, but maybe only Mason alone.
Yeah, 100%.
I guess it would be nice for the Steelers if he did that this year, because you could trade him. Mm-hmm. And maybe he'd be a hot commodity if he throws 25 touchdowns and 9 interceptions or something like that. I guess that would be the best case scenario. But would people even look at it that way? I don't know. Oh, it was Tomlin's magic. Could we get that out of Mason? I'm not sure. If they allowed themselves to be fooled into Mason being the guy, that would be the worst case scenario.
I don't think that ever happens.
If he had a Darnold-type season, you don't think they'd go, oh, Mason might be our guy?
And pay him?
Yeah.
No.
Not big-time money, but Sam Darnold money.
Sam Darnold's making $100-some million.
Yeah. He ain't making Dak money.
But, I mean, no, absolutely not.
I think the worst thing that could come out of this year, and again, not for Mason personally, it'd be wonderful for Mason personally, would be if this dude wins 11 games, throws for a bunch of touchdowns, and they go, we've got our guy, and all he is Darnold or Geno. And good for Darnold. He was left for dead. Good for Geno. He got punched in the face by a teammate with the New York Jets. But getting one of those guys to be your primary quarterback can only take you so far.
Yeah.
When you've got quarterback 15 through 18, something like that, you've got a ceiling. And now you got stuck with that guy. I'm not convinced the 49ers aren't in that position with Brock Purdy. Now, Brock Purdy had more success, was this close to winning a Super Bowl and out-dueling Patrick Mahomes, and maybe he even did, and his defense let him down. But when you tie yourself to a mediocre to slightly above-average quarterback for a couple of years, that is a purgatory worse than the Steelers are even in right now.
The reason why I don't think that it will happen with Mason, and I would love for it to happen, I love for stories like that. That's great. Like, obviously, I'm a pro player. The reason why I don't think that it will happen for Mason as it happened for Darnold and, let's say, Purdy and Geno Smith, those dudes had weapons. Mason isn't going to have weapons. He has a weapon. Like, those dudes, like Sam Darnold had the best receiver in the game. Like, and he had a second receiver and a great offensive line that were top echelon of the game. Geno Smith had DK Metcalf, had Tyler Lockett, had Smith and Jigba, and obviously Brock Purdy had every weapon.
Yes,
like that's how you kind of rehab, and if you get the most out of your quarterback that hasn't done, as well throughout his career, and then is a veteran, and then comes, look at Baker Mayfield, same thing. Weapons.
Mike Evans, you're throwing to as consistent
Chris
wide receivers
Godwin.
we've ever seen.
I mean, like, you're throwing to a bunch of guys, and guys are making plays for you. That's why I don't see it happen with Mason. Like, you don't have that plethora of weapons in order to hide him, but also let him grow while you're hiding him, and then it's looking like he's great.
Yeah, the most likely scenario for Mason this year, to your point, is if he looks good. The most likely scenario is he's full-ass game manager.
Yeah.
Because you think about the end of his time here before. And it wasn't that. It was throw the ball a bunch against Cincinnati, throw the ball a bunch against Seattle. In fact, calling a play at the end of the game for Mason to throw it and seal the deal. But that was out of desperation.
Mm-hmm.
If you start this thing fresh and Mason's got to be QB1 from day one, he's throwing the ball 25 times a game with one of his hands tied behind his back. That, if they're going to win 10 games with Rudolph this year, that is probably the most likely scenario is your glorified game manager.
Yeah.
Go out there and get it, big guy.
Yep.
412-928-9370. Geno Smith's career, I mean, it's an absolute marvel. It's an absolute marvel just looking back at some of the statistics. His first couple years with the Jets, no good. I was at the sports page in Morgantown, which is a surprise to no one, when Geno got drafted, and a lot of my friends are Jets fans, and that place on Sundays was a huge Jets bar back in the day, and everyone was singing Geno and the Jets. Everyone was all jacked up, and then he sucked. Then he goes to the Giants, no good. The Chargers, no good. He had, I'm doing math on the fly, Doran. I've been advised against this. He had 29 touchdowns in his career through his first 5 seasons. And then 2 years after doing nothing in Seattle, goes 4,282 yards, 30 touchdowns, and 11 picks. I mean, just out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
Completely out of nowhere. He's been good. Love you, Geno. and then Darnold last year. If Rudolph played for the Vikings last year, could he have had them at 14-3?
He'd have had them in the playoffs. I know that. He'd have had them in the playoffs, yeah. Mm-hmm. But, I mean, that just gets back to what I'm saying. Like, you put weapons around anybody, they're going to be good. Like, I'm very anxious to see, and I know this is going off in a tangent. I'm very anxious to see how Brock Purdy plays this year without the weapons he's had, without Debo. Is Christian McCaffrey going to stay healthy? You know, I mean, Ayuk is coming off he's not going to have the plethora of weapons he's had to make him successful. I'm anxious to see how he looks this year.
I don't envy them having to pay that guy.
Yeah.
Because if you don't, you're looking again.
Right.
And if you do, would you just buy yourself the 14th best quarterback in the NFL?
Yep. And you can't buy anything else.
Right.
You had to get rid of everything to buy him.
Man, what a strange situation. Yeah. And if you go back and look, now we're really going off on a tangent here, but hey, it's fun. It's football. It's morning show. Kyle Shanahan has a great year and then an awful year. Then a great year, then an awful year. So they should be on track to have a great year, but you're right. What's the weaponry looking like?
Right.
I mean, Ayuk's got to come back from the injury. You don't have Debo Samuel.
I mean, you put Tua on a different team. How is Tua's career? I mean, Tua's been decent, but he's been decent because of who he has.
Yes. You have a great schemer who looks like he's at a GQ magazine, and I think I might have a shot to beat up. I really do. Really think
I think you have a shot. Yeah.
I think I can kick his ass.
Yep.
Mike McDaniel.
Yep.
You got Tyreek Hill. Just lob it up. Yeah, circumstance has so much to do with whether a quarterback can have success.
Right.
And right now, it's not great here in Pittsburgh.
Especially quarterbacks in their career who didn't have success but then found it later on in their career. Like, that's kind of like my point, and then that's kind of, let's bring it back to Mason. And can he have a good year this year? Oh, yeah, he can have a good year this year for sure, but I don't see him having one of those type of quarterback, out of nowhere years, because they did it with hiding the quarterback because they had so many weapons that could bring it all the way up.
Well, and I think about this too, because that's well said. Look, Sam Darnold, say what you will about his career up until last season, he was the 3rd overall pick. You want to talk about pedigree and talent? And Geno Smith, it was a surprise when he fell to the 2nd round. We were all crying in our beer in the sports page until he wound up with the Jets. He was thought of as a first-round guy. And he had to wait, like Shedeur Sanders, not quite as long. Rudolph was a 3rd-round pick. And I know the Steelers say they have a first-round grade on him. Okay. If you have a first-round grade on a quarterback and he's there, you should probably take him in the 1st round. You think he's that good? 412-928-9370. So a couple of questions here. Do you think that Mason Rudolph, if he were the starter, could have a Sam Darnold or Geno Smith-like turn of his career? And is that even a good thing? 412-928-9370. You can give us a ring on that fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Right now, it's a Harry Callis headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates won yesterday by a final score of 9-6. They scored 7 runs in the 8th inning to come back and win that game. Series is split at 1 game apiece. Pirates are 20-36 now in the season. 3rd and final game of the series is today at 3:40. You can listen to the game over on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cone Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Remember how we were all wowed in spring training by watching the automated ball strike system show challenges on the scoreboard? We figured the computer doesn't lie when it comes to precise accuracy. Turns out we figured wrong. The ABS system has a margin of error of close to ½ an inch. This begs the question, why replace human error with imperfect technology? I'm Boomer Esiason.
So, your small business is outgrowing your garage. You could go online, find a space, and get catfished. Or you could work with an agent who's a realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
Craftsman Days are here at Lowe's with big savings on the tools you need. Right now, get a free select tool when you buy the Craftsman V20 2-pack battery kit. Whether it's the backyard, the bathroom, or beyond, Craftsman has the tools to help you power through and get the project done right. Because DIYing is unpredictable, but your tools shouldn't be. Shop Craftsman at Lowe's today. Valid through 6/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
You could think you found your dream home online, but here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
Hi, I'm Mandy. I'm one of the at-home coaches with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Honestly, I think the thing I hear the most is I didn't realize how easy it was. That first weekly they come in, they're like, oh my gosh, I already noticed that I'm not as bloated in my face or in my abdomen, or I've been sleeping better. I've been waking up with so much more energy. I don't need my coffee throughout the day. They're coming in a month or two later and they're like, hey, like my doctor said I need to lower my meds. I'm losing a ton of inches on my waist. I'm buying new pant sizes. And we're looking at the scale and we're like, yeah, your visceral fat's down again. That's fantastic. And we're celebrating all of these wins. And then we talk about, okay, next step. Let's talk about how to maintain it. This isn't over. This is just the next stage. That's what your health coach is there for.
Thanks, Mandy. This is Chris Muller. Easy weight loss with results that actually last. With Awaken 180 Weight Loss, you will succeed and you'll enjoy the process. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer doc fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. In stock units only. Offers end 5/31/25.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai with Memorial Day savings all month long. Drive the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe SE or Tucson SE. Both available with financing as low as 2.99% for 48 months. Or receive up to $2,000 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
When something happens to your car, you might say, but what you really need to say is something that can actually help.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
And just like that, State Farm is there to help you file your claim right on the State Farm mobile app. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Number of accidents around the area, one tying up southbound 79. This is right around the turnpike ramps, and this is causing delays back before Route 228. Also, an accident in Moon Township. Crews checking that report at the intersection of Chaucer Court and Mahassam Road. Also, one in Elizabethboro, Hayden Boulevard at the Elizabeth Bridge, and one being cleared in Oakland, the intersection of 5th Avenue and Dara Street. Meanwhile, the outbound Parkway East, that right lane restriction through the Squirrel Hill Tunnels to Edgewood Swissvale, causing delays almost to the bend at Bates as you make your way up through the tunnel entrance. Inbound, you are jammed before Wilkinsburg, Parkway West, top of Green Tree Hill. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Wouldn't this sound nice? Clearer skin, better posture, improved digestion, better sleep, increased libido, and more energy? Just a few of the endless benefits clients receive with Awaken 180. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I was just texting with my plumber. We got a situation brewing at the Crowley household. Leaky pipe, which I find out is the main sewer line. I've been told this could be a fatberg.
A what?
Fatberg.
Fatburger?
Fatberg. Like an iceberg of fat. Because what happens is I flush baby wipes and Zins down the toilet.
Oh, man.
And then all the fat that comes down your drain and crap get all lodged around it.
Ooh.
Doesn't sound good.
Fatberg.
We've talked about this before.
We have talked about the fatberg before. I never thought it would happen to me, but it might be. Now I'm terrified. I'm going to have to dig up my basement floor.
I think he'll be all right. He'll just hydroblast your pipes.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. That sounds dirty.
Does it?
Getting your pipes hydroblasted?
See, like, whenever somebody says, like, that sounds dirty, or, like, you're giving off a vibe of certain things, like, that's more of a you problem.
100% it's a me problem.
Right? Like, that's where your mind's in the gutter.
You sent something to me. You sent something to me that had a fart in it just to make me laugh.
Right.
So you're immature too, pal.
No,
it's not just me.
I'm
People
not.
think I'm the sophomoric one on this show.
No.
You're right there with me.
No, I knew it'll make you laugh because you laugh at those things. It didn't make me laugh. I was like, oh, this is something that is in Crowley's wheelhouse. This will make him laugh.
You sent me this thing where you are supposed to hold your breath. It's this little dot moving across a screen. You're supposed to hold your breath as long as you can. And it hits certain thresholds. If you hold it this long, you have smoker's lungs. If you hold it this long, you're an athlete. If you hold it this long, you're a diver. And I thought you were just trying to kill me. But then we were talking about it before the show, and you said you didn't watch it until the end. Well, no, of course not, because my lungs gave out because I smoked a pack a day for 10 years. But you said once you get past diver, there's a fart sound.
Because past diver at the end is like only 5% of people make it to the end. And after the diver, there's a fart sound, and then you laugh, and you obviously don't make it. And I knew you would laugh.
I didn't make it.
I know, you didn't make it that far. Of course.
Because I can't hold my breath.
Right.
I mean, it's like a minute you got to hold your breath on this thing.
It's not that long. Yeah, it is actually pretty long.
I might try it later in the show. We see if I can beat my all-time best.
What's your all-time best?
Slightly less than diver. Between athlete and diver.
Oh, I thought you like held your breath like one time when we were younger, and it's like, okay, that's how long I can hold my breath underwater.
I think we all did that back in the day, didn't we?
I think I was like a minute 30, maybe.
What?
Maybe. Pretty sure.
How long can Marines hold their
2 minutes.
breath? It's a long time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to look that up. In the meantime, we're talking Rudolph. Shocker, shocker. He was at OTAs yesterday. He spoke, and Lee from downtown wants to get in on the conversation. Hi, Lee.
Hey, what's going on, man? I mean, I think we all know what Rudolph is. He's probably like the 34th best quarterback in the league. I mean, that's not bad, but that's like, backup starter. My biggest problem is with Omar. I don't know what Omar is doing. If he doesn't get Chris Olave, then I feel like that George Pickens trade was just terrible because you didn't have to do it. And I'm really starting to consider, like, what is Omar doing? If you look at the last 2 drafts, the 2 players he passed up were all pros.
Yep.
He passed up on Christian Gonzalez, and he passed up on Brian Burns. Like, so, I mean, and those are 2 all-pro players right now that they could have had on their team, and he passed them up for Fontantu and Broderick Jones. Now, if they show out this year, cool. But I'm like, if DK goes down, we're back at the same spot we were at like week 14 when George went down.
That's right.
You got in the league in today's league, you have to have 2 number 1 receivers. I don't care about George's attitude. If he didn't play good, you could have traded him during the trade deadline and got bigger assets. So I'm like, why aren't we really starting to talk? We already know what Mason is. We know what Mason is. I'm starting to be concerned more about Omar and what he is doing.
Well, Tomlin has a huge say, too. Do you want Rodgers, Lee?
Yeah, I want Rodgers compared to what we got.
Thank you, Lee. We agree on that. I like Lee. He's a good caller.
I mean, it's the truth, though. It's like, what are they doing? Why are they putting themselves in that situation again?
You don't have a QB1, and you don't have a wide receiver 2. That is no good because you are, less than 2 weeks away from mandatory minicamp, and you've got Mason Rudolph throwing to Roman Wilson and Calvin Austin III.
And his point, too, like I think he meant Brian Thomas.
He did.
That Omar passed up on, which I believe both of us were clamoring for.
You were definitely.
I mean, and then look, he has an all-pro year down in Jacksonville. Like, think about if he is here right now. Like, it's a whole different. We're talking about a whole different animal. And you didn't even get anything out of your first-round pick.
Well, especially because of that.
Yeah.
Like, last year, your line was going to be your line, but if you would have had Brian Thomas along with George Pickens, it looks a lot different, yeah. Texter, everyone knows you aren't supposed to flush baby wipes in Zyn, you fool. I'm going to read that like this. You fool! I'm an idiot.
Especially the baby wipes. You know better than that.
Listen. Do I want to go down this path? I will. I coddle my tushy.
Wait, so you're flushing the baby wipes for you? Your butt? Not your kids?
Guess I didn't need to admit that.
Wow. Okay.
Text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Do you think Mason Rudolph can be the next Geno Smith? If he becomes the next Geno Smith, is that even a good thing for the Steelers? 412-928-9370. We'll keep taking your calls, texts, and tweets on that. We'll also hear from Roman Wilson coming up next. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Probably uses the baby wipes. Oh, goodness. Pirates, they wiped out the Diamondbacks yesterday after scoring 7 runs in the 8th inning to come back. They were trailing by 4. The 7 runs gave them a 3-run lead, which they held on to through the 9th inning, and the Pirates were able to win that game. So the series is now split 1 game apiece. Rubber match of the series is at 3:40 today. You can listen over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Mike Catlin Hyundai of Greensburg and brought to you by Legion Community Federal Credit Union and Tri-State Office Furniture. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Adam, ever since we got our Guardian Protection video doorbells, I feel like a security expert.
Same here. Plus, with package detection, I finally know just how many boxes my wife has delivered every day, and let's just say it's a lot.
Right? No more mystery boxes showing up out of nowhere.
And now Guardian's giving away free Video Doorbell Pro when you get their Essential Security Package.
Just call 1-800-PROTECT today. That's 1-800-776-8328 or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your free Video Doorbell Pro. Terms and conditions apply.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is the best place to find all your favorite player props as we enter the conference finals here in hockey and basketball. You can make the smarter play with new performance trends. You want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, maybe flirting with a potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. Once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. So if you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/FAN FanDuel.com/Starkey, STARKEY to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Tacos and Tequila Festival hits Pittsburgh for the first time June 28th at EQT Park, featuring Lil Jon, Chingy, Trick Daddy, Petey Pablo, and more. Craft margaritas, tacos, Lucha Libre Wrestling, exotic cars, and so much more. Get your tickets now at tacosandtequilafestival.com.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Safety isn't just a priority, it's our foundation. At PJ Dick Trumbull, the Lindy Group, our teams integrate safety values into everything they do. Every day, on every job site, we put safety first to promote our workers, our partners, and our communities. From rigorous training to the latest protective equipment, PJ Dick, Trumbull, and the Lindy Group make sure that everyone goes home safe and sound. Join a team that puts people first. Learn more at pjdick.com.
Adventure is calling, and your Jeep is waiting. It's Employee Pricing Plus this month. South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township. Drive home a new 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport gas type. Payment starting at $299 for 48 months. See dealer for details.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Kevin Moret here for Mentality. Listen up, gentlemen. You're fighting an unfair battle. Studies show testosterone levels in men have plummeted by 25% in just 2 decades. That's why you're struggling with energy, muscle, and drive. But here's a game changer. Mentality's FDA-approved treatments boost testosterone by 30% on average. Imagine reclaiming the vitality your grandfathers had. Picture turning heads, dominating your career, and feeling unstoppable again. Don't settle for today's normal. Seize the day at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
How far can you walk before you want to sit down because of foot, ankle, knee, or low back pain?
I really just wanted to avoid staying on my feet for very long at all.
Do you hate going to work in the morning because you already know you're going to hurt?
If you're just in pain, you're hurting, you tend to get a little distracted from what you're working on.
Come to the Good Feet store today and try it before you buy it.
I hobbled into the Good Feet store. It's been one of the best decisions I ever made. It was an investment in life.
Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center and at goodfeet.com.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
We've helped thousands of people live a better life. You deserve comfort in your life. Come into the Good Feet store for a free test walk today.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by A Quick Drain Service.
Really, my goals for the season, get better every single day. Treat every day like it's game day, every practice like it's game day. Come prepared with questions to ask coaches after practice. Just be mentally, physically locked in every single day. Yeah, just give it my all. Give it all I got every single day so I can get better the next day and be ready for whenever my time is.
I'm sure the last year was frustrating for you in a lot of ways. What did you think you learned through that experience?
I don't want to think too much about last year, but I definitely learned a lot, and it definitely helped to shape who I am this upcoming season.
Romo, what do you think is different about your game?
Different, I just feel I've taken care of my body to an elite level. I've been more just locked in. I feel like myself, and I'm ready to come out here and practice hard.
More locked in, Doran. That's what Roman Wilson said. I think maybe he saw the criticism on Steelers.com. Unable to pick up the offense, unable to get on the moving train. I hope Roman Wilson works out.
Mm-hmm.
He is perfect for this offense. Over the middle of the field possession kind of guy. Tough as nails. Good blocker at Michigan. Primarily run offense. I mean, heavily leaning towards the run with Harbaugh there. But you see guys like Kaboli, and I'm not singling him out other than I just saw it and he's prominent. We love Kaboli. Oh, he's going to have a big year. How can you have any faith in that? How can anybody count on this guy to be great in basically year one? I liked the player when they drafted him. I like the player now. I ain't putting all my cards in the Roman Wilson basket.
I think that it's really based off of, all right, if things go perfectly, he'll have a good year. Like, if he stays healthy, he'll have a good year. If, things are what they are on paper right now, yeah, you could see him having a good year. Like, I saw some of the clips of him running routes. Remember what I said yesterday? I was like, you could tell if a guy has taken a step and just look at his speed, and he looked quick.
He was looking quick?
He was looking very quick.
We got that from Doran. He's looking quick.
He was looking smooth. And you can't take a little bit from that during OTAs, but I think in a perfect world, I think that's what somebody like Kaboli is saying. In a perfect world, yeah, he's going to have a good year.
Wide receiver 3?
Wide receiver 3, 2-ish, for sure. I could see that. I hope. I mean, he should, from, like you just said, his pedigree coming out and what he did at Michigan and last year was such an up and down year. Like, whenever you have those injuries and then you get healthy and then you're kind of behind the train a little bit, like, it's very hard to get on it. It's very hard. And now he had a chance to get his feet wet being in the NFL and, kind of reset. And now he has a big opportunity in front of him. So everything's lining up for him to have a good year.
Absolutely it is. And I'm not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater because he got hurt last year in training camp and then got hurt again. And by the time he got healthy, they were in the throngs of the thing. I'm going to view him like he's a rookie.
Mm-hmm.
And a third-round pick rookie, unless it's a running back like Caleb Johnson, I'm not going to say, oh, you're coming in and being a stud day one. It has happened, but I can't say I count on the guy. And I'm not even holding last year against him. Like, Mike Williams came in here, and he was running like 12 routes a game because they didn't feel like he could pick up the offense. And we saw with Amari Cooper in Buffalo.
Mm-hmm.
Amari Cooper was running good routes in Cleveland. Like, people who watch tape will tell you he was open a ton, but their quarterback play was so bad. And he didn't do jack in Buffalo because it's hard to pick it up. I just look at Roman as a rookie. And if he plays well, great. I'm not going to say I am gung-ho about him being wide receiver 2 right now, though. You know what I'm saying?
Do you look at Faltano as a rookie?
Yes. Yeah, I do.
Even though he was a first-round pick?
Yeah, it's a little bit different from that standpoint. And I was titillated that they were even able to draft him. I didn't think he'd be there for them. So I view him a little bit different as more of a sure thing, but I don't think there's such thing as a sure thing for a rookie. More often than not. You need production out of a rookie. But to say, oh, that's our wide receiver too, unless it's a wide receiver loaded draft and it is a Brian Thomas or something like that.
Well, I just wouldn't even want to put a guy like Roman Wilson in that position. Just him personal. I wouldn't want to have to thrust him into a role where last year I didn't know if he was going to be available physically or mentally. And now I'm going to thrust him into a role where you're our number 2. Like, that's a lot. I wouldn't want to even put him in that position. I would want him to have to earn that. Not that he's not going to earn it, but I would want him to have to earn that, but us to be like, no, you've earned it, but we don't need it.
Right.
You've earned it, but we don't need it.
You're a luxury. You're a bonus.
Yes.
It's gravy.
Yes.
Instead of, oh, God, if Roman Wilson ain't the guy, ruh-roh.
Right.
I made a list of X factors for the Steelers this year. I was going to save this, perhaps for Doug Whaley, or I was going to forget about it altogether because I'm really good at that. Guys who really can change the trajectory of this season based on how they play. Roman Wilson's on the list. The way that it's designed right now, and forget about quarterback. I have Roman Wilson, Broderick Jones. Bleh. These are all obvious. Caleb Johnson, Derek Harmon, and Darius Slay. I think Darius Slay could be a massive addition to this team.
Mm-hmm.
And you need big-time production, really, from all those guys. But you can't count on Caleb Johnson. I have a lot of belief in the guy, but he's a rookie.
Right.
Running back's an easy transition, you've told me, like compared to the other positions. And Derek Harmon, hey, stop the run, go get the quarterback.
Yeah.
And what they had wasn't all that good. But I think those are 5 guys that if you're not talking about the stars, the season really hinges on all those dudes.
Yes. I think you could throw Y.A. Black in there. I think he's going to have just as good as a year as Derek Harmon. I feel like he's very just under the, behind the scenes, and I think that he's going to get a lot of reps this year in the rotation, and that's going to be good for the Steelers. So if you look at them as a whole, like the defense, having a guy like that to rotate in and out, and you could keep guys fresh like Cam Hayward, and he'll be fresh too.
And play some traditional nose.
Yeah, I think that he's going to be one of those people that you're naming too. I throw him on the list for.
That's a good one. I'll take him.
Yeah.
I wish I was there yesterday just to get a look at that guy. Just see him compared to everybody else. I wish DK Metcalf were there yesterday. Because he would have, with that wide receiver room, he would have stuck out like a sore thumb, like a Pat Bostic thumb, Doran. One of them toe thumbs. I can't talk, though. You should see my toes. They are disgusting.
I'm sure they are.
My wife says I have the worst feet on planet Earth.
I'm sure.
Not that they're dirty or anything like that, but they're kind of like hobbit feet.
Yeah, like gangly, hairy.
They're long, thin, and I have hair on each of my toe knuckles.
Yeah.
You try to clean them with those flushable wipes you got there?
See, people are on my side here on these flushable wipes on the text line. They're saying everybody should use them.
No, they're terrible for your plumbing.
Right.
No, not the flushable ones.
Yes, they are.
No, the problem is I'm
Jake has
using
said that
the non-flushable ones. You can buy flushable ones.
And they're still bad, he said.
Oh.
No, theoretically, you could flush golf balls. You could have a box of flushable golf balls. You can flush them. It doesn't mean it's good for your plumbing.
Right, true.
Did Callis just get a dub?
He did.
I think Callis just got a dub.
He did. It's very true. Very true.
People texting in I was in the Army. And while deployed, baby wipes are a must-have. The toilet paper then baby wipe combo is the way to go.
Are you planning to serve your country anytime soon?
Only if we want to lose the war. You imagine me on the front lines? Dear God.
No. I can't actually imagine it, and I just laughed at the picture. Oh, that!
I'm not a real man. I don't even know where my pipes go. I coddle my tushy. I can't serve the country. 7:45. Time's brought to you by Gina G. and Petro of RE/MAX Select Realty. That sounds like she's got a ton of power. Time is brought to you by Gina G. and Petro.
She does have a lot of power.
Time. Brought to you by Gina. Your thoughts on Roman Wilson at 412-928-9370. Donovan in Elwood City has been patiently waiting to talk about Mason Rudolph. We'll get to you, Donovan, and others coming up next. Ray Fittipaldo at the top of the hour. Right now, it's a fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Former Steelers quarterback Terry Bradshaw recently spoke on a radio program and expressed his displeasure for the prospect of Aaron Rodgers playing for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Also, the Pirates won yesterday 9-6 against the Diamondbacks. That series is split one game apiece. Rubber match is today at 3:40. More for headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Number of accidents tying up the morning rush. This report brought to you by Farrow's Properties. One of them, I-79 southbound near the ramps from the Turnpike. That's causing delays back between Evans City and Cranberry all the way down past the accident scene. Also an accident, Moon Township. Crews on the scene on Chaucer Court at Hassom Road, and one on Hayden Boulevard at the Elizabeth Bridge. That's in Elizabethboro. Parkway West, you are jammed between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East stacks inbound at Greensburg Pike. Outbound due to that right lane restriction at the Squirrel Hill Tunnel stage with Twistvale, you've delayed solid back to Bates Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your home office isn't cutting it, and your gym could use an upgrade too. Alloy 26 and Union Fitness at Nova Place has your fix. Office space, flexible co-working, a gym and restaurant. Nova Place has everything you need. Go to novaplace.com/everything-you-need to learn more.
Make this Father's Day one to remember with a David Yurman bracelet from Lewis Anthony Jewelers.
Charles Leach, providing insurance solutions. Call 888-CP-LEACH.
My name is Lisa Goth. I'm with Charles P. Leach Agency located in New Bethlehem. We have a second location now in Slippery Rock. It's called Cassidy Insurance Group. One of the areas that we like to work in is workers' compensation. In the state of Pennsylvania, even if you have one part-time employee, you are required to have workers' compensation. A lot of times we see companies that say, well, my employees are 1099. However, if you're a 1099 employee that you tell where it is that they're working or you're providing tools for them to make that happen, it doesn't matter if they're a 1099, the state views them as an employee, and you must carry workers' compensation. A lot of companies are not aware of that situation. The number to call is 888-CP-LEACH, L-E-A-C-H.
Charles Leach, providing insurance solutions. Call 888-CP-LEACH.
The reward join us here from the Gateway Clipper. Let us be your destination for date night, celebrations, and memories on the water. Join us Saturdays on the Captain's Dinner Cruise, a real Pittsburgh tradition, featuring an all-new menu for 2025. For tickets, visit gatewayclipper.com.
Visit Cigars International Superstore in Bridgeville today. Discover their over 6,000 square foot cigar shop, bar, and lounge with flat screen TVs and over 1,300 cigar brands. Mention code Radio12 in store. Get a free 5 Vegas Gold 5-pack with a $40 purchase. Limited time only.
Here's Comedians and Skechers Getting Comfortable, presented by Hands Free Skechers Slip-Ins.
Hey, I'm Bobby Slayton, and I'm here with my pal, comedian, and Skechers ambassador, Mr. Howie Mandel.
Why did it take so long to invent something as amazing as Slip-Ins?
Maybe because all the inventors were focused on more important inventions, like pet rocks and selfie sticks, and, of course, seedless watermelons. Real important inventions.
But I know it seems simple, but it took Skechers to invent a better pair of shoes.
Yep. With Skechers Slip-Ins, you just step it and go. You don't have to touch your shoes, and you do not have to bend down.
And we know how much you hate bending down.
Hey, careful, Howie. Family commercial. And by the way, Slip-Ins are for the whole family. Men, women, and kids. In all your favorite Skechers styles, from sneakers to casual shoes to boots, and even sandals.
See, that's what I love about Skechers. They don't discriminate on gender, age, or shoe orientation. Even sandals deserve the best technology. We've come a long way, Bobby, as a society.
Yeah, well, speak for yourself, Howie. And by the way, you can find Skechers Slip-Ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone. Well, I do need a bundle of things. When you bundle, you save. Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter? Save up to $12 on that bundle. What about brake pads and rotors? Bundle those and the brake pads are free. Can't save more than free. You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. The great Ray Fittipaldo, he was at OTAs yesterday. He's going to join us coming up in about 10 minutes. What am I supposed to do with these wipes if I don't flush them?
Throw them away in the garbage can.
You can't throw them in the garbage can. They got fecal matter on them.
Well, just use toilet paper.
Right.
I have a very sensitive tushy.
No, you don't. You just want to feel clean. That's why anybody would use flushable wipes. They make you feel clean.
Don't tell me why I do it. You don't know. You can tell me why I use wipes.
Why do you use wipes?
Because it feels good on my bum.
Oh. Not because you want to get clean?
That too. But number one is the way it feels.
Oh.
Feels good.
If it feels good for your bum, and then everybody on the street's got to worry about backed up plumbing.
Oh, yep. I gotta be honest here. I'm a little worried. I'm a little worried here.
You are really worried.
I mean, someone just tweeted me and said they're a general contractor and that I could have caused $30,000 worth of damage.
We've been over this before, yeah, and we talked about this. Your fatberg is going to ruin your whole street's plumbing. And now everybody knows it because you say it on the radio.
Hadn't considered that.
My
Good
bum
point.
wants to feel good, so I'm going to jeopardize the plumbing of my entire neighborhood. Congratulations.
Ain't that America?
Yeah, that's Crowley.
It's the same concept as peeing in the pool. It's not good for anybody else, but I do it anyway.
Right.
Speaking of pools and holding your breath, I've Googled this too, Doran. The average person, this cannot be right, is supposed to be able to hold their breath for 2 minutes.
I believe that.
That is forever.
Before you pass out, I'm sure.
It says you're not going to pass out.
No, like before you pass out, you could hold your breath for 2 minutes. Like you could struggle, and then you'll pass out after 2 minutes.
It said while holding your breath for too long can be dangerous. Obviously, a 2-minute breath hold is generally considered safe for most people. Cal, let's do it right now. Are you really going to do it? Let me get a
He's
clock.
doing it.
Wait, stop. Take a deep breath. Whoa. You need more time to prepare for this.
I have a clock in here.
I need to know. Could be cheating the system over there. All right, you ready for this? 3, 2, 1, go. And he's not going to cheat.
No.
Callis is as honest a man as you will ever find. In the meantime, we have about 2 minutes left in the segment. So he's going to hold his breath, and right now we'll talk to Donovan in Elwood City who wants to talk about the Steelers. Hi, Donovan.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I think Rudolph will do good to, great, but I also still think, we'll see how it plays out in preseason, who's the better quarterback for the offense, you know what I mean? And along with the Roman Wilson thing, I think, yes, he's still a rookie, and I agree with you guys on that wholeheartedly, but he's had a full year to learn the offensive playbook under Arthur Smith, so I think that'll be an advantage for him,
He should, Donovan, have a leg up on the rookies. You're right about that. But as far as seeing who the better quarterback's going to be in the preseason, I don't think Rodgers is even going to play in preseason action.
Not at all. I bet you the best quarterback in the
We lost him at 56 seconds. That's good.
That's pretty good.
I will tell you right now, there's no way I could hold my breath for 56 seconds.
No?
0% chance.
Lightheaded.
Are you?
It's too early in the morning.
We should have had him sign a waiver.
The best quarterback in the preseason is going to be Skylar Thompson.
Well, he's going to maybe get the most run.
Yeah, he's going to look the best. He's going to know the offense. He's going to go in there. And he's going to run it very well. He played well last preseason.
Did he?
I think so, from my recollection. I think he did.
You don't know.
Who's the backup before him?
Here? Kyle Allen.
Kyle Allen.
Oh,
Maybe that's who I'm thinking.
Kyle Allen threw one pass with the Steelers last season. Slant, right on the money. And then people were calling us, one person a day would call us, forget those two, how about Kyle Allen? Don't be lying about Skylar Thompson.
It was either Kyle Allen or Skylar Thompson. I get them mixed up. One of them did well.
I ain't going to pretend like I know either. Texter, why does Crowley pretend to be dumb? Brutal. I mean, I thank you for thinking that I am dumb, or that I'm pretending to be. Now, I am dumb. All right, coming up next, Ray Fittipaldo, not dumb. He was also at OTAs yesterday. We'll talk to him about all of the OTA storylines. First, though, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group. Pittsburgh choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high of 68, low of 51. 68, Jaromir Jagr. How about that? Ray Fittipaldo next.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. So much of what makes us a family takes place in our homes. Chasing the kids around, playing with the dog. You want to treat your home with respect, with the love it deserves. Trust me, don't hire some other company. Go with Zero Res. Don't risk it with the other guys. Don't do it yourself with your carpet cleaning. Just check out the 10,700 raving customer reviews online, a 4.9 Google rating, and see what all the Zero Res hype is about. This month, get 3 rooms Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's #1 carpet and air duct cleaner, starting at just $129, and take $50 off your air duct cleaning. You owe it to yourself and your family to breathe healthy, happy, and clean. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all the Steelers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates, all that. JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Tee off for a good cause at the 4th annual Soon I Will Run golf outing presented by James Bear State Farm Agency, happening June 21st at 9 a.m. at Meadowink Golf Club in Murraysville. It's an 18-hole, 4-person scramble with skill prizes, a lunch banquet, and amazing auction items, all to benefit children fighting cancer. Whether you're swinging clubs or bidding on prizes, every shot helps a family in need. Spots are filling fast, so don't wait. Sign up or donate today at sooniwillrun.com. That's sooniwillrun.com.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is gone!
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan is responsible for this ad. John Morgan is licensed in Florida and Tennessee. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. In honor of Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways they could show their appreciation, like rolling out the red carpet, giving you your own personal marching band, or throwing a bumping shindig. At Verizon, they're doing all that in the form of special military offers. That's why this month only they're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card and a phone on them with a select trade-in and a new line on select unlimited plans. Think of it as their way of flying a squadron of jets overhead while launching fireworks. Now that's what I call a celebration, because Verizon is proud to serve you. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh to learn more. $200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase $799.99 or more with new line on eligible plan. Gift card sent within 8 weeks after receiving claim. Phone offer requires $799.99 purchase with new smartphone line on Unlimited Ultimate or Postpaid Unlimited Plus. Minimum plan $80 a month. Auto pay plus taxes and fees for 36 months. Less $800 trade-in promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in must be from Apple, Google, or Samsung. Trade-in and additional terms apply.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Good news and bad news. This report brought to you by the Washington Wild Things. The good news is they've cleared the earlier accident on I-79 southbound right around the ramps from the turnpike. However, you're still looking at heavy traffic all the way back before the Route 228 interchange and down past those turnpike ramps. Also, an accident cleared Hayden Boulevard at the Elizabeth Bridge in Elizabethboro. Now we have one with crews on the scene in the East Liberty section of the city, intersection of Broad Street and North Highland Avenue. Parkway East inbound delays at Greensburg Pike. Outbound jammed from Bates Street up through the Squirrel Hill tunnels and those lane restrictions. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Washington Wild Things return to EQT Park Friday, May 30th through Sunday, June 1st with a Fireworks Friday presented by PBR, a sock giveaway presented by WCTPA, and Mascotapalooza on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday. WashingtonWildThings.com for tickets.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, Back to the Fan Morning Show.
I seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Mason, how do you view your opportunity?
Same way I always have. Control what I can control and throw the ball well, lead the guys, and play well when I get the chance to.
Do you feel like your mindset's different this time around coming in this year?
Not really, no.
Mason Rudolph speaking after OTA practice number 1. Aaron Rodgers, not signed, not there. DK Metcalf, signed but not there. TJ Watt, looking for a contract extension, not there. Ray Fittipaldo joins us now to get into all of it. And Ray is brought to you by LGKG, the born and raised Western PA injury attorneys who take your personal injury cases personally. Good morning to you, Ray. How you doing?
Good morning, guys. I'm doing well.
Ray, your biggest takeaway from OTA number 1?
Yeah, I mean, I wrote about it. I just think it's the uncertainty that looms over this football team. And, you know, a lot of the guys yesterday said the right things when it came to Aaron Rodgers not being there. But I also got the sense that they're kind of sick of, you know, not talking about it, because yesterday was the first time they talked about it. But they're just kind of sick of this being the storyline about this football team for more than 2 months now. So, you know, they said the right things yesterday. I don't think, honestly, guys, this won't come up again until minicamp. Now, if this is still ongoing at minicamp, yeah, the guys are going to have to answer these questions again. But they kind of got it out of the way yesterday, and you know, we'll have hopefully 2 weeks of peace and quiet, you know, until minicamp gets here.
Ray, let's say Aaron Rodgers doesn't sign with the Steelers. Do you think that Mason Rudolph is capable of having a Sam Darnold, Geno Smith-like rebound career year?
Well, I mean, listen, Geno Smith and Sam Darnold, you know, even though they weren't great quarterbacks, they had more of a resume than Mason Rudolph did at this point. You know, Sam Darnold struggled with the Jets. Yeah, he had a lot of pieces around him in Minnesota. I don't know that the Steelers are quite set up that way. So I don't think the Steelers would be a terrible football team with Mason Rudolph, but I don't think the ceiling would be very high either. I think they would be an 8 or a 9 win team, maybe on the fringe of the playoffs, but probably nothing more than that.
Where's DK Metcalf, and is it a big deal he's not there?
Not sure. One of the players yesterday, Patrick Queen, made mention of some of these guys have personal issues going on that they have to deal with. I don't know what DK's issue is right now. I don't think it's a big deal. You know, Doran spent time in the league. These are voluntary workouts, and they're especially voluntary for stars like DK Metcalf and TJ Watt, guys who really don't have anything to prove. So it'll be more of a story if any of these guys aren't here for the mandatory mini camp, but I don't think it's a big deal at all that some of these guys weren't here on the first day of OTAs.
Ray, Mason Rudolph has a lot to prove. I'll just ask you the question if he is possibly capable of having that rebound year like the other quarterbacks in the league. Broderick Jones is another guy who has a lot to prove moving to left tackle. Faltanu has a lot to prove in his basically rookie year this year of playing right tackle. But Roman Wilson, I think out of all of them, has the most to prove and the most probably on his shoulders. Do you think he's capable of handling being wide receiver number 2 as it sits right now?
We're going to find out. He's going to get plenty of opportunities this spring and in training camp, I think, to prove that he's a guy who could have a role in this football team. They invested a 3rd-round pick in him. His rookie season was pretty much a wash. He played 5 snaps in that game against the Raiders, and that was it. They pretty much redshirted him after that, after he had another injury, and they just put him on the shelf for the rest of the season. So there's opportunities for guys like Roman Wilson. There's opportunities for guys like Calvin Austin. I think Calvin Austin is another guy that I think they can lean on a little bit more. He had career highs in both yardage and touchdowns last season. He had more touchdowns, guys, than George Pickens last season. So I think between those two guys, they have to manufacture some semblance of a number 2 receiver. One of those guys might not ever get that title, but they got to piece together the production between those guys to be, okay at number 2 and number 3.
Ray Fittipaldo joining us in the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Ray, if Roman Wilson plays well during OTA's minicamp, does that mean they will not acquire a wide receiver 2, or does it not matter and they're always going to try to get a number 2 wide receiver?
Yeah, I mean, there's only so much you can prove in football and shorts. I think, the real evaluation goes on in training camp when the pads come on, and then especially in the 3 preseason games. So he could look great out here. I don't think if it's in their mind to bolster their roster and to add depth and or to maybe get a guy to compete for that number 2 spot, they won't be greatly influenced by whether he has a bad spring or a good spring, especially if Aaron Rodgers wants one of his own guys, to come in here and maybe be, somewhat of a security blanket for him. So, I think it would be great if Roman Wilson and Calvin Austin did really well over the next couple of weeks, but I don't think that'll be a big factor in any of the roster decisions they do, between the end of minicamp and the start of training camp.
Ray, from now until, let's say, game number 4, who has to put it together the most on the TV, on paper, and for us to say, yeah, that guy has made a huge jump? Joey Porter Jr. or Keanu Benton for this team to be successful? This defense, let's say, to be successful.
Yeah, for this defense, I'm going to say Keanu Benton just because there's a lot of question marks still on that defensive line. I love that they doubled down on D linemen, and I hope those rookies can be contributors as rookies, but sometimes it's not smart to count on rookies. So Keanu Benton enters, this training camp, as your second best defensive lineman, and I think he has to start playing that way. I think I'm not blaming him, but I'm just saying overall that defensive line was a big disappointment towards the end of the season and especially in the playoffs. That's why they went out and got Y.A. Black. That's why they went out and got Derek Harmon. So apparently he's still going to play the nose, and if he's going to play the nose, he and everyone else on that defensive line have to play better against the run.
Ray Fittipaldo with us here on the Fan Hotline. What's the timeline for T.J. Watt, do you think? It just all ends with him getting 1 cent more than Myles Garrett somewhere around training camp and everybody's happy?
Yeah, I think it's going to be in the guaranteed money, and I wouldn't expect TJ to show up, honestly, for any of these OTAs. I don't think he's going to play hardball and stay away from minicamp. I think he'll probably be there, for that. I can't tell you when it's going to happen. Maybe it could happen in June, but I think it's more likely to happen in July or August. The interesting thing is, do they want to wait on the Cowboys to get a deal done with Micah Parsons, or do they want to be first in line, even if they have to overpay? And I think we all agree, Max Crosby signs for like $35.5 million. Then the Browns go to 40. So everyone, the Cowboys, the Lions, the Steelers, all think they're going to have to overpay for their guys. But when you look at it, it's almost better to be second than third or fourth, because whoever's third or fourth is going to end up paying more anyway.
Caleb Johnson, does he look the part?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that guy has the physique of an NFL football player. Looks really good out there, too. Looks confident. I know it's only OTAs, but, I think Jaylen Warren's going to be RB1 early in the season, but Jaylen Warren's also your best pass protector and your best receiver out of the backfield. And I think Caleb Johnson's skill set is to be a first and second down back. So I can very easily see a scenario, Doran, where, by October, he's actually a starter, playing first and second downs. And, I don't think the touches or the carries are going to vary a lot. I think it'll be close to a 50-50 split. But I do think, maybe by October or at the latest, the middle of the season, I think Caleb Johnson could be RB1 and play on first and second downs.
Who else is passing the eye test through 1 day of football in shorts?
Oh, I mean, Harmon is just he's that big prototypical defensive end in the Steelers mode. He looks the part. Y.A. Black, too. That guy's a big body. They can play anywhere on that defensive line. So we're not going to find out about those guys until training camp, but I'm really looking forward to Latrobe and, seeing those guys on one-on-ones against Zach Frazier and Mason McCormick. And, it's almost like phase 1 of the rebuild was the O-line. Those guys established themselves a little bit last year. Phase 2 is the D-line, and we're going to get to see how far these guys are along when they go up against each other in training camp a couple of weeks from now.
Ray, June 10th, mini camp, mandatory. Yeah. Is Aaron Rodgers throwing the football in the black and gold on June 10th?
No, it's not mandatory if he's not signed, so I think you have to keep that in mind. I think, I think it'll get done by then. I wish I had a better handle on what his personal issues were and, where the timeline was with that. I suppose, if he's not here, guys, that they could still wait until training camp. But I think just being around that team yesterday, asking those questions, and, you're only able to, get across so much when you write a story or when you talk about it. But it just seems like I said at the top, guys are tired of this, and they just want some clarity. Is it going to be Mason Rudolph or is it going to be Aaron Rodgers? Let's get on with this so we can, go about our offseason.
Ray, did you ever have a mustache?
I had a goatee like when I was in high school and college, but don't know that I ever had a Mason Rudolph stash. That's impressive, guys.
When you're talking goatee, are we talking just on the chin, or you had the mustache that folded down into the chin? Yeah.
No, I never had like the Lou Albano rubber band. I just had I just had the goatee that I trimmed a little bit.
Very good, Ray. Thank you for your time as always. Have fun down there today.
All right, guys. See you.
Thanks, Ray.
See you, buddy. I actually miss being down there.
Do you?
Yeah. There's something about dudes running around wearing a Steelers uniform.
Yeah.
This time of year just gets me going.
You know that football's right around, real football's right around the corner. It's like a teaser.
Doran.
It's a nice teaser.
Oh, it's here.
Oh, yeah, we're back.
We're back.
Uh-huh. Because July is going to fly.
Oh, my God. That's it. That's the only time there's really nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And then end of July, you got training camp, and then you're in it.
Yep.
Usually the Pirates can hold you over until then. They haven't been able to. They held us. They didn't even hold us over until OTAs. We'll get to that with John Wayner at the bottom of the hour and the emergence of one big hammering Hank Davis. But coming up next, you heard it there from Ray. Some of these guys, they're saying the right thing, but you could tell they're bummed out by the whole Aaron Rodgers situation. We got Cam Hayward talking about Rodgers coming up next. We react, but first, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pirates made a comeback yesterday. They were down 4. Then they scored 7 in the 8th inning to go up 9-6, and that was the final score. They kept it steady through the 9th inning. Pirates have split the series with the Diamondbacks now 1 game apiece. Third and final game, the rubber match of the series. That's going to be today at 3:40. And if you want to listen, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Jordan.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about something that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's my good friend, Gina Giampetro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina, and she always delivers. Davey and Marlo needed to find a new home and sell their existing home, so they reached out to Gina for help. They said that the moment they met Gina, they knew they had chosen a very knowledgeable, professional, and caring real estate agent. After looking at many existing homes, Davey and Marlo decided to build a home instead and said that Gina was very patient with them throughout the entire process. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price. You agree on a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she will have it bought and turned into a rental. Gina also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. You know what to do. Pull out your phone, give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's Gina will sell your home.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Do you yell at your radio when listening to us because you think you can do a better job?
Oh, come on, I can do what you guys do.
Do you call in and try to prove you know more than us?
This is garbage, guys. Let's get it together here.
Well, we have an opportunity for you to try and prove once and for all that you're better than us. We're looking for the next host to add to our roster with our next up on the Fan Talent Search. We'll be going to multiple locations this summer and picking 2 winners from each spot, with one final winner being added to our team. Join us for your first opportunity on Thursday, June 5th from 7 to 9 p.m. at the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department. For more details, including locations, visit 937thefan.com. It's our next up on the Fan Talent Search from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get the Zone, AutoZone. With the great Caitlin Clark out 2 weeks with a quad injury, the get-in ticket price for the big Indiana Fever Chicago Sky rivalry game a week from Saturday at the 21,000-seat United Center has plummeted 71% from $86 to $25. We'll see how much the ratings on CBS fall from their projected numbers. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Then call now for this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. That's right, free. This free book reveals little-known truths about annuities in simple-to-understand terms that will help you make the right choices before buying an annuity. And it's free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report summarizing the rates and benefits from financially strong insurers.
Call 800-715-9880.
That's right, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling today.
Call 800-715-9880. That's 800-715-9880.
Sponsored by Annuity General. Producers have the appropriate licenses for the products they offer. Increased income is possible using strategies suited to your goals and may require buying multiple annuities and holding them full term.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVeigh's your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVeigh offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVeigh, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVeigh or go to callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment online.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $199 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $235 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires June 2nd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, good-looking guys.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same building your bet and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across our multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft shoes, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Look for Mirafast at Walmart today. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Earlier accident still tying up 79. This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread Pittsburgh. That accident cleared from I-79 southbound near the Turnpike ramp, still causing some leftover delays back before Route 228 heading past the Turnpike. Also an accident in the East Liberty section of the city being cleared, Broad Street at North Highland Avenue, and a transformer explosion in the Brighton Heights section of the city, 3200 block of Brighton Road near Leckie Avenue. Parkway West are jammed between Carnegie and Green Tree. Outbound delays just past Banksville to Carnegie, and then again from Roslyn Farms past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East, you are jammed in Wilkinsburg, and Route 28 jammed between the Highland Park Bridge and the Route 8 at the bypass to the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian Bread is the key to any great burger or dog. A proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian Bread will be a home run at your next party.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
As a captain, how do you manage this unique situation where your starting quarterback may be here or he still might not?
You just, you roll with who's here. It's not, guessing. You're going to get the work you put in. You can't worry about who's not here. Same way it goes if I was in this practice. The train keeps going, whoever. We'll see what happens. I think you just really can't worry about what's going on outside of here. That's the way the Steelers have always run the ship. You can speculate and think one or two ways, but I think at this time and at the moments in the offseason, you're just like, let me lock on my craft right now. Let me make sure I take care of my job. You start playing a hope and a wishing game, I'll see you in the cathedral down the street. And so,
Have you tried to reach out to the individual in question or recruit them or whatever?
There's no need to recruit. I think it's been more black and white up front, and I think he's had the conversations he needs to have.
Do you feel it's important? Would you like to have your quarterback, if he is the quarterback, here for these workouts?
I don't care. He might be sitting on a helmet for the rest of the time. So, you know what's going to happen. I think sometimes we put so much stock into the offseason where we can get caught up in the thinking it's everything. Yes, it can help. Yes, guys can get better. But who's to say you can't be better outside of here? I think I hate to point to it, but last year I missed all OTAs, so it didn't really help me. So, but I think any player, you know what you need. You know what's required of you. As you progress towards, training camp, you just start to, kick it up, whether it's meeting with teammates or whatever, but to each their own.
That's Cam Hayward talking about Aaron Rodgers and other guys who weren't there. We know DK Metcalf not there. We know TJ Watt not there. Both seem to have reasons. DK Metcalf is a 2-month-old at home, as I understand it, and I can empathize with that, especially something that's not mandatory. TJ, obviously, does not have the new contract that he wants, which is exactly what Cam Hayward was dealing with last year. But I could see you shaking your head when Hayward was basically saying, you make of these what you make of these, guys can get better away from there, and you're shaking your head in agreement, it seemed like.
Well, everybody knows what they need to do to get ready. And just because somebody isn't there for the collective kind of team activities doesn't mean that they're not getting ready in their own way, especially whenever you're talking about guys who are the best at it. Like, Aaron Rodgers is one of the best at what he has done at that position. He will be regarded as one of the best. Cam Hayward is one of the best. Like, they know what they need to do to get ready, and just because they're not seen doesn't mean that they're not getting ready. Like, if I were on the Steelers right now and say, like, I was next to Pat Freiermuth at tight end, I wouldn't even worry about who the quarterback was, because I need to do what I need to do to get ready. Like, I would act like that they're not even going to be a part of the team until they are there. It's like, oh, okay, nice, you're cool, nice. You have a locker, nice. Okay, well, let's go.
You weren't just going to stop playing football because
Right.
Aaron Rodgers wasn't there.
Right. Like, I wouldn't even think about it not one time. Not one time.
I didn't sense annoyance really there from Hayward. Now, I wasn't there. I mean, we heard Ray Fittipaldo, who was our guest at 8. He asked the first question there, and he said he kind of was picking up undertones of that. So I didn't see Cam Hayward's face, but I think it was Chris Adamski who asked the same question that Cam was asked on his podcast, where Cam said, I ain't going on no darkness retreat.
Right.
And Cam wouldn't bite this time around. I can't tell if he's annoyed or not. And I'm guessing that he doesn't think too much about it right now, and that if he's not there for minicamp, that might be different. But that's 2 weeks away.
Right. I don't think he's annoyed really at all at this point because this is the first time he's ever really had to stand in front of the media and talk about it unless he brought it up himself.
That's right. The only other time he's talked about it was on his own podcast.
So, like, I don't think he's annoyed yet. Like, I think he could be annoyed if it's asked every single day up until minicamp.
It's going to be this way. Let me rephrase it. Every player's going to have their own opinion on this. I forget who we were talking about or talking to. Oh, no, it was Tyler Kennedy who was talking about Mike Sullivan. And he said, 5 guys are going to love any coach. 5 guys are going to hate the coach. And everyone else is just, whatever, take him or leave him. That's the truth in an NFL locker room, too.
Yeah.
It's not one collective where everybody thinks exactly the same way. Patrick Queen yesterday was asked, and he said, I'd like to see Aaron Rodgers. He grew up watching that guy play. Cam Hayward kind of mum on it. I'm sure there are guys in there that say, no, screw off. Go eat bark, Aaron Rodgers, like Terry Bradshaw did. I think if he is here for the first day of minicamp and no one's touching him and he's slanging the rock all over the place the way that we think he will with no contact, I think everyone forgets about it until the beginning of the season.
Yeah, everybody that's not a young player. Like, I mean, if you're a young player, you kind of grew up. Like, I'll never forget the feeling because Andre Johnson missed 2 weeks of OTAs because he was going through a contract situation in rookie year. And every day I'd walk into the locker room and I would look next to my locker. His locker was right next to mine. I'm like, is he going to come today? Like, I want to see Andre Johnson because I was a young player. I was a rookie. I wanted to see the best receiver in the game. So I'm sure like a Caleb Johnson, those guys, and even Will Howard, they probably want to see Aaron Rodgers, and it's like, wow. But other guys are just like, I just got to go out there and do what I got to do. Like, if this guy's going to join, great. If he doesn't, then we just got to keep it rolling.
I got to keep doing my damn job. I saw it firsthand when Mike Vick was here. Le'Veon Bell was borderline drooling.
Mm-hmm.
He was so excited.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone. I mean, they were genuflecting when Mike Vick walked up in there. And I'm sure for a lot of these players, Aaron Rodgers, they're going to look at him in a similar fashion. And he's going to throw the football well when there's no contact. He's going to look awesome in minicamp. He's going to look awesome in training camp.
Yeah.
And people will forget. And then you'll see what happens come the regular season. And I'm not necessarily predicting great things. But I think once he shows up, and I still think he will, I think the distraction goes away almost instantaneously. And the young guys who have idolized him will say, all right, this is our guy. And the old guys will go, oh, okay, he can still spin it.
Yeah.
And that'll be that. I think. We'll see. We'll turn the page briefly to the Pirates' miraculous victory last night. They scored 7 runs in an inning, Doran. That's like a month's worth of runs in one inning. Hank Davis with a double and a homer. We talked to Rock about it next, but first, Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Steiner and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, it's a fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates did win yesterday by a final score of 9-6. They beat the Arizona Diamondbacks to split the series in 1 game apiece. So we got a rubber match today. Third and final games at 3:40 this afternoon. You can listen to the game over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our hosts like to talk a lot. Like a lot. So, Thursday, June 5th through Friday, June 6th, they're doing nothing but that. It's our Fan 5-Alarm Marathon. Tune in as our hosts talk live on the air for 26.2 hours straight. Live from the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department as we raise funds for volunteer fire departments around the area. The Fans 5-Alarm Marathon. Presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by Firehouse Subs, Charles Leach Insurance Insurance, Hampton Beer Outlet, 1-800-BOARD-UP, and G.S. Jones Restoration, People's Natural Gas, Louis Anthony Jewelers, Rome Monument, and Keystone Custom Apparel. The Fan's 5-Alarm Marathon, June 5th through the 6th on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Hi, I'm Mandy. I'm one of the at-home coaches with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. A lot of times people just come to me and they're like, I've tried everything. I just can't lose weight. And I'm like, you haven't tried everything. You haven't tried Awaken 180. And we're completely different. The biggest difference I hear from people is the relationship with the health coach, because we get to know you. We're there for you. We're unlimited support for you. It's not just somebody who's sending you a cookie cutter program. You're getting that personal health coach. You and your health coach will work together at Awaken 180 to figure out how to make it your new lifestyle so that you don't have to think about it. You just live your life. That's the main difference. Come talk to us and see how Awaken 180 can help you.
Thanks, Mandy. This is Chris Muller. Unlimited coaching, unlimited support. Awaken 180 is there for you while losing weight fast and after reaching your goal. Free support for life at awaken180weightloss.com.
Summer savings are here at Going Gone by Dick's Sporting Goods. Score up to 70% off styles from top brands like Nike, Adidas, Jordan, Kalia, and more. Discover new markdowns at arrivals every week. Hurry in and save big on summer styles at your Going Gone.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
Crowley here. Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms charge. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate, so that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich & Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, you want to give your bathroom a fresh, luxurious upgrade? My friends Nick and Larry at Boulevard Glass and Metal, they designed custom glass shower doors that bring elegance and style to any bathroom. Sleek, frameless designs to custom finishes, they do all of it. Enjoy shower doors that fit your style and space perfectly. Durable, easy to clean, and built to last. Your dream bathroom, it starts here. Visit BoulevardGlassandMetal.com for that free consultation. A stunning shower is just a call away.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today.
Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
93.7 The Fan, The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
People are on my side here on these flushable wipes on the text line. They're saying everybody should use them.
No, they're terrible for your plumbing.
Right. No, not the flushable ones.
Yes, they are.
No, the problem is I'm
Jake has
using
said that
the
today.
non-flushable ones.
You can have a box of flushable golf balls. You can flush them. Does not mean it's good for your plumbing.
Did Callis just get a dub?
He did.
I think Callis just got a dub.
He did.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by A Quick Drain Service.
If you smell what the Rock is cooking.
Wayner, deep left. Look at this. Steve. Oh, my goodness. He's done it. Aaron David Wayner. Unbelievable. It is unbelievable. He's done it in his home ballpark. John Wayner.
That's not the Rock stuff. That's Rocky stuff.
That is unbelievable.
Unbelievable win for the Pirates last night. Down 6-0, win 9-6. I hope they didn't use up all their runs. Paul Skeens goes today at 340. If Paul Skeens and the Buccos should win this game, Doran, the Pirates would then be 9-9 under Don Kelly.
Wow.
How about that? The story of the night, though, Hank Davis comes in for a banged-up Joey Bart, hits an opposite field double and a home run, and John Wayner joins us now to discuss. Good morning to you, John.
Good morning. I woke up this morning. I'm like, my gosh, what could these guys possibly ask me today? Like after another game like that, because I fell asleep in like the sixth
Me too,
inning.
pal.
And I'm like, I got up. I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. We're gonna have lots of things to talk about this morning.
Well, I know Henry Davis, he hit a home run. To me, the better sign even was he takes that breaking pitch low on the outside corner and hammers it the opposite way, John. What are you seeing out of Big Hank? And even if Bart were healthy, would you try to get him in the lineup almost every day?
Yeah, I think you need to at this point. You know, started noticing it last week watching his batting practice and even his at-bats in the game. The bat head's starting to stay in the zone again, you know, and we haven't seen that in a while. His bat's been so in and out of the zone, and it's kind of hard to describe on TV, but, you know, like if you were to take a swing and let go of the bat, his bat would have ended up down the third baseline in foul territory. Right now, his bat's staying through the zone, so if he'd leave go of the bat, it would go towards the middle of the field. Basically, his bat head's staying through the zone like I haven't seen it. Maybe spring early on in his career. But, yeah, that first pitch home run, the best swing I've seen out of him in 2 years.
Wow.
And then he comes up the next at bat and takes a breaking ball outer half and hits it to right center with authority. This guy has power. This guy has talent. I mean, and I know everybody thinks he's a flop, but he's still relatively young. Those are probably the two best swings I've ever seen him take. And I noticed improvement last week, particularly in BP and in game swings. The swing, the bat path is improved immensely.
John, I mean, for me, when I watch the games, since Donnie Kelly has taken over, I can tell that it does look different. This team looks different. The way they play baseball looks different. But from your eye, does this team give off a different aura? Do they give off a different confidence? Now that Donnie Kelly has taken over.
I think there's a little more energy. This game's so individual. It's like if you don't. And there's a lot of guys fighting for their jobs. There's a lot of guys, fight to stay in the big leagues and what have you. And so, but I do think there's a little more urgency in terms of the way they go about their business. It's kind of hard to see it when you're getting shut out or you're not scoring runs. But I do believe they know that they're better than they've played so far. I do think that Donnie does bring an energy. Donnie does bring a positivity like no other. He's one of the greatest human beings on earth, and he is 100% positive all the time. And so I think that definitely rubs off on the guys, and I certainly think it makes a difference to an extent. Last night, for instance, I just want to bring this up just because we haven't seen it much of this year. Obviously, the Davis 2-run homer was huge. What Joey Wentz did was huge to come in and throw 3 2/3 and kind of keep it where it was. But I don't know. I'm sure there's a statistician out there somewhere just to talk about getting hits with the bases loaded or scoring 3 runs with one swing of the bat. The Pirates did that twice last night. I don't think they did it twice in the last month, to get just one swing driving in, like the IKF doubled on the line. Bases loaded. It seems like every time we're up there with the bases loaded, that ground ball goes right to the third baseman. They turn 2. Okay, he gets it down the line, scores 3. Then obviously a couple guys get on. Reynolds hits the home run. I think it's huge also that Reynolds is getting hot. But yeah, I think when you have games like that, especially, I think Donnie Kelly has something to do with it, just because he is always. There's not going to be any boo-hooing, or he's not going to get down on the dauber. He's going to be out there and he's going to be positive. He's going to push and he's going to believe and he's going to have confidence in his guys. A game like last night where you're getting those big hits takes a lot of pressure off the guys in the batter's box, and I think hopefully this will get them going. And back to your answer with Henry Davis, I don't know if Bart's going to be okay or not. Davis has been getting more at bats recently. He'll get more at bats going forward if he's swinging it like that.
I would hope so. And then you've got Alexander Canario, who. Look, he kind of looks like a dude, John. I mean, he just needed to be in the lineup a little bit more to show his stuff. What are you seeing out of him?
Yeah, he's been impressive. He's taken advantage. I mean, he's a little more violent at the plate than most. He goes up there to attack. He's up there swinging. I wouldn't call that a picture-perfect swing, but he gets after it, and he has to be in the lineup. Again, with the offense, I know that they've obviously got him in there pretty much every day for the last couple of weeks. Yeah. I think he did a good job in center field last night, too. I watched the last 3 innings because I was like, whoa, what happened? And, he chased a couple of balls down. Obviously, if it's Reynolds and Cruz out there, it's got to be Canario over Pham. And Pham's actually collecting some hits lately too, but Canario deserves to be in there. He's, the way he's swinging it until he cools off, he's got to play.
9 hits in his last 5 games for Alexander Canario. John, we appreciate the time as always. Paul Skeens today. Go get him, guys.
Yeah, go win a series. That will be fun. But yeah, I guess I think that should help this club. That big win last night. So, and you got to start winning games at Skeens. Skeens got to collect some wins.
Darn right. Darn right. Thank you, John. We'll talk to you next week. Appreciate your time as always.
All right. Have a good week.
Thanks, John.
You too. I limped in there with my goodbye.
Yeah, you did.
Paul Skeens goes today. Go get him, guys.
It's nice to see though too, and obviously it wasn't really a reflection last night, but it has been as a whole. Cruz getting hurt, Cruz being hot, getting hurt, coming back not so hot, but then finding it and have the confidence to finding it.
Yeah,
that's a good sign.
Yes, it is.
You know what I'm saying? Like he got hurt, came back, it was ugly, and then now he's found it again. That's a sign of a maturing player, in my opinion.
I'm with you on that. That's well said. And when I think about the guys on this team, that the next time they were to make the postseason, let's say, and I'm not making them out to be the 1927 Yankees or anything like that, guys like Cruz, guys like Henry Davis and Paul Skeens, they've all gone through stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a really good point on O'Neill. Was great, and then after the injury, oh my God, comes out of it. Hits 123 miles an hour. Henry Davis, his entire career, he's getting yanked around and the confidence issues, and now he's starting to become a player. Fingers crossed, you hope. I mean, Wainer just said the best 2 swings he's ever seen the guy take. And then I think about Skeens, and he's got such a bulldog mentality, but all this trade talk, and his last 2 starts were as good as any start he's had this year.
Yep.
The only other start that I put up with these last 2 was against the Dodgers. He's had 3 dynamite starts this year. He's been mostly just very good. That trade stuff's got to be annoying as hell.
Very.
And he's pitched through it. And this is the best version we've seen of Skeens this year. All right. Talk more about what John had to say coming up next. Doug Whaley in from 9 o'clock until 10. Right now, it's a fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates won 9-6 yesterday, scored 7 runs in the 8th inning to take the lead over the Diamondbacks, a lead which they held on to. Again, that yielded the 9-6 final score. Rubber match of the 3-game series is today at 3:40. You can listen over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. Listen on the radio or listen on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY Odyssey. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
We're still dealing with an earlier accident in the East Liberty section of the city at the intersection of Broad Street and North Highland Avenue. That's in the final stages of clearing. Earlier accident gone on I-79 southbound near the Turnpike. However, you're still looking at leftover delays back before Route 228. Parkway West, you are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound delays approaching Carnegie, and then again from Roslyn Farms out past Campbell's Run Road towards Settlers Ridge. Parkway East jamming inbound before Wilkinsburg. Outbound delays from Bates Street up through the Squirrel Hill tunnels due to that right lane closure out toward Edgewood Twistvale. And Route 28 jammed from the Highland Park Bridge in toward the north side. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
Yards, sheds, garages, basements, or whole house cleanouts. Call the big job specialists at Two Men and a Junk Truck. Free estimate, quick removals. 2 Men. Book us online at juncktruck.com.
This Father's Day, treat Dad with a fine timepiece from Louis Anthony Jewelers.
Upgrade your home security with Guardian Protection and get a free Video Doorbell Pro. Right now, when you purchase an essential security package, Guardian will include a high-definition video doorbell at no extra cost. See, hear, and speak to visitors from anywhere with two-way audio and motion alerts. Don't miss this chance to enhance your home security for free. Call 1-800-PROTECT, that's 1-800-776-8328, or visit GuardianProtection.com/FAN today to claim your free Video Doorbell Pro. Terms and conditions apply.
Adventure is calling, and your Jeep is waiting. It's Employee Pricing Plus this month. South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township. Drive home a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo for $249 a month for 24 months. Hurry in today. See dealer for details.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
What? All the budget has to be used now? And we can use all the media buy?
Javier's marketing firm just got its dream funding.
Okay, ideas. Bobbleheads. No. T-shirt cannon. I seriously need some help here.
He needs to find marketing managers who are worth every dollar.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Sponsoring a job on Indeed gives it a visibility boost, so you can hire faster. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
15-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Doug Whaley going to join us from 9 o'clock until 10. We just saw a very special visitor, Doran.
We sure did.
One E.J. Borghetti.
Uh-huh.
The grand poobah of all things Pitt Communications. He's one of the nicest guys in the industry.
Ever.
And I wish I could hate him, but I can't.
Why do you wish that you could hate him?
I feel like my Mountaineer brethren would be disappointed that I don't hate him, I guess would be the better way to put it. I'm going to like who I like.
He never did anything.
Yes,
you
he
should
did.
hate Pat.
Yes, he did.
Scott McKillop.
I
you should hate
should.
Wanstead.
Yep.
You should hate me to
Correct.
an extent.
Yep.
But, like, EJ never did anything.
He stood there. Next. He had to have been in the room
honestly,
when Rich Rod was doing his press conference and all y'all were going nuts.
Honestly, out of everybody that was a part of that game, EJ was probably the most proud of the win.
Oh.
Out of everybody.
Is there a more proud Pitt man?
No.
I don't think so.
Not even close.
And you've got Pitt pride. I know Bostic has Pitt pride. I know Doug Whaley's got the Pitt pride. E.J. Borghetti's Pitt through and through.
Yep.
But the reason I love him is when I got hired here part-time, he called me and congratulated me. And he said he's excited to have a Mountaineer on staff because he always respected the rivalry. Now, he said nothing bad about Penn State, but he didn't mention Penn State. And that's why I love the guy. Because he gets it. He gets why it's important.
Cows, that's exactly why he would root for Pitt if Pitt played Penn State. There you go. From earlier.
Because you love EJ.
I don't
said it right there.
I don't dislike Narduzzi either. And I really can't stand James Franklin. But you'll never get me to admit to this on the air.
Okay.
You admit to flushable wipes. I'm not going to let that go.
I bet you EJ's going to hook us up. I haven't talked to him about this yet for the Fan 5 alarm. I bet you we can get a bunch of great Pitt guests.
Yes.
Well, I think it might be interesting just to do an hour with EJ, honestly.
I like that, too.
And throw around some Pitt stories from back in the day.
He's a vault of knowledge. Like, I mean, and you just open that vault a little bit, and you could ask him about anything Pitt from 1920 to right now. And
19, like Pop Warner times.
Yes.
The average cost of gear for a firefighter is over $13,000. That's why we're hosting the Fan 5 Alarm Marathon, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. To raise funds for volunteers who serve our community, you can donate now at 937thefan.com, presented by Cintas, Southside Plumbing and Heating, Target Freight Management, and Glick Fire Equipment. You can donate, and you should donate if you can spare anything. I mean, $5 helps, $10 helps. I think last year we did the thing, $13.09. I'm fine with being the butt of a joke if we can get some money flowing in to help these guys who help us and save lives every single day. And last year, prior to the marathon, we had a lot of donations already. So we're calling upon our loyal listeners who are always willing to help in this great town. You can go to 937thefan.com and donate. Yes, Harry.
Do you remember what you did last year to raise money? It was hilarious. You said, I'm going to do a push-up for every $1. And then I donated $300, and then Doran matched my donation, and then a bunch of people donated, and then you didn't do all the push-ups.
You did like 20, right?
I still owe on the push-ups. That's right. That's exactly right. That did happen. I wasn't even working out back then. I've been working out a ton lately.
You have?
I have.
Wow.
And you've gone to the field with me 0 times.
I'm not trying to play baseball with you. I'm trying to not die young. This is how that's going.
What kind of workouts have you been doing?
Jumping around in my basement. You know this. With my guy Joe Wicks, the body coach.
Hopscotch.
It's not hopscotch. It's like, what do you call those? Burpees.
I can't play baseball with Callis. I got to do my hopscotch.
I mean, playing baseball with you ain't going to help extend my lifespan. In fact,
it's exercise. It's
not the same level of
cardio
exercise.
and strength training.
There's no strength training.
You got to hit a baseball.
That's not strength. You don't know what strength training
that's not
is.
Strength training, but okay.
No, I'm saying I do strength training to hit better.
What do you do to hit better?
Do those medicine ball workouts where you do those little twists and
get that
do
trunk
some
going.
deadlifts, some other stuff.
Mm-hmm. I never did a deadlift in my life. That surprise you?
It's actually the best full body workout you can do.
I know, but kyphosis. You can also kyphosis. You can also get 2025 FAM 5-alarm T-shirts. They're available online. You can go to KeystoneCustomApparel.com. Get your commemorative shirt. They're super cool. Portion of the proceeds benefit local volunteer fire departments. So there you go. Oh, one more. Tell the people. You can join Pony and Muller this Friday at Piata at the Point in North Fayette. That food's good. You ever been there?
Yes.
Quality stuff.
Very good.
PM team will broadcast live, collect donations for the Fan 5-alarm. Stop by, help them fill the boot. Oh, that makes me think of Beer Fest.
Yeah, Das Boot.
Das Boot. You can also get a 2025 Fan 5-alarm marathon T-shirt for a $20 donation. All proceeds, how about that? All proceeds go directly to the fund to help volunteer fire departments. There you go. All right, Doug Whaley joins us for the next hour. TJ Watt, not at OTAs. DK Metcalf, not there. Aaron Rodgers, not under contract. Mason Rudolph, shaved his goatee. So much to get into with Doug. We'll do just that coming up next. But first, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. High today of 68. For God's sakes, can we get an 80-degree day in here? Summer, for God's sakes. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, we're back at Jeep of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's one and only single location, family-owned and operated Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram store with Taylor Fournier.
Bob, in this world of conglomerate dealership chains, we see ourselves more like the family diner. So we guarantee a member of our family is always working for the best deal for our customers.
And that's why you remain Pittsburgh's #1 Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram lease leader.
Look, we all buy them for the same price from the manufacturer, no matter the number of locations. But because we're focused on just our one location, we can beat our competitors' best price in less time, all the time.
Tell us about your Employee Pricing Plus event going on right now.
You buy it for what we buy it for. If you need a new or certified pre-owned CJDR vehicle, bring us your competitor's best price, and we're going to beat it.
Get to Fournier's Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard and look for that humongous yellow Jeep in the sky or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Kevin Moret here for Mentality. Life's a relentless competition, and you might be losing without even knowing it. With testosterone levels plummeting 25% in just 2 decades, you're likely operating at a fraction of your potential. Your kids sense it when you're too exhausted for playtime. Your wife notices when that spark fades. Here's the harsh truth. Without addressing low T, nothing works. Diets fail, workouts fall flat, but there's hope. Mentality's FDA-approved treatment restores testosterone by an average of 30%. Don't let low T rob you of life's precious moments. Start at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. So much of what makes us a family takes place in our homes. Chasing the kids around, playing with the dog. You want to treat your home with respect, with the love it deserves. Trust me, don't hire some other company. Go with Zero Res. Don't risk it with the other guys. Don't do it yourself with your carpet cleaning. Just check out the 10,700 raving customer reviews online, a 4.9 Google rating, and see what all the Zero Res hype is about. This month, get 3 rooms Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's #1 carpet and air duct cleaner, starting at just $129, and take $50 off your air duct cleaning. You owe it to yourself and your family to breathe healthy, happy, and clean. Call Zero Res right now. 412-701-1188 or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Point Breeze section of the city. Crews on the scene of an accident now, the intersection of Penn Avenue and South Dallas Avenue, so watch for delays through there. Also getting reports the Heron Avenue Bridge is closed down. That's in the City's Hill District section running between Liberty Avenue and Bigelow Boulevard. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill. Inbound Parkway East stacks at Wilkinsburg. Outbound jams before Bates Street up through the Squirrel Hill tunnels due to that right lane restriction there. And Route 28 jams approaching the Route 8 at the bypass toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by the 2025 Washington Wild Things.
The Washington Wild Things return to EQT Park Friday, May 30th through Sunday, June 1st with a Fireworks Friday presented by PBR, a sock giveaway presented by WCTPA, and Mascotapalooza on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday. WashingtonWildThings.com for tickets.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. It's Wednesday with Doug Whaley, the Fans Football Executive Insider. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Bet365. Wednesdays with Whaley is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
That is just, to me, is a joke. What are you going to do, bring him in for 1 year? Are you kidding me? I mean,
that's not the Steelers' way, right?
No, man, that guy needs to stay in California and go, somewhere and chew on bark and whisper to the gods out there.
100%. These guys on the show, Mr. Bradshaw, know I'm not a fan of his. We've been around each other personally, and he was not a kind person.
He does not. I had to go over and introduce myself to him. He's not. I had to go, hey, Aaron, I'm Terry Bradshaw. I know he knows me, but I just felt like I better tell him who I am. Yeah. And not, you walk in there and you get in his presence and you feel like it's going to start snowing. So.
I mean, I think the laughter was a little much. A little much. But that coming from one of the hosts on a station in Arkansas who referred to Terry Bradshaw as Mr. Bradshaw. That's too much respect. His name is Terry. Call him Terry. Mr. Bradshaw.
Depends on if they're younger than him.
Yeah, and that's a Southern thing.
Yeah, respect.
Yeah, those Southern people, though.
It's Mr.
They'll be nice to your face. Oh, bless your heart. Then behind your back, bang, they'll stab you right in the back.
There is one thing, though, I did take from the southern part of the country. Not too many things, but when you, let's say, your daughter and Doran. In the South, it's Mr. Doran instead of Mr. Dickerson. Somebody that's real close to you, but you kind of still give respect. You give them Mr. and the first name. Mm-hmm. And that's what I've been teaching my kids. Like, all right, we're our close friends, Mr. Kevin, Mr. Dave. Mm-hmm. That gives you respect, but it's not super formal where everybody feels uncomfortable.
We were Mr. and Mrs. back in the day.
Oh, absolutely.
For everybody, yeah.
Everybody's dad, you're like, hey, Mr. Ori.
It was always big when you grew up enough to the point where you can call them by their first names, and it felt weird, but you also felt cool. It does still feel weird, doesn't it?
Did that kind of coincide with when you started having beers with them?
Right.
Yeah, it did. It did. That's a cool moment in growing up, too, is when you start having beers with the people your parents were having beers with back in the day. Mm-hmm. Life comes full circle.
No doubt.
You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. So, obviously, Mr. Bradshaw, not a fan of Mr. Aaron Rodgers. Is this making the Steelers look bad, Doug? Because OTAs, day one yesterday, we kind of thought that might be a line in the sand, and still Rodgers is off chewing bark or something.
I think it's basically making everybody understand that when you are in a desperate situation to find a quarterback, you will sell yourself to Aaron Rodgers and make it all about Aaron Rodgers and wait for him as long as possible. And it's just the point that they have put themselves in this situation. And I think that's what Steeler Nation is really starting to get fed up with. Because now it's not about, and I've said this before, it's not about the Pittsburgh Steelers. It's about Aaron Rodgers and the Pittsburgh Steelers. And that's what I think Terry Bradshaw's referring to, even Cam Hayward, to the point where it's like, hey, either you want to be a Steeler or you don't. It's not, well, I got to decide. The Steelers are such an iconic franchise, there should not be a debate. Now, if you're debating retiring or playing as Steelers, then you might as well go ahead and retire. Because the draw of the Steelers in the past and what most people think, and especially in this country, in this city, what people believe and feel to their dying soul, that it's an honor to be a Pittsburgh Steeler. You shouldn't have to debate about it. And for him to say, let me think about it, that lets you know where the Steelers brass is when they start thinking about where are we at quarterback.
Yeah, they're telling us that we'll do whatever it takes to get Aaron Rodgers because we need him.
Yeah.
Our quarterback situation isn't good enough.
Is that bad? Now, and then also think about what it will be is, even if Aaron, and this is my conspiracy theory, Aaron waits until camp and they have a half-decent year. Ooh, look at what Aaron Rodgers did for the Steelers, and ooh, look what Mike Tomlin, the famed coach, never had a losing season, and Aaron Rodgers didn't even come in until camp. And look at how good of a coach he is. So, again, those two master manipulators of the media, this falls right into their modus operandi.
And then Ben Roethlisberger, you played that clip earlier. Ben Roethlisberger thinks what of Aaron Rodgers? That he can
win 11 games. Meanwhile, he thinks Mason Rudolph would win 6. So you've got Ben, who is clearly a fan of Rodgers or just not that big a fan of Rudolph, or both. And then you've got Terry, who's saying, go kick rocks, go shoot clay, or whatever it is. Whose opinion do we value more, Doug?
I think you got to go with Ben, just because of the recency in playing in this type of NFL. Different NFL when Terry, and mad respect for what he did and what he accomplished. It's just a different animal now. The whole football NFL universe is just different from when he was playing to now. And you just got to evolve.
I agree with that. Mm-hmm. And Bradshaw gives off, I was going to say, I mean no disrespect. Maybe I'll throw a bless your heart in there. Because people are texting in saying when people say bless your heart in the South, it means they're calling you an idiot. It's not a compliment. Mm-hmm. Bless your heart, Mr. Bradshaw. You sound kind of like the drunk uncle. Yeah. Like, I listened painfully through that 15-minute interview. No offense to the radio hosts down in beautiful Arkansas. And Bradshaw has no idea what the hell's going on with the Steelers. He said Kenny Pickett was drafted 28th overall. He was saying stuff about the team that just had no basis in reality. And look, you can respect Bradshaw and you can thank him for the 4 Super Bowl championships, but if I were valuing one quarterback's opinion over the other, I'm taking Ben 100 times out of 100 right now.
Yeah, Terry has no connection to the Steelers, as we know, and obviously there's been that relationship has been fractured, not showing up to the funerals of Dan Rooney and Art. So I don't think he has any inside info connection. Probably doesn't even watch the Steelers whenever they're on.
And think about it. Who's going to call in and call him out in Arkansas? Like, wait a minute.
True.
That's wrong. It was
not with that crew.
Exactly.
They were slobbing all over that guy.
Yeah, he could say whatever he wanted, and everybody would be like, oh, yeah, that's great. Yeah, absolutely. He's right. It's Terry. He should know. They know he's not. They don't know that he has not been associated with this team in 20 years.
Now flipping it over to the other quarterback, and really the starter right now, QB1 on this roster, Mason Rudolph. A lot of people have said that Rudolph is a perfect fit for this offense because he's a little bit more mobile. He does look slender. It's not just the facial hair change, but he does look like he's slimmed down. He looks in the video that I've seen like he's moving well. Do you think he'd be a good fit in Arthur Smith's offense?
I look at it this way. If they thought he was going to be a great fit, as they say, your worth is what someone's going to pay you. Where does he stack up price rise and quarterback?
He makes like zero money, $4 million a season. And they could have had him back last year.
Right. Exactly. So the writing's on the wall. They're telling you without, we're all trying to, I think when that question alone, and people are saying, let's do this, you're convincing yourself that Mason Rudolph can take you and do what you got to do. Yeah. Because if they felt that way, like you said, they would not have let him walk out the door, and they wouldn't be paying him $4 million. They'd be paying him 10 to 12 to say, hey, this is a guy Mitch Trubisky money. He didn't even get Mitch Trubisky money.
Right.
A guy that you think, all right, he's got a chance, and we think he's going to be able to be a serviceable starter or start-win type quarterback, we're going to give you $10 million a year. They're not giving that. They're telling you what you think of. They think about him. So we can talk about all we want and wish and hope. Wishing on a star. Remember, that's a song. But they're letting you know what they think.
I mean, they chose to pay and bring in Mitch Trubisky over Mason whenever they weren't paying him.
And they drafted Kenny.
And then they drafted Kenny.
They put 2 guys ahead of him on the roster.
And then now miraculously, because he had a horrible year in Tennessee, that they think that he's the guy. It makes 0 sense.
And we ain't trying to kill Rudolph the guy.
I hope he does well.
I'm just reading just read the tea leaves.
Exactly. Just put him in the place that he belongs.
Right.
Which is, he's one of the 64 best quarterbacks in the NFL, probably closer to 40 as one of the better backups, but he's not even being paid as one of the better backups in the NFL.
And basically what they're saying is, and the way I look at it is, it's going to be a dogfight every single game for them to be competitive, just because everybody's got to be perfect. Because you don't have that quarterback that has that dynamic trait that can, for one game, one quarter, one drive, put the team on his back and take him to victory. He's not that guy. Now, he can be a serviceable piece of the offense, but he can't be the centerpiece of the offense.
Yeah, he could play a good 3 consecutive games.
Mm-hmm.
He's like Charlie Batch, which is a good thing. And I didn't think he would get to that place in his career after Myles Garrett and Earl Thomas and all that stuff. People are absolutely demolishing me on the text line for saying I would not call Bradshaw Mr. Bradshaw.
You're saying you wouldn't? I
would not.
Why? What would you say, Terry?
Terry.
Yeah.
But now, would you say Terry or Terry Bradshaw?
I'd say Terry.
Nah, I'd have to say Terry Bradshaw. You got to go. You got to have some type of respect for the guy.
See, I feel like
if you were walking up to him, what would you say? You wouldn't say Terry Bradshaw. If you were saying, "Hey,"
you know what?
Oh, that's a good question.
If it were out in public, I would go with Mr. Bradshaw. But if I was doing a radio interview with him and I said Mr. Bradshaw, I feel like you guys would kill me for kissing his ass.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying.
Yep.
Like, I don't call Dave Wannstedt coach when we have him on.
Oh, you guys
call him Dave.
I can't call a coach that I've had before by their name.
Now that makes sense.
Never.
That makes all the sense in the world.
I call him Wani.
Wani.
Yeah.
And I'm not there with Dave.
I don't even call Narduzzi Pat or Narduzzi. I call him Coach.
See, that makes sense to me too.
He wasn't even my coach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would not call Narduzzi Coach. I would call him Deuce.
Yeah, that's true.
And then we'll see where it lands. What up, Deuce?
Coach is. It's till they die.
Yep.
Even after they die.
Yep. Never.
Coach.
Never.
It's Coach. Yep.
Here's a text. Talking bleep about Terry Bradshaw's blasphemy. I don't know. He's such a weird one for me. Because he didn't attend Dan Rooney's funeral. He didn't go to Chuck Noll's funeral.
Sorry, I said Art before. I meant Chuck.
Oh, you tried to kill Art, is what?
Well, the dad. Like the old.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, you said Dan Rooney's
the chief.
I said Dan, yeah. And then I said Art.
Oh, okay. After.
Sorry.
Texter, you call him Mr. Bradshaw until he tells you to stop it. That might not be bad either. All right, rabbit hole. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I have a story from yesterday I didn't tell you, and I'll tell Doug when we come back. But then we got to get into TJ Watt and how this all looks from here until the end of the offseason. First, though, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pittsburgh Pirates, they scored 7 runs. 7. Just in the 8th inning of that game. How about that? 9-6 final score. Pirates won over the Diamondbacks. It splits the series 1 game apiece. Third and final game, the rubber match, takes place today at 3:40. You can listen to the game over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Crowley.
Oh, thank you so much, Callis. You can live bet Buccos baseball today. Bet on who will hit home runs. Bet pitchers' number of strikeouts, RBIs, and more. You can bet on individual player performances in baseball, and you can live bet it all, wager, and watch. Buccos in Arizona for the third and final game of this series, and you got the big guy on the mound. But even if your team doesn't score, even if your team doesn't win, there are always another way to win on the BetParx app. The online app is the only one I ever use and recommend to bet on all my favorite sports and to play all my favorite classic casino games all in the palm of my hand with live dealers right on your phone. New users get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Just go to betparks.com, download the app right now, enjoy all the action and excitement from your fingertips, from the casino right at your fingertips. You love to play, you play to win, you bet. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. For the second straight year, Mother Nature wreaked havoc with Kyle Larson's grand plan to try to win both the Indy 500 and the Coca-Cola 600 on the same day. The double is just logistically too tough, said Larson, who crashed out twice. I think the window of time is too tight. He added, I just don't really think it's worth it. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know, to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone, come back. It's my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life, come back.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, Colin Dunlap here. Summer's heating up, huh? Listen, Schultz Ford is there for you. So they got a lot going on. Employee pricing continues. That's through June 2nd. So be sure to get to Schultz Ford. You pay what every single person who works at Schultz Ford pays. That's what employee pricing is. That's fantastic. And how about this? An additional $1,000 towards KBB and also instant cash offer on your trade. You're going to roll in that car that you had. You're going to trade it up for a new one, and they're going to maximize the value in your trade. So that's fantastic. So Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin. Schultz Ford in Wheeling, Schultz Ford Wheeling store is fantastic, and always online, schultzford.com. Customer service cannot be beat. Gigantic selection. So like I said, the weather's heating up. Now is the time to go ahead and get into something that you really, really love. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford and Wheeling, always online, schultzford.com.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain Scent Boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
We're still dealing with some earlier accidents. One reported at the intersection of Penn and South Dallas Avenues in the Point Breeze section of the city. Also one being cleared in East Liberty, Broad Street at North Highland Avenue. We also have an accident in the Strip District, 400 block of Kirkpatrick Street. This is between Hemans and Rose Streets. Also, the Parkway West, that remains jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Outbound Parkway East jammed from Bates Street up through the Squirrel Hill Tunnels due to that lane restriction. Heavy traffic as well coming down from the Boulevard of the Allies on Bates Street towards 2nd Avenue. And delays on the Parkway East inbound. That's jammed at Wilkinsburg. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by NJM Insurance. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM Insurance offices lies a room of rejected mascot memorabilia. Is it real? No one knows. But we do know NJM is proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
We've been talking about fast food for the last 5 minutes, and I'm drooling over here. Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Again, the text line blowing up saying I've been disrespectful to Bradshaw. Let's just call it what it is. If Terry Bradshaw walked through the door right now and said, I'm going to sit down with you guys for an hour-long interview, I would walk up to him, I would shake his hand and say, Mr. Bradshaw, it's such a pleasure to have you in our studio. You know I'd be a chicken, you-know-what.
Yeah, I mean, he's older, too.
That's the thing.
I think if he was, like, the same age, you probably wouldn't. Like, if it was Ben, you wouldn't say Mr. Roethlisberger.
No, I wouldn't. No. Mr. Ben.
Yeah, Mr. Ben. Like, Terry's
Mr. Big.
70-some years old. Like.
Yeah.
Now, Ben, do you go Big Ben or you just go Ben?
Ben Roethlisberger once bought me a drink at Sharky's in Latrobe, and then I saw him sign a woman's breast outside when I was smoking a cigarette. So Ben and I have a personal relationship.
So
is it Ben or Big Ben? You got to answer the question.
Ben. He can't possibly like me. I'm not quite Mulsey, but I have not held in some Ben Roethlisberger thoughts over the years. That's our job.
Yeah.
Say how we feel. All right, we'll get to TJ Watt in a second. What % chance would you say that Mason Rudolph has of becoming a Geno Smith or a Sam Darnold? I know we addressed it a little bit in the last segment, but, like, do you give him a legitimate chance to be that guy?
I would say if they would have kept George Pickens, it would probably be 40%. Now you're at 25 to 30% just because you don't have that star power around him to help bail him out. Mm-hmm. And he could just throw up the ball and DK or George is going to come down with it and then take it to the house. That's the type of thing that a guy like Mason Rudolph needs around him. He needs a lot of help to elevate his game. He's not a guy that's going to elevate others' games. He needs people to elevate his game. So without Pickens, I think it's probably around 25, max 30%.
I agree. We talked about that earlier. I
Yeah.
mean, all those guys that have revitalized their career, whether it was Sam Darnold, it was Geno Smith, Baker Mayfield, if you look around them, they had dogs. They had weapons around them to really hide their issues if they they needed to.
Mm-hmm.
And Mason just doesn't have that here now. I mean, how decent can he be? I think he could be decent because I think that Arthur Smith will placate to his best abilities, which is throwing the football down the field.
Play action.
Yes. Things of that nature. But, how much of that do you really rely on? Like, there's only so many quarterbacks that you can be like, okay, like, you go win us a game.
Right. No doubt.
Aaron Rodgers is that guy. Still, I think that you could say, go win us a game.
I think Aaron Rodgers, the consistency element at this age is something that's going to worry you. There will be games, if he is a Pittsburgh Steeler, where he will look the part.
No doubt.
We saw it Ben's final season, fourth quarters at times, he looked like the old Ben.
Yep.
That when they started 11-0, at times looked like the old Ben. But he couldn't do it consistently.
And if you looked at Aaron Rodgers last year, even at the Jets, I remember there was like a Monday night or Sunday night game where everybody was, to use one of your terms, waxing poetically about, oh, he's back. Look at this. I mean, he had a flawless game. But again, like you said, at this age, the consistency is where he's going to run into issues.
What's that country song? I ain't as good as I once was, but I'm as good once as I ever was.
Yep. There you go.
Oh, I nailed that. I was really nervous as that was coming out. I can't tell you who sang it, though.
Nope. No idea.
Callis, you know who sang that song?
Which one?
Thanks for paying attention.
Is it a country song?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why is it? I wanted to talk. I was here by the glass. I wanted to participate, and then you just didn't acknowledge me. So then I went away, and now you're mad that I'm not knowing a song that you don't know? What?
It's actually a fair point. I didn't know the song, so why am I disappointed that he doesn't know? What did you have to add on the football conversation?
I forget. Oh, not for the football. Earlier you were talking about names and addressing people, so I wanted to say I used to call Starkey Mr. Starkey, and then I got here and I kept calling him Mr. Starkey, and he said, "Call me Joe. Stop it."
You did that with everybody.
Mm-hmm.
You were a big yes sir, no sir, Mr. Crowley guy, which I thought was endearing, but also slightly odd.
And then before you folded on yourself, I wanted to mention that you definitely would not call Terry Bradshaw Terry. I've known you long enough to know that wouldn't happen, but then you folded on yourself.
Well, this brings me to the story I wanted to tell you guys.
Okay.
So yesterday I go to Target pickup, get some stuff, get some diapers. I travel from Target pickup, one lane, all the way back getting closer to my house. Some guy older guy, pulls up next to me, laying on his horn, gyrating and waving his hands. So I go, what did I do? I roll the window down. I say, oh, did I cut you off or something? He goes, you wish you were. He had it no idea pre-planned out what he was going to say. Like, did I cut you off or something? You wish you were. Like, what? And I don't mess with people in traffic. People are crazy anymore.
Yeah. No.
So I was going to roll it down and apologize for something I may or may not have done, and I might have cut him off. I have no idea. I'm not doubting that I could have been a bad driver or not paying attention or whatever. I was shaking because then he pulls up to the red light. And I'm like, all right, what do I do? Pull up to the red light here.
He's tapping on the window with his Glock like, yeah.
Exactly
Wish
right.
some of this.
Oh, wait, how old was this guy?
Probably 60s.
Okay.
Oh, my. Did I ever tell you the story when I was in Baltimore? I accidentally cut this guy off because I didn't know where I was. But then we got to the red light, and he's just staring at me. So I stared back.
Oh, Harry, no.
With my mom in the car, I just stared back. He rolled down his window. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? And I was like, okay. Well, this is going to escalate, isn't it? No. Not good.
Never stare back. It's like a dog. Don't make eye contact.
No. Here's what I do, and especially if it's not my fault and it's their fault and they still get mad, I'll blow them a kiss.
Yeah, that probably makes them so mad.
I just do.
In my younger days, I would have done something similar to that. Yeah. I got kids now. I'm worried. I can't be doing that.
Yeah, but that's not aggressive. You're blowing them a kiss. Like, what are you getting mad at me?
That'll probably make them more mad.
Yes.
That would make me more mad.
All you need, if you get pulled up next to someone at a red light, just look at him.
Yeah, well, I grab my Michael Myers mask and put it on.
Oh, my God.
Keep it in the back seat just
I would. Do you really?
Mm-hmm.
I would, without question, go in my pants.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
People, we got 800 texts here, by the way. Toby Keith. And R.I.P.
R.I.P., yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
All right. TJ Watt, not at OTAs. We all know why. We'll get into how that's all going to turn out with Doug Whaley coming up next, but first, a Harry headline.
Now, fan powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates won 9-6 over the Diamondbacks yesterday, and now the Pirates have a game in that series. Diamondbacks do as well. Series is even 1 game apiece now through 2. Third and final game is this afternoon at 3:40. You can listen to the game over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Brian Kelly is feeling the heat in Louisiana, and he needs a big year. Garrett Nussmeier is back, and he's got the talent to be one of the better quarterbacks in the country. LSU over 8.5 wins is one of my favorite bets for the college football season. I'm Ryan Horvath, bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/score. That's ethos.com/score.
Hi, I'm Mandy. I'm one of the at-home coaches with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Honestly, I think the thing I hear the most is I didn't realize how easy it was. That first weekly they come in, they're like, oh my gosh, I already noticed that I'm not as bloated in my face or in my abdomen, or I've been sleeping better. I've been waking up with so much more energy. I don't need my coffee throughout the day. They're coming in a month or two later and they're like, hey, like my doctor said I need to lower my meds. I'm losing a ton of inches on my waist. I'm buying new pant sizes. And we're looking at scale. And we're like, yeah, your visceral fat's down again. That's fantastic. And we're celebrating all of these wins. And then we talk about, okay, next step. Let's talk about how to maintain it. This isn't over. This is just the next stage. That's what your health coach is there for.
Thanks, Mandy. This is Chris Muller. Easy weight loss with results that actually last. With Awaken 180 Weight Loss, you will succeed and you'll enjoy the process. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Make Mike's Beer Bar your choice on game days to catch all the sports you crave, including Pirates baseball, pro basketball, Premier League action, and more. It's Pittsburgh's destination for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. So tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
I'm Joe George from the local injury law firm of LGKG. I grew up here and I live here, and I fight for my clients here. If you're injured in an accident, let's fight together. The Western PA way. Call me directly at 724-658-8535. That's 724-658-8535.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365.
Bonus bets, win or lose, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNCs apply. Available in app only.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $369 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires June 2nd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Hey, are your glass shower doors past their prime, dated, tarnished, faded, or maybe just boring? Well, transform your shower into a spa-like retreat with a custom glass shower enclosure from Boulevard Glass in Metal. This is the same team you've seen installing those large glass storefronts all around town. Choose from frameless designs, elegant finishes, and custom configurations to elevate that quality time in your bathroom. Give them a call, 412-621-1799. Boulevard Glass and Metal can also customize your bathroom mirrors.
Baird is proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 6 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build confident financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized financial plans we create based on your unique goals and aspirations, your financial confidence is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit pittsburgh.bairdwealth.com. Robert W. Baird & Company, Incorporated, member SIPC.
Hi, everybody. It's Brian Green from the Commercial Break Podcast. It's likely you've heard of the show if you're directly related to me or you follow our MySpace page. But I'm not here to talk to those three listeners. I'm here to appeal to people who haven't heard the show. Along with my co-host, Kristen Joy Hoadley, we're taking a deeper look at the topics that are affecting our youth today. Like, who are the people who are dating ghosts? Where did all these pickup artists come from? And why doesn't my preacher have a nicer private jet? We understand that these are the issues you really want to get to the bottom of. The Commercial Break is now available on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your podcasts.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by A Quick Drain Service.
Oh, the wonder. No, we can't. Off-air conversations that can't come onto the air. Social media's biggest loser, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Saw ESPN did a write-up on T.J. Watt. Well, this is weird. T.J. didn't have a great end of the season last year. They don't know what they're doing at quarterback. You'd think T.J. would be signed by now. I'm intrigued. I don't know. Isn't this the most obvious thing in the world? What's going to happen, Doug? Like, isn't it going to be T.J. doesn't show up to this? Maybe he shows up in minicamp and just stands there because he has to be there. He doesn't want to get fined. And then he'll be there at training camp and he'll sign a deal.
Copy and paste from last year. I mean, last time he signed. I mean, it's going to get done.
Maybe a couple extra bucks on top.
Yeah. And, I mean, if you're going to keep him, pay him, get it over with. But it's the way the Steelers operate. It's either going to be right before the first game or right a week or two in training camp. And it's going to happen. So just wait. That's all.
Don't you think that they kind of messed up here by not getting out ahead of it before Myles Garrett and Max Crosby got signed?
No,
now they're going to pay more.
Pay more. And it's their deliberate action in the end cost them probably maybe in total maybe 15, 20 more million. Now, if they wanted to be proactive, and that's the thing that I could see some people in Steeler Nation saying, why do they have to be so deliberate with everything they are going to do? You know you're going to get it done. So might as well just get out ahead of it, get it done, save yourself some bucks, and stop have people talking about it. And that could have been a positive news that you could rely on or talk about while you're still waiting for Aaron Rodgers. So to balance it out. Things like that. When you look at just the total just nuance of being the Pittsburgh Steelers and what they're going through, have some positives to balance out what people are saying is a negative.
We're seeing a lot of modern stuff from them. Like, I think their comp pick game has been pretty nuanced, and they're absolutely paying attention to that. We saw them with Kevin Colbert. They traded for Minkah Fitzpatrick, but the whole hang-up with Le'Veon Bell was the guaranteed money. Now they've started giving more guaranteed money, but they do drag their feet on these things. And I can't think of what the positive is on that. What do they think? Why do they do it this way?
Structure have just been in place.
Just the way it's always been done.
It's always been.
I don't know why they thought it was ever the right course of business. Like, Troy Polamalu was getting on the plane before game one of a season.
And then and obviously everybody knows the Eagles are gold standard, but even before that, they were the first teams to start signing rookies that they know were going to be on their team after 3 years, the first time you can sign them. And you can, guess what? You get them at a discount right then. That's the type of thing that, all right, if you identify a guy, boom, sign him. Why not? Save yourself some money, gives that player security, and then it permeates through the locker room. Hey, you play good, you're going to get paid, and they're going to take care of you sooner than later.
Proactive, not reactive.
Could it be a control thing? Like, hey, like at the end of the day, we have the final say. Like we say whenever you're going to sign. We're always in control, if that makes sense. Like, we're not going to go out of our control because you want to get signed. Like, we don't care if we have to pay extra money. We're going to say, this is the time that you sign if you're a Pittsburgh Steeler. And you have to fall in line.
But is that a smart business move?
No, but, I mean, that has worked because they've been the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Right.
At a time where they were winning, and people wanted to come here, and people wanted to win championships. I don't know if it's a smart business model now.
Right. Because you got Aaron Rodgers saying,
yeah, I'm just going to wait.
I'm going to wait. You want to wait? I'm going to wait longer.
Yeah. What I would say to that, too, is Don't come out, Art the Second, in your press conference at the end of the year and fall head over heels saying T.J. Watt's a one-helmet guy. We'll do everything in our power to keep him around here. Like, that ain't a great way of doing business either.
Yeah.
Like, T.J., you are ours forever.
Yeah.
Well, okay. I mean, I'm right there with Myles Garrett.
And trust me, I've been on that other end where Rex Ryan has said something about a player. Soon as that press conference is over, agent, yeah. Well, Rex just said he's starting day one. Well, guess what? That means you guys are going to pay him more, right? I'm like, oh, come on, coach.
Mm-hmm.
So that's, hey, Art says that. TJ's people are like, yeah, well, he's a one-helmet guy. Prove it.
Right.
Prove it.
Back up that Brinks truck. Do you think it's antiquated still that the Steelers won't negotiate in season? Because I can see some of the merits of not wanting to be a distraction during the regular season.
No, I still subscribe to that theory just because even though every player has an agent and the agent takes care of that business, he's still going to be communicating that player. And it's inevitable in negotiations, somebody's feelings are going to get hurt. And you don't want some player to get insulted by a starting point of a negotiation, because in negotiation, you start low, they start high, and you come in the middle. And if you start low and the agent's like, can you believe they just – then he gets all in his feelings, and then he's not focused on the game. So long and short, I still subscribe to that one.
T.J. Watt injured and banged up last 6 games of the season, so we didn't see the same production from him. When he's healthy, I think he's as good as he's ever been. But the health concerns are what worries me the most. And his brother, 28 on, wasn't the same guy, and they play different positions. They're different human beings. But last 2 years with TJ, missed the playoff game, and then last year banged up big time down the stretch. Injury report brought to you by Shenderovich and Fishman. They've got your back, not your wallet. Sorry there, Doug.
No, I was just saying, and Doran, you can probably attest this more. The way he not only plays, but I'm sure trains, really accelerates that deterioration of the body. And it's no fault of his. It's just physical makeup. If you're always putting that much stress on your body to play that level and to maintain that strength and endurance and everything, the older you get, it's just Father Time catches up with everybody.
Absolutely. I mean, and then you have somebody like Cam Hayward. Like, everybody is built different. Then you have somebody like Aaron Donald was like, okay, like I could play probably about 6 more years. I won a Super Bowl. I have $100 million. Yeah, I'm done. Like, I'm going to walk out and actually walk out of this game. Like
that, yes.
I'm going to walk out of this game.
Very rarely happens.
And he probably knew, like, okay, like my body from here on out is probably going to go downhill, and my production is, and I'm at the highest of my high. Like, let me go out on top.
I made my money. I won a Super Bowl.
Yep.
What else is there?
And I'd rather have somebody remember me at the highest peak instead of going out limping.
Yep.
This is an aside. I told Doran this yesterday. I'm a loser, Doug. You knew that already. I've been watching old backyard brawls. Oh, my God. Aaron Donald in college. I mean, Aaron Donald in general. Yeah. What a freak of human nature. I mean, he's the Hulk.
He's the pure example of earn it and work hard. Like, that's he was a 2-star coming out of high school. He had like 2 offers. One was Pitt, one was like Kent State. Yep. I mean, he's the prime. He's undersized.
Yeah.
He's a prime example of work hard and earn it.
Yeah.
Like every single day of his life.
Craft. Absolutely.
He was blowing stuff up. He had like 40 tackles for loss in his career, 25 his final season. What a player.
But also, he comes to the Steelers, not the same guy.
No, system
He's a system guy.
Yeah.
So that's why when people are like, well, Steelers should not have taken Aaron Donald. They don't play a system that is conducive to put him in a position to be as successful as he was.
Counterpoint, just draft him and then change your system. Pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, knowing what we know now, he draft that guy number 1.
Right.
All right.
Yeah, I'd
coming
probably
up
change
next.
my system.
I'm going to change my system for that guy.
I would probably change my system.
But
after a couple years.
As a free agent?
Yes.
I'm drafting him
I don't know.
Quick as an undersized and all that. There was still some questions. You had to throw some cojones out to do it. But changing your system as a free agent, yeah, absolutely.
He's the classic Tomlin would say about him. He's not small, he's short. Which is what he was saying about James Harrison, who I saw is going to be in the softball game.
He is.
Uh-oh.
He is.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just going to stay in the dugout. Think that guy might hit the ball hard?
I'm going to plant something in his ear that you were talking about.
I've said nothing but great things about James Harrison.
Just going to tell him.
Now, Tim Benz on the other hand.
I'm going to say you're Tim Benz.
Oh, you see Benzie over there?
That's the guy from the locker room.
All right, I shouldn't have done this, but now I feel like I need to tell the story. So when James Harrison had killed Muhammad Massaquoi, and the fines were coming all the time from Roger Goodell, Tim Benz, he didn't say something, but his partner on the old morning show said something about James Harrison. So James thought that it was Tim. Came to him through the grapevine. So Harrison walks in. Who the bleep is Tim Benz? And he comes up to my nipples, for God's sakes. Who the bleep is Tim Benz? To Tim's credit, he said, hey, it's me. And right as Harrison's about to lay into him, someone points out that he had a fine from Roger Goodell, and he starts MFing Roger Goodell, and Tim's like, oh, I'm going to get the hell out of here. I am
found my escape route.
Here.
Let's get out of here.
That's right. All right, one more with Doug. A question about Roman Wilson. First, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates scored 7 runs in the 8th inning of yesterday's game to overcome a 4-run deficit. They ended up winning 9-6 over the Arizona Diamondbacks. Pirates play today in the rubber match of that 3-game series at 3:40 p.m. on the road in Arizona. You can listen to that game over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Do you yell at your radio when listening to us because you think you can do a better job?
Oh, come on, I can do what you guys do.
Do you call in and try to prove you know more than us?
This is garbage, guys. Let's get it together here.
Well, we have an opportunity for you to try and prove once and for all that you're better than us. We're looking for the next host to add to our roster with our next up on the Fan Talent Search. We'll be going to multiple locations this summer and picking 2 winners from each spot, with one final winner being added to our team. Join us for your first opportunity on Thursday, June 5th from 7 to 9 p.m. at the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department. For more details, including locations, visit 937thefan.com. It's our next up on the Fan Talent Search from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Polish Hill and Strip District sections of the city of Pittsburgh. The city has announced the closure of the Heron Avenue Bridge that connects Liberty Avenue to Bigelow Boulevard. It's due to safety concerns. There is a posted detour to get around that. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, that remains jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East, outbound delays between the Boulevard of the Allies and Bain Street up through the Squirrel Hill Tunnels due to that right lane restriction out toward Edgewood Swissvale. Inbound Parkway East stacks at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 heavy approaching the 31st Street Bridge toward East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
You love having a beautiful lawn and hate doing lawn care? That's why you should use TruGreen. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour and have 3 locations serving our Pittsburgh neighborhoods. We all know how those are some nice greens. Imagine what they could do for your lawn. All you have to do is water and mow with TruGreen. If you're ready to elevate your lawn game, visit TruGreen.com for the best lawn at the best price. Guaranteed. Restrictions apply.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
I love shoes. You find them in the store, you know, they like call you, but they hurt. The best ones hurt the worst. And you're walking around going, I don't want anyone to know that I'm not happy. You're stuck in the arch supports, and I felt so much better. I'm pain-free. I'd say Good Feet help with all of my great shoes. They turned out to be something that actually works for me. Now with Good Feet, I don't have to choose between looking good and feeling good. My name is Ava, and that's my Good Feet story.
Bring in your favorite shoes to the Good Feet store, and we'll personally fit you to ensure your comfort. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
The Good Feet system fits in all your shoes. And ladies, you can now be comfortable in your favorite high heels. The Good Feet store.
Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably. Because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9. Space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Ioniq 9 is available in extremely limited quantities at select dealers in select states only. EPA estimated range based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Get it? With the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Texter writes in, I bet you would call James Harrison Mr. Harrison. Yes, that is right. 100%.
Yes, you would.
I wouldn't sign up to do an interview with that guy.
You wouldn't call him Silverback?
No. No. How many Adam Crowleys would it take to take down James Harrison? A lot.
Infinity and beyond.
Yeah, I don't think there's a number you can get to.
Yeah, he's Mr. Harrison. Is there any other misters on Steelers defenses that in the past?
Doran,
Mr. Lloyd?
Have you ever seen me come in contact with a person that couldn't beat me up?
Yeah, Bechtold.
Good point by you. That'd be a knockdown drag out.
All right.
It'd be
Between you and
Mr.
Tim-
Lloyd.
What about you and Tim Benz?
No, Tim's in good shape. Tim has abs.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's doing more burpees than you in your basement?
I think he's actually a vampire, and he hangs from his ceiling, and he's doing a bunch of, what do you call those crunches? Upside-down crunches? Yeah.
Tim's Batman.
We were talking about the hardest hitters in the NFL over the time that you were playing, Doran, and even going back to college, and you were talking about, you said Kendrell Bell, Doug?
Kendrell Bell. I'm telling you, when it was not 7 shots at the time, but it was Cower, and we did goal line. It was live goal line, and Kendrell was a rookie, and he's the only person I've seen or anybody's seen stand up Jerome Bettis in the hole and put him backwards, move him backwards.
Urlacher couldn't do it.
Urlacher couldn't do it. No. And that's when everybody, I'm talking about a silence came over that practice field that you could hear a mouse fart. And then I just saw Coward just smile, and he brought over the linebacker coach and whispered in the ear and then basically said, we got something.
We got a guy.
We got a guy.
His rookie year was one of the best you'd ever see.
And that's where just physically he couldn't hold up just because he played so violently. And that was back in the day when you could play violently.
That's what happened to Troy so often. And he would go low with his head, too.
Mm-hmm.
And so he'd get dinged up all the time because they're just so violent.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to ask a Roman Wilson question, and it is this. Is there anything he could do, if you're Omar Khan, if you're Mike Tomlin, anything he could do in OTA's minicamp that would make you not go after a number 2 receiver?
No, just because why not have more? And if he does, then that's great. And then you can have, and whoever this number 2 wide receiver is, if they move into a number 3, then guess what? You have depth. You got 3. You need 3 anyway in this. You need 4 in today's NFL. You need 4 contributing wide receivers, a top 2, and then a third slot that's going to be basically a starter, and a fourth that, if you have injuries, can come in and produce. So you need 4. So go get him.
If Calvin Austin's your 4, I think you're in a pretty good spot, actually. Doran, who was the guy that you said was the hardest hitter?
Clint Session from Pitt. that I've went against of all time. Clint Session. Lawrence Timmons, he brought it. Lawrence Timmons brought it.
That dude was massive.
Yeah, he was a little off.
Yeah.
He would always throw up.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
He gets so worked up before games. Sometimes during games, he would hurl.
Mm-hmm.
He's. I'll tell you a quick sec. He was in the airport when my mom came in. My mom went up to him and was like, "Hey, you're Lawrence Timmons. My son works for the Steelers." He carried her bags from the plane to baggage claim, picked up those bags from baggage claim, and took it to the car for her.
He's one of the best dudes.
One of
the nicest, best
unbelievable
dudes.
guy.
Yes.
Unbelievable. Most
Well, that's
respectful.
wonderful to hear.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Awesome guy.
Vince
Brought
Williams
it.
would also destroy you.
Yep.
And then he'd say if he saw you, he'd paint you in the streets or whatever. Who was he talking to? Was that Perfect?
Oh my gosh, we're out of time.
Oh, okay.
No.
What are you guys doing?
I'm pulling at the thread. You know,
the thread. Get out of here. Come on.
Clint Sessions, Kendrell Bell. All right, Doran, this is a great show. Doc, thank you.
This one flew. It was
This
a
was
fun
a
one.
blast today. All right, we'll talk to you tomorrow at 5:40. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. High today of 68, low 51, 55% chance of rain. Goodbye.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fans, Fan About Town. Over 90% of all fires in Pittsburgh are serviced by volunteers who sacrifice their time and lives to serve others. 93.7 The Fan is hosting the Fan 5-Alarm Marathon presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union to raise funds for volunteer fire departments. To donate, go to 937thefan.com. Brought to you by Gherkin Roofing, Target Freight Management, and Myers Law. Book your stay at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Enjoy free valet parking and breakfast while being right in the heart of all the action. Whether it's a weekend getaway or a staycation, they have you covered. Book today at thelandinghotelpgh.com. Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle and Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Man, this has been a wild ride, these NBA playoffs, especially in the East, where we've seen huge upsets, and that trend has continued with the way the Pacers have handled the Knicks, the 4 seed, going to Madison Square Garden, winning the first 2 games of that series, and turning this thing into an incredible shot for a team to get back to the finals for the first time in 25 years. And a big part of it is that kid from Pittsburgh, TJ McConnell, and the work he's doing with them. Watch these games, bet these games on America's #1 sportsbook, and you'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to join today. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's getting hot. Cohen Markets now has spicy, fresh chicken tenders and mega bites, all hand-breaded in-store for all you heat lovers out there. Visit your local Cohen Kitchen site today and see if you can handle the heat. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Shopping for a Ram truck? Think south at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. This month only a 2025 Ram 1500 Tradesman. Payment starting at $369 for 36 months. Visit southhillsauto.com for more details.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREON info.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
The city has closed the Heron Avenue Bridge, which connects Liberty Avenue to Bigelow Boulevard in the city Strip District, as well as Polish Hill. And you'll be taking Liberty Avenue to the Bloomfield Bridge as a way to get around that closure. That's till further notice. Meanwhile, we do have delays on the inbound Parkway West right around the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East outbound due to those lane restrictions through the Squirrel Hill Tunnel stage with Twistvale. You have stacked traffic back to Bates Street, and the Parkway East inbound delays are at Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
How many Super Bowls has Russell Wilson cost his team by wanting to pass the ball on the 1-yard line? One.
Adrian, are you in the mood to wish Mulsey a happy 40th birthday?
Yeah, happy birthday. The only good thing I like about this guy is he has a bald head like me.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates with a huge comeback against the Arizona Diamondbacks. They were down 6 runs last night, and the Pirates come all the way back to win it 9-6. It all started with a Henry Davis 2-run homer. Davis, playing in place of the injured Joey Bart, came in mid-game, hit his second of the year that scored Brian Reynolds. The rest of the damage was all in the top half of the 8th inning when the Pirates put up a 7 spot, capped by a 3-run home run from Brian Reynolds, scoring O'Neal Cruz and Isaiah Kiner-Falefa as the 7th of the year for Reynolds. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's Pumpin' Joe.
Sports. Back to Bob Fabiani and Joe Starkey, the Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
That is just, to me, is a joke. What are you going to do, bring him in for 1 year? Are you kidding me? I mean,
that's not the Steelers' way, right?
No, man, that guy needs to stay in California and go, somewhere and chew on bark and whisper to the gods out there.
100%. These guys on the show, Mr. Bradshaw, know I'm not a fan of his. We've been around each other personally, and he was not a kind person.
Now, he does not. I had to go over and introduce myself to him. He's not. I had to go, hey, Aaron, I'm Terry Bradshaw. I know he knows me, but I just felt like I better tell him who I am. Yeah. And not, you walk in there and you get in his presence and you feel like it's going to start snowing. So.
Wow. Good old... Was that a motorcycle limits?
Yeah, I think it was a little bit.
You and I are at odds this morning. That's
we're
okay.
big time at odds over baseball rules.
Yeah, we've been yelling at each other.
Yes,
but
you
that's
yelling
not
at me
the
during
story.
the headline.
I know. I apologize for that. And you yelling at me during the headline.
Be right before the headline, yes.
I've never seen you this mad this early in the morning. But the story is not what we were arguing about. It's about Mr. Rogers. It's about Terry Bradshaw, a Steeler legend. And I want to be a little careful with Terry Bradshaw.
I'm not always on board with what this guy says because once you get on board for a Terry Bradshaw rant, it can be an awfully dangerous ride, including the stuff he said about Pickett, although he did make some fair points about Pickett. But you can say all of that is true. The Steelers didn't have the right offensive line, the right coordinator, maybe the right head coach to develop a quarterback. And also true, Kenny Pickett was a bust. All true. I know there's one caller probably already dialing me to yell at me. Remember that guy?
Oh, I'm very familiar with that guy. He calls in frequently.
The leader of Pickett's brigade. But who knows? Kenny Pickett has another shot in Cleveland. Maybe things change for him. I don't know. I have a Mason Rudolph mustache. I took the challenge from the PM guys. They said, which fan host will grow a Mason-like mustache? And I already hadn't shaven for 5 days because I've been depressed and withdrawing from caffeine. But now I have. You like the mustache limits? Is it on the YouTube feed here? Everybody can get. You can barely see it.
Right.
It's in its embryonic stages.
It's infancy.
Yeah, kind of like Aaron Rodgers talking about frog embryos on the Joe Rogan show. Did you hear that little part of it?
I can't say that I did.
Yeah, that was interesting. He talked about everything but football for 3 hours with Joe Rogan, which seemed appropriate because I don't know where football rests on this guy's list of priorities. So by and large, while always cautious getting on the Bradshaw train, I sit by the window, right, and am at any moment ready to leap out of it. I do agree with him on this. It is a joke. It is. I have no idea what they're doing. They're embarrassing themselves, and this is an old story now. I get it. But day one of OTAs made it different, and here's why. While we've seen prominent players skip OTAs, TJ Watt wasn't there on day one. DK Metcalf wasn't there. That's not new. But those guys aren't quarterbacks. Those guys aren't here to stake a claim as leaders of their team, especially for a team that desperately needs one, that has been waiting on one and begging for one and conducting open tryouts for one for years now, since Ben left the building. And he decides, not to sign. Obviously, you got to be signed to show up. But if signing Rodgers is a foregone conclusion, it seems like he could arrive here, put pen to paper, and barely break stride on his way over to OTAs. And here's the real point. I was looking around the league last night, and my crack research found that 30 of the 32 teams had already had at least 1 day of OTAs, 30 of 32, and every single presumed starting quarterback participated or at least was present. Every single one. The only ones I didn't find because they haven't started yet, I think the Ravens start today, and I think the Cardinals either today or sometime soon. So Murray and Jackson, I don't know about, but I'm going to go ahead and assume that they're going to be there. In the meantime, every single quarterback in the league is with their team. Every single presumed starting quarterback, I should say, is present and accounted for, except for one guy. One guy. Can you guess who it is, Limits? Are you on top of your game this morning?
Aaron Rodgers.
Yes. Is that important? I mean, I would think especially in this case, yes, the guys that it's probably not important for are there anyway. Jalen Hurts spent part of his offseason, and he's the Super Bowl MVP, which Rodgers was a million years ago. He spent part of his offseason picking Michael Jordan's brain on a competitive edge, on the idea of repeating as a champion. That was in Philly, of course. In Dallas, you had Dak Prescott trying to develop some chemistry with George Pickens. Remember him, Limits? He even showed up on time.
Wow.
Even he showed up on time. So they're working on that. In Miami, Tua, who was embroiled in a contract dispute, decided to show up anyway. Out in L.A., the headline was Justin Herbert working on his chemistry with new backs, including
Najee Harris.
Very good, Limits. You're on top of your game. And across town, guess what was happening? Out in L.A.,
Matthew Stafford
was working on his chemistry with Rodgers' old buddy, Devontae Adams. I assume if he wasn't in Texas or some other such place, that Rodgers was out in L.A., while those two teams and their presumed starters, well, their embedded starters, were working on developing chemistry with teammates.
It's 4 nights of complete darkness.
Where is this guy? And why is Art Rooney continuing this charade? What are we doing here? And I realize there's still a very good chance, in fact, I expect that Rodgers will be here for mandatory workouts, and that's in 2 weeks. But again, I can't help but look around the league and see every single presumed starting quarterback taking advantage of these workouts. And again, for the 8 millionth time, this ain't New York, although the Steelers sure do look like the Jets these days. Rodgers isn't going to sort of put his own system in place here. He has to learn new terminology, new teammates, and this is longer than the mandatory workouts. This is potentially 6 of them that he's just blowing off. Is it because he's still having second thoughts about coming here, or he just doesn't feel like it? I'm with Bradshaw on this. It's a joke. 412. Can we get Cavalli? Oh, my God. Why didn't we already use Cavalli?
It was a joke.
There you go.
Because we'll be hearing from Cavalli later today. We'll have a lot of Cavalli talk.
We'll get him live. I'm sure he's taking the contrarian opinion here. I don't even need to know.
It was a joke.
412-928-9370. 928-9370. I'll give you another example as I go around the league. In Buffalo, Josh Allen is reportedly set to be married in 3 days. But guess who was there on the first day of OTAs? A guy who probably didn't need to be there. And listen to his coach, and then sort of juxtapose that with Art or Mike Tomlin talking their way around a 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers, who the Steelers are so desperate for to come in and save them for a season so they can go 9-8 and get blown out of a first-round playoff game. This was McDermott to reporters in Buffalo on what it means to have your starting quarterback there as the leader of the team.
I think it says everything, right? So he is the face of our organization. He's the leader of our team. And when he's here, like anything else as a leader, it speaks and it holds a tremendous amount of weight, right? Like any leader, in particular the leader of the team, those words that he says and his actions are exponentially impactful, right, to the whole roster, the whole team.
Bingo. Makes sense. So has anybody heard from Aaron Rodgers? Anybody? 30 teams, 30 starting quarterbacks at OTAs, waiting on two others, guessing they'll be there. And that'll make 31 of 32, except for Art Rooney's team, begging Aaron Rodgers, waiting for Aaron Rodgers, being toyed with by Aaron Rodgers. Can you believe this? I mean, seriously. We've been talking about it for 3 months, although to be fair to our show, and I don't know, maybe the others, Limits, we haven't talked about it that much. Like ever since the McAfee show, it's sort of a topic. It hasn't been the lead topic a ton.
No.
But it has to be today. When you hear that, does anybody disagree with that?
I don't think you should. I mean, the quarterback naturally, especially when you're the starter, there's just a leadership component that comes with that, whether you want it or not. As the face of the franchise at quarterback for a lot of organizations, you are the one that bears that responsibility, and your voice carries a ton of weight. And for Aaron Rodgers' voice to not even be there in the building, I mean, it says a lot, and it's indicative of the Steelers caving to Aaron Rodgers. And Art, at this point, just, I think, flummoxed by this entire situation, maybe because they didn't like any of the quarterbacks that were available.
Well, they didn't. I agree with Graziano, who said they didn't like any, including Rodgers. But they're perfectly satisfied with Mason. Well, obviously they're not satisfied with Mason if they're crawling along here begging for Aaron Rodgers. Arch should have put an end to this, but he didn't. He keeps telling us a little while longer we're willing to wait. And meanwhile, I just can't help but wonder where football is for Aaron Rodgers right now. Does he want to play?
I think it's probably timely. You know how we are still months out. The closer and closer I think we get to football, maybe the itch comes back for Aaron. But the fact that that's the case, that's an indictment of itself.
It's about the off seasons, and having spoke with so many former professional athletes, that's the part they don't want to do anymore when they get to be Aaron Rodgers' age, or usually much earlier. I'd still love to play in the games. I don't care about the pain that comes with that. It's ramping up in the off season and preparing your body and your mind for another year of football. He doesn't strike me as somebody who's doing that. I could be very wrong. Maybe he shows up and everything's forgotten in a couple weeks. And maybe you're on that side out there. It just doesn't seem like it's worth it. And I thought it was very telling. And I know that Aaron has said that he's going through some personal issues. And I obviously, as anybody should, respect that. But that hasn't stopped him from, gallivanting across the country here. He was at a Mike Stud concert the other night. Do you know who Mike Stud even is, Limits?
No, I don't think so.
Well, do you know so? Do you or do you not know who
No,
he
I'm
is?
looking
Yeah.
up Mike Stud. He's a singer. Does he have any songs out here
Yeah.
that I would know?
Well-
I've heard of one Mike Stud song called Swish. A friend of mine used to listen to that song all the time when I was in his car.
Yeah. Is that about a basketball shot or?
Yeah, it is kind of about that.
Anyway.
Some of these songs just don't make much sense.
Give
if you
me
don't,
some
like,
other
take out some
titles,
parts.
if you would, from a Mike Stud concert. Give me Mike Stud's. Does he have a greatest hits album out yet?
He has a song called Lost Me, Life Got Crazy, Someone Make It Stop. Maybe that's the song.
No wonder Rodgers went to see him.
That's the song that everyone needs to play for Mike Stud. Someone make this stop. Aaron, please make it stop. Sign already. Or just go to California and don't come back.
That would have been a great line for my column today. I should have looked up Mike Stud's songs. Someone make it stop.
Someone make it stop.
So Rodgers has time to do that, to go to a Mike Stud concert halfway across the country and, playfully shoot water guns at the show and deal with questions from people and hint that he's still coming to the Steelers. And he has time to appear in person on the Joe Rogan Experience. And as the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel put it, we heard his takes on UFOs, frog embryos, his conspiracy that nanobots are in vaccines and tracking people. My God, even Rogan didn't buy that one. And various other topics for like 3 hours, Limits. And none of it had anything to do with football, which I think was very symbolic, honestly.
It was like anything but football without Villanueva.
Where exactly?
In a way, yes.
You're on fire early this morning. We should fight before every show and yell at each other.
Apparently,
This
it gets
is
me fired
unbelievable.
up. It's like, good morning, Limits. Here we go. It's time for the show.
Anything but football with Aaron is the next segment we're going to do. Does it rank 10th? Where is football on his list of priorities? He seems to be involved in a lot of things, interested in a lot of things. And I don't know where football ranks.
Well, it seems like whatever's going on with his family, him supposedly being married, him training in Malibu, the Mike Stud concert, Rogan, and other things. Football's right around 6 or 7, I think.
I'd love to hear a Mike Stud song at some point in the show, although I'm sure that's not allowed. Steelers, they started yesterday, so we'll see what happens today. They're back at it today, or did they get a day off?
No, they're on today and tomorrow before they're off until next Tuesday.
All right. Cam Hayward probably said it best, and he was there yesterday. It was like 2 months ago that this flirtation began, and I know that Hayward sort of tried to soften his stance, but the words were out there, and they still ring true. And he said, either you want to be a Pittsburgh Steeler or you don't. 2 months later, I'll ask you out there, does it strike you that he really wants to be a Steeler? and that he wants to play football? I'll ask you that. 412-928-9370. And I'll ask you this. Are you just willing at this point to go with Mason? He showed up with a hell of a mustache. He did. And I think that was significant. That's a guy who's, I was going to say feeling himself, but that wouldn't sound right, Limits. He's a guy who's he's ultra confident. Yes.
He's confident about himself.
He's like that GIF, whatever they call it, the meme where the guy walks in to the show and he's all, you know the one I'm talking about.
He's
strutting.
Yeah.
That's the word I'm looking for.
He's got that swagger to him right now.
Mason Rudolph strutted into the first day of OTAs with one hell of a mustache. He looks like a 70s porn star or somebody from an old Western, or maybe somebody from an old Western porn. I don't know. He looked, it was unbelievable, wasn't it? You saw it.
Did you ever see my mustache from last year when I had the Paul Skeens mustache? Do you remember that?
Yeah, it didn't look like that. I mean, it looked okay.
Yeah,
but
not trying to compare, but I tried to rock one.
This mustache screams, I'm the man from Mason.
My friend group all wants me to bring the mustache back.
I think you should. In fact, our show should be the one to carry the mustache mantle.
Yeah? You think Bob will rock with a mustache?
Absolutely.
I don't think he would.
do. I think Bob's had a mustache, and I bet we can find photos. So we, us three, should carry the mustache mantle with Mason. I'm actually more than ready. I've been ready, and I don't even think he's any good, really, to go with Mason this year. It just seems like pending disaster. Like if Rodgers gets here, what are the chances that he doesn't say something hugely embarrassing along the way, or that he doesn't go on McAfee and throw people under the bus, or you know what I mean, or you know, what are the chances that he's great as a player, good enough, great enough to make up for anything else?
Well, I think that they're banking on taking that bad with the good that he could bring to have them be better than the situation with Mason.
Be in that camp yourself,
yeah.
Limit. So why are you all of a sudden turning on Rodgers?
How do you think I'm turning on Rodgers? I think
you're agreeing with everything I say, that they're making fools of themselves and should move on.
I do not think that they should move on. They are making fools of themselves. There's no doubt about that.
If you're on the Rodgers train, what's the difference if he shows up now or in 10 days?
Because I want him to be there to be able to get with the guys, learn the offense, and start to form some chemistry.
But you think he's going to be good no matter what?
I do, yes. Well, unless he shows up in, like, the last week of training camp.
What does Bradshaw mean by eating bark? Is that the
I have no idea.
Is it ayahuasca? Did we determine that was the name? But that's a drink,
yeah,
right?
That's not eating bark. I have no idea what he meant by that. Probably just a big exaggeration.
But not that much of one, right? If he's
eating
drinking
bark
compared to drinking ayahuasca, maybe there's some substances in the bark.
What's he just going to the tree and ripping it off and eating it?
Certain pieces of bark will do that for you.
Really?
Let's hear from Bradshaw again as we wind up here and solicit your calls at 412-928-9370. Did you give me my reads Limits? Yes, you did.
Yes, this was Terry on
I'm sorry for even asking.
103.7 The Buzz.
That is just, to me, is a joke. What are you going to do, bring him in for 1 year? Are you kidding me? I mean,
that's not the Steelers' way, right?
No, man, that guy needs to stay in California and go, somewhere and chew on bark.
Chew on bark.
And also, what was the second part? Chew on bark and talk to the gods? Whisper to the gods out there.
Whisper to the gods out there.
Whisper to the gods out there.
By the way, as a side note here, I'm absolutely going to start listening to 103.7 The Buzz in Arkansas. Are you not?
That sounds pretty entertaining.
I mean, that sounds like a hell of a show.
But not from 10 to 2. Make sure you tune it in right here to the Pomp and Joe Show every Monday through Friday.
Thank you, Limits. Off the Top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Every single presumed starting quarterback in the NFL was with their team for the beginning of OTAs. There's 2 outstanding right now. Don't know with the Ravens and Cardinals, but I'll be surprised if Jackson or Murray isn't there. Every single one except for one team. And you know who they are. They know who they are. And they're waiting on this guy, Aaron Rodgers. And Limits thinks it's going to be worth it. Do you? Do you think this is going to be worth it? Are you up for the Aaron Rodgers experience? All right, Limits. We'll get to calls next. We'll also expand the topic. I want to talk about some quarterbacks in the AFC North. And then what a Pirate win, wasn't it? What a win.
That was fun to watch. The Reynolds home run, just a no-doubter.
I stayed up for that.
I did too.
And couldn't believe my eyes. I mean, it was great. That was the win of the year, right? Easily.
Yeah. Down by 6 on the road, late innings.
To a pretty good team with a really good pitcher on the mound. You're down 6-0.
Henry Davis homers.
And in comes Hank Davis.
Off Corbin Burns. How about that? The rest of the guys could not hit anything off of Corbin Burns. And then here comes Henry Davis hitting a bomb.
It was incorrigible, Limits. It was incrinculant. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe what I was watching. And I have to think that there's something to the idea of Henry Davis just coming into a game and therefore maybe being more relaxed. We're gonna have Dan Zangrilli on later. To me, I'm not a hitting coach. I'm not Charlie Lau. Do you remember him from many years ago?
Charlie Loud.
Of course you don't. No, Lau, L-A-U. Famous hitting coach. Limits. It's okay. You shouldn't know him, actually. It was many years ago.
Oh, yes. Ayahuasca does come from the stem and bark of a plant that I can't pronounce.
You trying to say Charlie Lau did ayahuasca?
No, I'm saying that maybe Terry Bradshaw referring to bark that Aaron Rodgers was eating was a little bit of an exaggeration, but somewhat bark is involved.
Yeah. He's barking up the right tree there.
Just about to make that joke, and you jumped in front of me for it.
Henry Davis, not being a hitting coach, even I can tell that he wants so badly to succeed and is feeling such enormous pressure, has through most of his career here, as short as it's been in the majors, that you can feel his hands squeezing the bat to sawdust. Zangrilli likes to say he's the only guy he's ever seen who hits foul balls over onto, is it Federal Street to the left there, Limits?
Yeah.
It's true. And I can't help but think, all right, you're up, you're in. And I remembered a softball slump that my daughter had. It's very weird that I had this memory. She was in a Tommy Pham-like slump. Couldn't hit. And when she did hit, the ball would go straight in the air. Then one time she wasn't in and didn't expect to go in. Boom, go to the plate. Somebody got hurt or something. Swung at the first pitch, cracked it up the middle. The slump was over. And I firmly believe it came from being totally relaxed and having it be unexpected and just like it's basically a blanket type thing. And when I mean blanket, I mean, blank and then the word it, like screw it. Right. You know what I mean?
It alleviates the pressure on you where you see yourself penciled into the lineup an hour and a half, 2 hours before the game, whatnot. You know you're coming up to bat. Middle of the game, you just go in. All right, well, here we go.
Yes.
No time to think.
All
just
of
play.
that. No Time to Think, which is a Bob Dylan song off one of his underrated albums, Street Legal, I might add, Limits.
Oh.
But
is
yes.
it as good as Someone Make It Stop by Mike Stud?
I don't know about that. I wish you would play that. I know there's probably not a way to do it where we won't get in trouble, but please. So Henry Davis suddenly, with 2 great swings, and Wayner talked about it, how he was working on that in batting practice, that shortened swing. Oh, my God, what a relief just to see this guy take a shortened swing and go to right field. You want to run on the field in many of his previous at-bats over his career and say, it's going to be okay. Don't try to hit the ball through the left field foul pole. Relax. Everything's okay. But you know what you need to relax, Limits, is what Canario has, and that's time to fail.
Yeah, and having Tommy Pham on the bench has allowed him to do that.
Yes, that's one thing Don Kelly has done.
That was like the first thing he did.
Yeah, you give a guy time. You tell him, don't worry about it. You're here for a while. You're going to play. I don't care if you go 0 for 12 with 12 strikeouts. Guess what? You're going to take a 13th at bat. Keep going here. Relax. Just relax, to bring up a famous Aaron Rodgers. Remember that?
R-E-L-A-X.
Yes, Limits.
Relax.
This might have been your greatest opening segment ever. That's what Rodgers told people when the Packers started slow one year, to bring this segment full circle. And I felt great for Henry Davis. And I'm sorry, when I see two swings like that, I can't help but think there's more in there. I mean, the home run, was it 112 miles an hour?
I don't know the exact exit velocity, but
I think it was.
And you're talking like deep left center field.
So I offer this to you, Wonder Twin. In the month of May, guess what Henry Davis is batting? Wrong. 270. Guess what his OPS is? Wrong. 810. He's slugging 423. His on base is 387. And you could come back with small sample size, only 26 at-bats, and I could come back with, so have all his failed stints been small sample sizes. So why shouldn't I take heart and maybe even take glee in this one? And please, I beg of Don Kelly to play this dude a lot. Like every day, not necessarily, but 5-6 days a week. Well, please let him go out and fail and succeed. And he's actually hitting in May. The numbers prove it. An 810 OPS on this team stands out in a big way. Please just play him. We looked up the rules on DHs, didn't we, Limits? If you DH at the beginning of a game, and this may cost McCutchen at-bats, oh well, you got to go with the younger guys. I'm sorry. There will be some at-bats for McCutchen. He's actually hitting well. But you got to find out about Henry Davis. It's a franchise imperative. In fact, it might be the franchise imperative as this season rolls along.
You owe it to yourself to make sure that he's not a Brian Bullington or a Chris Benson or any of those guys as a 1-1.
So we were worried that because of what somebody had told us a couple of times, that a DH can go, just because you start a catcher at DH like Davis could, he can obviously still go and play a position in the game, but you lose your DH unless you have some sort of double substitution.
Yeah,
correct?
if necessary.
It gets very complicated. You could lose your DH.
Right. Yeah, you could double switch or whatever, or they could ultimately, because Andy Rodriguez is going to be activated in a short amount of time.
I'll tell you this, and Joey Bart's been pretty darn good since he got here, although he hits for no power. But Davis is better than him defensively. I think I'm even willing to say right now, in fact, I am, Limits, that Henry Davis should be their starting catcher. And I know Bart got hurt last night, and obviously he seems like a great dude, too. Hoping everything's okay with him. But I think Henry Davis should be, let's put it this way, their majority catcher.
Well, we know he'll be catching tonight because it's Paul Skeens in the mound, and Skeens, his personal catcher, has become Davis.
Do you agree with that? That he should be their majority catcher right now? And that when Bart plays, a little bit of catcher, sure, and DH?
I still want to see Bart play a game a week at first. So I will go more so 50-50, 60-40 in favor of Davis. I don't want it to be like...
So 60-40, you agree? Their majority catcher.
60-40, I'd put it there, yeah.
I think it's time, man. I truly think it's time. They need to find out, and I'm starting to like the signs. My God, his average is over 200 Limits. It's up to 204.
Bart is one of their better hitters, though. That's why it would be hard to bench him.
I didn't say bench him. I said play him at DH.
And then move McCutchen more so into the field.
No, or I don't know what you do with McCutchen. I don't know, because Canario's playing well. Cruz is your center fielder, and now Brian Reynolds looks like he's going to go on a heater and get up to his normal numbers. So McCutchen and everyone else is just going to have to deal with it.
Oh, my nose is bleeding.
What happened?
I don't know.
I didn't punch you.
It just started bleeding.
Yet?
I'm going to take care of that.
All right. I hope that gets better. So that's my thought. And those are my thoughts and Limits thoughts on Bradshaw, Rogers, Hank Davis, Joey Bart, all of that. 412-928-9370 fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. And our six-pack brought to you by Bet365.
Sometimes when it's like really dry.
Yeah, are you okay?
Like the air, my nose will start to bleed. Yeah, I'm fine.
So this is something that happens regularly?
Fairly regularly. Okay. Yeah, depending on the weather.
Now I'm worried about you. Go ahead. Do what you need to do, Limits.
All right.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Buccos and Diamondbacks, they will do it again today in the rubber match from Arizona. 3:40 first pitch as Arizona will send Zach Gallen to the mound. Paul Skeens will go for the Pirates. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. You can listen to the game on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. The pregame coverage will begin at 2:30.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and poured by Sam Adams American Light at Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Shanapin Country Club, Totter Ridge Golf Course, True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour, MHI Roofing, and Hickory Heights Golf Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an RC Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa, the pros that know AC parts inside and out. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Kirk Gibson. The 68-year-old former outfielder, manager, and broadcaster is best known for his iconic 1988 walk-off World Series home run. A decade ago, he was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease, and his foundation will soon open the Kirk Gibson Center for Parkinson's Wellness. Good luck, Kirk, and happy birthday. I'm Boomer Esiason.
At Napa, we've spent the last 100 years building our business into an engine that powers yours. Whether you're big or small, national or local, Napa has the automotive solutions your business needs to stay moving. And it's all driven by a nationwide network of quality parts and exceptional service on one mission: to keep your business moving full speed ahead. That's why we are the pros that know.
Napa know-how.
Craftsman Days are here at Lowe's with big savings on the tools you need. Save $100 on the Craftsman V26 Tool Power Tool Combo Kit, now at $199. No matter what the project is, Craftsman's high-quality, high-performance products empower you to build on. Stop by your nearest Lowe's store and check out the full line of Craftsman tools today. Valid through 6/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy burger at the Royale while you watch the big game. Hotel packages available. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Word travels fast. More and more people are choosing Shorkey Mitsubishi for the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
They sure are, Arcadian. During the Shorkey Mitsubishi Memorial Day Super Sale, it's time for some red, white, and new.
It all starts with the 7-passenger Outlander, ready for your summer road trip. Now, $6,000 off or finance at 3.99% for an incredible 72 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off or 3.99% financing for 60 months and a brand new Mirage as low as only $16,000. Incredible.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, no matter what its condition.
Shorkey Mitsubishi will have you ready for summer. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Locations in North Huntington and North Hills or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC, used with permission.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/credit card.
Breaking news coming in.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Word travels fast. More and more people are choosing Shorkey Mitsubishi for the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
They sure are, Cadian. During the Shorkey Mitsubishi Memorial Day Super Sale, it's time for some red, white, and new.
It all starts with the 7-passenger Outlander, ready for your summer road trip. Now, $6,000 off or finance at 3.99% for an incredible 72 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off or 3.99% financing for 60 months and a brand new Mirage as low as only 16 grand. Incredible.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, no matter what its condition.
Shorkey Mitsubishi will have you ready for summer. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Locations in North Huntington and North Hills or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Hey, it's Doran Dickerson for Keystone Custom Apparel. At Keystone Custom Apparel, they believe in providing quality products to businesses, sports teams, restaurants, school districts, and more through screen printing and embroidery services. With their 24/7, 365 online spirit wear fundraisers, Keystone Custom Apparel offers the best and most convenient way to help your team raise money all season long. It's not just the athletes who are looking great. Families and friends can look their best on the field and in the stands as well. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone, come back! It's my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life, come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Got junk? TwoMenAndAJunkTruck.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by A Quick Drain Service.
OTAs have begun across the land. In some cases, they began a little bit ago. In 2 cases, I believe, Baltimore and Arizona. Baltimore begins today, so we'll see if Lamar Jackson's there. I don't see any reason why he wouldn't be. Every single team has had its presumed starter at quarterback show up for OTAs, except for one. Do you buy it that it's important? I'd love to know. Do you think that Aaron Rodgers is a marked difference in number of wins from Mason Rudolph? Because I don't. Tell me more, Limits, about why you think it's worth the wait with Rodgers and why you think, for example, this is a significant upgrade on, say, Russell Wilson, because I see basically the same guy. Russell Wilson in 11 games here last year had 16 touchdown passes and 5 picks and a 95.6 rating. Aaron Rodgers in 6 more games had 28 touchdowns and 11 picks and a passer rating that was 5 points less. So I'm presuming you think if Rodgers were here last year, they would have won more games and maybe won a playoff game?
Yes, sorry to interrupt there. I think maybe one more game they would have won, potentially 11 wins, potentially. And a playoff game, I think they would have been better positioned with an 11th victory, or however the schedule would have turned out, so that they would not have to go to Baltimore, and maybe instead they'd be playing against Houston or some other team where they had a better chance to be able to win that playoff game. I don't think that Russell Wilson just has it anymore. Like, I think he's shot. I don't think that he has much football left in the tank.
Why is he shot but Rodgers is not? That's the part of your argument I don't get.
I still think that Rodgers has good arm strength and is able to decipher things at the line of scrimmage well enough, and I know you're going to throw the point back at me that they don't let Russell Wilson audible. They're not going to bring Aaron Rodgers in here and not let him audible at least some of the time. They're just not. I refuse to believe that.
I mean, they didn't for Ben or Russell.
I refuse to believe it. I don't think that they will. Aaron Rodgers is going to have some ability to be able to do that.
Some, yeah.
I mean, Ben at the very end that last year I know it was Ben, but he was not nearly the same guy that he was. And Russell Wilson, they clearly did not trust at the end, but they probably felt an obligation to play because they brought him in first as the guy.
Well, you say that Ben wasn't the guy that he had been, and yet with a coordinator named Matt Canada and a rookie center named Kendrick Green, in 16 games, he had 22 touchdowns, 10 picks, and a passer rating that was just as good as Rodgers was last year in New York.
The eye test, though. I mean, come on. I love Ben. Ben is one of my favorite players of all time. But he was not nearly the same guy in that final year. I mean, they had to carry him in stretches.
I mean, clearly he wasn't vintage Ben, but did you watch Aaron Rodgers last season?
I did, yes.
And you thought that he wasn't a shell of his former self?
He's not MVP Aaron Rodgers, but I still think that he has one more year in him.
In this system?
Still good arm strength.
In this
system? We don't
system?
know what this system is.
Exactly.
Nobody knows what this Arthur Smith offense is. With Aaron Rodgers, with Russell Wilson, with Justin Fields, whoever. We don't know what it looks like. So we have no idea how to properly answer that with, well, how will Aaron look in this system? I'm sure he'll bring some plays with him that he's going to utilize too. Because Aaron Rodgers, because they're bowing down to him, and they didn't want to do that with Russell Wilson, so he is going to bring something in with him.
Will he play for $10 million like he claims he will?
I don't think so.
Why wouldn't you make him do that? Why wouldn't, if you're Art, say, listen, let's do the $10 million deal you talked about, because that would really mean a lot to our football team. And then if he doesn't take it, say, forget it.
Well, they're definitely not going to say forget it at this point. They've waited long enough where they're at the point of no return.
Just a little while longer, Art says.
But they're at the point of no return right now. Like, I don't even think Russell Wilson's going to play that much in New York with the Giants. It's probably going to end up being Jackson Dart's team.
You can throw Aaron Rodgers, last year's Russell Wilson, and final year Ben into a bucket and shake them up, and they're all coming out equally to me. That's where you and I differ greatly here. However, you might be right in the end. Maybe it's worth the wait. I don't think so.
Well, and if Aaron sucks and he's bad and the team is awful and they win 6 games, that's fine by me too.
Different question.
I'm open to both possibilities.
Very different question. To signing him because he might suck is different than signing him because he might be really good, which you think he could be.
Right. I think he can win them 10 games and potentially a playoff game, potentially, depending on the matchup.
412-928-9370. And then our other question is a baseball question. Is it time for Henry Davis to basically take over catching duties for the Pirates? Realizing that Joey Bart has been pretty good this year, but Davis is a better defensive player and is starting to hit and was the number 1 overall pick that you drafted. So you have to find out about this guy. And Limits and I agreed on at least a 60-40. And, yeah, you want Bart's bat in the lineup, I guess. It's not like Bart's – you said he was one of their best hitters. He's actually –
Well, consider they do not have a lot of good hitters.
Well, his OPS is below Cruz, McCutchen, Falefa, Canario, Fraser, and Valdez. So I don't know that I agree with your statement that
Valdez hasn't played in like a month and a half. He's out for the year, too.
Okay, take out Valdez. He has 91 at-bats. I don't think that Joey Bart's been one of your best hitters. He has 1 home run and a 655 OPS. So put it this way. We can disagree all we want. And you and I have been disagreeing since 8:30 this morning when I called you. Oh, wait, it was 9:30. I don't think it's going to be a season wrecker to give up some of Joey Bart's at-bats and move him out of the catching role. He has 1 home run and a 655 OPS and a 308 slug. Joey Bart in 146 at-bats has 7 extra base hits. Okay? Henry Davis has... he only has 3, but he's only taken 49 at-bats. The point is Henry Davis has an 800 OPS this month. But the real point is he's Henry Davis, and he's a better defensive player. Make him your catcher most of the time. Keep Bart's bat in the lineup if you like, or not. I think it's time for Henry Davis Limits.
I do agree with that Henry Davis should be playing the majority of the time. Even if you have to DH him a game and you move Bart around, you move McCutchen around, whatever you have to do to cater to Henry Davis, I am okay with it.
Well, make no mistake, if you're playing Bart and Davis, McCutchen stands to get fewer at-bats.
Yes.
And he has a 740 OPS, which is second on the team.
But this
so
season,
you better get creative about it, or McCutchen, or McCutchen better play the field a little bit more. That's the only way out of this.
Yeah, he can play some left. He can play some right. He played left.
He can play left?
He played left in New York.
For how many games this season has he played the field?
It's just a game. I think 5 is the total number of games that he played, especially when Reynolds
now you have Canario, you have Cruz, you have Reynolds, so maybe there's not even room in the outfield if you want to keep playing Canario. There's an Andrew McCutchen dilemma that we all knew could happen, really, in each of the years that they've brought him back now. And now it's really coming home to roost because he's still a pretty good hitter. Pretty good hitter. And you have younger guys you need to play to move forward as a franchise, particularly the guy that you invested a number 1 overall pick in. So how do you solve that dilemma, Limits?
And that's what should be the priority. Maybe have a tough conversation with McCutchen. The other thing about this is, too, how much of an obligation do you think that the Pirates believe that they owe Andrew McCutchen to play him on a fairly regular, everyday basis?
They probably believe a significant one.
They do. And this is, at least in my belief, probably Andrew McCutchen's final year.
Although they certainly didn't see fit to play him. What was the game where he didn't play earlier this year? Was it opening day? Well, what was the significant game early this year?
Well, there was a game where Cruz was out and Reynolds was also banged up where McCutchen was not in the lineup. It was like a Sunday lineup.
Oh, no, this was a sellout crowd. This was the big crowd for a Skeens game. I forget. What was the occasion?
The Skeens bobblehead game.
There you go.
Where he tweeted like 20 minutes before the game about not being in the lineup.
There you go. That's what I was remembering. So maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe when they see fit, if they don't think, or if they think they have higher priorities here, then maybe they're not wed to the idea of, McCutchen has to play a ton.
Well, I mean, he has played the 3rd most games of anybody on the team, 3rd or 4th.
Yeah.
48 games this year. That's tied with O'Neal Cruz.
I know. Reynolds has played 53. Hayes, oh, my God, he's played 52.
52 games.
They keep running Tommy Pham out there, which is borderline surreal.
Kiner Falefa's 3rd on the team in hits with 43. McCutchen is 4th.
I mean, he's been very good. That's just the bottom line with him.
Don't look now. Adam Frazier, 5th on the team in hits with 40. More than O'Neal Cruz has.
Yeah, but he didn't get going until the season was over. But if you want to say Adam Frazier is a bottom of the bench guy, I guess.
Yeah, he's a 26 man on your roster at this point.
I just think Henry Davis needs to play, and I think we finally reached the point where it's an issue. The McCutchen thing is an issue. Would you agree?
It is, because there are other younger guys that need at-bats that you need to know about. And prioritizing Henry Davis, as odd as it kind of sounds to say out loud, prioritizing Henry Davis over Andrew McCutchen is probably something that is a difficult thing to do, but you have to do a little bit of.
412-928-9370. There was something else that Terry Bradshaw said that we can agree or disagree with, and there are a couple other Pirate issues. Let's actually take a look at the win. My God, Limits, we get a chance to celebrate a win like that. We might as well for a day, right? It's been a long time coming. You thought the game was over. Did you even watch it?
I did think that the game was over. I had it on to begin with, and then I was flipping back and forth watching the NBA game last night. How about Indiana? TJ McConnell, they're a game away.
Amazing.
Going to the finals. And then I turned it back on when I saw that they were starting to catch up, and then I saw the Reynolds homer. Bang.
Bang. Let's listen to that next and talk about it for a little bit. Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Do we have the general on the line? We'll get to him in one moment. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. And our six-pack brought to you by Bet365. Mark Cabali is going to join us later from OTAs.
It was a joke.
Dr. Daniel Zangrilli for an hour at noon. Things sometimes get spicy there. Rain throughout the day, not subsiding until evening. A high of Dermani Dawson, which would be 63. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Let's get to the card of the week, Limits. I am going to go with a Henry Davis card. You?
Joe, that's a great pick. I don't know how much basketball cards are really going for, but TJ McConnell has been playing so well. He has to be my pick.
How about Halliburton?
Or Halliburton, yes. I just tried to go local with McConnell.
First guy in history to go 13, 15, and 10 with 0 turnovers in a game.
He played incredible. 34 total points?
Holy ostrich milk. Hello, General. How are you?
Gentlemen, good morning. I appreciate you having me today. There's a lot of things going on. So with your permission, we're just going to reward the Starkey's Card of the Week listeners, and we're going to expand it to Cards of the Week. I had Tyrese Halliburton on the side of my desk for a month, waiting for the appropriate time. Now's a good time. We're giving a Tyrese Halliburton Prism rookie away, but that's not the main focus. Tomorrow's Mr. Skeens' birthday. It's always a good time to have a Skeens Card of the Week.
Yes.
So we're adding a Paul Skeens Stadium Club rookie. And then somewhere in the middle of the night, Brian Reynolds changed the whole plan. I've been waiting to use the Brian Reynolds card, but it's been a long time coming, but he certainly merits this week. 4 for 4 with a game-winning bomb. We're putting a game-used back card of Brian Reynolds into the mix.
Love it.
I'm also going to throw in a Henry Davis because we've been waiting for that for several years, and you guessed it. And I might as well throw in a Bradshaw card, make it 5.
Make it a six-pack. Ron's on his 6th beer already in Fort Myers. Let's honor him with a 6-pack. One more. Throw in one more.
TJ McConnell to make it our 6th man. How's that?
I love it.
6 cards for Starkey's Card of the Week listeners. All good ones.
Incredible. Thank you, General.
You're welcome. You know, one last thing.
Yeah.
When Reynolds hits the home run, it actually dawns on you that that's part of the baseball, right? Like, it's been so long that we've been down, and I'm not a Pirate basher. I'm just saying, like, you go like, wait, it's actually possible to come back and win. That was exciting.
Yeah,
so,
when you hit, amazing things happen when the bat makes contact with the ball.
Without any mockery involved. Literally, you've gotten into the custom of, well, we got down 2-0, so, like, that's the only side of the ball, right? Like, so now that was an exciting comeback.
Yeah, man, it was great. Thank you, General.
You're welcome. You guys have a good week.
That's General Patton, Jeff Patton of the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry for all those cards. That 6-pack of cards. Your chance to win comes from going to our website, 937thefan.com. Go to our contest page. It'll be very obvious how to get there. Right around now, between Wednesday and Friday, right around noon. And while you're on looking for that, look for our YouTube page. That's also very obvious, and you can watch us. Watch the show. Our numbers are absolutely incredible right now, which we truly, truly appreciate. So, yeah, 937thefan.com leads you to our YouTube page, and you can watch the proceedings right now. I have decided to grow a mustache. It's in its embryonic stages right now in honor of Mason Rudolph. The PM guys put out a challenge, and I think it looks pretty good, Limits, and I'm getting a lot of compliments in the office. Your early opinion of it?
I like it. I want to see it get a little bit more growth to it, a little bit more defined of a mustache.
For sure. And I'm going to have it go down the chin a little bit. You know what I mean?
Oh, so you're going to look like, are you going to try to pull off a Raleigh Fingers look at any point?
No, not the handlebar, but a Mason type, where it's not just, cut off at the lips, that we have legs to it. You know what I mean?
Oh, legs to it. Make sure it doesn't jump off your face and walk away.
No, it won't. All right, coming up, what a game last night. Let's take a look back and some significant bigger stories involving the Pirates.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Day 2 of Steelers OTAs of 6 is today. Day 3 will be tomorrow, and then the Steelers will be off until next week on Tuesday. OTAs will conclude on June 5th with mandatory minicamp beginning the following week on Tuesday, June 10th. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai, Goodrich and Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cordell & Cordell, we understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call us at Cordell & Cordell. Let me tell you, I understand on a personal level, your business is much more than a job. It's your legacy.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Since 1969, a quick drain service has been going down the drain so you don't have to. Proudly serving the tri-state area, they're your go-to experts for DOT, certified gas, water, and sewer line installations. From plumbing to sewer and drain cleaning, they do it all fast, professional, and reliable. Emergency service available 24/7. Call 724-222-1095 to schedule today. Senior and military discounts available. A quick drain service, PA number 074216. Experience that flows.
Have you ever thought about flying private? No lines, no hassle, it's a beautiful thing. Pat Bostic here for my friends at AMG Jets. Whether it's a business trip or a weekend getaway, AMG has a fleet of private jets to take you where you need to go in unparalleled comfort and style. They've been departing from Pittsburgh International Airport for over 20 years. Begin your private jet travel today. Visit AMGJets.com. That's AMGJets.com.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-317-1890. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-317-1890. 800-317-1890. 800-317-1890.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/score. That's ethos.com/score.
You could think you found your dream home online. The kitchen island looks perfect for your inner chef. The backyard, a paradise for your green thumb. And that extra room, hello walk-in closet. But here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. And this sound, yeah, you're going to be hearing a lot of that. Don't let your dream home turn into a nightmare. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
Hi, I'm Mandy. I'm one of the at-home coaches with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. A lot of times people just come to me and they're like, I've tried everything. I just can't lose weight. And I'm like, you haven't tried everything. You haven't tried Awaken 180. And we're completely different. The biggest difference I hear from people is the relationship with the health coach, because we get to know you. We're there for you. We're unlimited support for you. It's not just somebody who's sending you a cookie cutter program. You're getting that personal health coach. You and your health coach will work together at Awaken 180 to figure out how to make it your new lifestyle so that you don't have to think about it. You just live your life. That's the main difference. Come talk to us and see how Awaken 180 can help you.
Thanks, Mandy. This is Chris Muller. Unlimited coaching, unlimited support. Awaken 180 is there for you while losing weight fast and after reaching your goal. Free support for life at awaken180weightloss.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $199 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $235 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires June 2nd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
The Washington Wild Things return to EQT Park Friday, May 30th through Sunday, June 1st with a Fireworks Friday presented by PBR, a sock giveaway presented by WCTPA, and Mascotapalooza on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday. WashingtonWildThings.com for tickets.
Hey, it's Andrew Filippone for Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Make Mike's Beer Bar your choice on game days to catch all the sports you crave, including Pirates baseball, pro basketball, Premier League action, and more. It's Pittsburgh's destination for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. So tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
Are you looking for a light beer with fewer calories that actually tastes like beer? Look no further than the all-new Sam Adams American Light. Fewer calories, yet full flavored. Ask for Sam Adams American Light wherever you buy beer.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-251-5642. 800-251-5642. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-251-5642.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Rubber match Pirates and Diamondbacks is today from Arizona. It's a 3:40 first pitch. And it's a Skeens day. Paul Skeens is on the mound. 2.36 ERA for Skeens and a 101 whip. 54 and 2/3 innings. He actually has fewer strikeouts than he does innings pitched. 53 on the year and 15 walks. Skeens is 3-5. Zach Gallen, former ace of the Diamondbacks, 3-6 with a 5.25 ERA. Not a good start for Gallen. Diamondbacks are under 500 at 27-28. Pirates are 20-36. Listen to the game on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA after the Pirates came back to win last night's game 9-6. Off day tomorrow before playing 3 in San Diego. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Back to Pump and Joe.
Good talk radio.
All right, thank you. Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, Limits, I deemed it appropriate today to celebrate a Pirate win. Could we do that one time, please? I mean, this was remarkable. I was also watching the basketball and the baseball together. My wife was watching the baseball with me. She likes Pirate games, even this season. And she left, and I didn't blame her. It was 6-0. They were throwing the ball all over the place. They looked horrifyingly bad. And the game was over. And then it wasn't over. And the man who got this started was Henry Davis, who got just thrown into the game because Bart got hurt or sick or something weird happened, and I hope that he's doing okay. He was taking, warm-up pitches, catching them, and just had to leave the game. So in comes Hank Davis, unexpectedly, and even more unexpectedly was the result of his at-bat off one of the best pitchers around.
Here's Henry Davis batting for the first time. He swings and sends one out to deep left field. And on the first pitch he sees, he hits a long home run to left field. Henry Davis with a 2-run homer. His second of the year, and the Pirates finally on the board in this series.
Holy ostrich follicles, huh?
Finally on the board in the series.
Yes.
Isn't that just an indication of how the season's gone?
Man, how many people did anybody out there place a bet on the Pirates when they were down 6-0? And have you already moved, onto your new yacht in the Bahamas if you did that? There was no way they were going to win. It seemed like, all right, well, that's a pretty feel-good moment. And by the way, Limits, I mean, everybody runs into one once in a while, but he absolutely hammered that thing.
Hammering Hank on full display.
At 432 feet, and I think 112 miles an hour, they said. I want to see him get more chances to do that. As I mentioned earlier, I want to see this dude have an opportunity to fail for a long stretch of time. At least have that opportunity. I think it's very telling that this happened when he didn't have any time to think about it, really. He was just thrown into the game. I really believe there's something to that. And then his next swing was in some ways just as impressive. It was an opposite field double. I think John Wayner said that he had been working on this, Davis, in batting practice, just a shortened swing and getting the ball out to right center. And lo and behold, I don't know, do you have his double Limits or no? No? But we do have when everything really changed. And that was the Kiner-Falefa hit with the bases loaded. And he's starting to become a guy that they said he was going to be. Like, he's not going to wow you with his overall numbers, but he plays winning baseball. And you just have a feeling these days that something good is going to happen when Kiner-Falefa comes to the plate. So it's bases loaded. They're still down 6-3. Even Tommy Pham got on base.
Ginkel ready and the pitch. Swinging a ground ball deep in the hole to short. Perdomo diving stop, corrals it. Throw across the first, too late. Pham is safe with another infield hit. Give him a run, batted in.
We just had
Davis
to hear
is
it to
in
make sure it was true.
And it's 6-3, and the Pirates are bringing the tying run up once down a half dozen here tonight.
It was incredible. It really was. Well, forget that. I'm not going to dwell on the negative in this particular segment. I want to celebrate something for once. Just for once. So up comes Kiner Falefa with the bases loaded, down 6-3. And then this happened, oh limitless wonder. Even Key Brian Hayes was on base, for God's sakes.
Kiner Falefa batting. Righty batter against the righty Ginkel. The pitch, swinging a roller past third and into left. Base hit and more for Kiner Falefa. It's all the way into the corner. Canario is in. Pham scores. Hayes will score. Bases clearing double. Kiner Falefa. And the Pirates have crawled all the way back to tie the game at 6.
Do you believe in miracles?
Isaiah Kiner Falefa.
Woo! Did you see how, wide that cavernous the left field was?
Yeah.
I thought he was going to get it inside the park homer.
I thought it might have been the Grand Canyon placed into the stadium.
It looked like Kenny Pickett's throw in Cleveland, I think it was. Remember when he threw a ball down the right sideline and there was literally nobody in the shot? Do you remember that throw?
I do.
I didn't think anybody was going to appear in the shot ever. The ball was just bouncing around in left field, and they tie the game. And then, just yesterday I was very critical of Brian Reynolds. I think he's earned criticism this year. I think it's been disastrous. And unfortunately, they're basically buried, and he helped to bury them. But I fully expect by season's end, he's going to have the numbers that he usually has. And man, when your $100 million guy does what he's paid to do, everything looks different. It's transformative. You can win a game where you're down 6-0, and you can do it when it's 6-6 and 2 guys are on base, and your $100 million switch hitter does this.
Beeks delivers. Swing. Fly ball. Deep left field. Reynolds has tagged this one. Pirates in the lead. Oh, there's trouble brewing in the desert.
Joe Block.
I hadn't heard that yet, and I want to hear it again in a moment after I make this point. That if 2 of your relievers are named Ginkel and Beeks, you're in big trouble.
You remember Beeks?
Of course I do.
Jalen Beeks, old friend from a year ago, giving up the home run.
Jalen Reeks, when he was here, it was Beeks and Ginkel last night. I don't know, was Beeks good when he was here? I just made a cheap play on his name.
He was fine, but not that good.
Malsey?
Go look it up.
Was he fine, but not that good?
You got to stop with this Malsey crap. You got to stop with this. Every single thing, doubting me. You're doubting my knowledge.
How good was he? How good was he? And you could have just said, I don't know. I don't remember. That's what I said.
It was a year ago. I do remember.
It was a year ago. I do remember. That statement doesn't even make sense.
You know what? Now you're insulting my intelligence.
No, I'm insulting your integrity.
Yeah, and you continue to do it. You just continue to do it. Now you're insulting my intelligence.
No, I'm insulting your integrity. You're spot on. He was a 3.92 ERA with 17 strikeouts and 9 walks in 20 innings. He was just okay. So not only were you right, you were spot on, and I apologize.
I accept your apology.
Thank you. And I won't bring up Malsey at least till the next segment.
Will. Yeah, until the next segment.
You're in trouble when you have 2 relievers named Ginkel and Beeks. I'm sorry. That's a recipe for disaster. I want to hear that call again. Joe Block, tremendous at the end of this call. It's just limits. I miss fun baseball.
Me too.
I miss fun. This was like there haven't been, when you have no offense, even the good games aren't fun. You know what I mean? I like a good pitching duel as much as the next guy, but offense is fun. Comebacks are fun.
Oh, it's so much more fun than talking about all the sad things that we've had to talk about with the harsh reality of this season. Like last year, I went to 20 games. There was the excitement of Skeens, the excitement of being in a playoff push at the deadline, adding at the deadline.
We had that. Yeah, even last year we had that for a little while.
Which makes this year all the more sadder.
So, man, would I just love to see them rip off a bunch of wins here. What are they? They're 2-4. They're 5-3 in their last 8. I'll take it, won't you?
Yeah, even though they are 16 under, the recent stretch with Donnie Kelly has been better than what they had with Derek Shelton.
I'll say they were about to drop to 7-11 under Kelly. Instead, they're 8-10, and that feels a world different. Especially with Skeens on the mound, you win today, you're 9-10.
Oh, I've been meaning to ask you this, and I don't know.
And I think Reynolds, by the way, well, like I said, when he hits, it's transformative. What were you going to ask me?
So Doran tweeted something on, I believe it was Friday, that I thought was really fascinating. It was Saturday.
Yeah.
Saying, I have a strong feeling that Don Kelly will go down in history as the manager that saved the Pirates organization. I think that's maybe a little bit too far. But definitely too far. But I do think that Donnie Kelly is somebody who's brought a bright light to this organization, and I think is a good baseball man.
I really like Donnie Kelly. I like some of the things he's done. I like the way that he's used Santana in high leverage situations. He's gone back to Bednar, who actually looks okay. Sometimes good.
Sometimes.
He has played Canario every day, which I really like. Good now ball. I want to see that with Davis. Now, he's benefited from Brian Reynolds, for instance, last night, winning you a game, right? He's benefited from, at least since the last couple games, not true, but having a first baseman who can actually make contact with the ball in Horwitz. He had some big at-bats for them, right? Now he's started to slump a little. I do understand that. So he's benefiting from some things, but I do like him. Is he the savior of the organization? It might look that way if they start to win. You know, who's to say he won't be? This dude and players like Reynolds and Canario and Davis could save Ben Cherington's job. I had this thought, and I don't want people to run with this. I don't want Andrew Lindbergh putting a headline on our website or anything. It's just a thought, Limits. Okay?
You don't want Pony leading the show with this?
No, it's just a thought. Please, a thought. What if this Pirate rebuild is 1 year delayed from the Huntington rebuild? In other words, Huntington's teams in 11 and 12 contended and then fell apart, and it was year 6 in 2013 that everything came together. What if it's just 1 year delayed with this group? What if it's next year? What if next year they open with Skeens and Chandler and Keller, and I don't know, Ashcraft and some other veteran they bring in.
Hunter Barco, maybe?
Maybe Barco, yeah. And what if their lineup's much better? What if Canario can play? What if Henry Davis discovers that? I know a lot of what ifs, and that's why it's just a thought. It's just a thought, Limit.
Just a thought. We're not trying to go too deep into the fairy tale of what ifs here.
But what if that's true? What if it's just 1 year later? Is that possible? I think it is.
See, I think it is too, just because of how good their starting pitching is. And, I mean, it's similar to the conversation that we had that if you add a bat here or there, let's say you do hypothetically add one bat, and Henry Davis is another bat that is added just by default because he's hitting well and he's already in your organization.
Yeah, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but by the way, maybe the biggest development is what if O'Neill, besides Davis, is what if O'Neill Cruz becomes a superstar?
Yes.
And I think that's possible.
He's already at star.
This is why, Limits, even in their darkest times this year, and you know this, you can vouch for me, I said, call me crazy, but when you have starting pitching like this, it's like having a quarterback in football. You are by definition not that far away. You've done the hard part. You've done the part. You have what everybody else or a lot of teams desperately crave. Everybody does, really. Starting pitching.
To be able to cover you 2/3 of the game. I mean, Mitch Keller has pitched 6 innings in over half of his starts. Skeens has gone deeper into games this year. So you're covering just huge lengths of the game where as long as you have a somewhat competent offense, as Bob was pointing out last week, you would be right around 500 at least right now.
You have the hard part figured out, taken care of, whatever phraseology you want to use. Is that even a word, Limits?
Phraseology?
Yeah.
Probably
phrasing.
Not.
We'll stick with
you
phrasing.
Also mentioned, though, that
they're not that far away. Build a bullpen. They have some pieces in the bullpen. They got Kyle Nicholas, by the way, in AAA, killing it. I think Majinski's still going to be a piece for them, either as a starter or a reliever. He's done great. I think he had a no-hitter for a while the other night. Struck out like 10 or 13 batters. I can't remember which, but I interrupted you again. I'm sorry.
Well, I think another thing that you pointed out, too, is that starting pitching is devalued the most it's ever been now. It's still important. It's still very valuable.
Yes.
Being able to throw Skeens, Keller, Chandler, and whoever else, like you mentioned, out there. You throw that out there in a 3-game playoff series, and I know we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves here. Let's just say a 3-game series in September or in August when you need to win it. A series you're playing against another wild card contending team. I would take the Pirates in that equation, those 3 guys, over a lot of others in baseball.
By definition, you're not that far away if you have starting pitching. You should be able to cobble together, for sure, a bullpen and then a bat or two. Reynolds has really killed them. I mean, it's unfortunate. Maybe part of it was injury related. I don't know. But, man, did they need their $100 million man. And now maybe he'll get it going here. But you wish that would happen early in a season. And if Cruz becomes a star, and I think he's on that track, I really honestly believe that. And then there's the Davis situation. And that is why you owe it to yourself as a franchise, maybe as priority number 1 here, to give Henry Davis a ton of leeway, latitude, however you want to phrase that, limits. He has to play.
Almost every day. 5 out of 7 is what I've thrown out there that I want them to do with him. 5 out of 7 games where you're not throwing him out there to the Wolves every single game. If he proves that he should be playing every single game, do it. Throw him out there even in a DH capacity, but get him more at-bats.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Just for one blessed moment before we get to the Limitless Express, can I just enjoy a Pirate moment? Unfiltered, unedited, and that's Brian Reynolds' home run from Joe Block.
Let's enjoy it together.
Beeks delivers. Swing, fly ball, deep left field. Reynolds has tagged this one. Pirates in the lead. Oh, there's trouble brewing in the desert.
I love that call. Do you?
That's a great line from Joe Block.
We need
brewing in the desert.
We're keeping that, Limits. So when you and I or you, maybe next time you call one of Bob's takes ridiculous, or if Dom is ever in here and calls Pomp a moron and Pomp comes back at him, or if me and Bob are fighting, we're going to play that little clip, There's Trouble in the Desert.
Oh, there's trouble brewing in the desert.
Oh, do I love that. What do we have coming up?
All right, Joe, we're going to hear from the Steelers from the first day of OTAs. What did Cam Hayward have to say about Aaron Rodgers? What did Pat Freiermuth have to say about the wide receiver room? And what did Kabali have to say about a wide receiver at Steelers OTAs that he thinks will break out?
I guess that brings up a topic with the Pirates, too, by the way, if people want to weigh in during the Limitless Express. I discovered last night that I'm still able to enjoy a Pirate moment. And I wonder if others are, or has everything been ruined? It's sort of along the lines of what John Parado wrote the other day, that under Don Kelly, the Pirates have become watchable again, which is a very low bar. I agree with that. But are you out there? And I don't blame you either way. I'm just curious. Are you still able to enjoy great Pirate moments, or have you been sullied, perhaps poisoned, metaphorically speaking, to the point where nothing is enjoyable anymore? I haven't been. I discovered that last night. It's not an opinion. It's a feeling. I was riveted to the game and thoroughly enjoyed it. How about you, Limits?
I really enjoyed watching the comeback as well. I mean, there has been some of that staleness of what this season has been that has rubbed off a little bit on the viewing experience. But Donnie Kelly's squad, the way that he's running it, I think is starting to help. Now, is that because of the way the schedule is played out? I don't think so. They've played a couple of competitive teams. Like Arizona was a team in the World Series a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I'll tell you, it doesn't take much to draw me back in. That's what I learned. And when they become watchable, I watch them. And now I'm really eager and planning the rest of my day around a 3:45 p.m. Paul Skeens start to see if they can win a series out there.
I'll be watching it while we record the Baldwin Wiffle Ball podcast.
You have a podcast for Baldwin Wiffle Ball now?
Yes.
Who listens?
People in the league.
Oh.
Well, the numbers.
Well, why don't you just all get together over a beer at a bar and talk about the league?
The numbers also. The viewership for the podcast for Wiffle Ball. Very good numbers.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. I stand corrected.
The rating's pretty good for the podcast.
My feet hurt. At least they used to. The joints of my big toes. You've heard me talk about this. I would start exercise regimens and immediately, it gets wrecked when your feet hurt. That's where the Good Feet store comes in. Sometimes these things are tough to diagnose. Sometimes they last and you just don't know what's happening. I still don't. I never got an official diagnosis. I just know the pain lessened after I went to the Good Feet store. It worked for me, could work for you. It's the Good Feet foot arch support system designed to provide pain relief, balance, and comfort. Check it all out at goodfeet.com, or you can go to one of the stores, Robinson Town Center across from IKEA, Cranberry Township, Route 19 North next to Walgreens, and then there's one down in Morgantown at the Suncrest Town Center. And whatever your issue might be, plantar fasciitis, sharp pain in your heel, pain burning in the balls of your feet, there's a lot that can happen that just ruins stuff. Come on in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Penguins have tweeted a picture of a billboard from Mike Sullivan saying, "Thank you, Pittsburgh. Cup family is forever," with Mike Sullivan's name under it, as you might be able to see it driving around Pittsburgh. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
A little while longer.
A little while longer now. A little while longer now. A little bit longer now. A little bit longer now. Hey, 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 hey.
That's good. A little while longer now.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Knicks were never supposed to get this far, but now that they have, falling short stings. On the brink of elimination against Indiana, the questions are already swirling. Will the front office stay patient with Tom Thibodeau? Will they double down on chasing stars? What started as a feel-good run has turned into a gut check. After the season, anything less than the NBA Finals feels like a failure. I'm Maggie Gray.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
So, your small business is outgrowing your garage. You could go online, find a space, and get catfished. Or you could work with an agent who's a realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Losing your family's home movies and photos would be devastating.
That's why Legacy Box exists, to preserve your family's recorded moments digitally, ensuring they're safe forever. Think of the time and money your family invested to capture family vacations, birthdays, even your wedding. Recording a lifetime of memories was a commitment. Camcorders cost thousands, and cameras required film and development. Legacy Box is the final step to preserve your family's past. Thankfully, it doesn't require another big investment. Legacy Box is safe, simple, and affordable. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box to convert their analog media to digital. You owe it to your family to safeguard your memories. Become your family's hero and save them before it's too late. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering an exclusive discount when you go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
Introducing a completely redesigned Dick's Experience, a reimagined sports destination with an expanded assortment of the latest apparel and footwear styles from Nike, Adidas, Kalia, and the North Face, and the best gear to improve your game. Plus interactive experiences. Perfect your swing with TrackMan golf simulators. Test your skills in our multi-sport cage. Welcome to an entirely new next-generation Dick's. Grand opening weekend, June 20th through 22nd at the Waterworks.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and StraightTalk.com. Offer valid through 7/2025. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows, get 4 windows free, and a free entry door when you mention my name, Adam Crowley of 93.7 The Fan, and you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. That's a whole lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, sale ends soon, so don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer doc fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. In-stock units only. Offers end 5/31/25.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai with Memorial Day savings all month long. Drive the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe SC or Tucson SC. Both available with financing as low as 2.99% for 48 months. Or receive up to $2,000 in rebates. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Hamlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Rain this afternoon, the high 62.
Weather brought to you by Tropical Smoothie. Wear your flip-flops in cafe and score a free 12-ounce Sunrise Sunset Smoothie for National Flip-Flop Day, Wednesday, May 28th from 2 to 7 p.m. at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
Tee off for a good cause at the 4th annual Soon I Will Run golf outing presented by James Bear State Farm Agency, happening June 21st at 9 a.m. at Meadowink Golf Club in Murraysville. It's an 18-hole, 4-person scramble with skill prizes, a lunch banquet, and amazing auction items, all to benefit children fighting cancer. Whether you're swinging clubs or bidding on prizes, every shot helps a family in need. Spots are filling fast, so don't wait. Sign up or donate today at sooniwillrun.com. That's sooniwillrun.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by A Quick Drain Service.
I love you. I love you.
They call them trolls or whatever, people that just sit behind a computer in their mom's basement.
You idiot.
It was a joke.
Hold on, let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same thing.
Why, thank you, Limits. Your endless compassion for your fellow Earthlings is deeply moving. Thank you, a limitless wonder. You know what that signifies? It's time to hop on board the Limitless Express.
Jump on, everybody. Let's do it for this May 28th. And a beautiful day that it is. Not really.
What do you got?
Roman Wilson. He speaks at Steelers OTAs, and it seems like Roman has heard the criticism from everyone over the past year.
Oh.
Really, my goals for the season, get better every single day. Treat every day like it's game day, every practice like it's game day. Come prepared with questions to ask coaches after practice. Just be mentally, physically locked in every single day. Yeah, just give them all. Give it all I got every single day so I can get better the next day and be ready for whenever my time is.
Last year was frustrating for you in a lot of ways. What did you think you learned through that experience?
I don't want to think too much about last year, but I definitely learned a lot, and it definitely helped to shape who I am this upcoming season.
Rama, what do you think is different about your game?
Different, I just feel I've taken care of my body to an elite level. I've been more just locked in. I feel like myself, and I'm ready to come out here and practice hard.
What leads you to believe from that, Limits? And I ask you respectfully that he heard the criticism, which was essentially that he wasn't grasping the offense.
Kind of that last part where Jeff kind of followed up and said, like, what's maybe a little bit different for you? And he said just the working hard component of it, where a lot of people were basically making it seem like he wasn't working hard, whether it was coming back or understanding the offense, you know? That could be taken in a couple of different ways. And I'm sure for Roman, like, it was a lost year. There's no redshirt years in the pros, but that's basically what he had. And that he's out there to prove a lot of things this year, I think.
Yeah, I hope that's the case. Is my computer on sleep here? Every
Maybe.
time I go to my computer now, it's dark and I have to press a bunch of buttons to get it to come back on, Limits. Can you fix it during the break?
I can try my best to.
I'm not sure about this whole thing with this guy, whether it's been overblown or not, as to why he never got in. And grasping the offense is different to me than, well, is it? I guess. Who's to say he wasn't trying to grasp the offense and didn't? I separate that from somebody who showed up every day ready to work in some ways, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
I mean, I don't want to conflate that into this guy was lazy last year and wasn't trying to get on the field. But, I don't know. Everything's based on Bob Labriola's answer, and it's great on the Steelers' website, his Q&A to one question where he wondered or said that essentially his grasp of the offense wasn't there, right?
Right, and I think that's one thing that a lot of people take judgment on, because when you hear not grasping the offense, what entirely does that mean?
That's the question.
Does the vernacular of what is in the Arthur Smith offense, is it a lot different than what the Jim Harbaugh system and everything was at Michigan? He seems like a smart football guy.
I know. That's the thing. It's crazy. I mean, it's crazy to think about.
Kabali thinks that Roman Wilson will look very good.
Wilson's going to look fabulous. You might hear that coming out of these first 2 weeks. Boy, Roman Wilson looks like a different guy. Roman Wilson looks like a different guy. Now, he actually looked like that last year.
That, to me, is Kabali saying you're going to hear that. Don't necessarily believe it.
Well, Kabali also tweeted that I have a lot of confidence and faith in Roman Wilson this year. I will pull up the specific
That's fine.
quote.
The general
Kabali.
gist of it is fine. And Kabali joins us at when? 1 o'clock from OTAs?
That is correct, from OTAs.
And
here it is. I've said it for a while now, but look out for Roman Wilson this year for the Steelers, Kabali says.
Well, his emergence could solve some issues, no? And could make people stop talking about how they wanted the Steelers to take a receiver higher or take a receiver this year.
I think they're banking on him basically being their receiver that they drafted in this year's draft.
Yeah, they should
coming back to be maybe not a 2, but a 3 for them, maybe pushing the levels of being a 2.
We've basically never seen him in a real game situation, so don't they need to see that too before any judgments are made?
You would think so.
Next.
Here is what Pat Freiermuth had to say about the current Steeler wide receiver room.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really thinking about it too much. If it's more of a role for me, great. I'm fully capable of picking up that role. But if we add another guy, great. I mean, obviously it's a long way from camp, a long way for the season. We'll see if, people end up coming or whatever, but I'm excited about the guys we have right now.
Not concerned if they don't add another wide receiver.
Are you?
A little. Yes.
Well, that gets back to the topic we were just talking about, which is Roman Wilson. Do you think Bob Woods is going to be a good player?
Bob Woods. Bob emerges from the woods as the Steelers' number 2 wide receiver, 600 yards.
They asked this on the PM show yesterday. Calvin Austin, I think, indisputably made some strides last year. Now, he didn't have to be great to make some strides compared to the year before.
Like 150 receiving yards his rookie year.
But I thought he was pretty good by the end of the year. And at times when he was actually involved in the offense, like treated like a real receiver, I thought he responded by and large. 1 year, $10 million for Calvin Austin. This is the last year of his deal. Would you sign him to that? Pony said, what did Pony say? Mulsey said no. Donnie Football said yes. 1 year, $10 million for Calvin Austin. Next season. Would you do that?
It's funny because this was broached when I had Nick Farabaugh on Monday, and he said the Steelers should look at a Calvin Austin extension, and it kind of caught me off guard. Like, what? Really? Right now? 1 year, $10 million? I looked at some of the other money that's been given out to wide receivers. I'd want to do 7, but I could be pushed to 10. I could be convinced on 10, yes, for Calvin Austin.
I would do that. Yeah. And the reason I say that is because I think he's going to make another leap. That's what last year told me. And I could be very wrong about that, Limits, but I liked what I saw when it wasn't just let's either not play Calvin Austin or run him on go routes. Like, let's have him run an actual route tree, right? His route tree before that was a dandelion. It was a shrub. It was one route, basically.
It was a daisy.
Yes.
When they discovered, Joe, that the middle of the field existed and they were allowed to throw it in between those 2 hash marks that are on the field, Calvin Austin made some plays.
Yeah, and he can make some plays where it's catch and run, which are big, I think.
Remember that play that Calvin Austin made on, I don't know if it was just a slant route, but middle of the field, and he just breaks away from the defense?
That's precisely what I'm talking about, Limits,
yes.
And thank you.
Like, he has that capability, good speed. We see him as a punt returner being able to do it too, and he's solidified punt returning. So I'd be okay with that.
I'm currently being weighed down by a headache that feels like somebody's pounding my head in with a brick. Do you know why?
No caffeine for you.
Yeah, for the
Withdrawal.
second day. Did you ever see the movie Kicking and Screaming with Will Ferrell?
I've heard of the movie. I've not watched it. Nope.
No, I won't mention anything
Nope,
about
you're not allowed
Mosey
for the rest
disease.
of the show.
I
You're
won't.
not allowed.
It's a comedy about a guy who coaches a youth soccer team and who does so on caffeine, and it becomes a disaster. And then when he's off caffeine, he's a completely different person. So it's really funny, but it's also a profound statement on how caffeine affects some people like me. And right now, I'm going through severe withdrawal.
You feel down. You feel depressed. You feel like you need something to
I feel
cool
achy,
your nerves.
I feel a giant headache, and I feel a desperate craving for caffeine is what I feel.
I'm feeling much better after I just had a Slice on Broadway. Oh man. The
I'm going to
Wednesday
dig into
pizza.
that right now. I think that'll make me feel better, too.
I hope it
All right,
does.
why don't we finish the Limitless Express with a couple of calls?
Let's do it. Let's go to Mark in Brentwood. He's been holding patiently. He wants to talk about Aaron Rodgers.
The home of Jason Mackey, is it not, Mark?
Joe, I'm not quite sure. I mean, I've actually never called your show, and I want to lead off with this question. Respectfully, has anyone ever mentioned that your takes are about as exciting as a wet fart? Because
No.
I find them to be so.
No, but you
however,
just did.
I agree with
yeah.
you.
You just did, though. Yeah.
Unfortunately, I have to agree with you on the Aaron Rodgers situation as what are we doing here? It's like we're competing for 1A and 1B when why can't we just let Mason cook for a year? Like, he's never gotten a fair shake.
Mason can't cook, you jackass.
You think so?
Yeah. Not against real teams, I don't think. Is he still there?
Yeah, he's still there.
Oh. No, go ahead.
No, I find it incredulous to say that he can cook if he's coached right.
You find it what?
I mean, incredulate
Oh,
to say that
it's
he can
it's
cook
incrinculent.
if he coached right.
Why are you calling the show? I don't understand.
Well, because I found myself shockingly agreeing with you this morning by thinking to myself, you know, he's not wrong on this situation. We don't want Rodgers. I mean, that's going to lead to, like you said, a 9-8 season, maybe a blowout in the first round of the playoffs. Why not just give Mason, let him be coached, let him play. Let's go to next year.
Okay. Normally when I call somebody and talk to them for the first time, I don't insult them at first, but apparently you do.
You know, and as I said respectfully, I find your takes as exciting as a wet.
That's actually good.
That's good. And he just hung up.
I do like that.
What did you make of that call? Remember we had that debate on, oh, never mind. What did you think of that call?
It ended well. The fact that he doubled down on it and gave a funny line at the end, but the fact I just told you I'm withdrawing from caffeine makes me extra combative. But I like him. What's his name?
I think you coming out and just, calling him a jackass was pretty combative.
Yeah.
Like right away?
Yeah, I lived up to his, no, he didn't even say I was combative.
No.
He is a jackass. What's his name?
Mark.
Why? How would you like it if somebody called you and said your takes are as good as wet farts?
Well, I would laugh at it at first and then probably yell at the guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Got you, Joey.
Tony!
He did finish well, though. You
He
should
did.
save the ending of that call.
Good for him. I have a feeling that that's going to be replayed on the PM team today.
All right.
I have a feeling.
What else do we have?
Here is Nick in Sacramento. He's going to watch the Pirates in San Diego this week.
Hello, Nick. What's up?
Joe, I hear you on the caffeine thing. I haven't had one all day and my head's pounding, so I agree with you on that. And that's not an insult. That's the truth. So, look, I love to watch you. I love listening to your takes after, during NBA games. But I got to talk about the Pirates thing you were talking about earlier, the love of the Pirates. Every day I come home, I make sure my updates are blocked. I don't see anything until I come home and I have to put on the cast on MLB and start the game, fast forward, no offense to put the pregame show and get to the game. And I sit here and watch the game when it's already over, hoping I don't see any updates or no one texts me or clowns me because all my friends are not obviously Pirate fans out here. But that's how I do it. That's how I live it. That's how I love it. I'm 54 years old. It drives my family crazy because I'm sitting here yelling in the middle of the afternoon, and they're like, "What are you yelling at?" So I'm watching a Pirate game, and then they go, "Oh, coach, okay, leave Dad alone. He's in that moment." So I'm flying down for a day trip. My partner I work with in my department, he's a San Diego fan. He made a bet with me that the Pirates will have 40 losses by the time we get to that game. So it's not going to happen, right? I need help with that. I need you to give me some good vibes with that. I know they're playing really well, and I'm excited. So that's why I'm kind of rambling to you right now. But I love reading on your tweets when I'm sitting there and you say, like, holy ostrich milk and all that stuff.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that.
Holy ostrich milk.
Yeah, and it sounds like you're one guy who hasn't. And the question was, have you been embittered to the point where you can't watch the Pirates and enjoy any good moments anymore? And I wouldn't blame anybody if they had reached that point, but I'm not at that point. Neither is Nick in Sacramento, is he, Limits?
No, and I'm happy for Nick. He's taking a day trip to go see the team in San Diego. That's a big commitment there.
Who was the buttweed before him? What was that guy's name? Mark from Brentwood.
Brentwood, yeah.
It may for me turn into people from Brentwood that I'm against.
Oh,
I don't know.
Interesting.
Not yet, though. I have a couple of friends from Brentwood. Do you yell at the radio like what's his name?
Like Mark just did.
Mark in Brentwood, while listening to us because you think you can do better. You think your takes are better. Well, we have an opportunity for you to try prove it. Come out to the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department on Thursday, June 5th. From 7 to 8 p.m., take part in our Next Up on the Fan talent search. We're going to multiple locations this summer to try and find the next top host in Pittsburgh. We'll pick 2 winners from each location as we go for one final winner. And that'll be the newest part-time talent added to our roster. For more info, including dates and locations, visit 937thefan.com. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19 in Peters Township. Dan Zangrilli next. I want to ask him about the idea of Henry Davis maybe playing a lot more. When is Bubba Chandler going to get here, etc. Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball, softball showcase. Presented by Sheets. Parents, coaches, email us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team. And the Fan might make a stop to your field. Details at 937thefan.com. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. It's 11:56. Time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610. Mark Cabali also going to join the show live from OTAs at 1 o'clock. Was it Mike from Brentwood Limits?
Mark
from Brentwood.
How do you forget? We've said it 8 times.
I don't know. He never flinched when I called him a jackass. Did you hear that part of it?
No, he did not. I thought maybe he was going to become very combative with you, but he kept his cool for the most part.
He seemed to be somewhat sociopathic in that he showed no emotion either way.
Maybe he was just calm and didn't want to offend you even more than you felt offended.
Wasn't like it was an opinion to feel offended, Limits. If somebody called you and basically said you sucked, you might feel offended, yes?
Yeah, but he did not rise to the level of complete extreme, I think. I mean, what he said was,
Yeah, you're right. I expected it out of line.
I expected it to be worse, though, is what I'm getting at.
No, it was fine because I criticize people on the show.
Yeah.
Guys that I've never met, like the Exxon Valdez and Tommy Fail, right?
Yes.
So it's all fair game in the end.
Yeah, but he probably shouldn't have called you that.
He did deliver a good line at the end, right?
He did.
I think he should have called me that, and I think I deserve more criticism.
Maybe I'll give it to you.
You already do.
As you give it to me.
All the time. Rain throughout the day, not subsiding until evening. A high of Dermonti Dawson, it says here, 63. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Zangrilli next on Pomp and Joe.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroe.
Well, the weather won't affect this one because the Pirates are in Arizona. 3:40 first pitch in the Arizona desert with the dome that the Diamondbacks had with Paul Skeens on the mound. Skeens, a 2.36 ERA so far this year with a 1.01 whip, but just a 3-5 record. Listen to the game on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our hosts like to talk a lot. Like a lot. So, Thursday, June 5th through Friday, June 6th, they're doing nothing but that. It's our Fan 5-Alarm Marathon. Tune in as our hosts talk live on the air for 26.2 hours straight. Live from the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department as we raise funds for volunteer fire departments around the area. The Fan's 5-Alarm Marathon. Presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by Firehouse Subs, Charles Leach Insurance, Hampton Beer Outlet, 1-800-BOARD-UP, and G.S. Jones Restoration, People's Natural Gas, Louis Anthony Jewelers, Rome Monument, and Keystone Custom Apparel. The Fan's 5-Alarm Marathon, June 5th through the 6th on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Visit Cigars International Superstore in Bridgeville today. Discover their over 6,000 square foot cigar shop, bar, and lounge with flat screen TVs and over 1,300 cigar brands. Mention code Radio12 in store. Get a free 5 Vegas Gold 5-pack with a $40 purchase. Limited time only.
Since 2005, North Country Brewing Company has been a craft beer destination in Butler County's little village of Slippery Rock. In 2013, a canning line was added so North Country beer fans could have better access to their favorite Butler County brews. Look for Firehouse Red, a rich and malty ruby color now. Buck's North Stout, a black and roasty 7% West Coast style stout. And the dry hopped Paleo IPA in better beer establishments throughout Western Pennsylvania. Next time you're thinking local, think North Country Brewing Company. Cheers.
Oh, I love my Cohen chicken. It's my Cohen crispy chicken. It's the only chicken where my money's spent. If you like crispy chicken, get to Cohen's Markets quickly. They've got crispy chicken that's in Crinkuland.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Myers Law Group provides concierge legal solutions from family law to criminal defense, estate planning, and personal injury. Their experienced attorneys have you covered. Clear guidance, fair pricing, real results. Call Myers Law Group today, 724-778-8800, or visit jpmyerslaw.com, because justice shouldn't come at a premium.
Looking to make some extra cash and make a difference? Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company has the perfect opportunity. Refer your friends and neighbors to Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company's trusted home improvement services. You'll earn $100 cash or $250 off your next project, plus a $25 donation goes directly to Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity. Every successful referral helps Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity, which helps build homes and changes lives for families in need. It's easy. Share a name and they'll handle the rest. Visit MountPleasantWindow.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. In honor of Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways they could show their appreciation, like rolling out the red carpet, giving you your own personal marching band, or throwing a bumping shindig. At Verizon, they're doing all that in the form of special military offers. That's why this month only they're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card and a phone on them with a select trade-in and a new line on select unlimited plans. Think of it as their way of flying a squadron of jets overhead while launching fireworks. Now that's what I call a celebration, because Verizon is proud to serve you. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh to learn more. $200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase $799.99 or more with a new line on eligible plan. Gift card sent within 8 weeks after receiving claim. Phone offer requires $799.99 purchase with new smartphone line on Unlimited Ultimate or Postpaid Unlimited Plus. Minimum plan $80 a month. Auto pay plus taxes and fees for 36 months. Less $800 trade-in promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in must be from Apple, Google, or Samsung. Trade-in and additional terms apply.
Firehouse Subs, your home for hot, hearty, toasted subs for a limited time. Firehouse Subs is bringing their iconic hook and ladder sub to the next level, featuring 2 Hot Ones sauces. Zesty garlic hook and ladder. This sub packs the flavor with Hot Ones garlic Fresno hot sauce and the spicy dill hook and ladder featuring the Last Dab pickle, a dill pickle plank marinated in Hot Ones. The Last Dab Reaper hot sauce. Hosting an event from box lunches to platters, Firehouse Catering can handle any size event. Download the Firehouse app and skip the line or get it delivered.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
I'm Rhett. And I'm Link. And we're the hosts of the podcast Ear Biscuits. We're just two lifelong friends who've been talking about life for a long time.
From being dads to businessmen to all the random things we experience, nothing is off limits.
And now we're talking to you. We're answering your questions, giving advice that you may or may not want to take, and listening to your hilarious stories.
So leave us a voicemail to be part of the show at
1-888-EARPOD-1 on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
In the NHL playoffs last night, Edmonton took a commanding 3-1 series lead against the Dallas Stars. They won it 4-1. Tonight, the Florida Panthers have a chance to eliminate the Carolina Hurricanes, up 3-1 in the series in Carolina. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Dan Zangrilli joins us next.
So are you ready for your show? When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for Dining with Dan. Our Bucko Chat with 93.7 The Fan's Pirates pre- and post-game show host Dan Zangrilli.
They found a way to grab a pickaxe, a shovel, and dig even a deeper hole to a rung of hell that is far past Satan himself.
Beeks delivers. Swing, fly ball, deep left field. Reynolds has tagged this one. Pirates in the lead. Oh, there's trouble brewing in the desert.
I love it. Dan Zangrilli, who's joined me in studio here. Bob is out this week. And I brought up the question earlier, Dan. And you know Dan from pre-post pirate shows of various kinds and many other reasons, I'm sure. I asked people, have you been embittered to the point where you are unable to enjoy even the good pirate moments? Or when something like that happens last night, and I was watching it live, was ready to turn it off, and then was just enthralled with the whole thing, are you able still to enjoy these kinds of moments? What do you find from your listeners? Are people still able to sort of sit back and say that was cool without being embittered to the point that even the good stuff is poisoned?
So that's a good question. You have varying degrees of fandom, right? You have your diehards. You have, we call them in our business the P1s, that are going to listen all day long no matter what. Through good content, mediocre content, bad content. So I think you have those type of fans. And then there is obviously, and unfortunately, a slice of this particular fan base that even when they were winning, Joe, 98 games in 2015, there was nothing that the organization could do right. And I just think it's all dependent upon your perspective. If you can kind of be in the moment and you can enjoy the moment for what it's worth, or if you're always waiting for another shoe to drop, that's just your prism on life, right? So I guess it depends on how you have a perspective on a number of things, not just sports or not just Pirates baseball. But, yeah, can I enjoy it still? Yes. Does it become a job for me? Absolutely. Because even in great years, mediocre years, in poor years, you can still, with baseball, find something that you've never seen before. But a year or two ago, they had the amazing comeback in Cincinnati that was later in the year, long after everybody had turned the page. You could still see a no-hitter. You could still see a perfect game. You could still see a rundown between home plate and first base. Right. You could see what you saw last night. So, yeah, and if you don't find joy in that and in the sport, then, well, you probably need to evaluate more than just your fandom.
Limits should have come in with the Calliope's could be heard from here to Sewickley there.
Oh, the Calliope's can be heard from here to Sewickley.
I mean, that is an amazing, amazing punctuation. I mean, that is radio art. I got to give Joe a ton of credit on that one.
And his call last night was great, I thought. Here's another question. First, very quickly, can you clear this up for us, Dan? Because Limits was really confused on this. If you are a DH and you move to a position, does the team then lose the DH for the rest of the game, or can they get out of that, manipulate that with a double switch or something? Or
no, I think the pitcher's hitting. Rule? I think the pitcher's hitting at that point once you bring your DH into the field.
Now you see Limits not paying attention.
No,
it's unbelievable. First he misses the clip, then he's confused on the DH, and now he's having a conversation during our show.
And your hands are starting to tremble.
They are trembling.
I can see your blood pressure. I typically can see your blood pressure, and here it is on the rise.
Pony came in, and we were having a brief little conversation.
Oh, hope he's doing well.
He is.
We're having a conversation on the air that you're involved in.
I am multitasking.
So does that clear up your confusion there, Limits? Did you even hear what Dan said?
I heard part of what Dan said, but I agree with what Dan said.
What did Dan say?
Dan was talking about the DH and how, as a DH, you can go back into the field, but there ended up being a spot for the pitcher batting.
Very good. Okay. He actually encapsulated that. This is like Yager. When I covered the Penguins in '97, Kevin Constant used to tell me that dude would be sleeping in a meeting. Bill Belichick has said the same thing about Lawrence Taylor, by the way. That dude would either be sleeping or look like he was sleeping. But when the meeting was over, if I asked one guy to recount everything I said perfectly, it would be Yager or LT. Dan.
It's amazing.
Yeah, and this is Limits here. What an unusual man, a talented man.
It's like Dad in the chair. I'm just resting my eyes, and they hear everything that's going on around them.
Exactly.
While the cowboy Western movie is blaring in the background, and you wonder, how is this guy half comatose, but yet is completely dialed into the world around him?
I'm actually impressed, Limits, and it leads to the question.
Thank you.
We both think that Henry Davis should be the starting catcher. Not 90% of the time. We like Joey Bart, too, but we think, I'm going to speak for you, Limits, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Any objections, please raise them.
Will do.
That Davis is a better defensive player, that Davis needs some runway here to fail a little bit as a hitter. And by the way, he's got an 800 OPS in May and limited at-bats. We saw what happened last night. Still get Bart in the lineup, but one of the two could be a DH once in a while. Unfortunately, that might mean no Kutch for more games. I don't know. Whatever it means, we think Henry Davis needs to play a ton more. Do you agree?
Yeah,
and what are the ramifications?
Well, I do, just based on if he's trending in the right direction and if he's somebody that is going to produce and help this team, then, there's really no positions that are safe, perhaps outside of Reynolds and Cruz. Up and down the lineup, maybe you could throw IKF, but not necessarily into that category. These jobs are open.
But there's only a limited number of defensive positions, including for McCutchen.
And I think that you're going to hit your way into the lineup and whatever those positions may be. And I heard you guys kicking this around a little earlier, and I would agree, maybe that requires McCutchen to put on a glove, but he's also done nothing really to lose any job or at-bats because he's been really part of the solution. So I would say that Bart, who right now isn't slugging, and really in the month of May, if you look at his numbers, he's just not hitting overall.
Yeah.
And that job is very much up for grabs. Who says that Joey Bart is solidified as the C1? He can be overtaken by Henry Davis. why not? So, yeah, and I think, some position flexibility would help. I've long been an advocate for Joey Bart to wear a first baseman's mitt.
So as Limits, yeah.
Ideally, I would have liked to see that happen in spring training, but he's looking right now, Bart, trending to be a platoon guy. Really is hitting left-handed pitching well, right-handed pitching. He's been dreadful. And Davis, if he's going to slug, and then you mentioned the defensive part of his game, which is wild to me because I was ready to move him to right field, never see him catch again. Happy to be wrong on that. Credit to him for, shoving that down my throat.
Well, but it's also the Pirates who made us think that by why the hell aren't they using this guy at catcher that they just drafted as a catcher?
Right, and he's improved substantially defensively. He's really good. He's got a great motor, great energy. There's an intensity to his game. There's an IQ to his game that you like all that stuff. And now if he's figured out an approach and if he's staying middle away, the home run was great yesterday, but to right center field, that double, which is I think a homer in 15 out of 30 ballparks, that authority to right center field, that is more impressive and encouraging and promising than anything that he's done. And of all the things that happened yesterday, that is my big takeaway.
Yeah.
Him going to right center field, because if he is in a good middle away approach, the way that he can impact the baseball is special. And maybe you'll see him start to realize the potential. And Neil Walker on the postgame show last night made a great point, because I think Davis does fall into this category, and not to belabor this point, but he really grinds the handle of the bat. He's such an intense guy that sometimes through analysis, you get paralysis with Henry Davis.
Yeah.
He can be so hard on himself, undeservingly so. He gives, I think, no room for grace to himself. And the fact that he was just thrown into the game, maybe cold turkey, he maybe didn't over-prepare for this thing, he didn't overanalyze for this thing, and they just willy-nillied it, tossed him in there, and he did what he did. That may have something to do with it.
Yeah.
Where you just see ball, hit ball, simplify it, because you can get so analytical in this game, Joe, and you can absolutely inundate yourself between the ears. Maybe just throwing somebody into the deep end saying, all right, go ahead, swim. Sometimes that's when they not only float, but they actually swim and have success.
Right, but then you need to give them time to fail a little bit. And that's what I think they need to do that. I mean, I don't care how well they play, if they indeed play well. The season's basically cooked as far as contending for anything.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's not in their top 1, 2, or 3 priorities for the rest of this season is to find out what you have in Henry Davis at the plate. He needs time to fail, in my opinion. Do you agree?
No, I would agree with that. And I also don't want to dismiss Joey Bart either, because there's pedigree. No. He was as close to a 1-1 as you can get, the heir apparent to Buster Posey. So all sorts of pedigree with the Giants organization. And basically he fell to the Pirates as a roster casualty. I think the Giants very much would love to have him back in their organization. So there's all sorts of ability and acumen there with Bart. Position flexibility absolutely would help. And yeah, you've got to give Davis some runway here for sure. I do want to see more of it, especially this month. He's been trending in these small spurts in the right direction. So continue to feed him. Continue to give him more of a workload. I'm
feed
all
him,
for it.
Nourish him, and love him.
Yes.
Limits, I wouldn't even dream of leaving you out of this conversation, and I apologize if you feel that way.
I don't feel that way at all. So, Dan, when I evaluate O'Neal Cruz, the way that he's played defensively, I think he's gotten better than what he was last year and the early portion of this year. And at the plate, I do think that the average is still something that I want to see higher. But he has gotten to superstar level where I know you and I have kicked around the idea of what a potential extension would look like. But do you think that they have enough lineup protection around him right now where he can continue to thrive and become a superstar guy?
Well, I don't think it's necessarily lineup protection would help. I'm a big believer in it, and the answer to that question is no, they don't have a ton of lineup protection. I mean, having Reynolds and or McCutchen is good, but just the length of the lineup where you have multiple people on base, there still are plenty of holes and pathways from an approach standpoint. An opposing pitcher can get around things, and you can match up certain ways in the game. We see opposing managers basically game plan 6th inning on all around O'Neal Cruz in these tight games. And that's just because of how he can change a game in one swing and how dynamic he is. I mean, yes, I would love to see the average tick up, but really, he's not going to impact the game, the baseball, this team being a 260 hitter versus a 230 hitter. His ability is extra base hit, one swing, getting on the bases, which he's still able to lengthen at-bats, work at-bats, draw his walks. He's really improved there. So I'd look more so on base than I would on batting average, and the on base isn't in a bad spot either. But impacting the baseball on one swing is what he is going to be paid to do, and that's his value. I'm not so interested in making O'Neal Cruz a 290 hitter. That would be great, don't get me wrong, but is that my priority? Am I going to try to wedge that square peg into a round hole? No. He needs to impact the baseball, hit it extremely hard, find his way on base, be able to take his walks, don't get out of his zone with the swing, and what you've seen so far is trending in the right direction.
Because I think some people, when they see it, he hit it 122.9 miles an hour. How much should I care that he hits the ball really hard? What would you say to those people?
Well, I would say, do you care how hard a pitcher throws a baseball? We tend to get fixated on velocity, right? We love 97, 98, 99 miles an hour. Now, it's not the end-all, be-all, nor is exit velocity, but there is a direct correlation. And still, the exit velo and StatCast data, it's 10 years old, so you've got a lot of veteran baseball fans that are slow to come around to it, and like anything else, they are resistant to some of these metrics. But would you rather have somebody that throws 88 or 99? Would you rather have somebody that gets broken bat singles, or is, somebody that can hit the ball at 120? The answer is, well, I want somebody that can throw strikes and get outs. Sure, I want somebody who's going to give you a productive plate appearance, but a lot of those people that will lament and dismiss exit velocity and some of the StatCast data, also in the same breath, they will acknowledge and understand and appreciate the value of somebody that throws a baseball pretty hard as well. And knowing that, okay, they have a higher margin for error and they can get more swings and misses, and they're a more talented pitcher out there. Well, the same can be said for somebody that can impact the baseball 120 miles an hour. There is a direct correlation. You hit the ball hard, your propensity for being a productive offensive player increases exponentially, and he's a 99th percentile athlete. And the company that he keeps in many of these metrics are the best players in the game, making $500 million.
Yeah. May I echo that for a moment, Dan?
By all means. Means.
I think that that was pretty good, wasn't it?
That was good, right on the spot.
I think that the days of saying that he's some sort of, contest-winning statistical freak, if you had a skills contest type thing, have passed us. I think the conventional numbers are coming together here. I'm looking at OPS. That's a normal number these days. He's right there with Tatis among National League outfielders. On base percentage, he's 25 points ahead of Suzuki among National League outfielders. He's on pace to steal 55 bases and to hit 33 or 34 home runs. It's not much of a stretch to think that he could be the 7th player in the history of baseball to go 40-40 this year. So I don't think that's fair anymore.
No, and that's why everybody fixates on the data, because typically when you do those sort of things, all of those other surface level numbers are going to catch up, and they're going to increase the OPSs, the averages. That's all going to follow if you impact the baseball really hard.
He looks like a different hitter to me this year.
Yeah, and I mean, he's mature. He swings at better pitches. He knows how to work an at-bat much better, and it's all been an incremental type of progress that he's made. It starts with identifying what you swing at, and the things that you don't swing at, you take your walks. Because you want to get up there, you want to hit, you want to impact the baseball. That is, by nature, a hitter's mentality, or at least it should be. But then when pitchers are trying to get you to go outside of the zone to get it on your barrel, off your barrel, on your handle, well, you don't swing at those pitches. Take your walks. That kind of goes against your nature. Well, he checked that box in a big way, made strides last year. Well, now, pitchers know that, hey, to get him out, you're probably going to have to come to him. You're going to have to pitch to him. Otherwise, because of the protection, going back to Austin's point with Reynolds or McCutchen, I've got to pick my spots. So the few pitches that he gets to hit, he's impacting in a big way and making some dynamic differences in baseball games here, especially over the last 15 to 20 games.
What's the thrust of your pregame show today, Dan? What's the big story? Skeens on the mound? Where are you going with this?
I mean, I would say that, Alexander's going to take it on KDKA, so I've got the day game after night game. Load management. They're getting me off my feet today, so that's...
Getting him off his feet?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, got to...
All right, then you'll be ready for the postgame. I have an exercise for you.
Okay.
And for limits, and I realize this is spur of the moment, but you're two very knowledgeable pirate men. Are you ready? I want the 2027 opening day lineup, and I want it position by position. We can each do it. Who we think will be where. Connor Griffin, is he an outfielder? Is he a shortstop? Who will be here? Who won't?
So this is a trick question. You know why?
Yeah, why?
Because the answer to all 9 is nobody. Because I don't think we're going to be playing baseball. But for the purposes of the exercise, yes.
So 28 then.
Okay,
whenever the 27 season starts, which might be 28. Let's go around the diamond, oh limitless wonder. You ready?
All right, let's do it.
Catcher, I say Henry Davis. Dan?
I'll agree.
I will third the motion.
First base.
Rowdy Tellez III.
Is he born yet?
No, well, I don't know, but it'll be probably some iteration of a journeyman first baseman. Maybe Josh Naylor of the Diamondbacks now. The Pirates wind up getting 3 years from now.
I'm going to say Spencer Horwitz.
Paul Goldschmidt in his final year.
I think he might be 49 at that point.
His golden year, you might say, Limits.
Yeah,
do you like that horse?
I do.
The second baseman will be who?
Nick Gonzalez.
I'm going to say Termar Johnson. Oh, Limits.
I'm going to say Nick Gonzalez.
The shortstop will be? Where's Termar going to play, in your humble opinion?
Third base.
Okay. I like that idea. Can Nick Gonzalez play third base?
Yes, he can play a second, short, third, but how well? Yeah. I think you want more offense out of that position, ideally.
Can either of those guys be an everyday shortstop?
No.
Okay.
No, right. but I said the same thing about IKF, and you could probably still argue that he's not an everyday shortstop, but he's held down the position very well. Anyway.
All right. I'll go Termar at second, Gonzalez at third. You? Just flip it?
Gonzalez second, Termar at third, and then are we at shortstop at this point?
Yeah, go ahead. Shortstop, yeah.
This is a hot take. This is a wild take.
Please. Yes, I like this. You're going to say O'Neill Cruz goes back there, aren't you?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, yeah. I like this, Dan. Limits. I like this.
I didn't see that one coming.
Me neither. Please tell us more.
I mean, he's improving as a center fielder, but I don't know. You look at what his and who knows, his contract might be up by 28, so he may be gone.
Yeah.
If they can't sign him. So I'm assuming that he's in the organization and assuming they sign him, yeah, perhaps. But I just think that somebody else could come in here and say that, all right, maybe this guy can play shortstop and we'll give it another shot.
I like it.
Depending on what you have in center field and Connor Griffin.
I've got Horwitz at first in 27, Termar Johnson at second, Connor Griffin at short, and Nick Gonzalez at third. You owe Limitless Wonder?
I'm with you, Joe, that I want to see Connor Griffin play short because his bat is going to play, as we can see in the minors, and I want to see that premier offense coming from short.
My outfield, right to left, still good old Brian Reynolds, O'Neill Cruz. And I'll say whoever they take 6 overall this year, that he's going to rocket through the system. And finally, they'll have an offensive guy who's a star.
So you're
immediate star.
So this is an entirely homegrown, outside of Horwitz, Pittsburgh Pirates.
It's looking that way to me, yes. Okay. What's your outfield?
You're probably going to have 2 free agents in Connor Griffin. Probably
Reynolds will be gone?
Yeah, Reynolds is probably gone at that point. Right, and his contract goes through 31. Now, he'll still be around, I would imagine. So I'll say Reynolds, let's say Griffin, and then you have maybe Tommy Pham.
Who's the guy in the minors who's hitting all these home runs all of a sudden in Altoona? Who am I thinking of? There's a guy that's been bashing homers. Maybe it's in high Class A. Don't worry about it, Limits. Who's your outfield?
O'Neill Cruz in the outfield, maybe playing a corner at this point. 2 free agents, like Dan mentioned, and Brian Reynolds goes to DH.
I like that. Reynolds as a DH. There has to be another homegrown player here. They're drafting 6 this year, And do they have anybody in the minors who's rising?
At the top of the draft, at least looking at Pipeline's mock drafts. And Dan, I don't know if you can echo this. From what I've seen, it's all high school shortstops and left-handed pitching. There's like no college bats at all outside of maybe like one or two shortstops that are considered top 10 picks.
Take the pitcher then.
Seth Hernandez is a high school arm that has been talked about a little bit that they've mocked to them.
Take the pitcher.
90 can throw like 98, 99.
Left-handed, big ballpark. They've had success with lefties. And hey, if you're saying, by the way, Joe, like if you're looking at 2028 or 27, whatever it might be.
Yeah.
And you're talking about all these homegrown guys that are still here 2, 3, 4 years later, right?
I'm not outlawing or ruling out Canario either.
Trending nicely. But you're also talking about some developmental success stories by the current regime, which then would beg the question, are they still here?
Great question. We were talking earlier today, like Henry Davis, Horwitz, and Canario could save Ben Cherington's job the rest of this season.
Sure.
And maybe by extension, make Don Kelly the permanent guy.
And then when you factor in the pitching success that they've had, and I think they have down, right? Pretty good track record there.
Yeah.
That's the hardest part, perhaps the most important part.
Right. I'm also going to say Esmeralyn Valdez. He's in high A right now. He has 14 homers. He's going to be your left fielder, and you're right, Reynolds will be DH.
What about Mitch Jebb? What about Jack Brannigan?
He's got to hit a homer one of these days. But yes, Mitch Jebb. He's fourth in the Eastern League with a .311 average, it says right here.
What about Jack O'Branigan from Notre Dame? His name's Jack Brannigan, but I put an O'Branigan because he's from Notre Dame.
What about Jack Sawinski? Will he be able to crack the line?
Oh, my God.
Oh, man. Heavens to Betsy.
Oh, my God.
I might pick Jack Sawinski to be my center fielder.
Jack Sawinski will be coming off a 50 home run season for the Cardinals. You mark my words.
Come on.
Who's your rotation then in 2027 when the Pirates win the World Series? Skeens, Chandler, Jones,
and Liriano,
Keller,
Burnett,
and Ashcraft. How do you like that?
Yeah. Boy, there's this kid that's throwing the ball really well in Altoona. I'm trying to think. He's actually coming up on the prospect list. Oh, I'm trying to think. I'll tell you in a second. But
talking about Barco, who just got called up to AAA?
Barco could be, yeah.
Correct. He could be.
Harrington, Burrows? I don't know.
No, it's hard-thrown right-hander.
How about Majinski? He went down to AAA and dominated.
I think he's a reliever.
Yeah?
Yep.
I'm holding out a little hope for him, Limits, as a starter.
No, I think he's a reliever, too. I mean, you could just tell the deeper and deeper he gets into games, it gets more difficult. He dominates the first 2 innings.
Wilbur Dotel.
Wilbur Dotel. Is he related to Octavio?
I don't know, but 51 punchies in 39 innings. That jumps off the page at you. 3.5 earned run average in 9 starts.
I don't mind that at all, Limits. Do you?
I would take that.
About 12 strikeouts per 9.
Maybe we're just dreaming here, but I think there is some hope.
Where does Braxton Ashcraft fall in this?
As a starter?
Wow. I don't know. I think I liked him in that short spurt, the 2-inning, 3-inning relief role. Where does Johan Oviedo fit into all of this?
Yeah,
oh, my God, that's what was on my mind. I kept asking Limits the other night on a text string with me, him, and Donnie Chedrick, a.k.a. Donnie Football, and he wouldn't answer me. So you, give me an update on Oviedo. What is happening with him?
He's just rehabbing, doing the rehab.
But isn't it delayed? Wasn't he supposed to be back by now?
I think so. Yeah, he hasn't pitched in better part of 2 years. I don't know.
That's depressing. I thought he was going to be really good.
That's why, as Cherington says, we need players and a lot of them.
Were you encouraged that Cherington said the Greensboro Grasshoppers are doing well?
Well, got to hang your hat on something, right?
We
find a coat hanger somewhere.
We determined that the Grasshoppers should absolutely take the field to, you know how grasshoppers chirp, you know that sound that cicadas make, Dan? They should absolutely run onto the field to that backdrop of sound. Would you agree?
And maybe play a little Calliope music behind.
Yeah, that could be heard all the way to Sewickley.
The Calliopes can be heard from here to Sewickley.
Chirp, 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 chirp.
The Greensboro Grasshoppers? That's what he's talking about on a Sunday?
Well, just trying to shout some stuff out. So anyway, I want to I was looking at actually, and not to make light of this, but the organizational records, I think, were really good for the Pirates. When you stack up all of their records, compile them against other organizations, their win percentage in baseball against everybody else's organization actually wasn't too bad. I mean, grasping at straws there, but...
Yeah, I don't care. No offense at all.
I
I only care about stars being developed in the minors, and if every team finishes in last place, I'm okay with that. Does it translate, though? Maybe I'm wrong. Does that translate, do you think?
I mean,
maybe it has in the past. I don't know.
Well, you want a lot of good players, right, in your organization, and typically good players are going to win your games over the course of the minor leagues. But, yeah, I mean, yes and no, the answer is. Probably in some cases, but probably in many cases it doesn't. That's a great question and a great case study for somebody that knows math far better than I.
Limits, why don't you start on that? You're the beat writer. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Dan.
Wonderful session today. You're doing post-game tonight?
I'm not.
Oh, you're off today.
They're getting me off my feet.
All right.
So
yeah, remember he's getting a Shelty day.
Getting him off his feet.
All right. I'll see you, buddy.
Thanks.
What a man he is on Limits.
Cavalli now says that he is available to join in the next segment.
We already had something planned. Is he available at 1?
I asked him if he could do the 2 segments, and he said, "You're pushing it there, pal."
He's pushing it by pushing himself on the 12:30 segment.
I'll text him. Okay, pal. We'll talk to you at 1.
Plus, I don't like the pal. I don't want once they start calling you pal,
buddy and pal.
Yeah, it's all over. Okay, if he wants to come on next, we'll talk to Cavalli about OTAs, and we'll talk about Aaron Rodgers and Mason Rudolph's mustache and such things. That'll be next on Pomp and Joe. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net, and you can join Pony and Muller this Friday at Piata at the Point in North Fayette. The PM team will broadcast live and collect donations for the Fan 5 alarm. Stop by and help them fill the boot. You can also get a 2025 Fan 5 Alarm Marathon t-shirt for a $20 donation. All proceeds go directly to the fund to help volunteer firefighters. It's Pomp and Joe.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Pirates will be playing today, trying to take 2 out of 3 from the Arizona Diamondbacks. 3:40 first pitch. Right around 2:30, the pregame coverage will begin with Paul Alexander, as Dan alluded to. So 3 hours away from that on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Paul Skeens against Zach Gallen. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our hosts like to talk a lot. Like a lot. So, Thursday, June 5th through Friday, June 6th, they're doing nothing but that. It's our Fan 5 Alarm Marathon. Tune in as our hosts talk live on the air for 26.2 hours straight. Live from the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department as we raise funds for volunteer fire departments around the area. The Fans 5 Alarm Marathon, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by Firehouse Subs, Charles Leach Insurance, Hampton Beer Outlet, 1-800-BOARD-UP, and G.S. Jones Restoration, People's Natural Gas, Louis Anthony Jewelers, Rome Monument, and Keystone Custom Apparel. The Fans 5 Alarm Marathon, June 5th through the 6th on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? Shams Charania isn't one for hyperbole, but even he's calling this the wildest NBA offseason in recent memory. Think LeBron's decision. This could be bigger? Luka Doncic, Jimmy Butler, and De'Aaron Fox already stirred the pot at the trade deadline. Now Giannis and Durant might actually be on the move. But here's the twist. Depth is winning in the NBA. Look at OKC. Look at Indiana. Super teams are out. Built teams, they're thriving. I'm Maggie Gray.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/score. That's ethos.com/score.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. You could think you found your dream home online,
But here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Oh, these polymers aren't as flexible as batch K3.
Researcher Laurie is stretched thin.
Did you get the vulcanization analytics from V66? Oh, wait, are these rubber scores from last week?
She needs to hire new lab technicians so she can bounce back into her old self.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our matching platform lets you spend less time searching and more time connecting with candidates. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Spring is in the air, and it's time to breathe new life into your home. Prepare your property for the warmer weather with 84 Lumber. As your one-stop destination for quality materials and unbeatable service, 84 Lumber is here to guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast or a professional builder, 84 Lumber's knowledgeable team has you covered to transform your space into an outdoor oasis. 84 Lumber has 14 locations in the Pittsburgh area, and they are open on Saturdays. Don't wait. Spring into action and visit 84lumber.com to find the store nearest you and get a quote today.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Although there's been a lot of changes lately in the automotive market, this May be the best time to buy a new vehicle from Number One Cochrane. Why? All their in-stock and in-transit vehicles are price protected through May 31st. That means you can avoid tariff price increases on more than 3,600 vehicles across Number One Cochrane's 20 new car brands. You can also take advantage of special offers that save you even more, including an extra $1,000 over KBB for your trade. Or if you prefer to buy pre-owned, choose from more than 1,500 models available. So yes, May is the best time to buy at Number One Cochrane. Shop now at Cochrane.com. In-transit vehicles are defined as vehicles currently en route and appearing on Number One Cochrane websites. Some restrictions may apply. Extra trade allowance is over the Kelly Blue Book Instant Cash offer and based on accurate vehicle condition report. Ends 5/31/25.
Book us. 2menandajunktruck.com.
Rain this afternoon, the high 62.
Weather brought to you by Tropical Smoothie. Wear your flip-flops in cafe and score a free 12-ounce Sunrise Sunset Smoothie for National Flip-Flop Day, Wednesday, May 28th from 2 to 7 p.m. at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. Music. Change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included, for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across their multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by A Quick Drain Service.
Jerry Dulak's weekly chat is out at postgazette.com, and there are some doozies here, Limits. Would you like to debate, discuss, as we get ready for the big boy, Mark Cabali, at the top of the hour?
Well, let's roll into it, Joe. What do we got today?
And by the way, Cabali is at OTAs. First, let me tell you, we're coming up on the 50-minute mark on the Fan. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. That the hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider, and you can get your Fan 5-alarm T-shirt. They're available online. Go to KeystoneCustomApparel.com and get your commemorative shirt. A portion of proceeds benefit local volunteer fire departments. All right. Hold on a second, Limits. I'm having an eye itch. You ever have that?
An eye itch?
Yeah. Where it can't wait any longer, you have to itch your eye.
Yeah, I've had that. Where like you don't want to really use your hand to itch your eye. Sometimes you use like your shirt.
I get very paranoid because they say we transmit bugs to ourselves more by rubbing our eyes than anything.
What?
Yeah.
Transmit bugs?
Not bugs, the viruses, things like that.
Oh, I
sicknesses.
thought you meant like there's a bug jumping off your hand into your eye. What? Wouldn't that be crazy? What are you, Spider-Man?
Bill in L.A. asked Dulak, I have a sinking feeling Tomlin views Will Howard as his next Mason Rudolph, meaning he has no intention of ever letting Will Howard compete for QB1. Your thoughts? Jerry says, I don't think they have any designs on letting a 6th-round pick compete for the starting job this year. That is not the plan. Do you agree with that? Even if Rodgers were to not show up, do you think Will Howard is not even competing? It's Rudolph's job?
I think he's competing, but I think the realistic chance of him actually having an opportunity to take that starting job is very low.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Because if they really wanted Will Howard, they would have and they thought that he could start this year, they would have taken him a lot higher. Maybe like what the Browns did with Dylan Gabriel.
No, I agree, but I'll also say that Mason Rudolph's history here tells me that if things go south, Tomlin's not going to wait. So I think Will Howard, he's going to be a heartbeat away. And if Rodgers were to not show up here and they don't do the Kirk Cousins thing or anything totally insane like that, who knows what could happen with Will Howard? He'll be in the mix. Anybody, if Mason Rudolph's your starter, then everybody's in the mix. I'm sorry. Bill in L.A. comes back with a second question. Is that legal on these things?
I think you can. You can ask as many as you want. It's up to Jerry to decipher who gets as many questions to answer.
He asked Dulac who he thinks will emerge as QB1 for the Browns on opening day out of the 5-quarterback mess they've created. Now, Watson wouldn't be available for opening day, so it's only a 4-quarterback mess. Guess what he says?
Joe Flacco.
Yeah, he does. I disagree. I think it's going to be Kenneth J. Pickett.
I thought it was Kenneth Shane Pickett.
It is, but I like to call him Kenneth J.
You like
Pickett.
Jay? Kenneth J?
Mm-hmm. I think it's going to be Pickett. I think Flacco looked like he was done last year. The year before, he actually looked pretty good. Who knows, though? Joe Flacco seems to have 9 lives. All right. Do you believe this is Tom in Tennessee?
Alliteration there.
Hi, Jerry. Do you believe the Steelers need to at least match Myles Garrett numbers or exceed them to re-sign TJ? He says they have to come close. I think they have to match them or exceed them. I don't think TJ's in any kind of mood for a hometown discount here, and I don't think he gives a you-know-what that the Browns have reset the edge rusher market like they did the quarterback market with a borderline ridiculous contract. That's not his problem. I think they're going to have to at least match it. You?
You know, it was Ron, right, that once called Bob stupid? Or was it the other way around?
It was Bob who called Ron stupid, yeah.
I'm calling the Browns stupid for this contract that they gave to Myles Garrett. Fully guaranteed, $40 a year. Look, if this contract did not exist, we would not nearly be having this conversation with TJ Watt getting like $40 million. I do not think it should be a fully guaranteed deal for Watt. And frankly, for the production that you're going to get for him in the next 4 years, which is likely what this deal would be, I don't think that you can give him Myles Garrett money, no. And I'm with Jerry. I don't think it's going to be 100% has to be the same. I think Watt maybe realizes that.
I think this could get ugly.
I think it will.
I think this could get ugly. And that peace sign that he threw up on, was it Instagram?
Yes.
What was it, 2 months ago?
Yeah, Instagram story.
I'm sorry, that was significant. And all the speculation that came after it, the Watt brothers are awfully quickly to squash things in the media or things in social media that they don't like. Nobody squashed it when people were saying things like, man, this might not be going well.
No, and months before that, J.J. Watt even went on McAfee and said, look, it would have been better if the Steelers and my brother had this discussion and figured this thing out earlier. And I'm sure there's going to be another pass rusher that gets an extension. I think Parsons is already signed, but there's going to be someone else outside of Garrett this offseason that gets a big deal. And if the Steelers don't get it done before that contract, which is around Garrett territory probably, he's going to point and say, I'm better than that guy. I deserve to make more money than him.
I think Garrett is the measuring stick. I think there's a rivalry there. I feel like TJ believes that he's had things taken away by Garrett, and he's right. A couple of years ago, he should have won Defensive Player of the Year, and I don't think he's going to settle. I don't. This is going to be his last big contract, and he wants what the market says he should get, and I don't blame him, and I wouldn't pay it. I would have traded him already myself. I'd be punting on next season already. Instead, they're going to wind up signing him to big money. They're going to wind up bringing in Aaron Rodgers and that whole circus. And it's just going to be, I don't think it's going to be good.
Could I ask you a question?
Please.
Could you still have TJ Watt and still be punting on the season at the same time?
Sure. I mean, all they do every year anyway is go 9-8 and get blown out of the playoffs. It's not far from there to 7-10, right?
So if they're 73-0 in the first quarter of playoff games over the last however many years it's been, what do you think they'll be this year if they go to the playoffs with Aaron Rodgers? Will they be 82-0?
Yeah, they'll probably only be trailing after the first quarter, 17-3, maybe.
No, maybe not 9-0. They'll get on the board.
I think so. The standard. Here's a person who calls himself the standard is 9-8, which I like.
Oh, I like that. My favorite is Stairway to the 7th seed,
yeah,
too.
That's pretty good.
Frequent texter there, frequent chat member.
This guy says, any evidence of putting Minkah in a better place to make plays? Or is the high-impact version of him done and he just guards against deep balls? Jerry says what I've been trying to say. He says, I hate to tell you, they've been trying to do that for 2 years. I'm going to present this to the big boy and see what he says about this top of the hour. So this guy's asking, listen, are they putting Minkah in the best place to make plays? Jerry says, yeah, they've been doing it for 2 years. The unspoken implication of that is it's not working because he's not producing. That's what I take from it. Do you?
Yeah, that's what I take too. Where, I mean, do I necessarily agree with it? I do think there are some instances where he's 30 yards off the ball and he's not even on the TV screen when the snap of the ball is set, that maybe he's not in the best position there, but he's also had some opportunities where he just has not made plays.
Man, it's a long life at his position when you're that size, 6'1", 207, and you've played a lot of de facto linebacker. One thing I'll always say about Minkah is he has sacrificed his body to the cause here. Next year is his age 29 season. He's played 106 NFL games. He's been banged up a little bit. A couple years ago he was. I just think he's lost a step. Honestly, I do. The dude has 1 interception in the last 2 years, Limits. 1.
He had 2 in the Pro Bowl, though.
No, that's true. He had 1 interception in the last 2 years and 1 forced fumble. No fumble recoveries. That's it, which is stunning for a guy who just the year before had 6. He's had 4. He's had 5. He's forced fumbles. He's recovered fumbles, all of that. He's not the same guy. And when it comes time, when is his contract year? Meaning the off season in which they'll sign him. I think it's next off season. I'm not even thinking about that right now. He's overpaid.
So he's 28 right now. He has 22. He's a $22 million cap hit this year. A $24.5 million cap hit next year, which will be his age 30 season next year. He'll be 29 for most of this year. I don't think I would pay him either. And it's just because there's a lack of splash plays. Sure, he might be preventing because the Steelers have not gotten burned on a lot of deep plays. They've gotten nickeled and dimed, and they've gotten beat in the running game as of late, especially. But they haven't gotten beat completely on the deep ball. And I think Minkah deserves some credit for that, but there's not nearly enough splash that he's making.
I've seen him get beat on some deep balls. Don't make any mistake about that. But listen, the idea here was to build a high-priced defense, the highest-priced defense in the NFL, built around star at every level. Cam, TJ, Minkah. And then, fill in the other positions with some really good players, too. Complement that with a young offense led by Kenny Pickett, George Pickens, Najee Harris, and Pat Freiermuth, and all these offensive linemen they drafted, and they busted. It busted. It didn't work. They never won a playoff game. They never came close to winning a playoff game. That plan busted. And Art's given the same guy who hatched that plan and tried to execute it not only another extension last year, whenever it was around this time, but one of the biggest extensions in all of pro sports. 5th highest paid coach in all of pro sports in North America, Mike Tomlin.
I can't give you all the ingredients to the hot dog. You might not like it.
Well, the ingredients were great defense, good enough offense built around young stars, and it busted. And so now I guess we're on a redo here. And unfortunately, amidst the redo, you're starting to have guys age out a little bit. And Minkah's top of the list. Sorry, it is. He is. Not necessarily in chronological years, but in NFL body years. That's what I see. Let's ask the big boy about that next. Rain throughout the day, not subsiding until evening. A high of Dermonti Dawson, 63. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group. Pittsburgh's choice for affordable, legal solution. Limits, I would love to tell you about the Good Feet stores. My feet hurt for a long time. The joints of my big toes. Didn't know what was wrong, still don't, but the pain lessened once I went to the Good Feet store. Worked for me, could work for you. It's all built around the Good Feet foot arch support system. Designed to provide pain relief, balance, and comfort, and customized to you and your shoes. You don't have to go out and get new shoes, any of that type of thing. They build it around what you already got. And whether it's plantar fasciitis, pain and burning in the balls of your feet, needles in your heels, whatever, this can work for you. Check it out at goodfeet.com or go to one of the stores like I did. Robinson Town Center across from IKEA is where I went. There's one in Cranberry Township. Route 19 North next to Walgreens, and there's one in Crowley Town, otherwise known as Morgantown, at the Suncrest Town Center. Come on in. Try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Classy move from Mike Sullivan, who no longer is the Penguins coach and took the job with the New York Rangers. Is a billboard up today that the Penguins tweeted out a picture of saying, "Thank you, Pittsburgh. Cup family is forever." That you could see around the city, not known if it's just one billboard in one location. It is a digital billboard, so could be seen potentially through a lot of different locations around the area. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-0766, 800-390-0766, 800-390-0766.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is the best place to find all your favorite player props as we enter the conference finals here in hockey and basketball. You can make the smarter play with new performance trends. You want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, maybe flirting with a potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. Once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. So if you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey, STARKEY, to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus, present, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
As a bank, PNC prides itself on being boring. But the truth is, they couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic Pittsburgh community. For nearly 160 years, they've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for their equally brilliant clients. They have dedicated PNC teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Hey, it's Andrew Filippone for Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Make Mike's Beer Bar your choice on game days to catch all the sports you crave, including Pirates baseball, pro basketball, Premier League action, and more. It's Pittsburgh's destination for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. So tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
Hi, I'm Mandy. I'm one of the at-home coaches with the Wake and 180 Weight Loss. Honestly, I think the thing I hear the most is I didn't realize how easy it was. That first weekly they come in, they're like, oh my gosh, I already noticed that I'm not as bloated in my face or in my abdomen, or I've been sleeping better. I've been waking up with so much more energy. I don't need my coffee throughout the day. They're coming in a month or two later and they're like, hey, like my doctor said I need to lower my meds. I'm losing a ton of inches on my waist. I'm buying new pant sizes. And we're looking at the scale. We're like, yeah, your visceral fat's down again. That's fantastic. And we're celebrating all of these wins. And then we talk about, okay, next step. Let's talk about how to maintain it. This isn't over. This is just the next stage. That's what your health coach is there for.
Thanks, Mandy. This is Chris Muller. Easy weight loss with results that actually last. With Awaken 180 Weight Loss, you will succeed and you'll enjoy the process. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Serving in the military requires great sacrifices, not just for one's country, but also for one's family. Not surprisingly, divorce for soldiers is especially difficult, and it raises a number of challenges that are peculiar to military divorce, things such as deployments, relocation, retirement benefits. These issues can be complicated. So if you're a soldier facing such challenges, go to CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Word travels fast. More and more people are choosing Shorkey Mitsubishi for the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
They sure are, Arcadian. During the Shorkey Mitsubishi Memorial Day Super Sale, it's time for some red, white, and new.
It all starts with the 7-passenger Outlander, ready for your summer road trip. Now, $6,000 off or finance at 3.99% for an incredible 72 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off or 3.99% financing for 60 months and a brand new Mirage as low as only $16,000. Incredible.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, no matter what its condition.
Shorkey Mitsubishi will have you ready for summer. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Locations in North Huntington and North Hills or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
Summer adventure awaits at Dick's House of Sport. Visit us all season to score the hottest outdoor essentials. Join our summer camps, climb the rock wall, host a birthday party, and more. Plus, test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage while fine-tuning your equipment with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services. And while you're here, shop trending styles from top brands you love, like Chubbies, Kalia, New Balance, Birkenstock, and FP Movement. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Testing.
We're live from Chick-fil-A.
This is Grant.
And this is Laura.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich is that sweet bun.
And that chicken filet was perfectly crispy and soft at the same time.
And that Smokehouse barbecue sauce, it's a lot of fun. And the brown sugar bacon definitely had a little bit more pizzazz. Also, the Mac, one of the all-time greats. Man, I'm getting hungry.
Order the Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich and our Coca-Cola on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
The power of Dell AI with Intel Inside is transforming the world of pro sports. Teams can see curveballs coming with predictive analytics. Coaches can use AI insights to help players improve their shots in real time. And fans can get more out of every winning moment with AI-enhanced replays.
Unbelievable! What a play!
See how Dell Technologies with Intel Inside can power your wins at Dell.com/win.
Now, fan Sports, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Day 2, Steelers OTAs is today. It's practice number 2 of 6 for the Steelers that will conclude next week on the 5th. Mandatory minicamp is on June 10th in 2 weeks. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up. Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Limits, what were we just talking about? Your call of this championship baseball game yesterday? Are we going to get to hear that or no?
Yeah, we can if you'd like to. It was the
Set the scene,
Indiana Little Indians winning their first ever WPIAL championship. So Indiana actually was in the championship game last year.
Yeah.
And they were an 8 or a 9 seed. I think it was a 9 seed. And it was a surprise that they were there. Their starting pitcher is a commit to Texas Tech, so really good arm. They ended up throwing 3 different guys because it went to 11 innings. And they tied it up with 2 outs in the bottom half of the 7th inning on what could have been a ground ball double play. They weren't able to turn it. And the guy who scored the run that led it off with a leadoff double, his name is Charlie Manzi. He came to the plate with a runner on in the bottom half of the 11th inning looking to play hero. 2-1 to Manzi, who skies it deep into right field. Charlie Manzi, back track wall!
Wow.
Charlie Manzi walks it off and plays hero. The long wait is over. The Indiana Indians, for the first time, are WPIAL baseball champions thanks to their hero Manzi.
Wow,
So
that was great. The crowd was amazing.
Oh, I know. So the Indiana crowd was like right in front of us, right by where our crowd mic was. So maybe a little bit too much of a crowd pop, but
Where was that heard? Like, who are you doing it for?
That was on the NFHS network, the video stream for the championships.
I mean, you've given those people and that kid a soundtrack to that play forevermore.
Yeah, pretty awesome.
Should you have said he's the Manzi? I think so. But it was a great call. Let's hear it again. I can't believe the crowd. How many people were there?
Well, the other thing is it was a rainy day.
Yeah.
So everybody was basically corralled and huddled underneath like the overhang at EQT Park, the home of the Wild Things. So there were a lot of people like sitting right in front of the booth where our crowd mic was instead of like spread out.
Yeah.
And this was the homer. 2-1 to Manzi, who skies it deep into right field. Charlie Manzi, back track wall! Charlie Manzi walks it off and plays hero. The long wait is over. The Indiana Indians, for the first time, are WPIAL baseball champions thanks to their hero Manzi.
Yeah, you may have wanted to throw in he's the Manzi, a Mike Lang type call. It would have been incredible.
Yeah.
But it already was incredible. I'm not nitpicking at all.
Just
Great
a little,
call.
but I think it's fair.
Great call.
Thank you. I did the game with Sean Myers. He thought the same. Sometimes I could be like overly critical of myself with calls and stuff like that. I think that one worked pretty well. You couldn't hear goodbye because of the crowd pop at the very end, but
what was the other thing we were just talking about as we buy time for the big boy? Is he ready?
I have to call the big boy
Oh, my
because he
God.
won't pull up on the video screen for whatever
First
reason.
he changes when he's supposed to come on at 12:30.
It was a joke.
It was a joke.
He jerks us around, and now we depend on him at 1 o'clock. We even gave him some leeway time, and he's still not here. Unbelievable. Another skiing start today, and I am very much looking forward to this one. Now, as I said before, I agree with Parado that the Pirates have become watchable again under Don Kelly. It's always hard to tell, how much of that is directly attributable to the manager. I'm enjoying the games for the most part. I don't ask for much. I want to enjoy the games. The number one headline, by the way, on ESPN, and if you go on ESPN.com, you go to top headlines, number one, Bradshaw, Steelers' interest in Rodgers, quote, a joke. Just like Mark Cabali would say. Do you have him yet, Limits?
Yeah, Cabali is ready.
My God.
Big
what
boy,
is this
are
guy
you ready?
doing to
Big
this
boy?
show?
Big boy finally is on video. He said he's on his laptop.
You there, big boy?
And he
Where
is,
are you?
He's maneuvering his way to an area. There he is. Look at
Look
where
at that.
He is.
He looks like he's on another planet. Where are you? Can we hear you? Talk. Big boy.
I think he's faking like
he's
he's
faking
talking.
around.
Why is he doing that?
Talk, will you?
Hold on.
Oh, my
I'm
God.
not doing that. I don't know what's going on.
This is unbelievable. Is
gosh.
this
This is
intentional?
Great.
Now,
No, you hear the
music,
train in the
trains,
background.
everything else. Call back when you have a good connection. Mike. All right. Yeah, the top story. Get him out of here, Limits.
All right, now I'm going to have to call the big boy.
The top story on here, just get him on the phone. We don't need to see him. We're probably better off that way. No offense. Is Steelers' interest in Rodgers, quote, a joke? I wrote a column for the Post-Gazette today. I agree with it. I agree with this. This is becoming farcical. And I also pointed out that every other team in the league, save for two, at least when this show started today, their presumed starting quarterback had shown up. They thought it important enough to show up. Every single one of them. The only two we didn't get confirmed because their teams hadn't started OTAs yet were the Ravens and the Cardinals. And I expect that Murray and Jackson will be there, except for the Steelers, who have had all these problems at quarterback. They're 0 for 5 since Ben left. They're even bringing back one of the guys included in that 0 for 5. And now they're waiting. They're waiting like desperate losers on Aaron Rodgers. And Bradshaw's right about this. You look around the league and everybody else is there. In Philadelphia, Jalen Hurts, he's there. He spent his offseason picking Michael Jordan's brain, looking for a competitive edge. You go over to Dallas. Is the big boy on the phone?
Yeah, here he is.
Oh, I'm not going to let him interrupt my soliloquy. In Dallas, Dak Prescott's there at OTAs working with George Pickens, who actually showed up on time. Tua is there in Miami, even though he's in a contract dispute. Matthew Stafford is working on his chemistry with Devontae Adams, Rodgers' old buddy. And why don't we play for the big boy, Sean McDermott, because Josh Allen is getting married in 3 days, but he thought it important enough to show up. This guy won't sign and therefore isn't here yet. He has to sign first. I think that's how it works, Limits. But in not showing up, even to voluntary OTAs, he's not staking his claim as a leader here when they desperately need one. He's feeding all the fodder and all the evidence that's out there that he's not overly interested in being part of the Pittsburgh Steelers. As Cam Hayward said a couple months ago, either you want to be a Steeler or you don't. And I would say most of the evidence is suggesting that at the very least, Rodgers is wavering. Meanwhile, in a place where they have legitimate Super Bowl aspirations, even though they've never won one, Sean McDermott says this about Josh Allen showing up days before his wedding for OTAs.
I think it says everything, right? So he is the face of our organization. He's the leader of our team. And when he's here, like anything else as a leader, it speaks and it holds a tremendous amount of weight. Right? Like any leader, in particular the leader of the team, those words that he says and his actions are exponentially impactful, right, to the whole roster, the whole team.
Meanwhile, this guy's firing water guns at a Mike Stud concert in Austin, Texas. And I don't even know who Mike Stud is. Big boy, how are you? What do you make of Rodgers not being there when every single other team in the NFL has their presumed starting quarterback on hand?
We're fired up today, Joe, huh? I'm guessing you're not a big Aaron Rodgers fan.
Not really, no.
Well, I can tell you the reason why, or partly my opinion why. You know, desperate teams are willing to do desperate things. And the Steelers are desperate for a quarterback right now, and they're willing to look the other way for now and let the guy do what he thinks he needs to do right now. And there's nothing more than that. That's what it is. And I think that's why, if it was anybody else in this situation, they probably would have moved on by now.
Is he worth it?
I think he's worth a shot. I don't know if he's going to be worth it. I would like to see if he does have it or he does not have it, and there's only one way to find that out when he gets here. I do agree with you that I don't think it's a good look of him going on McAfee's show and saying, you know, I got some things to deal with. Then he shows up to the Big John Stud concert and stuff like that and going to the Kentucky Derby.
Is his name John Studd or Mike Studd? I thought it was Mike.
That's a wrestling reference from the mid '80s. Big John Studd from Butler, PA.
All right, save those for Donnie football.
Well, everybody knows Big John Studd. I bet you 3/4 of your listeners know him.
Do you, Limits?
Big John Studd.
No.
There he goes. Limits admitted he didn't know something, and all he said was no, and I like that. I don't know him either. Big John Studd.
Oh, Big John Studd. He was a big feud of Andre the Giant back in the day. Big 6'10" monster, but Andre the Giant used to beat the living crap out of him. Butler, PA native. But my point is, he goes to the Kentucky Derby. He goes to the Stud concert, whoever that is, shooting water guns, having a Q&A session. But then he says he doesn't have time to be here. If I'm a Steelers player, I'm like, whoa. You can't make a decision because you got some personal things to deal with, and you're on the Joe Rogan show? I mean, that to me, that doesn't really jive. And I could see why, if anybody would be upset about that inside, at least the players-wise.
I consulted with a now good friend of mine, Joe Rogan.
And listen, you are as connected as anybody. The players love you. You're there. What sense do you get? You don't have to name any names. What sense do you get? A sense that these guys are like, where the hell is this guy?
See, I think they're careful. I think they're careful because they don't want to make a story out of something that may or may not be there. I don't think they really care to this point right now because there's so many guys that don't show up at this point. I know he's a quarterback, and quarterbacks typically show up to these events. I mean, even though Ben would rarely do it, but Ben was also in the organization for 14, 15 years before he decided not to show up. There's a lot of guys. You don't really get much for it, but I understand of being a guy, a new guy to the system coming in here, wanting to at least, learn where the cafeteria is, you know what I'm saying? Learn where his locker room is.
Everybody else is there. All 31 of them, except for one guy.
But we also don't know if he, got how much contact he has with them. Maybe he does have the playbook. Maybe he's going over with things with Arthur Smith on a daily to weekly basis. I mean, we assume he's not, but we don't know. I mean, he could, I guess, in theory, be still seen involved.
31 other guys are here. He's not. That's what I would say.
Well, and he would say to you, I'm not under contract, so.
Well, get under contract and get your ass in here if you want to be the quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I think we know why he's not under contract, because he doesn't want to be here right now.
Does he want to play for $10 million like he said he would? If I'm Art, I say, all right, one year, $10 million, or we're done.
Yeah, absolutely. He pretty much painted himself into a corner there. You don't say, especially in this city, I'll play for $10 million, and all of a sudden, I'll take 15 or 20. But I would have to assume that was already a topic for conversation of how much it would cost to bring him in here. I see.
What would you guess it would be?
Oh, I'm guessing it was $10 million now. I thought it would be more.
I'm going to be shocked if it's $10 million. I'm guessing closer to 30.
You go on record saying that, man. I think you pretty much have to stick to it.
I agree, and I think Art should make sure of that. This whole thing, what did you make of Terry Bradshaw ripping them? And I know Terry sometimes gets off the rails himself, but on this one, I agreed. Did you?
He's not the only one, though. I mean, who have you heard that said anything positive about the guy in that regards of him showing up or not showing up?
It's not the guy. It's not the guy. It's Terry Bradshaw ripped the Steelers before he ripped Rodgers. People are ripping the Steelers for this.
Yeah, and Terry Bradshaw also is a big Kenny Pickett fan, so.
I know.
I don't know. I try not to listen to a lot of that, but a lot of people, just like when Russell came in here to a degree, when Russell came in, everybody had something negative to say about him, who probably really didn't even know who he was. Maybe this is the same case right now. I mean, how many times did Aaron Rodgers really meet Terry Bradshaw? But I understand what you're talking about, having him own the organization and, pretty much wait for what he wants to decide right here. But to me, I think if he's not here for mandatory mini camp, then a huge red flag comes up of, hey,
yeah,
is this really worth it now? Right now, I think you're still fine. If he's not here for mandatory minicamp, I start to question if that's the line of demarcation of saying that's it, we're done.
Mark Cabali of the Pat McAfee Show, fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Steiner and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And Mark is on the fan hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Limits, my brain can't even conceive of leaving you out of this conversation,
and
please.
My brain can't conceive that Cabali tweeted this statement. Ben Skoranek is a beast. No cap, Cabali tweets.
No cap.
No cap, Cabali. Could you explain your no cap theory here?
Well, I have an 8 and a 10-year-old, and I've heard that thrown around, so I decided to look up different sort of youth sayings right now, and there's about 25 of them, and number 23 was yeet. So I like throwing out there no cap, an old guy using kids' terms for slang. So I haven't looked at the responses, but I'm sure it was shut up, old man sort of type of things. But, yeah, as for Skoranek, he made a couple of nice plays. I don't know if I'm allowed to say it or not, but I don't really care because he did make some nice plays. But this OTAs are set up for wide receivers to look good, so they all should look good. Brandon Johnson should look good. Roman Wilson should look good. Calvin Austin should look good. So that's not really something that you should be shocked about, the guy. But Skoranek, I think, is a vital piece of this team because he can play receiver in a pinch, and he's a pretty good special teams guy as well. But
did you just say Ben Skoranek is a vital piece of this team?
I think he is. I think he's one of those guys who's you need to have on the team if you want to be successful and be a team that has the intangible guys. The Miles Killebrews. I put him in that same area of importance. The guy that can play multiple positions. A guy that's a veteran. I'm not saying he's going to win you any games, but I think he's a guy that you need on this roster if you think you're going to have any shot in postseason playoffs, division, or anything like that. And you don't need all DJ Watts and Cam Haywards. You need a couple Ben Skoraneks and Miles Killebrews.
Limits? What do you make of this?
Well,
if the Steelers have a chance to win a playoff game, they need the Ben Skoraneks of the world.
I think they need to throw it to Ben Skoranek on 4th down and 8. If there's an opportunity, give it to Skoranek.
Have you gone nuts, big boy? Where are you right now?
Who else? I'm inside the Steelers facility here.
Are people? Do they have you at gunpoint or something? What is happening
here? Ben Skoranek have you?
I'm just trying to think of some other guys that are vital that might not have a huge role.
Steve Tasker, he got the Bills to he helped the Bills to all those Super Bowls.
There you go. Mark Kelso.
Mark Kelso with the oversized helmet.
More like Tasker. Tasker is a pretty decent receiver, pretty good return guy, right? So maybe a little bit lesser than Tasker because you think he's a Hall of Famer over Hines Ward, but we won't go into that.
Mark, what did you think of Kelso in That 70s Show, played by Ashton Kutcher?
I'm more interested in the Mark Kelso helmet that would fit Mulsey.
Not even that helmet would fit Mulsey. What did you ask him, Limits?
I asked him what he thought of Kelso, the actor that Ashton Kutcher played in That 70s Show.
Oh, yeah, good question.
I didn't watch That 70s Show.
What's your all-time favorite show?
Me? I'm a big, really cheesy reality show guy. So back maybe 10 years ago, I used to be a big Amish Mafia guy. And I ran across it recently, like on Cinemax. So I'm catching it up again on my Amish Mafia stuff like that, Moonshiners, Gold Rush. I'm into more of that than that 70s show.
Oh, reality shows. Mark, does that mean that you're going to stop by and watch a Big Brother episode with me this summer?
No. I once applied to be on the Real World. I think it was Real World Seattle. Man, if someone was able to get that hold of that tape that I sent in like 1997, whenever the heck that was, that would be worth its weight in gold. Hopefully they destroyed it.
I think Sleepless in Seattle has held up over the years. Your take?
I haven't watched it in a while. You know what I think is a underrated movie, Joe? 61, the Roger Maris, Mickey Mantle battle.
Love that movie.
Produced by Billy Crystal.
Billy Crystal, yes.
Very underrated movie.
I think that's a great movie. Listen, gentlemen, I think Kenny Pickett. Limits, go find Scott Petrak, Petrak, and then CT after that. He covers the Browns. I think Kenny Pickett just took an indirect shot at the Steelers. Listen to this, big boy. Browns quarterback Kenny Pickett said his year with the Eagles showed him how things are supposed to be done. You like that? And do you think he'll be starting for them?
Well, he could be. He's probably their best quarterback on the roster, but that's not saying much, right? I mean, I don't know. Sounds like a guy that has sour grapes right there. I mean, how many opportunities did he get? He started from, week 5 on, had every chance in the world, and I don't know.
Are you okay?
Whenever,
you sound like you've been drugged or something, like you're on Quaaludes. What is happening?
I just dropped my phone, Joe. Settle down.
Limits, am I right to be concerned about this man right now? He's talking about Ben Skoranek being the key to a playoff win, and then his voice is just trailing off. I feel like
that's what it was. My headphones fell off. By the way, are you going to do a pony tweet and put it out there that I think Ben Skoranek's the team MVP?
I already did that.
Your exact quote was, if you want to advance in the playoffs, you need to have your Ben Skoraneks, which I love.
Exactly. Those type of guys.
I put out there, at Mark Cavalli thinks Ben Skoranek is a vital piece of the team as a versatile player. Do you agree?
No, you're supposed to put no cap after that.
Oh, no cap? All right, I will repost it with no cap.
What does Sigma mean? You should know this.
Limits. Did you find find this?
Skibbity? Is that another term?
Did I find the Kenny Pickett thing, Joe?
Yeah.
You have little doubt.
I'm extremely grateful for my time in Philly. I think I just, was shown how it's supposed to be done, really, from the top down. So when you get a chance to see what it's supposed to look like and how it should look on a day-to-day basis, not just on Sundays, I think it'll pay dividends for me, in the future.
Wow, that is absolutely a shot at the Steelers, big boy. Your take? Sour grapes?
Sounds like to me, hey, this is how it gets done. I just sit on the bench the whole year and get a Super Bowl ring.
I do like that take. But he is absolutely taking a shot at them. How about T.J. Watt?
I don't understand that. I don't understand that of, showing how it's to be done. Why? Because they didn't give him his job back when he was not healthy? Is that what he's talking about? I don't know.
I don't know. I just like it. It stirs things up, and that's always fun. How about T.J. Watt? Does this get ugly? Does he need Myles Garrett money to make this work for him?
I don't know. First of all, last year, TJ missed the first week of OTAs as well. So, plus, TJ also is a guy that just recently had a kid too. So there's excuses.
No, I wasn't asking. I wasn't asking in the context of him not being there. I just, even if he was there, is this going to get ugly with him? And does he need Myles Garrett money?
I think he would like to have Myles Garrett money, but I think it would be more important for him to have guaranteed money. And where's that guaranteed money? You remember their last contract, he was guaranteed, 2 years?
Yeah.
I don't know if they're willing to do that with a, soon-to-be 31-year-old, and that's where you make your money. I mean, although the Steelers, for the most part, when they give somebody a contract, they pretty much play the sucker out or extend them, so he shouldn't worry about that. But I would think that the guaranteed money, the money up front, the first 2 years, almost fully guaranteed, would be much more than some fake number of, $40.1 million because he wants more money with more money than Myles Garrett for a week until, Aiden Hutchinson or Micah Parsons decides. So I would say the guarantee. No, it's going to. I don't have any thought that that's not going to get done. I mean, when? Probably August. I wouldn't assume anytime soon. That's just speculation. But I mean, I don't see why he wouldn't.
Thank you, big boy.
No. What do you call that?
Free association.
May I engage the game of free association?
No, things seem a little bit discombobulated today. I think it's best we move on.
Okay, who's your Ben Skowronek? I guess it's Steve Tasker. Okay.
How about you, Limits? Who's your Ben Skowronek?
Oh, on this year's team?
Gunnar Olszewski,
probably
maybe?
Cordero.
Cordero, yeah.
Cordero. May I engage the big boy in a game of free association, Ron?
I don't even know if Cordell's here. I haven't even noticed him. I wasn't looking for him, but I doubt if he's here.
Yeah, probably nobody would notice even if he was. Thank you, big boy.
I smell natural gas in this facility. This isn't good. All right, guys.
See you, buddy. That was really, really strange.
Yeah, really weird, huh?
It ended with him smelling natural gas.
It was a joke.
And began with him talking about Ben Skowronek as
Aaron
the key.
Rodgers, Chris Mahler would be a better quarterback than Aaron Rodgers.
Thank you.
He said basically that if you want to advance in the playoffs, you need Ben Skowronek. What is happening here?
Well, I mean, I think
he said that.
He did. I think what Mark was trying to say, and maybe didn't articulate it the best, is that you obviously need glue guys.
I know what you mean.
But he did make Skowronek seem like he was the number 2 receiver on the team.
Oh boy, that was something. But he's lovable, isn't he?
Oh, the big boy, like a teddy bear.
He really is.
He's Papa Bear.
Most water rescues in our area are serviced by local volunteer fire departments. A rescue boat can cost over $50,000. That's why we're hosting the Fan 5-Alarm Marathon presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union to raise funds for volunteers who serve the community. Donate now at 937thefan.com, presented by Living Treasures Animal Park, Southside Plumbing and Heating, and Piata. Meantime, we've got all kinds of things going on in both hockey and the NBA with the conference finals. Was watching again last night. Man, I hope for your sake you had Halliburton over on everything. He was just phenomenal. One of the greatest games ever played in the playoffs. 35, 10-5, no turnovers. FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge is the best place to find all your favorite player props, and now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. You want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, maybe flirting with a potential triple-double? You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates are on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 today. The rubber match in Arizona, 3:40. First pitch, Paul Skeens will take the mound for the Pirates. The pregame show is just in under 2 hours. Zach Gallen will go for Arizona. And according to Noah Hiles of the Post-Gazette, just tweeting out that Endy Rodriguez is now in Phoenix with the Pirates, so could be a roster move coming soon. Henry Davis, who's been hitting ninth a lot for the Pirates, today, is batting 6th. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. The Sports Minute, presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury firm for the people.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The powers that be in the SEC are meeting in Destin, Florida this week, and all the talk is about changing the college football playoff system. Some coaches want to expand the playoff from 12 teams to 16 teams. The SEC feels that it should have gotten more teams in last year. Alabama, in particular, is not happy. When that happens, something usually moves. No matter how much the sport changes, the true power seems to lie in the SEC, so don't be surprised if they get what they want, as college football tries to figure out some of its toughest issues. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC, used with permission.
Not available in all states. Rates vary.
Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across their multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get a free quote at ethos.com/win. That's ethos.com/win.
You're hiring 2 men and a junk truck. Apply now.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
Mac.bid knows that in these times of uncertainty, how you spend your hard-earned money matters. You've got bills to pay and budgets to stick to, and we don't have any idea how to price our warehouses full of stuff. That's why every Mac.bid online auction starts at $1 single. Yeah, $1. And we don't tell you a final price. You tell us. You bid exactly how much you're willing to pay. Save up to 80% off retail prices only at Mac.bid and on the free app.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Firehouse Subs, your home for hot, hearty, toasted subs for a limited time. Firehouse Subs is bringing their iconic hook and ladder sub to the next level, featuring 2 Hot Ones sauces. Zesty garlic hook and ladder. This sub packs the flavor with Hot Ones garlic Fresno hot sauce and the spicy dill hook and ladder featuring the Last Dab pickle, a dill pickle plank marinated in Hot Ones. The Last Dab Reaper hot sauce. Hosting an event from box lunches to platters, Firehouse Catering can handle any size event. Download the Firehouse app and skip the line or get it delivered.
The Washington Wild Things return to EQT Park Friday, May 30th through Sunday, June 1st with a Fireworks Friday presented by PBR, a sock giveaway presented by WCTPA, and Mascotapalooza on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday. WashingtonWildThings.com for tickets.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom opening soon in Mount Lebanon. The 8,000 square foot showroom will feature an extensive selection of Anderson products, including the 100, 200, and 400 series windows and doors, as well as A-series and E-series product lines. The space is designed specifically for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. See you soon at 1675 Washington Road.
Louis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet?
Hi, this is Jeej from Louis Anthony Jewelers, reminding you that Father's Day is just around the corner.
And with graduation season in full swing, we have the perfect gift for the dad or grad in your life. Nothing marks an occasion better than a fine Swiss timepiece. I invite you to stop by and find out why for over 30 years everyone's been asking,
Have we met yet?
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by A Quick Drain Service.
Limits, can you give me that Pirate lineup again, please? And then I have a headline that you are absolutely going to love.
All right, I would love to. So it's Cruz playing for the Buccos tonight in center field leading off. McCutchen will DH. Reynolds bats third in right. Canario plays left. He's doing the cleanup today.
I like that. Okay.
Yeah, he's doing the cleanup duties. So Spencer Horwitz will play at first. He will bat fifth. This is against the righty Zach Gallen. Henry Davis, they moved him up in the lineup. He's typically been batting ninth, Joe. He's batting sixth.
I don't like
today.
that. I love that.
I like it too. Key Brian Hayes is playing at third and batting seventh. I think it's funny that the entire infield is in the bottom half of the order. Kiner Falefa will bat eighth and play at shortstop. And playing at second base.
Okay.
Jared Triolo. Big Tree batting ninth.
All
no
right.
Tommy Pham in the lineup.
Once they wean themselves off of and weed themselves out of Key Brian Hayes and Tree and Pham and, that whole contingent, they have a chance to be an okay team.
Izzy, Z, Peggy, Tree.
Izzy, Z, Peggy, and Tree. Actually, Izzy. Wait, which one is Kiner Falefa?
Izzy.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah, he's doing well.
He's a keeper. Here's the headline you're going to love, Limits. You ready for this?
Yes.
From the Post-Gazette about an hour and a half ago. Sheets to sponsor National Wiffle Ball Championships. Games will be held in North Strabane Park with championship game airing on ESPN+. Are you going to try for this?
We've actually been invited to play in that tournament. And we have not formally accepted yet. I know the guy who runs it.
Why wouldn't you accept
We've
yet?
played in it before. There are a lot of, people that travel states to play wiffle ball. There are people that are traveling from, Minnesota, St. Louis, New York.
Right, why wouldn't you
in
play?
this tournament? Because we played in it once before, and we got shelled in one of the tournaments that we played. But we did play this league called MLW.
I don't want to hear about it.
No, I'm telling you about it. Major League Wiffle is the name of them. They have all these Instagram followers and everything. We beat them 17-1 in
Get
our
out
first
here and
NWLA
play,
tournament.
Limits. Take on the challenge.
It's also the week of our playoffs, so it would be kind of hard to
Call
play
in
in that
sick.
tournament and then have the playoffs the next day in Baldwin. But I don't know. A lot of my guys will probably end up, the closer we get to it, wanting to play in the tournament. And I know the guy that runs it, so we could probably get in last minute if we need it.
Wow, I thought you'd be more excited about that.
Well, we've played in that tournament before.
I know, and you lost, and now you're scared to play again.
No, we're not scared to play again. We just know that, and the way that we play, our style of wiffle ball in Baldwin is different because we use big barrel bats, and they use the skinny yellow bats in these tournaments. And we also use baseball training balls, the firm plastic Steerite 3 balls, they call them in Baldwin, where they use the traditional style wiffle balls in this tournament. So that's a long-winded way of saying that the way that we play is a different style than everyone else. And the odd thing about that is, too, because there's a lot of different leagues in the area, nobody has the same rules. You're not going to go to one league anywhere in probably the country and find a league that has universal rules between league to league. You're just not. It's kind of
Find a way
crazy.
to play by their rules and beat them. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. What's Cooking, brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
How about social media's biggest loser? You got one. It's brought to you by Awaken 180. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
Ooh, I'm trying to think. Who is the... Can I give a social media's biggest winner instead to Mike Sullivan?
Yes,
He's the
I
biggest
like
winner
that. Yeah.
for making that post or for paying for that billboard that says, "Thank you, Pittsburgh. Cup is family
I love it.
forever."
Yeah,
I thought
yeah.
that was awesome.
That's a great gesture
So we
by
turned
him.
loser over to winner today.
Yeah, why not? What's Cooking? Did I already do that?
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
What's Cooking, brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester. 50-minute mark. What am I doing? I've lost my mind at the end of the show.
Yeah, I think you already
Did
read
I do the 50-minute mark?
You can read the 50-minute mark again.
Rain throughout the day and not subsiding until evening. A high of Dermani Dawson, 63. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. And we hand it over to the PM guys. It should be very interesting off the top. Somehow I feel like Terry Bradshaw is going to be involved in all of this,
no
don't
way.
you?
Not won't be said in the first 10 seconds. Thank
See you
Joe.
tomorrow, big boy.
See you tomorrow. I love you. He didn't say he loves me back, Pony. But he told me that yesterday that he did.
I love you back, Pony.
There it is. Oh, he said, I love you, Pony. Pony and Muller are up next. What's the lead topic on the PM show today? Terry Bradshaw? Oh, Mark and Brentwood. What a surprise. Lead topic for the PM guys. As 3:40 is first pitch for Pirates and Diamondbacks today. You can listen on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Pony and Muller next.
7 The Fan. You listen to him every day. Now you can watch him too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Michael Jenkins here to help you beat the books with BetMGM Network. We're taking the Padres in the run line against the Marlins. Their starter, the Marlins, Sandy Alcantara on the mound. His season has been rough, and that's an understatement. Giving up 25 runs in his last 23 and 2/3 innings, and the Marlins have lost 7 straight with him on the mound. We expect the Padres to cruise this afternoon, which is why we're taking San Diego on the run line. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books, and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across our multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get a free quote at ethos.com/win. That's ethos.com/win.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Protect your home and your package deliveries with Guardian Protection. Right now, get a free Video Doorbell Pro when you purchase an Essentials Security Package. With HD video, two-way audio, and smart package detection, you'll always know when a delivery arrives and if it disappears. Stay connected and in control anywhere. Don't miss this limited time offer. Call 1-800-PROTECT. That's 1-800-776-8328 or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your free Video Doorbell Pro. Terms and conditions apply.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $369 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires June 2nd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Berg. Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant starts with a wide selection of traditional beers brewed right on site with seasonal selections every month. And introducing their incredible summer cocktails. Next, the award-winning menu. Whether it's a traditional German favorite like schnitzel or bratwurst or one of the best burgers around. Now, you can get that weekend brunch in the massive outdoor beer garden along the waterfront. Hofbrau Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant in the Southside works. No matter the occasion, everyone loves it at our house.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Word travels fast. More and more people are choosing Shorkey Mitsubishi for the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
They sure are, Cadian. During the Shorkey Mitsubishi Memorial Day Super Sale, it's time for some red, white, and new.
It all starts with the 7-passenger Outlander, ready for your summer road trip. Now, $6,000 off or finance at 3.99% for an incredible 72 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off or 3.99% financing for 60 months and a brand new Mirage as low as only $16,000. Incredible.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, no matter what its condition.
Shorkey Mitsubishi will have you ready for summer. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Locations in North Huntington and North Hills or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Your home office isn't cutting it, and your gym could use an upgrade too. Alloy 26 and Union Fitness at Nova Place has your fix. Office space, flexible co-working, a gym and restaurant. Nova Place has everything you need. Go to novaplace.com/everything-you-need to learn more.
Hi, I'm Mandy. I'm one of the at-home coaches with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. A lot of times people just come to me and they're like, I've tried everything. I just can't lose weight. And I'm like, you haven't tried everything. You haven't tried Awaken 180. And we're completely different. The biggest difference I hear from people is the relationship with the health coach, because we get to know you. We're there for you. We're unlimited support for you. It's not just somebody who's sending you a cookie cutter program. You're getting that personal health coach. You and your health coach will work together at Awaken 180 to figure out how to make it your new lifestyle so that you don't have to think about it. You just live your life. That's the main difference. Come talk to us and see how Awaken 180 can help you.
Thanks, Mandy. This is Chris Muller. Unlimited coaching, unlimited support. Awaken 180 is there for you while losing weight fast and after reaching your goal. Free support for life at awaken180weightloss.com.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fans, Fan About Town. Over 9 90% of all fires in Pittsburgh are serviced by volunteers who sacrifice their time and lives to serve others. 93.7 The Fan is hosting the Fan 5-Alarm Marathon presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union to raise funds for volunteer fire departments. To donate, go to 937thefan.com. Brought to you by Gherkin Roofing, Target Freight Management, and Myers Law. Book your stay at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Enjoy free valet parking and breakfast while being right in the heart of all the action. Whether it's a weekend getaway or a staycation, they have you covered. Book today at thelandinghotelpgh.com. Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle and Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Planning a party? Make it unforgettable at Shooters Golf in Wexford, PA. With wedding and graduation season here, it's the perfect time to book your graduation party, wedding rehearsal, bachelor or bachelorette party, birthday bash, or corporate event. Our events team will work with you to create the ultimate celebration. Private spaces, food and alcohol packages, all the good vibes you need. Don't wait. Dates are filling up fast. Email info@shootersgolf.com to start planning your perfect event. Shooters Golf, your go-to for every celebration.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
3:40 today, Paul Skeens tries to get off the schneid and win a game. He's pitched his fanny off, but he hasn't got rewarded with W's. Pirates go for a series victory in Arizona this afternoon. 3:40 first pitch. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a hump day edition of the PM Team.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
That is, this to me is a joke. What are you going to do, bring him in for 1 year? Are you kidding me? I mean,
that's not the Steelers' way, right?
No, man, that guy needs to stay in California and go, somewhere and chew on bark and whisper to the gods out there.
100%. These guys on the show, Mr. Bradshaw, know I'm not a fan of his. We've been around each other personally, and he was not a kind person.
Now, he does not. I had to go over and introduce myself to him. He's not. I had to go, hey, Aaron, I'm Terry Bradshaw. I know he knows me, but I just felt like I better tell him who I am. Yeah. And not, you walk in there and you get in his presence and you feel like it's going to start snowing.
Man, they're yucking it up on that small-town Arkansas radio station. And the backstory there is Terry Bradshaw is still at 76 touring as a musician. He's going to these casinos and places around the country, and he's playing his own country songs and also borrowing country music from other performers. And I looked it up today. He doesn't come here, which makes no sense to me. Maybe that speaks to the estranged relationship that Terry has with Pittsburgh and Steelers fans, which is sad. But, yeah, that's why he's on 103.7 The Buzz in Little Rock. I don't know. Was it in Little Rock? It's Arkansas somewhere. If Mulsey was here, he'd be like, I know 15 towns in Arkansas. Is it this one or that one? And I'm saying this one or that one because I know very few towns in Arkansas. Okay, so that's the Fayetteville, maybe. That's the whole backstory there of how that came to be. Comments that went viral from, in my opinion, as a man who did a show with Ben. But, man, I think 4 Super Bowls and a regular season MVP trumps what Ben did over 18 years. He is the greatest quarterback in Steelers history. Love him or hate him. Think he's a goofball. I've had people texting me today saying he's senile. They think Terry Bradshaw's lost his marbles. He doesn't know what he's talking about anymore. Well, I give him credit for this right off the bat. He came right out and said he didn't like Aaron Rodgers. Okay? He didn't sugarcoat it. He didn't pretend. He didn't try to couch it. He didn't try to be diplomatic about it. He doesn't like the guy. So there is obviously bias baked in here. He doesn't want someone who he doesn't like to be the Steelers' next quarterback. And I think that's, as a fan, now he's an analyst, so you can argue that. You could say he should have more journalistic integrity. As a fan, I have no journalistic integrity. I'm not a journalist. I talk on the radio about all kinds of crazy things for 4 hours. All right? If I wanted to be a journalist, I'd go work for the Post-Gazette or the Wall Street Journal or the New York Times or something like that. Or I don't. I'm here to bust balls with you guys and have fun. Right? So I'm allowed to like players and not like players. We all are. So Bradshaw says he doesn't like Aaron Rodgers. I think it's okay as a fan to like and root for certain guys and not others. Just like we're seeing this play out in real time. I think there are a lot of Steelers fans who are probably sure that Mason Rudolph is not the answer, but they'd rather watch Mason play and get a fair shake than let Aaron parachute in here and play for 1 year, especially when Steelers fans as a collective, and I would like to put myself in this group, don't see a big difference in terms of wins and losses and where this team goes with Aaron Rodgers versus any quarterback. So why, and this is the thing that Bradshaw said that resonated with me the most, why bring him in here for 1 year? Because that's all it's going to be. He's 41 years old. It would take him turning back the clock to 2020 to consider rolling it back with him at 42 or beyond. That seems highly unlikely based on the Achilles injury he had a couple of years ago and how he's played even pre-Achilles injury. His last year in Green Bay was not great. Before Detroit turned into Detroit to make the playoffs, and they lost, and he wasn't good, which, by the way, is another theme here of Aaron Rodgers' career. And it's why I'm with Bradshaw. Let him stay in California and chew bark and and talk to the gods or whatever he said there, whatever comedic comment he tried to make, and he got those Arkansas radio hosts guffawing. And did you feel like those were real laughs or fake laughs? Were those like they felt obligated to laugh, or did you really think they found Bradshaw to be funny in that moment,
I think
Don?
they found him funny.
Yeah, I think so too.
They were really going.
By the way, Muller's not here. Twist of fate for Muller. He's playing a very expensive golf event today that he got roped into last second. And I crap you not, and I'm using crap on purpose, my moles are saying he is suffering from explosive diarrhea right now. I have said it so many times on the air that I've willed it into existence. There was a guy who was filling our vending machine today who brought it up to me. And it's like we have a Muller digestive system voodoo doll here where we can give him cramps and stuff like that. So he's out, and he's apparently battling right now on the John somewhere at a very, very nice golf course. Yes, you were going to say something, Don?
I mean, he's probably battling the weather considering
Right.
It sucks.
Yeah.
So
he's got a lot on his plate right now.
I know that people that play golf love to say, any day on the golf course beats any day in the office, but I don't know. The weather blows.
I'd rather be here right now, but that's just me. Anyways, I lost my train of thought because now I'm thinking about Mulsey looking like Jeff Daniels in Dumb and Dumber. But anyways, and trying to cover it up at a very expensive hoity-toity golf course country club situation. 412-928-9370. That's how I'll transition, and that's how I'll invite you into the conversation, because Terry Bradshaw is unbelievably polarizing, and so is Aaron Rodgers. So this is like a quarterback Molotov cocktail here where it just blows up and goes insane because everybody's got opinions on Terry Bradshaw and everyone's got opinions on Aaron Rodgers. So it makes for catnip for us as Steelers fans and sports talk enthusiasts to discuss this. Bradshaw knows two things, in my opinion, which give him credibility. And I'm not even going to say quarterback play. Two things that give him credibility. He's old, and he won a lot. So I'll do the age thing first. He's 76. He knows what it's like to be at the end of the line. He knows what it's like to have his career deteriorate because his body, because he can't play the way that he did in the late 70s, let's say, compared to who he was in the early 80s. He lived that life. So when he says, why bring in a 41-year-old quarterback for 1 year? Yes, that's exactly right. It gets you no closer to finding your quarterback solution. It's a quarterback Band-Aid. Why are we doing quarterback Band-Aids unless it's Tom Brady knocking on the door? And don't tell me that Aaron Rodgers' commitment to playing football is the same as Brady, and don't tell me that he's played the last few years like Brady. There are, and I doubled down on the research again this morning before coming in, there are four quarterbacks in the history of the NFL who were starting quarterbacks at 41 years old. 4, that's it. 3 of them are in the Hall of Fame. 1 of them was the number 1 overall pick quarterback, meaning he had great talent. Brett Favre, Warren Moon, Vinny Testaverde, Tom Brady. That's it. In the history of the NFL, over 100 years, there's been 4 guys, count them on one hand, who were starting quarterbacks for a full season at 41. Only one of them had a winning record. That was Brady. He won the Super Bowl that year. It was his second to last year in New England. Favre at 41 went 5-8, and our buddy Arthur Moats whipped him on a frozen field in Minnesota when they were playing outdoors while they were building the stadium there. Knocked him out. He never played again. That was it for him. He threw 11 touchdowns and 19 picks. Warren Moon wasn't bad in Seattle, threw 25 touchdowns. They went 7-7 when he started. Testaverde was terrible that year in Dallas playing for Parcells. 5-10, led the league in interceptions. And then, of course, there's Brady. George Blanda played till he was about Bradshaw's age right now, but he was a kicker at that point in his career. Where is he from again, Donnie? Youngwood, Pennsylvania. You ever go to Youngwood, Pennsylvania? They have big signs there that say the home of George Blanda. If they don't, get them in Youngwood, please.
I mean, if you're leaving Greensburg and you have to get on, like, Route 70.
Dedicate
Youngwood's
fields to the man there. There should be a tavern. That's the George Blanda Bar with his...
There should be a statue. Maybe there is somewhere.
That's right.
But I feel like it's got to be there right next to the sign.
Yes, absolutely. There should be more Blanda recognition out there in Youngwood. The people of Youngwood, what are you doing? Someone run for mayor in Youngwood, and your ticket should be, I'm going to honor George Blanda the way that he deserves it. Anyways, Aaron Rodgers might as well be George Blanda. He's 41 years old. So Bradshaw is like, what? At 41, you're kowtowing to a guy. He ain't 35 anymore. Only one man in history won at 41. That was Brady. If you think that Aaron Rodgers is just like Tom Brady, call in and tell me that. 412-928-9370. And then the other thing Bradshaw's synonymous with is winning. He knows winners because he was one. He won 4 Super Bowls. He was the MVP of 2. He's one of the great big game quarterbacks in NFL history. You know who's not? Aaron Rodgers. Which speaks to, again, the puzzling, quizzical nature of this infatuation that Mike Tomlin has with Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers beat Mike Tomlin in the Super Bowl. We often, when we talk about Mike Tomlin's big game struggles, we circle back to that game because ever since Super Bowl 45, it's been way downhill. He's been like a fat man on a sled going downhill since that game. Rolling through the snow. He's won 3 playoff games. He lost the next year to Tim Tebow. Losing record as a quarter. Mike Tomlin has a winning record. No, he doesn't. Not in the playoffs. That's the one season where he does not have a winning record or even a non-losing record. He's under 500 now. So since 2010, Mike Tomlin's teams have sucked. Well, not sucked. They just haven't gotten over the hump. And the same thing's true of Aaron Rodgers. Since he beat the Steelers in the Super Bowl, he's 7-9 in the playoffs. He's 7-9. He's 2-5 on the road in the playoffs. Something tells me the Steelers are not going to host a home playoff game for the first time since 2020 and 2025. I don't think Aaron Rodgers shows up here and they beat out the Ravens and Bengals for first place unless Lamar Jackson retires and Joe Burrow gets hurt. 2-5 on the playoffs since he beat the Steelers. He's thrown 9 interceptions in those 7 games. That's a lot for Rodgers. That's more than an interception a game. He's got the NFL record for the lowest interception rate in NFL history. You know what that tells me? The big game nerves get to him. The pressure gets to him. He knows he's supposed to win. Something happens, he can't get it done. So I've been perplexed by this. I've gotten angry about this. You can hear it in Bradshaw's voice. I think Bradshaw, regardless of how things ended with Chuck Noll, which not good, and people call him a phony, people that have been around him, and the way that he didn't pay respect to Art and Dan, obviously, still sticks in the craw of a lot of older Steelers fans. I understand and get all that. I don't really see how that's relevant to this, though. Unless you think that Terry Bradshaw just hates the Steelers and now disagrees with or wants to attack everything they do, but we've got ample proof and evidence of other things he said that don't back that up. So I'd love to get your thoughts on what Bradshaw said, and if you agree with the old man. He said it's a joke. The guy needs to stay in California and chew on bark. Do you agree with Bradshaw? Do you want to crush and call out the greatest quarterback in Steelers history and tell him to shut his mouth and that he's wrong? 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. You'll hear some of Donnie's thoughts. You'll hear some great callers. One caller went crazy on this topic today. You'll hear that coming back. 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Snyder & Associates fan text line, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Hit it, Don.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Quite a comeback for your Buccos last night. A 7-run eighth inning for Pittsburgh. They won the game 9-6 against the Diamondbacks. They trailed 6-0 after 4. Brian Reynolds, a monster night, 4 for 4. He had the go-ahead 3-run home run. Henry Davis, a couple of hits, including a home run. Pirates try to take the series this afternoon. A 3:40 first pitch in Arizona. Paul Skeens gets the ball. You can hear the game on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you, Donald. Let's talk right now about Mike's Beer Bar. What a place to watch all the sports action. Meet me at Mike's. Mike's Beer Bar, 80 rotating taps of local craft beer. Beer from around the area, the tremendous microbreweries, the great places where you can go and enjoy a beer produced and made right here in Pittsburgh. But they also have beers from around the world. Hundreds of beers, 500 beers. Bottles, cans, you name it, take them to go with you. I took a 4-pack to go when I left there on Sunday. And they got all the games on, hockey playoffs, basketball playoffs, and the Buccos. So meet me at Mike's today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Do you yell at your radio when listening to us because you think you can do a better job?
Oh, come on, I can do what you guys do.
You call in and try to prove you know more than us.
This is garbage, guys. Let's get it together here.
Well, we have an opportunity for you to try and prove once and for all that you're better than us. We're looking for the next host to add to our roster with our Next Up on the Fan Talent Search. We'll be going to multiple locations this summer and picking 2 winners from each spot, with one final winner being added to our team. Join us for your first opportunity on Thursday, June 5th from 7 to 9 p.m. at the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department. For more details, including locations, visit 937thefan.com. It's our Next Up on the Fan Talent Search from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa, the pros that know AC parts inside and out. Maybe it was Tyrese Halliburton's dad. John Halliburton was allowed in the building last night for the first time since he was banned for talking trash in the first round. He had a very positive influence on his son, apparently, who had 32 points, 15 assists, and 0 turnovers in the Pacers' Game 4 win over the Knicks. Halliburton has been good all postseason. Last night, he was dominant. Like it or not, there's a great chance the elder Halliburton is going to be part of our lives heading into the NBA Finals. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC, used with permission.
Did you know there are more ways than ever to save with Allstate? Like adding more cars to your policy means you could save more. Same with bundling home and auto. More savings. Oh, and staying safe on the road? Ding, ding, ding. You guessed it. More savings. So check Allstate first, and you could save more today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Potential savings and prices vary, including based on how you buy. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card over 15 days. Credits end in balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVay. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVay Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVay's your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVay offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVay, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVay or go to callmcvay.com to schedule an appointment online.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
The Memorial Day Super Sale at Shorkey Toyota Pittsburgh offers up brand new 24 Toyota Tacomas with low 1.99% financing for 48 months. Hundreds of great deals, plus up to $500 more for your trade. Come celebrate the red, white, and new locations in the North Hills and now Greensburg. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Pittsburgh's #1 volume Toyota dealer, ShorkeyToyotaPittsburgh.com. Call 1-855-410-4036 for complete details on all offers and terms.
Got junk? TwoMenAndAJunkTruck.com.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Tyler Kennedy joins in 15. Tyler Kennedy is going to be part of our Fan 5 Alarm Marathon event. I guess the schedule is going to leak out little by little. It's like the NFL announcing their international games ahead of the actual schedule release. Are we going to have somebody at the Fan like Nelly is going to leak the entire schedule for the 26 hours, Don? Before Craig wants it out? Josh Yohe writing about the rock and a hard place the Penguins find themselves in. So we'll ask TK about that. Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Before we get to our calls, did you hear Mark in Brentwood with Joe on Aaron Rodgers? Donnie, did you happen to catch that?
No, I did not.
I like these moments because I view you as not only a growing talk show host, someone that has a bright future as a talker, but you also have experience producing. So that requires you to have a good sense for what's good and what's bad. And you also grew up listening to the station. So I think you're a perfect person to have listened to this and critique this exchange between Starkey, Limits, and a caller from today on Aaron Rodgers.
Let's go to Mark in Brentwood. He's been holding patiently. He wants to talk about Aaron Rodgers.
I've actually never called your show, and I want to lead off with this question. Respectfully, has anyone ever mentioned that your takes are about as exciting as a wet fart?
Wait, who's he talking to there, Joe or
Yes,
Limits?
I think Joe. So that's the start of this. What do you make of it so far?
I mean, he came hot out of the gate. Mark in Brentwood calls us a lot.
I like Mark in Brentwood. He's never done that to us. We've never gotten the wet fart treatment. But now I feel bad because I like Mark, but I also like Joe, and I feel like I'm stuck in the middle here.
How did Joe respond? Do you have that?
Yes.
Because
No.
I find him to be so.
No, but you
however,
just did.
I agree with
yeah.
you.
You just did, though. Yeah.
Unfortunately, I have to agree with you on the Aaron Rodgers situation as what are we doing here? It's like we're competing for 1A and 1B when why can't we just let Mason cook for a year? Like, he's never gotten a fair shake.
Mason can't cook, you jackass.
So that doesn't happen if Mark doesn't say that his opinions are like that of a wet fart. That was, you said he was hot out of the gate. That's fighting fire with fire right there. The gloves are off. This is like a hockey game that starts like the Four Nations game between the U.S. and Canada with a fight right off the opening puck drop, right? I mean, that's what this is so far.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you go with Joe like that, he's already going to be on edge.
So as the producer,
ready,
how
ready
are you if your limit's in this spot, how are you feeling so far? We're about 30 seconds into this conversation. Do you think it needs to be put to bed right here, or would you like to see where it goes?
I would like to see where it goes.
We've got your takes are a wet fart, and Joe says that this guy's Mark's Rudolph take makes him a jackass.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to worry unless a truly bad thing is said where the dump button needs to be used.
Okay.
You think so?
Yeah, not against real teams, I don't think. Is he still there?
Yeah, he's still there.
Oh, no, go ahead.
No, I find it incredulous to say that he can cook if he's coached, right?
You find it what?
I mean, incredulous
Oh,
to say that
it's
he can
it's
coach
incrinculent.
if he coach right.
Why are you calling the show? I don't understand.
Well, because I found myself shockingly agreeing with you this morning by thinking to myself, he's not wrong on this situation. We don't want Rodgers. I mean, that's going to lead to, like you said, a 9-8 season, maybe a blowout in the first round of playoffs. Why not just give Mason, let him be coached, let him play. Let's go to the next year.
Okay. Normally when I call somebody and talk to them for the first time, I don't insult them at first, but apparently you do.
Well, no, and I have to say respectfully, I find your takes as exciting as a wet fart.
That's a good comeback. I think Mark held his own here very well. And you could even hear it in Joe's voice, like he felt a little bit bad that he called him a jackass. The wind kind of was taken out of his sails. He didn't hear the usual piss and vinegar from Starkey in these on-air fights,
Yeah, because I think Mark kept his composure. He didn't get too worked up like some callers may get.
Yeah, when Joe called him a jackass, Mark could have tried to up the ante there and come back with a name call. But he took it in stride.
We got somebody on the text line. Joe Snarky has filed hurt feelings report.
Really good.
That's good. I think you coming out and just, calling him a jackass was pretty combative.
He is a jackass. What's his
Why?
name?
What's his name?
Why? How would you like it if somebody called you and said your takes are as good as wet farts?
Austin has a weird he seems to pick the side of the callers over Joe all the time in these feuds. That can't sit well with Starkey, that he keeps doing that. It's like you could tell Austin feels in those moments like if he were in Joe's shoes, he would handle the situation differently and probably better. Do you get that sense? I hear that in his voice.
I don't know if he does it every time.
Like he's saying there that he would not have escalated things and brought it to the jackass level. He would not have punched down, is what I hear there. Like he's blaming Joe almost for it.
And Joe did
when the guy called up and said the guy called up and said usually your takes are as exciting as wet farts. I mean, honestly, the guy didn't deserve any at that point. Like if Starkey just hangs up and says, "All right, you child, never call back again," I think he would have been justified in that spot. Like if you're just going around and you're not expecting that you're going to get into a fight with somebody on the air and someone says, "Hey Donnie, your takes sound like wet farts," are you going to be in a pleasant mood to continue that conversation with the person? I'm not.
Yeah, probably not. I don't think Austin likes when the strong language gets used.
Oh, he is. Well, he's very spiritual and religious. That might be why. I don't think those words were thrown around at home that much as a kid.
And said your takes are as good as wet farts.
Well, I would laugh at it at first and then probably yell at the guy.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, that's that. So overall, you're gonna err on the side of that was good radio.
Yeah.
If you're Craig, are you looking like that's a content? Put that clip on social media and let people chime in on it.
Yeah, or Austin probably got a text like, "Hey, make that into a promo for the show." Something like that.
Yeah, a promo that makes our hosts look bad. We run a lot of those. Have you noticed that? The Aditi promo is she knows more about football than these two nitwits. The whole promotion for Next Fan Host is, hey, our hosts suck. You think you can do better than them? Hey, do you think these idiots suck at their job? Well, here's your chance to do better. All right. That was funny. Tyler Kennedy next. Tyler's going to be a part of this event. I think this would be an appropriate time for Crowley to ask him at the 5 alarm if he feels like this is rock bottom or all downhill. You're now hanging out with Joe and me, I guess, by extension. I can't act like I'm above that. It's for a great cause. It's going to be a sick event like it was last year. It was really fun that we had so many people that were willing to donate and also so many people that volunteered time out of their day to come hang out with us and support an awesome cause, which is the volunteer fire departments in this town. All right, follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. TK is next. First, a Downey headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Edmonton, a 4-1 win against Dallas last night. The Oilers now lead that series 3-1. Florida can put away Carolina tonight. Puck drop set for 8 as the Hurricanes try to hold off elimination down 3-1. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and if you want to make your next big party or corporate event one to remember for everybody, you need to check out DriveBox. DriveBox is a mobile golf simulator. They deliver golf right to you, and it's totally turnkey. You could have long drive contests, closest to the pin. DriveBox features industry-leading technology and equipment, plus an elevated party deck. Whether your event is big or small, DriveBox has you covered. Check them out on social media at DriveBox Pittsburgh. That's Drive with a Y. DriveBox Pittsburgh.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our hosts like to talk a lot. Like, a lot. So, Thursday, June 5th through Friday, June 6th, they're doing nothing but that. It's our Fan 5-Alarm Marathon. Tune in as our hosts talk live on the air for 26.2 hours straight. Live from the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department as we raise funds for volunteer fire departments around the area. The Fans 5-Alarm Marathon. Presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by Firehouse Subs, Charles Leach Insurance, Hampton Beer Outlet, 1-800-BOARD-UP, and G.S. Jones Restoration, People's Natural Gas, Louis Anthony Jewelers, Rome Monument, and Keystone Custom Apparel. The Fans 5-Alarm Marathon, June 5th through the 6th on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip through their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
When you think of hot, you might think about that tragic time you ate too much wasabi. Or about getting into your car on a summer day when it feels more like stepping into a sauna. But heat can work in your favor, like during Verizon Red Hot Deal Days. Get hundreds of hot deals on all your favorites, like iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence, Apple Watch Series 10, and iPad. Only until May 28th for new and existing customers. Too hot? Feels like just the right amount of heat. Don't wait. These deals end May 28th, only at Verizon.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare, and I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-314-2233. 800-314-2233. 800-314-2233.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work?
you may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Baird is proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 6 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build confident financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized financial plans we create based on your unique goals and aspirations, your financial confidence is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit pittsburgh.bairdwealth.com. Robert W. Baird & Company Incorporated, member SIPC.
Hey, we're back at Jeep of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's one and only single location, family-owned and operated Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram store with Taylor Fournier.
Bob, in this world of conglomerate dealership chains, we see ourselves more like the family diner. So we guarantee a member of our family is always working for the best deal for our customers.
And that's why you remain Pittsburgh's #1 Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram lease leader.
Look, we all buy them for the same price from the manufacturer, no matter the number of locations. But because we're focused on just our one location, we can beat our competitors' best price in less time, all the time.
Tell us about your Employee Pricing Plus event going on right now.
You buy it for what we buy it for. If you need a new or certified pre-owned CJDR vehicle, bring us your competitor's best price, and we're going to beat it.
Get to Fournier's, Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard, and look for that humongous yellow Jeep in the sky, or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. The PF team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by A Quick Drain Service.
Mr. Kennedy!
Tyler Kennedy set to join us here. Penguins Stanley Cup champ. His weekly spot with us. So do we have any big reveals on the schedule for the 5-alarm marathon next week, Donnie? I'm getting the wait a second as he tries to connect with Tyler. In the meantime, we've got some Josh Yohe comments on the future of the Penguins. Also, in about 15 minutes, Paul Skeens. He pitches today. It's a Skeens day in Arizona. Pirates had a miraculous comeback last night. Did you guys hear what Skeens said after his last start regarding the trade rumors, the conversations about Kim getting tired of all the Pirates losing, the ridiculous trade packages that could be offered for him? He did talk about that. And we'll react to that as he gets ready to take the mound and hopefully finally get a win. All right, so here are the comments on the state of the Penguins and their coach search from Josh Yohe today. If you think winning again before Crosby retires isn't a big deal, you're wrong. It's a huge deal for the Penguins, as it should be. If you disagree, you should be on board with trading him this summer, but I don't think anyone in Pittsburgh really wants that. Agreed. Crosby doesn't want out, but he also wants to win. These days, he has an edginess to him that is very much associated with the playoff drought. It's torture for him. He's not all that interested in a methodical rebuild. Much like Sullivan, he's wired to win. You can't blame him for that. Tyler Kennedy joining us right now. All right, TK, if that's how Sid feels, that they got to win right now, he's not interested in a rebuild, well, how the frig how do you execute that this offseason?
One, I think that's kind of taken out of its context. Like, obviously, everybody in the NHL, from Sidney Crosby all the way down, everyone wants to win. But Sidney Crosby also knows the state of the team. And, yeah, is he pissed that we haven't got in the playoffs the last 3 years? Yes. But he also understands he's won 3 Stanley Cups, and he's had an unbelievable career where when you look at the NHL right now, no one's had more playoff games than the Pittsburgh Penguins in the last 15 years. So I think that statement and Josh kind of saying what he's saying, I think he's wrong.
So you would take umbrage with this sentence. He's not all that interested in a methodical rebuild.
Well, I think Sid knows winning a Stanley Cup in his last so many years might not be realistic, but getting into the playoffs and feeling that playoff atmosphere, I think Sid knows that's realistic, and I think Sid knows they're really not too far off getting back into the playoffs. I think if they add, say, 5 players, good quality players, I think they do get back into the playoff picture.
What are your thoughts on the Mitch Marner rumors and Dubas trying to get his old Maple Leaf player here for $12, $13 million a year and basically using all your cap space to get him here, TK?
That's a tough one because I think, we need a guy that's high-flying that can take the reins for years to come. But I think there's a lot of gaps in the bottom 6 that need to be addressed. And when you look what a really good third and fourth line guy bring, they're not signing for $750 or $1 million anymore. They're up there at $4 or $5 million now.
Yeah, you're not getting Matt Cullen for $800,000 anymore, is what you're saying, basically.
Exactly. So to put all your eggs in one basket, that'd be tough. And I think he has to have learned a little bit from the Carlson trade when you start signing those guys to those, $13, $11, $10 million contracts. They really handcuffed you on building a team like the rest of the team. And, obviously the Edmonton Oilers have their 2 guys that are really carrying them through playoffs and they can run with them. But we're talking about Connor McDavid and, Draisaitl. That was Sidney Crosby of Getty Malkin 10 years ago. They can put a team on their back, and I'm not saying they can't, and I still think Sid can win a game single-handedly, but I don't think you can have that many guys making that much money win you a Stanley Cup. I think you have to spread the wealth throughout your lineup to have a good, solid lineup. And I think the dynamic of the Pittsburgh Penguins needs to change. It can't be that two-handed monster anymore. It's got to be more of a complete team. When I look at, when you look at the Carolina Hurricanes, they're very spread out and they're very level throughout all 4 lines. All 4 lines play, all 4 lines contribute, all 4 lines get a lot of ice. Mm-hmm. And they don't have those 1 or 2 guys that are making double of pretty much everyone else. And when you think of the Florida Panthers, they're going to run into this too next year. I don't think they're going to be able to afford a guy like Sam Bennett.
Yep.
And who would you rather give $10 or $12 million to? A Sam Bennett, a guy who's got some dog in him, a guy that will rip your head off to win a game, or a Mitch Marner who has so much adversity about his playoff performance and how he doesn't play with that sandpaper you need, that dog you need to win Stanley Cup games.
Yep. I
think I'm going Sam Bennett all day long, just from bringing guys into the fight. When you think of guys that win, from my Stanley Cup team, there's guys that drag you into the battle, like a Max Talbot, a Matt Cook, guys, a Brooks Orpik, that if nothing's going on in the game, they are going to catch someone with their head down, and it's going to turn the game upside down, and then you have no choice but to get that dog in you and get into line, because if you're not going to be successful on the team. So I'm not sure if that Mitch Marner's the right move for the Pittsburgh Penguins. I think we've had enough conversations that we need to bring a guy like a Sam Bennett, some sandpaper in the top 6. I think we've been missing that. I think we need one tough guy in the bottom 6. Look at the playoffs right now. All the teams that are in, they all have 3 or 4 really good sandpaper guys, from the Marchands to the Sam Bennett's to their fourth line that has sandpaper. I think it's hard to say his name. That Gredrich or whatever. He's like tough as nails. Then they got Greer. They have like guys that are really tough. Their defense are big. Then you go on the other side, Carolina. They have a big, heavy team, but they're getting pushed around by a tougher team. Then you go west, you got Dallas. Dallas got, Jamie Benn. They have guys that bring sandpaper. Then you look at the Edmonton Oilers. They got Evander Kane. They have Darnell Nurse. Sandpaper is what pushes you over the line in those 50-50 games when guys like that are willing to lay it on the line and do whatever it takes to win games. So, again, the Mitch Marner might be, in my opinion, the wrong pick for the Pittsburgh Penguins.
Tyler Kennedy, we'll talk again next week. TK, you're the best. Appreciate it, brother.
Thanks, boys.
You bet. Coming up next, a little Bucko pregame. First pitch is in an hour. It's a Paul Skeens day. Did you hear what he said about his future in Pittsburgh after his last start? Let's react to it together next. But first, a quick timeout, and we're right back. It's the PM Team.
Chris Muller here for Awaken 180 weight loss. And when you lose weight with Awaken 180, that isn't the only benefit. Weighing less and having that number on the scale be smaller. Obviously, that's a big part of it. That's maybe the main part of it for many people. But the side benefits when I lost 35 pounds were so much better than I could have possibly imagined. Yes, all my old clothes that used to not fit, they fit again. And so save money on the old-fashioned budget, but my joints felt better. This was probably the single biggest one. I was sleeping so much better, almost immediately, definitely within the first week on Awaken 180 weight loss, and that only improved. It felt so much better in terms of having energy compared to when I had all that weight packed on. Those are just a couple of the benefits that went way beyond weight loss when I actually lost the weight with Awaken 180. If you want to experience those very same benefits, the opportunity is right there for you. Check out what makes Awaken 180 different, what makes Awaken 180 the long-term solution for weight loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tyler Kennedy, brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, your hometown roofing experts.
Summer savings are here at Going Gone by Dick's Sporting Goods. Score up to 70% off styles from top brands like Nike, Adidas, Jordan, Kalia, and more. Discover new markdowns and arrivals every week. Hurry in and save big on summer styles at your Going Gone.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you, too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
The Washington Wild Things return to EQT Park Friday, May 30th through Sunday, June 1st with a Fireworks Friday presented by PBR, a sock giveaway presented by WCTPA, and Mascotapalooza on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday. WashingtonWildThings.com for tickets.
Firehouse Subs, your home for hot, hearty, toasted subs for a limited time. Firehouse Subs is bringing their iconic hook and ladder sub to the next level, featuring 2 Hot Ones sauces. Zesty garlic hook and ladder. This sub packs the flavor with Hot Ones garlic Fresno hot sauce and the spicy dill hook and ladder featuring the Last Dab pickle, a dill pickle plank marinated in Hot Ones. The Last Dab Reaper hot sauce. Hosting an event from box lunches to platters, Firehouse Catering can handle any size event. Download the Firehouse app and skip the line or get it delivered.
The Tacos and Tequila Festival hits Pittsburgh for the first time June 28th at EQT Park, featuring Lil Jon, Chingy, Trick Daddy, Petey Pablo, and more. Craft margaritas, tacos, Lucha Libre Wrestling, exotic cars, and so much more. Get your tickets now at tacosandtequilafestival.com.
The Peace Lily is so last year.
Hey, has anyone worked with fiddlenecks?
Shelby's popular flower shop is in full bloom.
We just got a request for an arrangement that evokes air. Who's up for that challenge? No?
She needs to hire a floral designer to nip foliage faux pas in the bud.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Barry Wargenis here from the Gateway Clipper. Your destination for live music starts aboard the all-new Clipper Concert Series. Sailing select Sundays this summer. Reggae, rock, jazz, and more. For full concert lineup, visit gatewayclipper.com. Must be over 21.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $199 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $235 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires June 2nd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm LGKG. My dad taught me that a handshake is an oath. I've taken that oath seriously as an injury lawyer fighting for the people of this region. If you've been injured, I want to talk to you personally. Call me. I'll call you back. 724-658-8535.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. In stock units only. Offers at 5/31/25. Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai with Memorial Day savings all month long. Drive the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe SE or Tucson SE. Both available with financing as low as 2.99% for 48 months. Or receive up to $2,000 in rebates. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Hamlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Precision Pointing and Restoration. Free estimates, no money down. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Paul Skeens, one of the best road pitchers in baseball history, takes the mound this afternoon against the Diamondbacks. 3:40 first pitch. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, more PM Team.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Beeks delivers. Swing, fly ball, deep left field. Reynolds has tagged this one. Pirates in the lead. Oh, there's trouble brewing in the desert. Here's the 2-2 coming. Swing and a foul tip struck him out. David Bednar with 2 strikeouts in a 1-2-3 ninth inning. The Pirates complete a 6-run comeback. 9 unanswered runs. They beat the Diamondbacks 9-6 tonight.
Cacophony of boos there in the desert. The Pirates picked up their 20th win of the year, 20-36. Joe Block still with the gusto and the enthusiasm, even though it's a last-place team that looks like it's headed nowhere. Loves something the way Joe Block loves baseball. Like, I picture him in a room smoking a cigarette watching Ken Burns baseball documentaries by himself and just having the time of his life. Little Bucko pregame here at the 50-minute mark, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Weather in Phoenix, 95 degrees right now, a high of 101 today, but this game will be played indoors. That's your fan weather check, brought to you by the Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. All right, last Friday, Skeens pitched at home against the Brewers. And after the game, he talked to Jason Mackey. Now, Jason is going to join us, or not join us, but Jason will host tonight after us at 6. And I'm sure he'll have more to say about this. But this was not your typical post-game conversation where it was about how he performed against the Brewers and how his fastball and splinker looked in command of his pitches. It was a conversation about the topic that's on everybody's minds, which is not only all the trade scuttlebutt, but just how Paul Skeens is handling the amount of losing that's going on here and the sorry state of the Pittsburgh Pirates. So Jason was kind enough, and his comments were all over his Twitter account and on the Post-Gazette's website. We have some clips here of Paul Skeens talking about all of the trade fodder. And here is the first one from Skeens on what his goal is, what his objective is right now, how he feels about the Pirates and his relationship with the Pirates currently.
Basically, I'm here. I might as well give it everything I have. I mean, when I got drafted, I came in with the intention World Series here, and that hasn't changed. So I don't think my days are here numbered by any means. So I'm not looking, that far in advance. I'm looking, a year, 2 years, that kind of thing in advance about the organization, just how to make it better, how to win here. So it doesn't make any difference with the talks. I'm not going to go anywhere, I don't think, and got to figure out how to continue to improve this place.
All right, so he still has, if you take him at his word, his energy is being applied to turning the Pirates into contenders again. And I think he is a dude who probably is where his feet are. Skeens is not on social media at all. He's not online. I think when you're online and that's your life and you subject yourself or you're privy to the firestorm, everything that's being said about you, it can be all-encompassing and all-consuming. And if you're, it's like the algorithms, Donnie. Algorithms are just so huge these days. There was a Netflix documentary. Did you watch it about how they basically designed Facebook and Twitter to get you to death scroll and never stop? And it's like these millions of dollars being pumped into, probably billions of dollars being pumped into the people, the scientists who create and devise the app to get you to be addicted to it. You seen that?
What's that one called?
I don't know the name of it. It's one of those things where I am watching sports on my tablet or phone, and Amanda was watching that, so I would see bits and pieces of it. So he doesn't do that. So he doesn't see the Jeff Passan comments and the Ken Rosenthal comments and the perspective or projected trades about him. And I think that's showing some maturity that's beyond his years and also being very unlike his peers. I mean, think about Jared Jones, for example. Jared Jones finds out what Greg Brown said about his rehab or his injury on our show, and minutes later, his dad is commenting about it on social media. So Skeens doesn't live in that world, which is also ironic because that is the way his girlfriend has become a celebrity. It's all social media related. She's monetized Instagram and things like that, and that's how she became one of the biggest faces in college sports over the last few years, a bigger celebrity than Skeens. So he said, I'm here to win a World Series in Pittsburgh. That's his goal. He's not looking way down the road. I mean, he implied there, implicit in that is he basically, you could tell he is not a dummy. He wasn't born yesterday. He probably understands that he's in Pittsburgh without, he's not going to be in Pittsburgh beyond this current contract. He's not going to sign an extension with them. So he's talking about future, meaning a year or two from now, and trying to get this turned around in the next year or two. And I don't think everybody would look at it that way. I know I wouldn't. And I know we all put ourselves in Skeens' shoes when he lost that complete game in Philadelphia, and we saw him staring mindlessly towards the field watching the Phillies celebrate I can't believe I just lost this game where I pitched my ass off, and this is I'm projecting onto him sitting there thinking or standing there thinking, this is what it's come to. This is my lot in professional baseball right now to play for this sorry-ass team. But it sounds like he actually still kind of believes that they can turn it around. Now, I don't think Jason asked him about, the team spending and doing more to build around him. We do have Skeens on handling losing, because that's another one I'm interested in. This team stinks. It loses most nights. It's a long season. It's 6 months. We're a third of the way through it. You've got another 100 games of losing ahead of you. How does Paul Skeens, a guy that won a College World Series right before he got to Pittsburgh, who left Air Force to go win, how is he handling playing for a team that stinks?
It's not the first time I've encountered losing. When I was at Air Force, it was a tough freshman year, and then we came back and won the conference my sophomore year. This kind of reminds me of that. So we have to we just have to figure it out, basically. I have ideas and talking to people and all that, but at the end of the day, our job is to win. And so I've learned a lot this year, because if we're losing, we're not making the playoffs, and I'm not learning, then it's a wasted year, and I'm not going to let that happen.
Hearing him say that it reminds him of when Air Force was bad, and then the next year they came back and won the conference championship, does speak to a level of optimism that I would not possess if I were him. And I think that's because I've seen the Pirates squander and blunder and not do a lot of winning in my lifetime. And so that's not his life experience. That's mine. And so I don't think he has yet, it sounds like, the prevailing pessimism that sets in for most Pirates fans, where they think they are a Murphy's Law franchise, where bad things happen to them. A lot of the bad things that happen are of their own doing, are of their own creation, and it's super hard to overcome that. But, he's, the tone is not like energetic or, like I don't hear if I didn't speak English and I'm just hearing his tone, I would not think he's saying uplifting things or encouraging things about the team, but those are the words he's picking. So we have one more here. This is Skeens, because you heard him reference like finding ways to change this and end this onslaught of losing and turn the franchise around, and he said he had some thoughts on how to do that. So here he is getting more detailed and descriptive on that, or being asked to do that.
Little stuff here and there. It's kind of one of those things where you don't know what you don't know, and so I'm learning a lot about, and I shouldn't say that I'm taking it all on and change everything, because that's not the case. Like, we have a locker room full of big leaguers who know how to play the game, so just got to get back to that.
Yeah, but I want him to take it on. Yeah, his responsibility first and foremost is to be the best pitcher that Paul Skeens can possibly be. And see, if you're not a good pitcher, if you're Tommy Pham right now and you haven't, Tommy Pham doesn't have an extra base hit in May. He's played the entire month. He doesn't have a double, triple, or home run. He doesn't have a home run all year. Okay, so spare me that Tommy Pham is some, emotional leader or some guy that everyone gets held accountable by. When you stink, you can't do that. No one takes you seriously. Paul Skeens leads by example because he's one of the best pitchers in baseball. And he's the face of the franchise. So I want him to take on that role. I want him to feel like, yeah, we've got a room full of big leaguers, but I'm the biggest big leaguer here. A lot of these other guys are young and not good yet, may never be. And there's a ton of dudes in the room who are past their prime. Adam Frazier, Tommy Pham, I don't really care what they have to say about like what needs to be changed here. It's his team. Robbie Smokowski, who I'm a huge fan of, when he sat down with us on opening day, his thought was, and I agreed with him on this, he wants to see some A.J. Burnett and Paul Skeens. And Burnett was in his mid-30s when he came here, and his attitude was, this is how we should be doing things. Like, I don't know if you've heard this story, Donnie, but one of the things I heard about Burnett, I think this was 2012, so the year before they broke through and made the playoffs. He almost got into a fight with a dude in the Pirates clubhouse who was like having an assistant in the clubhouse go back and forth to get NFL stats during a Pirates game on a Sunday because he wanted to see how his fantasy team was doing. And Burnett got wind of this and like went ape bleep on the guy. Like that's the kind of Skeens I want. I want the Skeens who like is going to put his foot down and say my opinion carries weight and what I say goes here, and I might be only 23 or 24 years old, but I know winning baseball and I know losing baseball. So
I think that's why Burnett was such a beloved figure.
Yeah.
I mean, I've told you guys time and time again that the dude played here for 3 years.
And we act like he was here for 30 years.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to rank like top 5 favorite Pirates of mine during my lifetime, he's on there without question. Played here for 3 years.
I mean, did you hear that and think, you know what, this guy isn't yet completely distraught over and cynical of just being a Pirate?
When I hear Paul Skeens speak, it does give me a little bit of peace, I guess, as a Pirates fan of like, this guy isn't racing to get out of here. Maybe he should be, because the team does frustrate almost every time he pitches, and we're going to see again today if they could actually support what he goes out there to do, which his last couple of starts, he has looked like the Paul Skeens of 2024.
Yep.
But every time he talks, it does actually sound genuine, like, yeah, he wants to win here. He wants to do something here that we haven't seen for almost 50 years.
And more importantly, it sounds like he still thinks it's actually possible, which is the crazy part. Like, I would expect he would see the moves that got made or didn't get made this offseason and would think to himself, I don't really believe this team's that serious about winning. So I am wasting my time here.
Oh, there's trouble brewing in the desert.
No trouble brewing with Paul Skeens, apparently. It is remarkable how Block can get that excited about a team that's 16 games under 500, but that's what they're paying him to do, I guess. But I told you when I did minor league baseball, I was like that. And those games really don't count. And I was acting like I was calling Game 7 of the World Series. Maybe that's why I wasn't that good at it. Maybe that's why I'm here. Maybe that there was too much excitement for me. Maybe I didn't have that je ne sais quoi, that it factor that like the guy that does the Greensboro games has. Although I think he might be done. I think our going, gone guy might be done. I think he might have gotten blown out of there.
That's a shame.
Sadly.
One of the best home run calls in all of baseball.
Ever. Did you hear Bechtold's call yesterday?
No.
The walk-off for Indiana, who finally won a Whitfield baseball championship. I guess that had never happened. Did you know that? They were mired in a drought, having never won one. And they had an 11th inning walk-off. So I don't know what radio network would this have been on?
I mean, it could have been with Trib Live.
Trib Live? Would they hire somebody like Austin?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I'm just curious. I don't know. Let's hear it and see what we think of it.
2-1 to Manzi, who skies it deep into right field. Charlie Manzi, back track wall. Charlie Manzi walks it off and plays hero. The long wait is over. The Indiana Indians, for the first time, are WPIAL baseball champions thanks to their hero Manzi.
I've got a big-time critique right off the bat. Whoever
it might be the same thing.
Whoever their engineer is needs to like change the levels there on his mic compared to the crowd
Yeah,
mic.
the crowd
you can't
completely
hear him.
drowns him out.
You have to expect and anticipate that you're going to have at some point here, as a tie game late in the game, some frenzied moments. You want the crowd because it adds to the moment, but you can't have it to the point where you really can't discern or hear what Austin's saying. He can't put that on a career resume reel because you can't hear it.
Yeah, I mean, my only critique of him, now, I don't know if there was a way in his headset to hear quite how loud the crowd is, because you can't always tell when you're in that moment. If he lets it breathe a hair, like he
let the crowd take it over and then come back.
You hear like the ambiance of the PA announcer in the background, and then
fill in the blanks of who hit it and like what it meant and everything else. Like you just say, it's over, Indiana wins, and then let the crowd take over for a little bit there, and then come back with the Whitfield stat and the guy who hit the home run. I agree with that.
Because it's a good call.
That's a very good point. You know what that is? That's called constructive criticism right there. You're not ripping them. You're just saying, in a scenario like this, better to do it that way. I agree.
Because it's a good call, but
you can't
like
appreciate
you said,
the
now
call.
You can't put it anywhere because
Yes.
you're hearing the crowd and nothing
Right.
but the crowd. Like you can kind of hear his voice, but it's a lot of crowd.
Yeah. I'm with you on that. Home run, game over, Indiana wins. Let the crowd come in and take you for a little bit, and then come back with the stats. That's Lanny rubbing off on you right there. You know what you should do as a side job? You should have aspiring play-by-play people in Pittsburgh send you their tapes, and you should give them feedback on it.
I'm not
You should
good
start a
enough for
website.
that.
What do you mean? You consume a ton of sports. You've done it. people respect you. I don't see why. I mean, I think, frankly, like if a college wanted to hire you as an adjunct professor, let's say, and teach a class in sports broadcasting, I think you could. I think you're selling yourself short. Because think about it. You just came up with that idea in real time, and it was brilliant. And now Austin's texting me probably to, like, bitch about how we're, like, being unfair to him. So keep that in mind.
No, I mean, I like the call. It's just unfortunate that the crowd.
But he needs to notice that or recognize that might happen and plan accordingly. Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates fan text line. Person in your law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Little Bucko pregame. They take the mound or take the field in Arizona at 3:40, including Paul Skeens. A GM of a big league team and a former Pirates employee wrote an article today with Paul Skeens' trade packages. Do any of these intrigue you? We'll go over them next, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates with a historic comeback last night, down 6-0 after 4. They score 7 times in the 8th. Brian Reynolds, a monster night. The go-ahead 3-run home run. He was 4 for 4 in the win. Henry Davis, a couple of hits, including a home run. Pirates tried to take the series against the Diamondbacks today at 3:40. You can hear that game on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Paul Skeens gets the ball for Pittsburgh. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and I want to tell you all about the BetParx Sportsbook and online casino app. And you can bet the pro basketball playoffs tonight. You can live bet them as well. Bet player points, assists, rebounds, much more. Bet the game as you watch all the action. And you can bet Bucks baseball all season long as well. Bet the pitcher's number of strikeouts. You can bet hits, home runs, RBI, and more. Live betting, it's just better on the BetParx app. But whether your favorite team wins or not, there's always another way to win on the BetParx Sportsbook and online casino app. You can play your favorite casino games right in the palm of your hand with live dealers. Games like blackjack, craps, poker, and more, plus hot online slots. New users get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Go to BetParx.com, download the app right now, and enjoy all the action and excitement from the casino at your fingertips. You must be 21 and in PA, New Jersey, Maryland, or Michigan for BetParx. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParx. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Fisher Investments. 32 points, 12 rebounds, 15 assists, 0 turnovers for Tyrese Halliburton in Game 4 with the Knicks last night. Nobody has had that combo of stats in the postseason without a giveaway since the league began tracking turnovers in 1977. I don't know how you can have the ball so much in such a physical, important game and not make a mistake. I'm Andrew Bogish.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
And Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
When the call comes in, firefighters must be ready to respond. Same is true for their equipment. Glick Fire Equipment Company is a proud family-owned company based here in Pennsylvania. They provide fire trucks, ambulances, and emergency response vehicles in your town. With facilities across Pennsylvania, Glick Fire Equipment Company keeps your area's trucks serviced and ready for the next call. Glick Fire Equipment salutes all first responders across our great Commonwealth. Visit glickfire.com to learn more. That's glickfire.com.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
Get off the couch and get moving. Two Men and a Truck Pittsburgh is hiring movers and drivers now. If problem solving and making people happy is who you are, we want you on our team. Visit careers.twomen.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I just want to play whatever the
Little Bucko pregame here. We're about 20 minutes away from Paul Skeens making another start. He's only 3-5 with a 2.36 ERA. It's a damn shame with an ERA in the low twos that he only has 3 wins a third of the way through the season. So he's on pace this year to go 9-15, to lose 15 times as a Pirates starting pitcher. One of the great road pitchers of all time. His ERA's in the ones. Listen to Starkey every Wednesday with Pop to hear about the Starkey Card of the Week from Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. I went out and saw the Skeens MLB debut patch card at the Big Dick's the other day. That was auctioned off. A kid found it on Christmas Day, I think, and got it at auction. Did the Dick's Corporation for over $1 million, and they put it on display here in Pittsburgh. I've said a few times lately that I want to get back into collecting. I think Skeens is a good place to start collecting Skeens cards because he's obviously extremely popular now, and if he goes to a team like the Dodgers or Yankees with their fan base, those cards will get even more cherished and valuable, especially if he keeps pitching out of his mind. But I just don't know where to start with this stuff. That's my issue. Like, I need someone to hold my hand through it. Like, before, it was so, you just buy a bunch of packs. You get one of those magazines at the drugstore that you'd search it and it'd tell you how much each card was worth. You'd look up like 1990 tops and they'd have every card listed and you'd match the number on the back of the card, find it on the list, and then it would tell you roughly how much it was worth. Is that before your time doing that, Donnie? Where you had hard copy books, not the internet, magazines actually, not books, that they'd have at newsstands like Sports Illustrated, ESPN, the magazine, and it was just a card collecting magazine that told you how much everything was worth.
I don't remember those. I mean, I had cards, but I was never like, oh, I'm going to collect these just to see what they would be worth.
So you didn't have binders of cards?
Oh, no, I have binders of cards, but I can't remember if in my childhood they had the magazines that
I'm talking
told
about.
You, specifically what they would be worth.
Jim Bowden, who used to work in the Pirates front office and went on to be the Reds GM and is now on MLB Network Radio, he's come on our show before. He's actually Pomp's buddy from college. Wrote an article today. Pirates don't want to trade Paul Skeens, but they'd have to weigh these prospect packages. Cherington said it ain't happening, but again, what if they get calls? Bowden said to land Skeens in a trade, it would take parting with an uncomfortable amount of young talent, and beyond that, perhaps require an overpay for the Pirates to even consider it. So he proposed trades from the Cubs, Dodgers, Red Sox, Tigers, and Mets. The Cubs package, pitcher Cade Horton, third baseman Matt Shaw, outfielder Kevin Alcantara, shortstop Juan Tomas. I don't really know any of those guys. Bowden, the Pirates would acquire Horton, the Cubs' top pitching prospect, who would immediately go into their rotation. He'd have an extra year of control than Skeens. Shaw could move to second base. Alcantara could be promoted to the majors to play left field. And Tomas is a 17-year-old prospect who could develop into a shortstop. That is not enough for me to trade Paul Skeens for that package. There's not one, I don't know, Don. You'd have to look it up for me. Where does Horton rank on the list of top 100 prospects right now? Is he top 10? He's the Cubs' top pitching prospect, but if the best player I'm getting back in that deal is a top 30 prospect or top 50 prospect for Skeens, that's a ridiculously low package to accept if that's the big name in it. Dodgers proposed package. He's 35, says Donnie. Yep, sorry. That's a no. Catcher Dalton Rushing. Yeah, just what this team needs, another catcher. Andy Pagas, we've seen him play. Outfielder. Left-handed pitcher Jackson Ferris. And right-handed pitcher Landon Knack, who pitched for the Dodgers the other day and pitched for them in the playoffs last year. Rushing would be their long-term answer at catcher, says Bowden. And Pagas would be their solution in left field. Ferris isn't ready for the majors yet, but he has the stuff to become a top-of-the-rotation starter. And Knack would go into the Pirates' rotation right away. But again, there's no big prospect there. Where's Rushing, the Dodgers catcher, on the list of prospects, Donnie? Here's the interesting
15.
one. 15. Okay, but still, you've got catchers. One of them better be good. Bart, Davis, or Rodriguez. Red Sox proposed package from Bowden, Roman Anthony, Franklin Arias, Justin Gonzalez, Luis Perales. Anthony is the top prospect in all of baseball. You get a middle infielder in Arias, a power bat in Gonzalez. Yeah, that's still underwhelming. Tigers outfielder Max Clark. I remember the Pirates were interested in drafting him out of high school. Shortstop Bryce Rayner. You know what? I'm done reading these. These are all coming. I'm looking at the Mets list. I know their organization. These are one great prospect in there, a couple of good prospects, and a flyer. 4 players for 1. Just like the Garrett Cole trade was 4 for 1. These are not knock your socks off. Even though you love Paul Skeens, you can't say no to these trades. So if this is the best Bowden thinks contending teams could do, then I'm with the Pirates' stance on Skeens. You can't even consider trading him if that's all that's coming back in these deals. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. We have breaking Pirates news that we'll give you in the Bucko Minute before we get you ready for a Skeens Day on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pacers now with a 3-1 lead over the Knicks, a 130-121 win last night. The Thunder can close out the series at home tonight. OKC hosts Minnesota at 8:30, with the Thunder leading that series 3-1. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Do you yell at your radio when listening to us because you think you can do a better job?
Oh, come on, I can do what you guys do.
You call in and try to prove you know more than us.
This is garbage, guys. Let's get it together here.
Well, we have an opportunity for you to try and prove once and for all that you're better than us. We're looking for the next host to add to our roster with our next up on the Fan Talent Search. We'll be going to multiple locations this summer and picking 2 winners from each spot, with one final winner being added to our team. Join us for your first opportunity on Thursday, June 5th from 7 to 9 p.m. at the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Fire Department. For more details, including locations, visit 937thefan.com. It's our next up on the Fan Talent Search from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Pat Bostic for PGT Trucking. This is a local company that offers dedicated solutions to help your business succeed. PGT Dedicated is a customized transportation solution, whether you need one truck or 100 trucks. With PGT Dedicated Solutions, you have guaranteed capacity without the stress of running your own trucking operation. PGT Dedicated Solutions. Service, safety, success. 1-800-TEAM-PGT. That's 1-800-TEAM-PGT.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by A Quick Drain Service.
20 minutes away from Mike Florio on the Terry Bradshaw comments. Now Kenny Pickett's taking some backhanded swipes at the Steelers as we wait for Aaron Rodgers. The average cost of gear for a firefighter is over $13,000. Holy crap. That's why we're hosting the Fan 5-Alarm Marathon, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Raise funds for volunteers who serve our community. You can donate now at 937thefan.com, presented by Cintas, Southside Plumbing and Heating, Target Freight Management, and Glick Fire Department. Yesterday, I pledged to eat one of those Carolina Ghost Pepper chips if we got over $100 in donations. And if we got over $200, I said I would not only eat the chip, but I would drag someone else in with me. I'd nominate a fan host. I nominated Pompiani, but then people said Bob's had some heart problems in his past. Probably not a good idea. I agree. So I'm going to make Austin Bechtold do it. Now, this was proposed by Malsey. If we get another $100 in donations today, Chris will pull an Aaron Rodgers and chew on bark at the Fan 5-Alarm Marathon. Now, he doesn't have to eat it. He doesn't have to swallow it. But much like Terry Bradshaw is telling Aaron Rodgers to go chew on bark, we will have Malsey do the same thing. Which I have a weird feeling he's going to like it. Because he has a very strange palate when it comes to food. He hates pizza, even though his favorite pizza got delivered here today.
Yep, and he was not here for it.
Nope, because he's dealing with explosive diarrhea at a very, very exclusive country club. Yep. Did you know that J.J. Watt said on McAfee's show that he once had to wipe himself 100 times after going?
No way.
Yeah.
I think that's...
Like, I get it, that has to be an exaggeration, but still, like...
Because at what point do you start counting? It's not like you're counting every single time.
What did the toilet look like afterwards? Just nothing but toilet papers.
Yeah, I mean, that would also need to be like a multi-flush.
Dude, if it's that, like, that's a trip to the emergency room if that's what happened. That would freak me out. The Pirates' breaking news is that Joey Bart, who left the game last night, was placed on the concussion list. So that means Henry Davis, who usually starts when Paul Skeens pitches, he's been Skeens' personal catcher, is in line for more playing time. Andy Rodriguez, who cut his finger a month ago, is finally back. So Rodriguez and Davis will be your catching tandem. Davis homered in his first at-bat last night and then doubled. I think he's looked good. I can't believe I'm saying that. I think he's had a bounce-back month. I think he should play more. Bart was a disaster in May. Joey Bart hit 181 with no homers. His OPS, his slugging percentage was 208. He was honestly, and this is saying a lot because you've got guys like Jared Triolo and Ke'Bryan Hayes on the Pirates. He was their worst hitter in May. So it looks like the luck from last year with Bart has worn off, and he's gone back to being the guy that the Giants gave up on. We're 7 minutes away from Skeens taking the mound. Donnie, you have the Pirates lineup for today's game.
Yeah, O'Neal Cruz will lead off. He'll play center field. Andrew McCutchen, the DH, will bat second. Brian Reynolds, after his 4-for-4 night, he hits third. In right field, Alexander Canario, the left fielder, in the cleanup spot this afternoon. Spencer Horwitz bats number 5. He's at first base. Henry Davis hits 6. He is behind the plate. Ke'Bryan Hayes bats 7th at third base. Isaiah Kiner Falefa hits 8th at shortstop, and Jared Triolo, the second baseman, hits number 9. So kind of ugly in the 7 through 9, although IKF can hit the ball. The guys in 7 and 9 cannot.
I think if IKF were cast in the Josh Harrison role, the Sean Rodriguez role, which is what he's supposed to be, that's his job, to play all around your lineup. I think if that's what he was doing here, I would be fine with that trade. It's the fact that he's your everyday shortstop, and I don't think he's a very good defender. His arm strength is not there. But he's hit. I mean, he doesn't hit for any power, but he hits for a high average, and he gets on base enough. So I think, on a good team, if he's your 8 or 9 hitter, that's pretty good. He hits there in this lineup, but the problem is he's better than about 5 or 6 of the guys they hit ahead of him. The Canario thing, I mean, Canario is, for Ben Cherington right now, one of these broken clock is right twice a day situations. He made an unreal catch in center field last night. Going back, it was Willie Mays style if you missed it. He made another great catch going to right center in a gap, a lot of running to get there. So he's played solid defense. He's hit over 300 this month. There's some power in there. I mean, honestly, I would say over the last 25 or 30 games, he's been the Pirates' best hitter. I mean, Cruz has obviously more peaks, but he's got deeper valleys because he's had times where he struck out a lot. That was a shrewd move by the Pirates. That's a Cherington win. Unfortunately, his record as a general manager is a lot like the 2025 Pirates, where there's way more losses than wins. But there is, we heard from Noah Hiles yesterday. He said it's 50-50 on Cherington. Donnie, there is a scenario in which he saves his job, in my opinion. If they play 500 baseball with Donnie Kelly, since Kelly takes over, if they're a 500 team in his time as Pirates manager this year, and Henry Davis hits and Canario hits, I think he might save his job. Actually, in that exact scenario, I think he would. If Davis doesn't look like a bust, and he found a guy off the scrap heap who's actually good, and they don't salvage the season by any means, but they played 500 ball for like a 100-game stretch or a 110-game stretch. Nutting said he doesn't want to blow it up. I think he would in that situation come back as GM next year.
Which I am worried about, because think of one of the things you just said. If Davis doesn't look like a bust, a guy you picked 1-1, yeah, if he's not awful, we're going to let this GM save his job. If he's one step up from bust level, I mean, is that really enough for the guy to save his job? And I'd still really worry about what he would do, how he would perform next offseason. And we know that the budget will be tight for them.
Yep.
But he has shown,
oh, no doubt, I agree with you,
multiple times that no matter what the budget is, he is buying the wrong stuff.
Yeah, I don't think he's a good enough GM where, given the difficulties of this gig, where you're going to have one of the lowest payrolls in baseball, I don't see him being the guy that's able to beat the system and do it as a David versus a Goliath. He won in Boston. You've got every resource imaginable there, and outside of 1 year, he was terrible. And I think he's showing his true colors here. What's more emblematic of Ben Cherington? All of his last place finishes are the one World Series. I think the body of work the other years. Ke'Bryan Hayes stinks. Triolo isn't developing. I mean, he's awful. He's in the lineup today because they gave Frazier a day off. I mean, I'll actually say this. Frazier doesn't look like a bad pickup in that if he is cast as your bench middle infielder, I think he's fine in that role. The issue is when you have to run him out there every day to be your second baseman, and that wasn't the plan. Nick Gonzalez hit a home run on opening day and got hurt. So, it's still bleak. I mean, just because they came back from down 6-0 and won 9-6 and had one of these against all odds wins last night, I'm not going to sugarcoat things and say the Pirates are actually back on track. They're not. But if certain things go right for them over the last 2/3 of the season, I could see the owner who didn't want to, quote, derail things, coming up with a rationale for keeping Cherington. I mean, I think Cherington should have been fired with Shelton. But if Davis, Canario, and Cruz continues to look like he's turned the corner, then I think maybe he's got a shot of saving his job. If Chandler comes up and looks like a stud, I mean, these are a lot of things have to go right. But he's still here, so he still has a chance to save himself. The 2025 5-alarm T-shirts are available online now. Go to KeystoneCustomApparel.com and get your commemorative shirt. And a portion of the money is going to benefit local volunteer fire departments. It would be really cool if some of our loyal listeners showed up to the fan event and had some of these shirts on. It would be cool if caller Mark in Brentwood showed up with one of those shirts on.
Let's go to Mark in Brentwood. He's been holding patiently. He wants to talk about Aaron Rodgers.
I've actually never called your show, and I want to lead off with this question. Respectfully, has anyone ever mentioned that your takes are about as exciting as a wet fart?
I like that the guy went into the call thinking, if I start with respectfully, maybe I'm not going to get hung up on right away. And guess what? It worked. And why use wet fart there? You know, just the graphic nature of, like, what went through his mind to say, you know what I'm really going to do to get under Starkey's skin? I'm going to compare his opinions on the air to everybody's worst nightmare, which is they trust a fart and they pay badly for it.
And he did get under that skin.
But then Joe, sounded like he felt bad, and it was just, usually Joe, brings out all of the ammunition and weapons of mass destruction in those calls. But he did back down a little bit, and they seemed to end on good terms, which would have been an upset when you heard the first 5 seconds of that call. All right, we'll update you on Skeens. That game is underway. Mike Florio joins us next. His reaction to what Terry Bradshaw said, his reaction to what Aaron Rodgers is doing, all that coming up. TJ Watt, too. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our hosts like to talk a lot. Like, a lot. So, Thursday, June 5th through Friday, June 6th, they're doing nothing but that. It's our Fan 5-Alarm Marathon. Tune in as our hosts talk live on the air for 26.2 hours straight. Live from the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department as we raise funds for volunteer fire departments around the area. The Fans 5-Alarm Marathon. Presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by Firehouse Subs, Charles Leach Insurance, Hampton Beer Outlet, 1-800-BOARD-UP, and G.S. Jones Restoration, People's Natural Gas, Louis Anthony Jewelers, Rome Monument, and Keystone Custom Apparel. The Fans 5-Alarm Marathon, June 5th through the 6th on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Rain finally coming to an end this evening. Lows overnight in the mid-50s with some patchy fog developing by morning. For Thursday, an isolated shower or storm late in the afternoon with highs back into the 70s. In the KDKA First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Kristen Emery.
Texting privacy
See policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss live.
Every day, brave volunteers answer the call, risking it all to keep our families safe. They're our neighbors, our heroes, our volunteer firefighters. Rome Monument proudly honors the selfless men and women of our volunteer fire departments. Your courage, your sacrifice, your heart to answer the call 24 hours a day. The Diagardi family is grateful for all the support of their 4th-generation business. Thank you for considering a donation to this very worthy cause.
Have a great day.
All right, take care.
Bye.
Okay, so that was Mac.bid. Now wait till you see this place.
Whoa, what is this?
This is Yin's Bins.
Wow.
Bin after glorious bin of amazing deals.
It's like a treasure hunt.
Isn't it great?
Yin's Bins is a whole new shopping experience. The bins fill up on Saturday, and the prices drop each day after.
Where do we start?
Oh, I already did.
Get all the details and locations at yinsbins.com. Yin's Bins, the treasure hunt is on.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365.
So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at
Years of unforgettable golf experiences at Moon Golf Club. They're under new management, rolling out exciting updates for you. Swing by the newly renovated Pro Shop where you'll find the latest in apparel, top-of-the-line equipment to elevate your game. Don't miss Moon Golf Club's freshly updated 19th hole featuring a mouth-watering new menu, perfect to end your round. Mark your calendars for July when they host the inaugural major at Moon Golf Club, a thrilling 3-day tournament you'll want to be a part of. Celebrate 20 years of golf, great food, and great times at Moon Golf Club.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
OKC looks to take out the T-Wolves in 5. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The Thunder are a -425 favorite to win the title. SGA, -380 favorite to win the Finals MVP. But they need to get there first. The Thunder are 7-1 at home in the playoffs with an average margin of victory of 28 points per game. I'm taking OKC -8.5. I'm Joe Ostrowski from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/score. That's ethos.com/score.
A little inside baseball that you may or may not know, but I won't endorse a business unless I've used the product myself or I've thoroughly researched it. Hey everybody, it's Chris Muller here. When the folks at MHI Roofing approached me, I didn't need a new roof, so I went to work researching the company. I was absolutely amazed at the customer reviews and their core values. Hundreds of 5-star reviews, and not just vanilla run-of-the-mill 5-star reviews. MHI's customers are very outspoken about the great customer service and expert installation. Then I had a chance to speak with the team over there, and they shared with me the 2 simple guiding principles under which they operate the company. Treat every customer like family, and treat every roof like it's going on their home. The best part is MHI is so confident about the skill and craftsmanship of their installers, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. It all starts with a free 21-point roof inspection and estimate. 412-998-8864 or online at MHIRoof.com. Hey, it's Chris Muller. In honor of Military Appreciation Month, Verizon thought of a lot of different ways they could show their appreciation. Like rolling out the red carpet, giving you your own personal marching band, or throwing a bumping shindig. At Verizon, they're doing all that in the form of special military offers. That's why this month only they're giving military and veteran families a $200 Verizon gift card and a phone on them with a select trade-in and a new line on select unlimited plans. Think of it as their way of flying a squadron of jets overhead while launching fireworks. Now that's what I call a celebration, because Verizon is proud to serve you. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh to learn more. $200 Verizon gift card requires smartphone purchase $799.99 or more with a new line on eligible plan. Gift card sent within 8 weeks after receipt of claim. Phone offer requires $799.99 purchase with new smartphone line on unlimited ultimate or postpaid unlimited plus minimum plan $80 a month with auto pay plus taxes and fees for 36 months. Less $800 trade-in promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in must be from Apple, Google, or Samsung. Trade-in and additional terms apply.
Do you need new appliances right now? Shopping for kitchen and laundry appliances at Dawn's Appliances has never been easier. Dawn's has the Tri-State's largest in-stock inventory. Refrigerators, cooking and laundry appliances, and dishwashers from top brands like Whirlpool and Maytag. Order today, have it tomorrow. With a huge selection and guaranteed lowest prices, why shop anywhere else? Plus, nobody can beat their free next-day delivery. Shop DawnsAppliances.com, where Pittsburgh shops for appliances.
Your hometown building partners since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Looking at the major roadways, the Parkway West outbound is backed up to 2nd Avenue, and after the Fort Pitt Tunnel is congested up Green Tree Hill. Moderate traffic starting at Technology Drive for the Parkway East outbound and starting to slow down just a bit on 28 inbound. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margo Rensall.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Wouldn't this sound nice? Clearer skin, better posture, improved digestion, better sleep, increased libido, and more energy? Just a few of the endless benefits clients receive with Awaken 180. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. KBGA FM. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Second day of Steelers OTAs, voluntary. Aaron Rodgers unsigned, so he wasn't there. Nick Herbig taking first-team edge rusher snaps with T.J. Watt's decision to stay away given his contract stalemate. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. More PM Team.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. Steelers practiced in the rain today. The high was 60. Your fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Donnie here. Muller is not, dealing with a bout of explosive diarrhea, so you've got me until 6. Mike Florio right now brought to you by Goodrich & Geist. Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist, and our friends at JP Roofing and Siding, your hometown roofing expert. Mike, your reaction to Terry Bradshaw mutilating Aaron Rodgers yesterday?
Well, first of all, I got to close the doors so the dog doesn't come in. First of all,
yeah,
that's the second time someone has been absent from your show for a case of explosive diarrhea.
Correct.
So either there is quite a specific bug going around, or that is just what you say when a guy is off, which, if that's the case, it's awesome.
Well, Chris has a very sensitive digestive system. So I think what he does, Mike, is he pushes the envelope with certain foods sometimes, and when it backfires, he pays the price for it. So I know that's pretty inside baseball and graphic, but whatever, I'm just giving you
Well, it's a hell of a price to pay.
Yeah, it is.
It's a hell of a price to pay.
And it happened on a golf course today to make matters even worse at a public place. The Bradshaw situation, go chew on bark, is what he told Aaron Rodgers. This is a 4-time Super Bowl champ and 2-time Super Bowl MVP telling one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time that he's not needed here. What's your take?
I love the insult, and I'm going to use it wherever I can. It's just a creative way of encapsulating Terry Bradshaw's apparent opinion that Aaron's a little too kooky for Pittsburgh. Chew on bark is great, and also go whisper to the gods. Stay in California, chew on bark, and whisper to the gods. Now, I don't know what the history is between Bradshaw and Rodgers. Maybe Rodgers disrespected Bradshaw at some point. And it's funny because yesterday, before Bradshaw even said this, we were riffing on whether or not Rodgers would want to wear number 12, would Bradshaw allow it? And Chris Sims seemed to remember that there was something Bradshaw had said about Rodgers, and maybe he was just having a moment of precognition where he could sense that Bradshaw was about to say what he said about Rodgers. But, you know, anytime you've got someone connected to the Steelers who says something negative about Rodgers, and the two big examples, Cam Hayward saying you either want to be a Steeler or you don't, plus other things, Bradshaw saying what he said, I hear from a lot of Steelers fans who are like right on, because they're speaking to that reservation they have about a guy who doesn't seem to fit into Pittsburgh. And it's unbecoming to the fans who feel this way for the Steelers to be assuming the position and waiting for as long as they have for Rodgers to say, okay, I'll come be your quarterback.
Along those lines, we have what you could, I think, look at as a passive-aggressive shot at Rodgers from Darius Slay today, the former Eagle Super Bowl champion. Quote, this is where championship football starts. Everybody has to buy in, and this is the time to buy in. He said that in front of Steelers media on the Steelers practice fields, while Aaron Rodgers is among presumed starting quarterbacks in 2025, Mike, literally the only one who is not at an OTA event. Everyone else has said, yes, this is voluntary, but it is worth my time as a leader of a team because I play quarterback and make a ton of money. And he is the only one who has decided, no, it's not worth my time. I'm not ready to sign.
Now, on one hand, Brett Favre didn't show up for the Vikings until mid-August of 2000.
But he knew Brad Childress' offense inside and out, Mike. That's a big difference,
right.
Is it not?
Right. And he was retired, and there wasn't this very public dance between the Vikings and Favre. The Vikings didn't make an open-ended, unlimited offer to Brett Favre in the middle of March. So what bothers me, and I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of how a Steeler fan would feel. What bothers me is everything with this guy is a mystery. And he likes to make it a mystery. And that gets exhausting. Like, everything with him is a conspiracy theory, and everything with him is a mystery. And he's at this event with the guy known as Mike Stud, and he's answering questions, and he's playing word games, and he's being coy. Like, just tell us what you're going to do, and tell us when you're going to show up. Like, it doesn't have to be a mystery. You're either coming or you're not. And if you're not coming today, tell us when you're coming. We're sick of waiting. We're sick of being in limbo. We're sick of not knowing who the quarterback is going to be. I was up in Pittsburgh a couple of weeks ago, and everybody I saw who recognized me, hey, all two of them, hey, are we getting Rodgers? Are we getting Rodgers? Are we getting Rodgers? Like, they just want to know. And I think that would go a long way toward placating them. It kind of hit me today on the show, and I probably used a word I shouldn't before exhausting. Starts with F and ends with ing. But it's exhausting to deal with this guy. Just tell us what you're going to do. I feel like that's the manifestation of what the fans are feeling.
It is. Right now, for example, we have a poll question. Who do you want as the Steelers' Week 1 quarterback? And more people want Mason Rudolph than Aaron Rodgers, which speaks to the depth of what you're saying. They'd prefer a guy who was benched for Duck Hodges over a 4-time MVP, and I think it's because of this song and dance and limbo he's left them in. Mike, he wore out my patience. The personal stuff, okay, you give a man space. You let him sort through whatever's going on that's troubling him in his inner circle, in his life at home, in his private life. But then you start going to concerts in the Kentucky Derby, and you show up and you do 3 hours on Joe Rogan where you talk about frog embryos and UFOs. And now I don't feel like I want to give you a personal stuff pass anymore, because you're electing to do things outside of your home life, and it's not signing and committing yourself to playing a final year with the Steelers. That's what has my
the other concern I have, and maybe this all disappears the moment he shows up and he starts throwing passes in a way that makes a sound.
You've said that before.
As he goes by people's helmets. Right. Maybe that all ends. But you mentioned the Joe Rogan thing. I mean, this guy said with a straight face that the vaccine may have nanobots that gather together under a certain frequency and serve as tracking devices. He said that. Straight face.
And even Rogan thought that was insane. He was like, what?
Yes. Rogan wouldn't even go that far. And this is a guy who, according to Deshaun Kaiser, former teammate with the Packers, said after the fact that Rodgers asked him, like, first time he met him, do you think 9/11 was an inside job? This is a guy who, according to CNN's Pamela Brown, who was at the Kentucky Derby in 2013, just after the Sandy Hook incident happened. Pamela Brown reported, because something bubbled up a year and a half ago, reported that Rodgers was sharing, and this is the words of the report, deranged conspiracy theories about Sandy Hook not happening. So do you want that in your locker room? I don't know. It's not for me to decide. It's not for me to decide. And, hey, the Steelers have had some characters in their locker room over the year.
Yeah.
And talent will transcend all. But I'm not aware of any Steelers quarterbacks who were selling that specific kind of stuff to the other players. And I just wonder what it's going to do to the team when he's the godlike figure in the middle of a locker room.
Mike, I'm disappointed, and I know that Art finds a way to lawyer his way out of answers, but I'm surprised that no one in Steelers media has asked him direct questions about that, about what you just said there. This is a guy that has thoughts, has X thoughts on why and whatever else. What do you make of that? Just to get the owner on the record of having to deal with everything that comes with having Aaron Rodgers as your quarterback.
And it's so wild, Andrew, because when he showed up, Rodgers, in New York, to deal with the notoriously rough and tumble New York media,
they backed off.
They treated him with kid gloves.
You're right. Remember, he said the stuff about vaccines, and then you've got the Johnson family that owns that team, and they basically dropped it. I was stunned by that.
Anybody who criticizes me is being bought and paid for by Big Pharma. He goes to work for Big Pharma, and that was never brought up.
Yep.
The stuff about, look, Robert Saleh, who was the coach of the Jets at the time, had an epiphany that pushed him toward coaching after 9/11. He's going to play for one of the two teams in the city where 9/11 happened. And he never got a single question about possibly being a 9/11 truther. Are you kidding me? So this is all fair game. And it'll be interesting to see what happens when he has his introductory press conference, because if the reporters there are truly speaking as the ombudsman of the fan, somebody's going to ask him about some of this crazy stuff that would cause Terry Bradshaw to suggest that instead of playing for the Steelers, he chew on bark and whisper to the gods.
Mike, no TJ Watt at voluntary workouts. We had his brother JJ again on McAfee show bring up how something could have been done cheaper last offseason, and that could have made the player happier because he gets paid and there's no residual resentment even when a deal gets done that they made him twist in the wind. Are you convinced that when it's all said and done, everything will be hunky-dory and the Steelers will make TJ Watt the highest paid defensive player in the NFL?
Well, look at what happened last time. He showed up and he held in for all of training camp in the preseason, and they finally got a deal done. Now, the risk of a hold-in, a strategic hold-in where the player and the team agree he's present, but he's not going to practice until he has a deal done. At some point, it's time to get a helmet and go play. So if they don't reach an agreement just before week one, like we got to go play football here. That's the challenge and that's the risk. But why not just get the thing worked out? But JJ's right. It always costs more the longer you wait. And so it does make you wonder, like, was it just a bad decision? Did they not anticipate what was going to happen with the market? Or are they inching toward a point where maybe they don't want to pay him? But if they didn't want to pay him, the time to trade him was before the draft, not after the draft. Then again, the time to trade George Pickens was before the draft, not after the draft.
Kenny Pickett in Cleveland today said, I was shown how it's supposed to be done in Cleveland. We now have Stefanski, as you would expect, saying very gushing things about Pickett. That was also part of the Bradshaw rant on this little Arkansas radio station where he said the Steelers failed Kenny Pickett and not the other way around. What is your take on all of that, Mike?
Well, I think Pickett had some of the blame. I can't imagine that the organization collectively would be wrong in its assessment that it was Pickett, especially when he had 2 years left on a very affordable, low first-round rookie deal. I believe that the Browns will not go to training camp with the four guys that are currently competing to be the first-string quarterback. And also, Deshaun Watson is kind of lurking out there and trying to get himself healthy, which could make things very interesting. But between Pickett, Joe Flacco, Dylan Gabriel, and Shedeur Sanders, I think one of them is going to be gone. I think either Flacco or Pickett will be gone. And anytime a team is going out of its way to say good things about a guy,
that's a good point.
It makes me think they're trying to pump up the value for the trade talks that are going to happen between the end of the offseason and start a trade.
God, that would mean 3 trades before his rookie contract is up. Yeah. Oh, my God. That would be wild.
Kenny Pickett home.
Oh, geez. All right, Mike. Thank you so much. Appreciate you moving around for us today. We'll talk again next week. You're the best.
No problem, man.
There you go.
See you.
Mike Florio. On a number of things. On Aaron Rodgers. And, Aaron says to some people, admirable things, tells it like it is. To others, bat bleep crazy things. And to be just completely honest with you, I don't have like a tally board of all the crazy stuff he said. I bet you I agree with maybe 1 out of every 4, 1 out of every 5 kind of wild take he has. But depending on who you talk to, like he has said some very incendiary things. Mike brought up the 9/11 stuff. I think every team wants their quarterback to be clean cut. What we have here, though, is a classic case of, we see this a lot with hockey coaches, where, okay, the team hires a player's coach, that guy fails, the next guy that comes in is a disciplinarian, and when that doesn't work, it swings back to player's coach. You go from Russell Wilson, who is he's too polished, he's too fake, he's too make-believe. He's too out of a sappy sports movie quarterback. He's cut from that central casting. And then you have Rodgers, who's the exact opposite. He's been able to say these things without any real repercussion or consequences because he's been so good for so long. But we've seen it with other Steelers players. We just saw it with George Pickens. At some point, Lady Justice scales flip, and people are like, it's not worth the headache. And I don't know, like, this should have been for Aaron Rodgers probably a humbling come-to-Jesus offseason. The Jets, of all teams, cut you loose, and there are very few teams who are interested in you. Minnesota would rather go with J.J. McCarthy. The 49ers would rather pay Brock Purdy. The only teams that really were interested were the Steelers and Giants. And even the Giants, a team that hasn't won a playoff game since 2011, decided, you know what? Oh, no, that's not true. Daniel Jones beat the Vikings a couple of years ago. But basically, they've had one good season in the last 10 years. Decided, you know what? We're good. We're better off without you. We're going to go get Russell Wilson. We'd rather hitch our wagon to him. Texas on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. I think I already read that. All right. Aditi is next. All access with her. Get her thoughts on some of this Aaron Rodgers stuff and Steelers OTA stuff. And we'll see if she agrees with what Mike said there about the Browns quarterback carousel. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Top 3 in Arizona. The Pirates lead the Diamondbacks 1-0 in the rubber game of the 3-game series. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our hosts like to talk a lot. Like, a lot. So, Thursday, June 5th through Friday, June 6th, they're doing nothing but that. It's our Fan 5-Alarm Marathon. Tune in as our hosts talk live on the air for 26.2 hours straight. Live from the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department as we raise funds for volunteer fire departments around the area. The Fan's 5-Alarm Marathon, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by Firehouse Subs, Charles Leach Insurance, Hampton Beer Outlet, 1-800-BOARD-UP, and G.S. Jones Restoration, People's Natural Gas, Louis Anthony Jewelers, Rome Monument, and Keystone Custom Apparel. The Fan's 5-Alarm Marathon, June 5th through the 6th on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Tyrese Halliburton is an absolute superstar, and anyone, see the people in Connecticut, arguing about it don't know what they're talking about. It's not just last night's 32-point, 12-rebound, 15 assists, 4 steal, 0 turnover performance. It's the fact that he's been a catalyst for a Pacers team 2 years in a row that have made the conference finals and are now, because of his excellence and his leadership and his clutch play, on the verge of a finals appearance. I'm Bill Ryder.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/score. That's ethos.com/score.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, baseball fans, go yard with BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas. All season long, BetMGM is offering top odds on your favorite home run bets, fast and convenient ways to play same-game parlays, special boosts and tokens, and so much more. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite teams and players. And from the first pitch to the game-winning fireworks, there are more ways than ever to supercharge your excitement. Whether you want to combine multiple bets for the chance at a bigger payout or place a live bet as the game unfolds, BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball, has all the home run betting options you could need. Download the BetMGM app, sign up, and get your piece of MLB action. BetMGM is an official partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. First bet offers for new customers only. All other promotions for existing customers. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Major League Baseball All trademarks used with permission.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $369 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires June 2nd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Mainly cloudy skies tonight, the low 44.
Weather brought to you by Tropical Smoothie. Wear your flip-flops in cafe and score a free 12-ounce Sunrise Sunset smoothie for National Flip-Flop Day, Wednesday, May 28th from 2 to 7 p.m. at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
On the major roadways, the Parkway East outbound is starting to back up all the way to Technology Drive, and the Parkway West outbound congestion is starting from 2nd Avenue. Moderate traffic is also starting at the 40th Street Bridge on 28 inbound. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margo Rental.
This traffic report brought to you by the 2025 Washington Wild Things.
The Washington Wild Things return to EQT Park Friday, May 30th through Sunday, June 1st with a Fireworks Friday presented by PBR, a sock giveaway presented by WCTPA, and Mascotapalooza on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday. WashingtonWildThings.com for tickets.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Huge station event that you're going to be very interested in if you're an aspiring talk show host, and so many of our callers and listeners happen to be. We have our next Up on the Fan contest. It kicks off June 5th. That's a week from Thursday from 7 to 9 at the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department. We're going to multiple locations this summer to try and find the next top host in Pittsburgh. 2 winners from each location, and then we go to a final round where we will name our next part-time talent. For more info, including dates and locations, visit 937thefan.com. Time to go all access with Aditi Kinkhabwala from NFL on CBS, brought to you by Bet365. Aditi, Chris is battling some explosive diarrhea, so it's just you and me today. Let's start with that sound effect you made was just perfect. Let's start with the comments from Terry Bradshaw that have gone viral here, telling Aaron Rodgers to go chew bark and stay in California.
I mean, that says it all, doesn't it? What's the response you're looking for from me on that one?
Do you feel like this is an opinion that's shared by maybe people inside the Steelers organization and inside people or people inside the NFL?
Certainly there are people that would not be shocked, or what's better, certainly there are people that would agree with Terry Bradshaw's sentiments. I can't tell you what the entire Steelers organization feels. I can tell you that I've certainly talked to a lot of people around the league who are stunned that the Steelers are sitting here and just waiting.
Why is that?
I mean, look, even the New York Giants, because even the New York Giants said you're either getting on the train or you're not.
Mm-hmm.
Are you in or are you out? It's not that complicated of an endeavor. Do you want to be a part of this team? Do you want to help grow and build this team? Do you want to be a part of molding this offense, taking ownership of this offense? Or do you not? And the fact that the Pittsburgh Steelers are sitting here and waiting indefinitely and just saying, well, all right, well, whenever he's ready to say yes to us, we'll be here, that surprises a lot of people around the league who I've spoken to who have felt that the Steelers organization sort of has different standards, let's say.
Do you feel like this has a chance to change a lot of people's minds about Mike Tomlin and his reputation around the NFL might take a significant hit based on how this goes with Aaron Rodgers?
I think that I think that there are a lot of people. I shouldn't say it that way. Let me think about the right way to phrase this. I'm sorry. People who have an opinion on Mike Tomlin have that opinion, and I don't think that this changes it either way. I think that there are people that feel extremely strongly about who he is, the players coach he is, the environment that he creates, and then I think that there are people that feel that perhaps all of that isn't quite as much as it's made out to be. And so those that feel that maybe there's some smoke and mirrors there, this kind of plays into that. If Mike Tomlin creates such an amazing environment, if people fall all over themselves to be around him, then why is it taking so long for Aaron Rodgers? There's that group that would feel that way. And then there are others that Mike Tomlin is infallible, and they're not going to view this any differently.
Yeah.
They're not going to let this affect their view of him as being such. So I don't know that this is a move-the-needle moment, and I think that people like you who've been around the organization as long as you have, you're probably not as stunned that the Steelers are in this position as people outside the city or who don't have as much closeness to the organization. These are the things that we've been talking about for a long time.
I agree.
The mismanagement of the quarterback position.
Yep.
So, again, with the Steelers, there's a narrative, and people have bought into a narrative. They're not going to change their mind.
What is, in Aditi Kinkhabwala's mind, the most believable explanation or theory as to why Aaron Rodgers isn't here right now?
He probably doesn't want any part of OTAs.
Even though 31 other quarterbacks who are presumed to be the starter for their team are at these voluntary workouts right now. Every single one. Not one guy is like, well, you know what, I've got better things to do. The entire league, we fact-checked it.
Again, they are all in on their teams, on their pursuit of trying to win a Super Bowl. This is the best time of year for every team because every team thinks it has a viable chance.
Yep.
It's funny, I was just talking to an offensive coordinator yesterday about how much effort they're getting on the field right now. And I said, is there a really big difference? This offensive coordinator I was talking to has a younger team. You've got young guys that are sort of fighting for spots. And he said, you know what, we're really pretty much getting it from everybody, including the veterans. And then he said that in his experience, players that really are competing to win are going to bring it.
Did you happen to catch what Bradshaw said about Kenny Pickett's situation here?
I did.
What
in
did you
fact,
make?
I was discussing it with my husband this morning. I mean, isn't it everything that I've said to you guys, though? I mean, literally, for as much as I've been
Is that a
mocked
humble
for
brag
saying
because
this,
you're saying you've said these things to
No.
Bradshaw and then he took them and ran with them? Is that what you're implying here?
No, I'm just, again, it's not for as much as people doubt it when I say this or mock me for when I say it. It's actually a pretty common feeling, a pretty common sentiment in the football world that Kenny Pickett was drafted into a situation that was as far from supportive and as far from positive for a young quarterback as there could be. It was a completely dysfunctional offense with an offensive coordinator who was in over his head. As Terry Bradshaw said, didn't have great offensive line play, didn't have a great run game. There was no support system for a young quarterback.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We
okay, go ahead.
We had
Sorry.
Mike Florio on before you, and he posited that Kenny is either going to win the job there or he's going to get traded again before the season starts because he doesn't think Dylan Gabriel or Shedeur Sanders will get cut or sent to the practice squad. So he thinks it's a competition between Flacco and Kenny Pickett, and the loser of that sweepstakes is not going to be on the roster when the season starts there. What's your take on that? Is that plausible?
It's plausible, but I don't know that I would say that right now. I don't feel as strongly as Mike that neither of the rookies could be parked on the practice squad.
You can't put a third-round pick on a practice squad, Aditi. There's no way. Gabriel would get...
Maybe it's not him. Maybe it's not him.
Oh, my God. That would have the football world. That would stop turning if Sanders got cut and was sent to their practice squad.
I mean, again, but, that's also part of the conversation here. This is a huge opportunity for Kenny Pickett.
No doubt.
We are making every excuse for him and saying perhaps he was overdrafted, perhaps expectations were too high, perhaps he was in an extremely dysfunctional offense, perhaps he didn't have any support. All of these things we are saying, right?
Yeah.
I'm saying perhaps. In my mind, these were all definite. But, okay, he went the Sam Darnold route. He went to a functional organization where he got great coaching, where he saw
said that today.
how an offense works.
He said that.
Right?
His quote today was,
And
he said, quote, I was shown how it's supposed to be done in Philadelphia.
Exactly. Okay, and that's what Sam Darnold said about being in San Francisco. And Sam Darnold took advantage of that in every which way. When I talked to Nick Sirianni, he said that Kenny Pickett took advantage of it also. So now, here's your chance. Just like Sam Darnold went to Minnesota and showed, hey, I'm not the guy you thought I was with the Jets, Kenny's got a chance to go out there and say, I'm not the guy that you wrote me off as in Pittsburgh. So here's his chance. Go and do it.
Aditi, it sounds like we caught you maybe on vacation. You seem like you're out somewhere having fun. Is that accurate?
Well, I don't know that this counts as fun, but I deserve a parenting award. It's Kennywood Day for the Fox Chapel Area School District.
Ooh.
So I have been at Kennywood in the pouring rain all day long.
Give us some feedback. Now that Dolly Parton's people have purchased Kennywood, are there any discernible differences between Kennywood now versus Kennywood in the past? What have the Dolly Parton people done?
I cannot say that I see anything. There are still potato patch fries here, which Joe Woods and Mike Tomlin apparently really enjoy, according to Joe Woods.
Who doesn't? Have you? You don't?
I mean, I'm not. You know what? This is one of those that's going to get me in big trouble. Are you allowed to say that you're not a potato patch fry person and live in the city of Pittsburgh?
Sure, but you just have to be ready for the onslaught of people ripping you. That's all.
I know, and they'll probably rip me more for that take than the Kenny Pickett take, right?
I would say.
Or the Aaron Rodgers take.
50-50. I don't think the Aaron Rodgers one is controversial whatsoever. We put a poll question up. Who do you want as the quarterback week one? And Mason Rudolph is beating Aaron Rodgers right now. So there you go.
Do you feel, let me ask you this, do you feel like there are enough Steelers fans that are kind of over the 9-8 backing into the playoffs?
That's rhetorical. You already know the answer to that question. Yes, of course. There are tons. A lot. I'm among them. All right, enjoy Kennywood in the rain. We'll talk again next week.
You're the best. Talk to you soon.
Goodbye. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Donnie's segment, the biggest football story of the day, and the debrief is on the other side. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
5 strikeouts through 3 scoreless for Paul Skeens. The Pirates hold a 1-0 lead in Arizona in the top of the 4th. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Do you yell at your radio when listening to us because you think you can do a better job?
Oh, come on, I can do what you guys do.
You call in and try to prove you know more than us.
This is garbage, guys. Let's get it together here.
Well, we have an opportunity for you to try and prove once and for all that you're better than us. We're looking for the next host to add to our roster with our next up on the Fan Talent Search. We'll be going to multiple locations this summer and picking 2 winners from each spot, with one final winner being added to our team. Join us for your first opportunity on Thursday, June 5th from 7 to 9 p.m. at the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department. For more details, including locations, visit 937thefan.com. It's our next up on the Fan Talent Search from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hi,
I'm Mandy. I'm one of the at-home coaches with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Honestly, I think the thing I hear the most is I didn't realize how easy it was. That first weekly they come in, they're like, oh my gosh, I already noticed that I'm not as bloated in my face or in my abdomen, or I've been sleeping better. I've been waking up with so much more energy. I don't need my coffee throughout the day. They're coming in a month or two later and they're like, hey, like my doctor said I need to lower my meds. I'm losing a ton of inches on my waist. I'm buying new pant sizes. And we're looking at the scale and we're like, yeah, your visceral fat's down again. That's fantastic. And we're celebrating all of these wins. And then we talk about, okay, next step. Let's talk about how to maintain it. This isn't over. This is just the next stage. That's what your health coach is there for.
Thanks, Mandy. This is Chris Muller. Easy weight loss with results that actually last. With Awaken 180 Weight Loss, you will succeed and you'll enjoy the process. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Myers Law Group provides concierge legal solutions from family law to criminal defense, estate planning, and personal injury. Their experienced attorneys have you covered. Clear guidance, fair pricing, real results. Call Myers Law Group today, 724-778-8800, or visit jpmyerslaw.com, because justice shouldn't come at a premium.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by A Quick Drain Service.
Most water rescues in our area are serviced by local volunteer fire departments. A rescue boat can cost over $50,000, man. That's why we're hosting the Fan 5-Alarm Marathon presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union to raise funds for volunteers who serve our community. Donate now, 937thefan.com, presented by Living Treasures Animal Park, Southside Plumbing and Heating, and Piata. We will be at Piata in Robinson on Friday, hanging out with people and getting some of the Italian street food there. So come see us if you're free, 2 to 6 on Friday. Donnie's Debrief is brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread Company, over 100 years of baking experience. Don?
The Debrief, May 28, 2025. Let's look at those comments a little bit more made by Kenny Pickett about his time in Philadelphia, about the shots taken at the Steelers and Mike Tomlin, because I do think he does make a point, saying he was extremely grateful for his time in Philly. I think I was just shown how it's supposed to be done from the top down. When you get a chance to see what it's supposed to look like and how it should look on a day-to-day basis and not just on Sundays, I think it will pay dividends for me in the future. I mean, he makes a fair point. When it comes to the argument of who failed the other, I think it's only fair that both sides get the blame there. I mean, Pickett, outside of some fourth quarter heroics, he certainly was not the player that was promised, but it's also no secret the Steelers didn't put him in the best of situations.
Do you take umbrage with him making passive-aggressive comments about how the Eagles are the gold standard organization, which implies that he did not play for that kind of team when he was with the Steelers? Do you, as a Steelers fan, take that personally?
No, because the Eagles right now are the gold standard. They're the defending champions. It does look like they run everything the way it is supposed to be run. And it is a well-oiled machine on the other side of the state. It would be a little bit different if he made the comments today saying, well, I'm learning in Cleveland how you're supposed to run an NFL
Yeah, we'd
team.
all laugh him and mock him and make fun of him for that if that's what he did. Najee did that a little bit when he went to the Chargers from the Steelers. Chargers haven't won anything, even though Harbaugh seems to have them at least somewhat on the right track. The Steelers are trying to be the Eagles. Let's not, in a lot of different ways. The one noticeable way where they're different is the Eagles have a Super Bowl winning quarterback who is a very mobile quarterback who is a do-it-all guy. And the Steelers have a 41-year-old who they're attempting to coax into coming here and trying to be the guy that he was a few years ago with the Packers. So that is a massive difference. Everything else, I think, is pretty similar. They want to win the line of scrimmage. They're now investing money and picks into that line of scrimmage. The thing about Philadelphia, though, that like people have said, and rightfully so, Donnie, that they built in the trenches. Look at the way they did it with the Carter pick when he fell to them. They moved up a spot to get him. The offensive linemen that they've drafted and developed, Lane Johnson, and after Kelsey left, they had a guy, Juergens, who was ready to go in and play. They picked Mailata in the 7th round. They groomed him into a really good all-pro level offensive tackle. But, like, they're an embarrassment of riches team. You can't really find a position group and say that the Eagles have either dropped the ball or ignored that position. They have Saquon Barkley at running back. They have 2 number 1 wide receivers. They have good tight ends. Their linebackers, inside linebackers, are kind of like now a little bit sketchy. Actually, wait, did Zach Bond go back there?
I thought he did.
He did, never mind. So they found him off the scrap heap. He was a stud. They've developed edge rushers. They've got a ton of them. They drafted cornerbacks great. Look at the 2 guys they got last year, Mitchell and DeJean. So it's not as simple as like they invested in the lines and everything else fell into place. They've drafted great or made shrewd moves everywhere. That's how you become a great all-around team. And with apologies to Jalen Hurts, that's how you do it without having like a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. Hurts is good. So that's my long-winded way of saying trying to be the Eagles is nearly impossible because you have to do everything right. Like, that's not an easy, like, oh, yeah, we'll just be the Eagles. Good luck with that blueprint, pal. That's like the thing, like, we had this house for Stella that we had to build sent to us, and it came in 2 boxes, and the instructions were in Chinese. Good luck building that. You know what I'm saying? Like, good luck following directions here and making this look the way it does in the picture on the box itself. Good luck trying to be the Eagles, Steelers.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people immediately look at what they do in the trenches and think, well, if we can build that, we can become the Eagles. Maybe, but you have to really set forth a plan to make that happen. Because, as you pointed out, they don't have a weakness. It's not like they have a great offensive line, and yeah, they have Saquon Barkley, but they have no receivers. No, they have 2 great receivers, too. And they even have some pretty good ones that are
amazing in the
3, 4, and 5.
It's amazing in a salary cap era how they've created such a stacked team. And they haven't had enough like casualties of the salary cap where guys have left, and it's left the cupboard bare at important spots on their team.
Yeah, I mean, they're finding ways to pay people like they just paid Cam Juergens, who was like the center after Jason Kelsey.
Yep.
But they
paid Dickerson.
Yeah, they've also been able to have some of these guys for somewhat of a bargain, or if they know, hey, we can get rid of this guy without paying him, we're just going to plug in the very next guy, and he's going to be good. I mean, look at what they did with Mekhi Becton. That guy was a bust. They brought him in there, and he played guard. He turns into one of the best guards in football.
They have one of the best offensive line coaches in the NFL, and the Steelers have not had that since my man Mike Munchak left. I do have a question for the debrief for you. You are a man that has weddings galore. This is the time of your life where weddings keep happening. You have friends. And I'm shocked by this because when I've met the Nasty Boys group, I'm shocked that anybody would marry them.
Well, like, so you met a lot of the college group, and there are a handful of guys
like
there.
The guys in the Nasty Boys seem like degenerates to me who would need to pay for, like, love life.
Yeah, so there are a handful of the guys from the college friend group who are single. Now, some of them have found
shockingly found significant others.
It's mostly friends from my close high school group that
Who
are
are
all
normal.
getting
who are well-adjusted adults.
All getting married, and then Sarah has a healthy friend group of high school and college friends too, so that adds to it.
So I just saw Ryan Clark on the Pivot post this. People have all kinds of opinions on Ryan now. He's still my guy. We did a show together. He's an all-time Steeler. He sometimes steps in it and has in his media life, but he's still going to be my guy through and through until he really does something to burn bridges, and he hasn't even come close to that. Usually when I ask something from him, he comes through at the snap of a finger, so I feel indebted to him in many ways. Shared this story on his podcast. Best man speech at a wedding recently. I'm not sure if this was one he was at or a friend told him about that a buddy of his attended. Best man gets up there and decides to tell everyone at this reception that, hey, you're expecting me to tell you some incredible story about how the groom met the bride. I just want to start by telling everyone that I was fooling around with the bride when they first started their relationship.
Oh, no.
What do you do? That's your best man who's saying that. Now, I would expect it doesn't come as a surprise to you that you would have known that about him. I don't think he's going to drop that bomb on people at a wedding ceremony like that. But there's time and place, and I would be very pissed off that now everyone there, including like my grandparents and older people who are in my family, are hearing that the person I am now going to be with for the rest of my life was sort of unfaithful and hooking up with my best friend when we started dating.
Yeah, no, that's a story if you're the best man that, assuming that timing is accurate, like, oh, we were actually a thing while they were in their infancy of dating. I think that's a story you can tell, but you have to change the timeline. Like, hey, we fooled around before they started dating. Then I think you maybe get a chuckle.
But I don't even like the fooled around word. Because that's like saying, hey, you know what we used to do? Have a lot of sex. Like, can't you clean that up and say we were dating or talking or something like that so everybody there doesn't close their eyes and think these two people were screwing like rabbits?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think people are going to imply...
Or assume that anyways?
Probably. That this is also something where I know a certain amount of the audience will say, like, hey, you shouldn't have any say over what your best man or maid of honor say. I do think it's probably smart to go over a little bit of what, you know, or at least set some sort of boundary. Like, hey, I really would prefer if this does not get brought up.
Yes.
In your best man speech. I mean, I have a best man who you've met a couple of times, my buddy Dewey. He's a bit of a wild card. Like, I'll probably have to just
reel him in before he does
at some point, like, hey, I would appreciate if you would leave
this story out.
This out, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Channing Crowder, who is Ryan Clark's co-host on this podcast, said he would have gotten up and socked the guy right in the face for saying it. I mean, I think that a conversation definitely would have to happen following that.
I mean, and imagine if the groom didn't know until he got up and told that story.
I mean, I know what I would be doing. I would get up and leave, and I'm out, like, chain smoking, and I'm, like, thinking about what decision did I just make with my life, that I'm learning about this today of all days.
Yeah, I mean, that ruins, like, the biggest day of your life.
Correct. Almost as bad as my buddy Colts fan Greg. Have I told that story?
I feel like you have.
The day of Colts fan, there's not a bigger Colts fan within a 200-mile radius of Pittsburgh. He is the biggest Colts fan in the city of Pittsburgh by far. The day he got married, his wedding day was the day that Andrew Luck retired.
Oh, yeah, and didn't he say it's the worst day of my life?
Yes, and, like, there was a robust debate among friends there if someone should notify him that it happened, or if it should be kept a secret and just you'll find out tomorrow. Ignorance is bliss. But somebody couldn't help themselves in our friend group and went up to him and said, dude, you're not going to believe this. Andrew Luck just retired. And you could see the air come out of the balloon. I mean, there's got to be sports equivalents where a situation like that, I think you're still a big enough fan where something like that could happen. Like, imagine if at your, I don't know, I'm trying to think of what would be the equivalent of that for you right now. There's not like an iconic player that's still active in Pittsburgh sports where if you found that out at your wedding, it would completely derail things.
Yeah, I mean, not to mention, like, I feel like there's nobody young
like, let's
enough.
say, like, even if, this is obviously, I don't mean this. I don't think this will happen. But let's just say, for argument's sake, that Sidney Crosby got traded the day of your wedding. You'd always remember that, but it wouldn't ruin your wedding. You'd be like, oh, my God, I can't believe they traded him. He had an amazing run here. Thanks for all the memories, right? That would be the takeaway there.
Yeah, see, that's where I think it stings a little bit more for Colts fan Greg, because there were such high hopes for Andrew Luck.
Yes.
The guy still probably had plenty left in the tank. He retired at, like 28? He was, like, younger than I am right now. And he just walks away from football without really accomplishing anything besides
They went to one AFC championship game. They beat Denver in Denver. They beat Peyton Manning, and then they went to New England, got absolutely spanked by the Patriots.
Yeah, that was the
high water mark
game.
Yep. That was when they put, like, AFC finalist banner up there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, what if it's next March and the Pirates are at the tail end of spring training and Paul Skeen says, you know what, I'm done playing baseball? Maybe that.
Yeah.
That would be about it.
But even then, I don't think it would ruin your wedding day. I think it would, again, you'd remember it and you'd be like, oh, man, this, like, you'd say, like, oh, that sucks. But I don't think it would completely.
No, I wouldn't let it ruin the day.
That was a Donnie Football Debrief in all its glory. Well, we touched on it a little bit there. Kenny Pickett talking about his time in Philadelphia and how it was different than Pittsburgh. But more than that, Terry Bradshaw has just caused everybody who's a Steelers fan or even outside of the Steelers fan base to react to his comments about not only Aaron Rodgers, but also what he said about the way the Steelers handled Kenny Pickett. Everyone's heard the Rodgers comments. Not everyone has heard what he said about Pickett. So we'll play those for you when we come back. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. Jeff Hathor next hour also updates us on what happened at OTAs today. We'll be right back. It's the PM Team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The Starbucks Summer Berry Refresher is officially back. Bold notes of raspberry, blueberry, and blackberry shaken with ice and poured over raspberry-flavored pearls. Try it with lemonade or coconut milk. Available for a limited time. Your Summer Berry Refresher is ready at Starbucks.
Have you ever thought about flying private? No lines, no hassle, it's a beautiful thing. Pat Bostic here from my friends at AMG Jets. Whether it's a business trip or a weekend getaway, AMG has a fleet of private jets to take you where you need to go in unparalleled comfort and style. They've been departing from Pittsburgh International Airport for over 20 years. Begin your private jet travel today. Visit AMGJets.com. That's AMGJets.com.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Starting a home improvement project? Before you build a deck, plant a tree, or put up a fence, remember to call 811. Professionals from underground utilities like Peoples will mark your lines with flags so you can dig safely. Whether you're doing the work yourself or hiring a professional, calling 811 before you dig is free for homeowners. And it's the law. Call 811 3 days before you dig to keep you and your family safe. Peoples, an essential utilities company.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Dan Zangbrilli here with Joe George, partner at the Western PA injury firm LGKG. Joe, there's no shortage of injury lawyer options out there. In fact, you'll hear plenty of ads saying this, singing that, or offering this or that.
When we're involved in a case, Larry or Joe, we're actually involved in the case. We're the quarterback. We're the ones dictating where the ball is going to go. Is it going to get handed off? Is it going to get thrown? We're going to run it. We're the quarterback. You're going to talk to us. You're going to see us. You're going to meet with us. I'm happy to say a lot of the folks that we've had have been here 20, 30 years. They know their role and they do it well.
In other words, you don't get farmed out.
No, not at our firm. You're going to talk to the top dogs, Larry and Joe.
Or as I like to call them, the big cats, LGKG. They live here, work here, coach here. Most importantly, they win here. A 90-year reputation that provides you with a big home field advantage. So if you're injured in an accident, make sure you're playing with that advantage. Call them. You'll actually get them. LGKG, 724-658-8535. 724-658-8535.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Summertime is fast approaching, so what's on your growing honeydew home improvement list? Mine, it never ends, but I was able to check a big box and preserve my all-brick home thanks to Precision Pointing, a full-scale masonry company. Tons of brick pointing, brick replacements. Don't even get me started on the chimney, much worse than I originally thought. But now, all set. Precision Pointing craftsmanship set me up and took away a huge worry and burden. Plus, at Precision Pointing, they guarantee all their work, and they don't require a down payment. Precision Pointing, brickpointingpittsburgh.net.
Summer savings are here at Going Gone by Dick's Sporting Goods. Score up to 70% off styles from top brands like Nike, Adidas, Jordan, Kalia, and more. Discover new markdowns and arrivals every week. Hurry in and save big on summer styles at your Going Gone.
Hey, tennis fans, the stage is set for French Open action. Conquer the court with an odds boost token from BetMGM. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your odds boost token. Then place a bet on any French Open matchup and activate your token. Just make sure to bet up to the maximum stakes specified on the token. If your boosted bet hits, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is your betting home for the French Open. Claim your French Open Odds Boost token and activate the token before placing your bet. At BetMGM, they're adding more excitement to every serve and every rally. Join the action in Paris and go for the ace today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only, Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are withdrawable cash. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Word travels fast. More and more people are choosing Shorkey Mitsubishi for the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
They sure are, Arcadian. During the Shorkey Mitsubishi Memorial Day Super Sale, it's time for some red, white, and new.
It all starts with the 7-passenger Outlander, ready for your summer road trip. Now, $6,000 off or finance at 3.99% for an incredible 72 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off or 3.99% financing for 60 months, and a brand new Mirage as low as only $16,000. Incredible.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, no matter what its condition.
Shorkey Mitsubishi will have you ready for summer. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Locations in North Huntington and North Hills or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, call the Pickle